Chapter 1. Awakening of the Dual Sacred Veins. In a realm that does not belong to this world, there exists a distinct universe, nameless and uncharted. Inhabitants of this world perceive the land beneath their feet as the entirety of existence, with the continent of Solace being one of its many facets. Approximately 60% of Solace is dominated by ferocious beasts, while the remaining 40% is divided into four kingdoms: the Beastmaster Kingdom of Bastorm, the Elven Kingdom of Wendidas, the Dwarven Kingdom of Agatrace, and the Knightly Kingdom of St. Martial. Our tale commences in a quaint town named Falling Leaves, located on the border of the St. Martial Kingdom, where today marks the occasion for the testing of martial veins. The martial vein is the very foundation of knighthood within the St. Martial Kingdom. An individual detected with a martial vein is destined to become a knight. These veins are categorized into four tiers: sacred, superior, intermediate, and inferior. The sacred vein is exclusively inherited by the royal lineage of the St. Martial Kingdom, while those attaining at least a superior vein, regardless of their humble origins, are nurtured with utmost effort to become exemplary knights. Situated at the intersection of human and beast territories, the St. Martial Kingdom frequently faces incursions from monstrous creatures, thus elevating the status of its knights to that of nobility. The kingdom, venerating the knightly order, has even established a prestigious knight academy known as the Heavenly Path Knight Institute. Our protagonist, Xing Wuyang, is among the youth of Falling Leaves Town awaiting his martial vein assessment today. Within the sacred hall of the town, a distinguished knight of the kingdom conducts the awakening ceremony for numerous 10-year-olds. No martial vein next. Still no martial vein next. Once again, no martial vein next. The knight, overseeing the ceremony, appeared increasingly despondent, as the town had not witnessed a martial vein awakening for several consecutive years. The testing continued until the afternoon, with the knight assessing countless youths, yet none possessed a martial vein. At that moment, a ragged boy timidly approached. The knight, observing the frail figure before him, shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, you are the last one. It seems this year will yield no knights." Although skeptical of the scrawny child, the knight placed his hand upon the boy's forehead and murmured the incantation to initiate the awakening ritual. Suddenly, a miracle transpired. A colossal golden dragon manifested above the boy's head, accompanied by a resplendent phoenix. A dragon? A phoenix? These are divine beasts. This must be a sacred vein. You are of royal blood. The knight exclaimed in astonishment. Regaining his composure, he recalled that the royal lineage of the St. Martial Kingdom was associated with the white tiger, not a golden dragon. Furthermore, the child bore dual sacred veins, and the energy radiating from the colorful phoenix indicated the presence of a magical vein, signifying that this boy was an extraordinary rarity, one with dual sacred veins. The knight solemnly patted the boy's shoulder, declaring, "Child, you are a genius, an unparalleled prodigy. I am Ander, a fourth-tier martial knight. Pray, tell me your name." "I am Xing Wuyang, not a genius, merely a lowly servant of the mayor," the boy stammered, gazing shyly at the knight. Ander, observing the tattered boy, scoffed. "Lowly servant? What is the meaning of this?" He turned to the mayor, seeking an explanation. The mayor, drenched in sweat, had never anticipated that his foundling servant was a prodigious talent. Had he known, he would have dared not treat Xing Wuyang as a lowly servant. Ander glared at the mayor, his voice cold. "You are aware that in the St. Martial Kingdom, aside from the nobility, no one is permitted to have servants, are you not?" The mayor stuttered. This is not. He is one I found. I lacked the means to feed him for free, so I merely had him do some household chores. This lowly servant talk was just a jest among children." "If it better be so." Ignoring the mayor further, Ander turned to the boy, his demeanor softening. "Xing Wuyang, do you wish to accompany me to the Night Fortress and attend the finest Knight Academy in the nation?" Xing Wuyang shook his head earnestly, replying, "I do not wish to, for if I were to run away, the mayor would beat me to death." Hearing this, the mayor was taken aback, hastily interjecting, "Knight, do not heed this child's nonsense. I have never laid a hand on him." Ander paid little attention to the mayor's protestations. Instead, he grasped Xing Wuyang's arm, rolling up his sleeve to reveal numerous scars from whippings. Enraged at the sight of the boy's frail arm marred by wounds, Ander felt a surge of fury. This prodigious talent had nearly been squandered by the foolish mayor. He seized the mayor by the collar, ready to draw his sword and administer justice on the spot. However, at that moment, Xing Wuyang pressed his hands against Ander's, timidly saying, "Big brother, it is wrong to kill. Please do not slay the mayor. He is a good man who provides for me. He is not wicked." Ander sighed deeply, wavering, and ultimately released the mayor, realizing that the boy possessed an innate kindness that should not become a burden, and the future knights are meant to be resolute. Contemplating, Ander threatened, "I may spare the mayor's life, but you must accompany me, for your emergence may herald a transformative era." Xing Wuyang nodded. Very well. I shall go with you, but please wait a moment. He then approached the mayor and, without hesitation, knelt before him, offering several bows before saying, Thank you, Mayor, for your kindness. Wuyang can no longer serve you. Please be cautious while cooking, and ensure you do not cut yourself. I have completed all my chores in the fields. Do not tire yourself too much tomorrow. And also thus, Xing Wuyang expressed a multitude of sentiments to the mayor, who felt a tumult of emotions within him, unable to fathom how he could mistreat such a child who still held affection for him. Regret began to seep into the mayor's heart, wondering why he had not treated Xing Wuyang better. Enough, dear brother Ander, let us depart. Alas, child, Ander was at a loss for words, marveling at the boy's gratitude towards someone who had treated him poorly. Sighing, he cautioned Xing Wuyang, Your innocence may lead to great misfortune in the future. Xing Wuyang touched the back of his head, naively replying, But I have heard it said that misfortune can be a blessing in disguise. Chapter 2. Xing Miaoyao. Thus, Andy embarked on a journey with Xing Wuyang from Luoye town, heading towards the new recruits' assembly point in this region. The Holy Martial Kingdom is vast, divided into 4 distinct territories, east, west, south, and north, each governed by local lords and nobles. The area they currently traverse is the eastern region, the furthest from the Knight's Fortress, presided over by the Xing family, a lineage of knights. Along the way, Andy began to impart the principles of knighthood and training methods to Xing Wuyang, while also tending to his wounds with the medicinal supplies he carried. During the treatment, Andy was appalled to discover the extent of the abuse Xing Wuyang had endured. Not a single part of his body was unscathed, marred by countless injuries. If left untreated, these wounds could result in lasting repercussions, but fortunately, Andy possessed sufficient medicine to aid him. As Andy elucidated the world around them, Xing Wuyang gradually became curious about his surroundings. Initially, he had believed his life would be perpetually confined to the drudgery of Luoye town. However, through An's narratives, he learned that there existed 4 kingdoms and a realm of magic, each excelling in its own domain. The Elven Kingdom of Wendidas is renowned for its mastery of magic, the Dwarven Kingdom of Agatrace for its prowess in machinery, and the Batam Kingdom for its skills in beast taming, while the Holy Martial Kingdom excels in the chivalric arts, each possessing its unique merits. Now, Xing Wuyang no longer felt the confusion and disorientation he had experienced when departing Luoye town with Andy. Instead, he was filled with curiosity and anticipation about becoming a knight. According to Andy, knights are classified into 13 tiers, with very few ever attaining the final 3: Knight Sovereign, Knight Saint, and Knight God. The current ruler of the Holy Martial Kingdom is the only Knight God in existence. Their destination, the renowned Tiandao Knight Academy, is said to have a principle of Knight Saint caliber. During their journey, Xing Wuyang diligently absorbed the training methods, and with An's assistance, he astonishingly awakened the power of the sacred vein, achieving the rank of a first-tier knight. Compared to the frail figure that set off from Luoye town, Xing Wuyang had undergone a remarkable transformation, growing stronger, thanks in no small part to An's regimen of nightly immersions in medicinal baths, which not only healed his injuries but also cleared the stagnant blood from his meridians, significantly enhancing his physical constitution. Yet, it must be noted that even Andy had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of talent possessed by Xing Wuyang, a bearer of the sacred vein. In the span of mere days, he had advanced to the rank of a first-tier knight. For context, Andy himself, who boasted a mid-grade martial vein, had labored for nearly a year to attain the same rank. It was truly a testament to the adage that comparisons often breed envy. Reflecting on this, Andy could not help but admire Xing Wuyang's innate abilities, pondering that this young lad might one day ascend to become a second Knight God. Soon, after several days of travel, they arrived at a city, with its dock serving as the assembly point for new recruits in the eastern region. Upon his first encounter with the bustling streets of the city, Xing Wuyang was taken aback by the vibrant spectacle before him. This city was undeniably vast, far surpassing the humble confines of Luoye town. The streets were bustling with a constant flow of vehicles, flanked by an array of shops brimming with diverse wares and a multitude of people. Some were engrossed in fortune-telling, others sought remedies at the apothecary, while a few donned peculiar armor, distinct from that of knights, as they traversed the grand edifice that loomed nearby. Xing Wuyang pointed towards the oddly adorned group and the imposing building, inquiring of Ander, Brother Ander, what are they up to? They seem quite formidable. Ander replied, they are mercenaries, specializing in the hunting of wanted magical beasts for a living. Typically, they comprise a cohort of individuals who, after graduating from the academy, find themselves lacking the strength to join the knightly order and thus turn to mercenary work. After a brief pause, Ander added with a hint of bitterness, I am already 17 this year, and if I do not attain the rank of a 5th-tier knight in a few months, I too may have to join the ranks of the mercenaries. Noticing that they still had ample time before their scheduled meeting, Ander decided to take Xing Wuyang on a leisurely exploration of the city, allowing him to experience the world beyond. At that moment, a carriage suddenly lost control, the driver unable to rein in the frenzied horse, which began to gallop recklessly down the street. Coincidentally, a little girl was playing right in the middle of the road, oblivious to the impending danger as the horse's hooves thundered towards her. In this critical moment, Xing Wuyang sprang into action, employing the lightness skill that Ander had imparted the previous night, swiftly scooping up the little girl in a bid to shield her from the horse's onslaught. Meanwhile, Ander reacted a moment too late, unable to reach Xing Wuyang in time, nor could he halt the carriage. Just as the horse's hooves were about to descend upon them, a whip ensnared Xing Wuyang's waist, and a strong force pulled both him and the girl aside. Xing Wuyang felt himself soar into the air, eventually landing before a girl clad in green who appeared to be of similar age. The instant their eyes met, he was rendered speechless. The girl possessed a cascade of hair as dark as storm clouds, flowing like the Milky Way, delicate willow-like brows, eyes that sparkled like stars and shone like the moon, a dainty nose, and a slender figure that made her resemble a celestial being descended from the heavens. So beautiful, Xing Wuyang stammered in awe. The girl blinked, waved her hand in front of Xing Wuyang's face, and playfully chided, "Is it really appropriate to stare so intently?" At her words, Xing Wuyang regained his composure, though he couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. "What is your name? I saw you trying to protect the little girl with your own body. Weren't you afraid of dying?" she inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "My name is Xing Wuyang, and I hail from Luoye town." "Xing? As in the star?" she exclaimed. "What a coincidence. I also bear the surname Xing. I am Xing Maoyue. However, it is quite strange that apart from our Xing family, anyone else would share the name Xing, don't you think?" Xing Wuyang replied earnestly. "I wouldn't know it. I was found by the town mayor. It is said that I had a white piece of paper on me with my name inscribed upon it." As the two conversed, Ander had successfully subdued the out-of-control carriage and approached Xing Wuyang, bowing respectfully to the girl named Xing Miaoe. "Thank you for your timely assistance," he expressed with gratitude. Xing Miaoe gazed at Ander's attire and replied, "Oh, you are also headed to the new student assembly point. Coincidentally, I am as well. May I accompany you?" Ander, perplexed, inquired, "What about your guide?" She was quite bothersome, so I dismissed her and wandered aimlessly on the streets, and now it seems I can no longer find her." Upon hearing this, Ander was left speechless, astonished that someone could actually part ways with their guide. Realizing they could not leave her unattended, especially as the designated meeting time approached, Ander permitted Xing Miaoe to join them on their journey to the new student gathering place. Chapter 3. Arrival at the new student assembly point. Along the way, Xing Miaoe curiously asked Xing Wuyang, "You mentioned you were found, which means you have no parents, right? What is it like to live without parents? Is it not splendid?" Xing Wuyang lowered her head and replied, "In truth, during my childhood, I envied those who had the companionship of their parents. However, I only had the town mayor, Grandpa, to provide for my needs." Realizing her previous comment may have been somewhat impolite, Xing Miaoe hastily patted Xing Wuyang's shoulder and said, "It's all right. Did I touch upon a sorrowful subject for you? That was quite rude of me. By the way, how old are you this year?" Xing Wuyang candidly responded, "I am 10 years old." Xing Miaoe exclaimed, "Indeed. I am 11 years old. I could have joined the academy last year, but my family insisted that I stay an additional year for personal training. I am now a second-tier knight, so rest assured, I will look after you at the academy." That moment, Ander turned back in astonishment. "Family? Could it be that you are the young lady of the Xing family from the Eastern District?" Xing Miaoe nodded, unabashedly confirming it. Ander inhaled sharply, recognizing the formidable lineage of the Xing family. It was surprising that merely after a year of training, their child had already attained the level of a second-tier knight. Before long, the trio arrived at the city's dock, which served as the new student assembly point. It was Xing Wuyang's first encounter with the sea, and she marveled at its grandeur, the occasional sea breeze imparting a refreshing sense of exhilaration. Xing Miaoe let out a melodious laugh, exclaiming, "Xing Wuyang, look at how beautiful the scenery at the dock is." "Indeed, it is quite lovely," Xing Wuyang replied, gazing at Xing Miaoe. "Are you looking at me, or the sea?" Xing Wuyang's face flushed crimson, rendering her momentarily speechless. "All right, Wuyang, we should head to the assembly point now." Xing Wuyang inquired, "By the way, where exactly is the gathering place? There seems to be no one at this dock. Have you forgotten? In this world, some cultivate martial arts, while others practice magic due to their magical lineage." "Look over there," Ander said, sensing the fluctuations of magical energy and pointing to a specific location. "The Holy Martial Kingdom has been plagued by magical beasts, and ever since that incident a decade ago, the beasts have been launching organized and strategic attacks on our knights and even the common populace." Pausing briefly, Ander continued, "For safety reasons, although the assembly point is set at the dock, The actual gathering location is accessed through the teleportation array at the dock. This precaution is to prevent our route from being exposed to the magical beasts. I see. As he spoke, Xing Weiyang approached the location pointed out by Ander, where indeed a formation appeared. Close your eyes and attune yourself to the magical fluctuations surrounding you, and you shall be transported, Ander advised. Thus, Xing Weiyang shut his eyes, meticulously sensing the elements around him, and felt an unprecedented comfort enveloping his body and mind, as if all the elements of nature were intimately connected to him. Soon, vibrant streams of light began to swirl around Xing Weiyang, and an oscillation in space manifested, causing his figure to vanish instantaneously from the dock. Meanwhile, Xing Mirror, still rooted in place, asked dreamily, how many streams of elemental light did he just produce? Ander, equally astonished, replied, I couldn't see clearly, but it felt as though he could summon all the elements of the world. After sensing the spatial fluctuation dissipate, Xing Weiyang opened his eyes to find himself amidst a forest. Nearby lay a sizable clearing, surrounded by lush greenery, and a multitude of people had already gathered in the open space. The youth, noticing Xing Weiyang's arrival, approached him. This young man, adorned in splendid attire indicative of a prestigious lineage, possessed a head of curly brown hair, fair skin, a prominent nose, and striking emerald green eyes that exuded charm. He boasted, Greetings, I am Xian Ying, blessed with a superior martial pulse talent, probably the most gifted among this cohort in the Eastern District. Extending a friendly hand, he introduced himself to Xing Weiyang. Xing Weiyang grasped Xian Ying's hand and replied, I am Xing Weiyang, hailing from Luoye town, and I believe I possess a sacred talent. Xian Ying, momentarily taken aback, inquired, What talent do you possess? Xing Weiyang solemnly responded, I have a dual sacred martial pulse talent. What? Sacred talent? Xian Ying exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the attention of both the new students and the senior students serving as guides. You claim to possess a sacred martial pulse. This is impossible. Only the direct descendants of the royal family possess such a talent. Xian Ying expressed disbelief, while others echoed his sentiment, exclaiming, Indeed, how could one possess sacred talent? There must be some mistake. Perhaps he is merely boasting to attract attention. Hey, where's your guide? Why hasn't your guide arrived? At that moment, as if summoned by the conversation, Ander and Xing Mirror were transported as well. Ander gazed at the bewildered Xing Weiyang, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, and sighed. Indeed, a sacred talent was hard to believe. However, Ander stepped forward into the crowd, cleared his throat, and addressed them. I am the guide for this new student. My name is Ander, and I can attest to the truth of his words. He indeed possesses a dual sacred talent in both magic and martial arts. Despite Ander's explanation, the crowd remained skeptical. Just then, the head of the assembly approached, a robust middle-aged man with a wild mane of red hair and a scruffy beard. What is all this commotion? It's so noisy. How can one aspire to be a disciplined knight in such chaos? A guide respectfully gestured towards the man and stated, Elder Shintu, there is a guide who claims that the new student he brought possesses a dual sacred pulse. The venerable Elder Shintu laughed heartily, exclaiming, How could this be possible? Everyone in the world knows that only the royal family possesses sacred grade items, let alone the existence of a dual sacred pulse. Beside him, Xing Mirror hurriedly interjected, Xing Weiyang truly possesses a sacred dual pulse. I can vouch for it, as I just witnessed it in the teleportation array. He exhibits affinity with all elements. Elder Shintu, taken aback, responded, What did you say? All elements? Are you certain? Xing Mirror assured him, I guarantee it in the name of the Xing family. At that moment, a young woman from the crowd stepped forward and said, Mirror, you finally made it. I was beginning to think you had lost your way. It truly worried me. Elder Shinta then inquired of the young woman, Lin Ming, is she from the Xing family? To which the woman named Lin Ming replied, Indeed. Her name is Xing Mirror, and she possesses a superior martial pulse talent. A superior martial pulse, indeed, quite impressive, Elder Shintu remarked. He then turned to the originator of the matter, Xing Weiyang, stating, in consideration of the Xing family's reputation, I shall personally assess your martial pulse. With that, Elder Shintu produced a spirit stone for testing martial pulses and, without further ado, placed Xing Weiyang's hand upon it. That moment, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The spirit stone erupted with brilliant light, revealing a colossal golden dragon and a resplendent phoenix above Xing Weiyang's head. As the dual sacred pulses of magic and martial prowess emerged, the onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from deep within their souls, a clear manifestation of dominance from a superior to an inferior. Chapter 4. Boarding the Red Wing. Elder Shintu, astonished, exclaimed, Indeed, it is a dual sacred pulse. Well done, young man. Perhaps the sacred martial kingdom is on the brink of a new era. Those who had initially harbored doubts or even anticipated a spectacle of ridicule fell silent. Elder Shinta patted Xing Wuyang on the back end, using a communication spell, privately conveyed to him, "Young man, I must inform you that your dual sacred pulse will certainly attract the attention of royal family members. However, you must remain resolute and be wary of others seeking to exploit your talent. By the way, when you board the airship later, do visit my lounge number 1. I am quite curious about the extent of your magical pulse." After a moment's contemplation, Xing Wuyang subtly nodded in response to Elder Shinta. Once Elder Shinta noted that all were present, he turned to the new students and guides, declaring, "Now that everyone is gathered, it is time to depart for the academy." With that, Elder Shinta produced a red airship from his robe, casually tossing it into the clearing, whereupon the initially diminutive craft remarkably expanded to a tremendous size. The magnificent crimson vessel now loomed before the crowd. This was the airship invented by the Academy's Department of Technological Magic, known as the Red Wing. Rest assured, it is safe for your journey. Elder Shinta waved his hand, conjuring several slips of paper that soared toward the assembly, instructing, "Please board the airship in order. Once aboard, refer to the numbers on your slips to select a resting chamber." Thus, the new students and their respective guides began to board the airship sequentially. Xing Wuyang stared at the vessel in wonder, foolishly inquiring, "Does this also count as a teleportation array? How luxurious it is." Beside her, Xing Mirror couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you foolish? This is clearly not a teleportation array. It is an airship. We are to embark on this vessel to the academy." Upon hearing that it was an airship, Xing Wuyang exclaimed with excitement, "You mean to say we will be flying on this thing? Can it soar like a bird?" "Indeed, indeed. By the way, which room number are you?" "I am in room 3. Xing Wuyang glanced at the note in her hand and discovered it bore the number 2. She then remarked, "I should be right next to you." "I am in room 2. All right then, let us board." Thus, Xing Wuyang followed closely behind Xing Mirror as they ascended the airship. When the last person boarded the Red Wing, the gangway was retracted, and the spiral tail began to spin. The Red Wing gave a slight tremor before it took flight. Gradually, it ascended, stabilizing as it began to glide in a particular direction. "Wow, how incredible! We are really flying." Xing Wuyang, in disbelief, looked down and was astonished to see that the previously expansive ground now appeared merely palm-sized from such a height. At that moment, Xianing approached and greeted Xing Wuyang, saying, "Hello, genius. Is this your first time on an airship?" "Yes, the sensation of soaring through the skies is truly magnificent," Xianing replied. "However, in my view, this is merely flying with the assistance of a tool. Is it possible to fly without such assistance?" Xing Wuyang couldn't help but retort. Xianing dismissively replied, "Of course. It is said that once a knight reaches the 8th rank, they can manifest a pair of wings formed from inner energy, allowing them to fly. Furthermore, some elves and humans possessing wind attribute magic veins can harness the power of the wind to glide through the skies. That is remarkable." Xing Wuyang secretly resolved to train diligently so that she might one day soar freely in the heavens. The thought of such an experience was exhilarating. Suddenly, Xianing leaned closer to Xing Wuyang and whispered, "What do you think, genius? Shall we join forces upon our arrival at the academy to conquer the new students and reign supreme?" Regaining her composure upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang quickly shook her head, saying, "I will not conspire with you to bully other newcomers." Nearby, Xing Mirror overheard their exchange and interjected, "What do you mean by joining forces? If anyone should team up, it should be Xing Wuyang and me. You, Xianing, lack the qualifications." Xianing, upon hearing this, retorted angrily, "I possess a superior martial vein, just as you do. How can you claim I lack qualification?" With hands on her hips, Xing Mirror replied, "Listen well, I am a 2nd-rank knight, while it seems you have yet to even reach the 1st rank." Xianing was momentarily rendered speechless by her words, for it was true that he had not yet reached the 1st rank. Despite his noble lineage, there remained a significant disparity between him and the Xing family, renowned for their generations of knightly heritage. The Xian family lacked the foundation to elevate him to a 2nd-rank knight within just a year of training. Xing Wuyang observed the two individuals embroiled in a heated dispute and swiftly intervened, saying, all right, we are all newcomers of this cohort. Let us refrain from quarrels and strive for harmonious coexistence in the years to come." Xianing let out a cold snort directed towards Xing Miao Air before turning on his heel to head towards the lounge corresponding to the note in his hand. Unbothered by Xian Ying's demeanor, Xing Miao Air merely acknowledged Xing Wuyang with a nod before also making her way to the lounge. That moment, Xing Wuyang suddenly recalled the words transmitted to him by Elder Shun Tu, instructing him to proceed to lounge number. Thus, Xing Wuyang departed from the corridor, descended the staircase, and entered the cabin. The cabin of this airship was exceedingly spacious, with several small rooms on either side, each designated by a number. As the room numbers decreased, the deeper one went. Xing Wuyang found that his own lounge was number 2, leading him directly to the farthest end of the corridor where he indeed discovered lounge No. 2, which was directly opposite lounge number 3 belonging to Xing Miao Air. Lounge number 1 was conveniently situated at the deepest point in the middle of the corridor, precisely between lounges number 2 and no. 3. Xing Wuyang knocked on the door of lounge number 1, and a voice from within, that of Elder Shen Tu, beckoned him to enter. Upon receiving permission, Xing Wuyang gently pushed open the door and stepped into the lounge. The lounge was remarkably spacious, and Elder Shen Tu was seated cross-legged on a cushion beside the tea table, gesturing for Xing Wuyang to join him. You have finally arrived. I see that the magical vein symbolizing your spiritual beast is a colorful phoenix. Is it not? Xing Wuyang nodded and looked at Elder Shen Tu, just about to inquire why he had been summoned alone when Elder Shen Tu interjected. Upon reaching the Night Academy, would you be willing to join my division of the magical path? Confused, Xing Wuyang asked, what is the division of the magical path? Aren't we headed to the Heavenly Path Night Academy? Elder Shen Tu replied with a smile, did I not mention it is a division? The Heavenly Path Night Academy is indeed divided into the Martial Path Night Division, the Magical Path Night Division, and the Inner Academy. Chapter 5. The Demon Assault. Elder Shen Tu continued, as for you, possessing a dual sacred vein of martial and magical prowess means you can cultivate both paths. However what? Xing Wuyang inquired curiously. Elder Shen Tu sighed deeply, his tone laden with significance. However, those who cultivate both paths usually never achieve mastery in either. Specialization is essential, my child. With your aptitude, should you dedicate yourself to one discipline, you will undoubtedly attain the esteemed 13th tier in due course. Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang felt a surge of excitement. The 13th tier was a level reached only by the current king, and if he focused on one path, he could eventually aspire to such heights. Noticing Xing Wuyang's growing enthusiasm, Elder Shen Tu quickly added, oh, by the way, I am an elder of the Magical Path Academy, and I can guarantee your admission as a core disciple. What say you? Are you willing to join the academy? However, just as Xing Wuyang was about to respond, an unforeseen event occurred. The Red Wing airship seemed to have sustained a tremendous blow, causing it to shake violently. What is happening? Could it be the Beast Clan? Indeed, it must be the Beast Clan. Damn it. How could they launch a surprise attack on us? Elder Shen Tu rose to his feet, his expression grave. The Beast Clan? Why on earth are they attacking us? Xing Wuyang inquired, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Elder Shen Tu replied, because they are a horde of demons, child. You must quickly summon the other new students and guides to the platform. This vessel, the Red Wing, may soon plummet. What? Plummet? Xing Wuyang exclaimed in shock. Elder Shen Tu spoke gravely. Indeed, there are spare parachutes on the platform. Instruct them to don the parachutes and leap. As for me, I must confront the enemy. Elder, won't you escape? She questioned. Escape? We shall see if they are worthy of my retreat. With that, a flash of golden light enveloped Elder Shen Tu, and he vanished from the lounge to face the foe. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xing Wuyang hastily gathered all the new students and guides to the platform. As they arrived, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. The platform was swarming with demons, each adorned with black wings, varying in size yet identical in form. Some of the new students, witnessing beasts of magic for the first time, were paralyzed by fear. Above, two figures clashed fiercely. One was Elder Shen Tu, while the other matched his strength, deflecting wave after wave of his magical assaults. The guides, aware that retreat was not an option in the face of such peril, resolved to protect the safety of the new students. Consequently, several guides charged forth, engaging in fierce combat with the demons to carve a path for the newcomers. Aenda had also joined the fray, fortunate that the demons were only of the 3rd or 4th tier, allowing the guides to hold their ground. Xing Miao Air, seeing a path forged by the guides, swiftly directed the now frantic new students to orderly don their parachutes, preparing to leap from the platform. Thankfully, Xing Miao Air had awakened her superior martial pulse talent, the Stellar Wave Fist, and took it upon herself to cover the retreat of the new students. With her skills as a 2nd-tier knight, enhanced by her innate abilities, she successfully vanquished several 2nd-tier minor demons threatening the newcomers. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a towering demon, seemingly of 6th-tier caliber, emerged from among its kin. A group of guides joined forces to repel it, yet they were unable to withstand its single, devastating strike, being sent sprawling. The demon brandished its vicious claws and charged at Xing Miao Air. Watch out! Enda, who had been battling a cluster of minor demons near Xing Miao Air, swiftly positioned himself in front of her. The demon's claws tore through Enda's body, and Xing Wuyang could only watch in horror as her longtime companion was brutally slain. Just as the demon turned its attention to the now pale-faced Xing Miao Air, a golden claw struck its chest, causing it to stagger back, emitting a groan and spewing forth green blood before collapsing to the ground. Xing Miao Air looked up to behold the wielder of the golden claw, none other than Xing Wuyang at that moment. Xing Wu Yang's aura was noticeably unstable. Her eyes had transformed into slitted pupils, and her right arm was entirely enveloped in a layer of golden scales, with 5 golden claws extending from her fingers, as for the fallen demon. Several guides inspected it and were astonished to discover that its heart had been shattered, rendering it lifeless. Xing Wu Yang, are you all right? What has happened to you? Xing Wu Yang remained silent, instead collapsing into Xing Miaowu's embrace. With his unconsciousness, the golden scales on his right arm receded. The demise of the great demon also caused the lesser demons entangled with the guides to retreat. Observing the departure of the demons, the beast master who had been clashing with Elder Shintu decided not to linger any longer and withdrew as well. However, the red wing had sustained damage from the demons and could no longer fly, prompting the newcomers and guides to deploy their parachutes and jump down. Once Xing Miaowu saw that the danger had subsided, she held the unconscious Xing Wuyang and followed suit. As for Elder Shintu, he furrowed his brow, gazing at the ground they were about to land upon, letting out a deep sigh. Ultimately, everyone landed safely in a forest. Under Elder Shintu's care, the unconscious Xing Wuyang eventually regained consciousness. Ander, brother Ander? Xing Wuyang inquired hastily upon awakening. Elder Shintu shook his head with regret, stating, the academy will remember his contributions. Feeling despondent, Xing Wuyang lamented, it's all my fault for being so useless. I couldn't protect Ander. Elder Shintu consoled him, child, you have done well. You ultimately safeguarded everyone and minimized casualties. What? I protected everyone? Xing Wuyang questioned in confusion. Indeed, it was you who repelled the demon leader. By the way, how did you achieve that? I was engaged in battle with the beast master and couldn't see how you vanquished the demon leader. I don't know. I can't recall what happened at that time at that moment. Xing Miaowu interjected. I remember. Xing Wuyang's aura was incredibly unstable. His eyes were slitted, and his right arm was covered in golden scales. That demon was struck by his right hand, and its heart shattered. Elder Shintu pondered for a moment and then remarked, it seems this must be the ability awakened by the sacred martial vein. Xing Miaowu asked in confusion, does the sacred martial vein truly possess such formidable power? A single strike can repel a 6th-tier beast. Elder Shintu replied, of course, the talents of the sacred are beyond imagination. Pausing briefly, Elder Shintu sighed deeply, now is not the time for such discussions. The pressing issue is that we have landed in the territory of the beasts. The Misty Forest, we should devise a plan for how to survive the night. Chapter 6. The rescue has finally arrived. What? We are actually in the Misty Forest? Xing Miaowu shrieked, now acutely aware of the palpable demonic aura permeating the air around them. What is the Misty Forest? Xing Wuyang asked, bewildered. Xing Miaowu patiently explained, the Misty Forest is the domain of the Beast Clan, and it is one of the most perilous places. There are countless types of beasts within. Unless one possesses extremely strong abilities, entering the Misty Forest is akin to courting death. Elder Shintu also remarked, indeed, even I would find it perilous to venture in alone, but bringing you all along makes it far more dangerous. I have already sent a message to the Academy requesting reinforcements. I think it is best for us to remain here and wait for the Academy's strong to come to our aid. That sounds prudent. I brought plenty of provisions before leaving. I can share them with everyone. As Xing Mir lightly tapped the ring on her right hand's ring finger, a plethora of food materialized before her eyes. Xing Wuyang exclaimed in astonishment, what sort of magic is this? It can conjure food. Elder Shintu, wearing a wry smile, replied, my dear child, it seems I must take some time to enlighten you. This is not magic, but a storage ring, with the food having been pre-stored within it. Suddenly, Elder Shintu appeared to recall something, saying, you all came together, correct? Then you also bear the surname Xing. What is your connection to the Xing family? Xing Wuyang shook his head, responding, I have no ties to the Xing family. I am merely an orphan, fortunate enough to have been taken in by the mayor of Loya Town. I see. No connections? How splendid. How splendid indeed. Elder Shintu laughed heartily. Puzzled, Xing Wuyang inquired, Elder, why are you so cheerful? Cheerful? Oh, it's nothing. Merely reminded of a pleasant thought, Elder Shintu thought to himself, unwilling to disclose that his joy stemmed from the fear that Xing Wuyang might be associated with the Xing family, who traditionally produced graduates from the Martial Arts Knight Academy and would never attend the Mage Knight Academy, especially with that fearsome maternal Tyrannosaurus lurking in the Martial Arts Academy. The mere thought sent a shiver down Elder Shintu's spine. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow bathed the misty forest in hues of crimson, as if draping it in a delicate golden veil. After partaking in the food brought by Xing Mir, the group began to arrange the formation imparted by Elder Shintu. This formation was designed to conceal their presence and ward off lower-tier magical beasts. As night fell, marking the most perilous time in the misty forest, they hoped the formation would prove effective. The group spent a fragrant moment arranging the formation, after which Elder Shinto prepared to personally reinforce it with magic. Once this was completed, the night had deepened, ushering in the most dangerous hour in the misty forest. Although Elder Shinto had already sent a request for reinforcements to the academy, even the mightiest required time to arrive. They would need to endure through most of the night. The guide and Elder Shinto stood ready for battle at a moment's notice, while the newcomers dared not succumb to sleep, fearing that slumber might claim them forever. Before long, several pairs of bloodshot eyes emerged from the nearby thicket. Shadows of magical beasts slithered forth from the underbrush, revealing a pack of magical wolves known for their pack mentality. Fortunately, these wolves were only of the second and third tiers. Despite their numbers, they posed no threat to the formation's defenses. However, just as relief washed over the group, a chilling wolf howl echoed through the air, and a humanoid giant wolf appeared before them. This was an 8th-tier magical beast. Damn. How could such a creature exist among the pack of magical wolves? Elder Shinto understood the urgency of preventing the humanoid giant wolf from breaching the formation, and thus ventured beyond its protective boundary to confront the beast. The humanoid giant wolf exhaled a noxious breath towards Elder Shinto, who quickly conjured a magical shield with his left hand to block the corrosive attack. With his right hand, he unleashed a fireball aimed at the giant wolf. Alas, the creature's formidable physique rendered the spell utterly ineffective. The giant wolf let out a thunderous roar, opening its maw to draw upon the moon's power, unleashing a barrage of magical projectiles towards the protective formation behind Elder Shinto. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, Elder Shinto swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a grand net of flames in a bid to provide comprehensive defense against the assault of the demonic projectile. Yet, despite his meticulous preparations, a flaw emerged, and the fire net was ultimately breached, allowing the demonic orb to crash down upon the formation. The array rippled, and with a resounding crack, it was shattered by the impact, as the formation crumbled. The ravenous pack of wolves surged forward, launching a ferocious assault on the guiding figures. Though the demonic wolves were merely second- or third-tier entities, their overwhelming numbers proved insurmountable, and soon, several guides lay lifeless beneath their claws. Elder Shinto, witnessing this chaos, was consumed by rage, yearning to annihilate the wolf horde in an instant. However, he found himself ensnared by a colossal werewolf, rendering him powerless to intervene. Xing Weiyang observed as a portion of the guiding figures succumbed to their fate, sprawled upon the ground in a state of unconsciousness. The tragic scenes evoked a profound disdain for the beasts in his heart. A surge of pent-up frustration welled within him, unbeknownst to him, awakening yet another sacred martial pulse skill. Just as a demonic wolf breached the defenses of the guides and charged towards the new students, Xing Weiyang could no longer restrain himself, instinctively letting out a thunderous roar at the approaching wolves. Little did he anticipate that his bellow would resonate with such terror, akin to the roar of an ancient behemoth, causing one of the wolves to stagger, blood streaming from its orifices as it collapsed to the ground. The wolves engaged with the guides also felt the reverberations, with several second-tier wolves turning tail in panic in the wake of his mighty roar. The heavens abruptly unleashed 9 streaks of profound lightning, striking the towering werewolf. The sheer force of the thunderous energy detonated upon impact, causing the werewolf to emit a chilling wail before crumpling to the earth. Meanwhile, the pack of demonic wolves was mercilessly pierced by a whip that shimmered like a sky full of stars. Amidst the chaos, someone exclaimed, "Rescue has finally arrived. Salvation is at hand." The crowd, witnessing the imminent danger dissipate, collectively exhaled in relief, though no one truly relaxed, for the toll of this battle had been devastating. To protect the new students, 8 guiding lives had been sacrificed. At that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. One was a frail, stooped elderly woman wielding a staff, exuding an aura of frailty, yet it was evident that she had summoned the earlier celestial lightning. The other was clad in resplendent golden armor, holding a starry whip, their face obscured by a helmet, rendering their gender indiscernible. The elderly woman spoke first. "Dear new students, we apologize for the distress you have endured. We shall ensure your safety and personally escort you to the academy. I am eager to discover which beasts dare to attack." Chapter 7. The path of demonic arts or martial arts. The knight adorned in golden armor approached Xing Weiyang. She removed her helmet, revealing a strikingly beautiful and delicate visage framed by lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. With an icy demeanor, she addressed him. "I am Elder Xing Yaoyan of the Inner Academy. You have performed admirably in safeguarding the new students. What you employed earlier was undoubtedly a martial pulse talent, and it must be of superior quality." Xing Weiyang remarked, "My martial vein is not of the highest grade. Mine is." Before he could finish his sentence, Xing Miao'er, with tears streaming down her face, threw herself onto Xing Yaoyan. "Aunt, you finally arrived. Just now I was so frightened." The usually aloof Xing Yaoyan, unexpectedly, tenderly stroked Xing Miao'er's head and comforted her, saying, Do not cry, Meow Air. Leave the rest to your aunt. I will ensure you reach school safely. Perhaps due to the overwhelming fright of the night, Xing Miao Air drifted into a peaceful sleep in Xing Yao Yan's embrace. The elderly woman observed that everyone was indeed exhausted, so she waved her staff to conjure a formidable protective barrier and said, "Let us all rest for a moment. We shall set off to the academy at dawn." Thus, under the protection of the formidable warriors of the Heavenly Path Night Academy, no magical beasts dared to attack during the night. As for Xing Wuyang, he found himself unable to sleep, having been bombarded with an overwhelming amount of information in recent days. His worldview, which had been shaped by a life of humble existence in a small town, had been entirely upended. Throughout the night, he pondered a perplexing question. Why do magical beasts attack humans? Could they not coexist peacefully? As dawn broke, the sun rose over the eastern hills, and the elderly woman produced a dirigible that bore an almost identical resemblance to Elder Shun Tu's airship. The newcomers and their guides boarded the airship in succession, now under the guardianship of the Academy's three most formidable experts, surely instilling a sense of trepidation in the magical beast clan. Once aboard, Xing Miaoer approached Xing Wuyang, playfully winking as she said, "My aunt has something to tell you. Go on over." Xing Wuyang nodded and walked up to Xing Yao Yin. Inquiring, "Elder, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Xing Yao Yin maintained her icy demeanor, seemingly only showing warmth towards Xing Miaoer. She asked in a low voice, "Do you bear the surname Xing?" "Yes," Xing Wuyang replied honestly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Xing Yao Yan's cold, beautiful eyes, but it was quickly masked by her usual composure. She continued, "Very well, I shall not pursue your surname further. I have heard from Miao Air about your circumstances. Now, tell me earnestly, are you truly a dual sacred vein of both magic and martial arts?" Xing Wuyang was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why everyone had been inquiring about this since his awakening. Nonetheless, he answered, "Yes, Elder. Is there an issue?" Listening to Xing Wuyang's admission, even with her stoic temperament, a hint of astonishment seeped through Xing Yao Yan's demeanor. "You truly possess a sacred vein, and it is of the dual cultivation variety? My heavens, this is a blessing for our sacred martial kingdom. You must enroll in the Martial Arts Academy. I will ensure you secure a core student position and even guarantee your admission to the inner court." Xing Wuyang found himself at a loss for words. How was it that Xing Yao Yan's promises mirrored those of Elder Shen Tu? Just then, Elder Shen Tu emerged from the shadows with a disdainful snort, declaring, "Xing Wuyang has already agreed to join my Magic Path Academy. Your efforts are in vain." "What do you mean by in vain?" Xing Yao Yin Dao. "What do you think you are? Merely an elder of the magic division. While I hold the esteemed title of elder in the inner court. In terms of rank, I certainly surpass you. Please refrain from dictating to me." Xing Yao Yin, with a tone of earnest concern, addressed Xing Wuyang. "As you are aware, our holy martial kingdom fundamentally revolves around martial arts. The path of magic is not our forte. Consequently, the magic division predominantly comprises elves, with only a handful of humans. If you wish to pursue your studies in the newly established magic division, I will not hinder you, but I truly lament the loss of your exceptional talent." Xing Wuyang cast a glance at Xing Yao Yin and then at Elder Shintu, momentarily unable to decide which division to join. Just as Elder Shintu was about to engage in a debate with Xing Yao Yin, an elderly woman, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped forward and cleared her throat. Magic and martial arts are inherently intertwined. The choice between the two should ultimately rest with the individual. Elder Shintu responded, "However, Lady Xianlei, you are the vice principal of our magic division. It would be prudent for you to express your stance." Coughing lightly, she replied, "What stance should I take? Magic and martial arts are akin to kinship, of course. If Xing Wuyang chooses to join our magic division, I shall approve his status as a core disciple." It was evident that although the vice principal of the magic division spoke of unity, she implicitly favored the idea of Xing Wuyang aligning with the magic division. Xing Yao Yin quickly added, "As an elder of the inner court's martial arts department, I too can inform the dean of the Martial Arts Academy to grant Xing Wuyang a core student position." Xing Wuyang, feeling overwhelmed, remarked, "I find myself lacking in experience and unable to discern which academy suits me best." Vice Principal Xianlei reassured him, "Fear not, child. There is no need to rush your decision. Upon your arrival at the academy and after the opening ceremony, the matter of choosing a division will naturally arise. You may then make your choice." Thus, the contention between the two major divisions momentarily subsided, while Xing Wuyang, the focal point of the dispute, remained utterly bewildered, never anticipating such complexity. Soon, the airship finally approached a magnificent metropolis, ultimately descending in its very heart. As the new students disembarked alongside their guides, they were greeted by the sight of an enormous and grand academy. At the imposing entrance, a line of orderly knights stood sentinel, and at the center, a venerable elder with a white beard approached the newcomers, extending his hand to Elder Shintu, saying, Elder Shentu, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Those guiding souls who have passed will forever remain the pride of our school. I shall ensure their names are inscribed in the Hall of Glory. Elder Shintu promptly replied, to be remembered in the Hall of Glory is their honor. I have faith they will rest in peace with smiles upon their faces. After a moment of poignant reflection, the white-bearded elder led the new students into the academy, which truly was vast and replete with all manner of facilities. They soon arrived in a grand hall, where they took their seats in an orderly fashion. Observing that newcomers from all four directions had finally gathered, the elder, filled with exuberance, ascended the podium. Addressing the new students from the four major regions seated before him, the esteemed Dean Shouzayu, a 12th-tier knight saint, proclaimed, "Greetings, young scholars, I extend a warm welcome to you all as you join the Tian Dao Knight Academy. Here, you shall acquire a plethora of knowledge and skills. I aspire for you to experience a vibrant and engaging life at our institution. I shall keep my words few, but let me impart this singular thought. Young ones, become the cornerstone of the world." In the 8th chapter titled Dual Cultivation of Magic and Martial Arts, after articulating his address, Dean Shouziyu commenced the organization of classes for the new students based on their martial and magical veins. Shin Shishir, Middle Grade Martial Vein, Class 3 of the Martial Arts Academy. Luo Yinghong, Middle Grade Magic Vein, Class 2 of the Magic Academy. Xing Mir, Upper Grade Martial Vein, Class 1 of the Martial Arts Academy. As he continued to announce names and assign classes, he paused momentarily upon reaching Xing Wuyang, expressing a mix of astonishment and delight. Xing Wuyang, Sacred Grade Martial Vein and Sacred Grade Magic Vein. This esteemed student, I kindly request you to join me afterward. Dean Xiuziyu refrained from assigning a class to Xing Wuyang immediately, recognizing the significance of a sacred grade dual vein and the necessity for caution. However, the mention of a sacred grade dual vein sent ripples of shock through the assembly. What? Sacred grade? Did I hear incorrectly? Could this be a member of the royal family? Impossible. The sacred vein is traditionally passed down singularly. This generation should belong to Sophia, not Xing Wuyang. Whispers and speculation filled the hall, with murmurs erupting into a cacophony. Silence, please. New students, I implore you to maintain your composure, Dean Xiuziyu commanded, his voice infused with a potent force that swiftly quelled the tumult. Now, let us proceed with the arrangement of classes. Chao Jingyu, Middle Grade Magic Vein, Class 3 of the Magic Academy. Xian Ying, Upper Grade Martial Vein, Class 1 of the Martial Arts Academy. Following the orderly assignment of classes, the students were escorted away by their respective instructors in the expansive hall. Only the dean and Xing Wuyang remained. The dean approached Xing Wuyang and stated, I am aware of your circumstances. As you possess the rare dual sacred veins, I have reported this to the sovereign, who will determine your path. For now, let us retire to the lounge and await the sovereign's decision. With that, the dean escorted Xing Wuyang to the lounge, where they awaited news from the sovereign. In the capital of the Shangwu Kingdom, by Cheng, the royal palace erupted with the news of an awakened sacred vein. Your Majesty, this matter is of great significance. This young man may create a miracle and become a legendary knight, remarked a minister. The ruler of the Shangwu Kingdom, the legendary White Knight Bai Kaisha, seated upon the throne, inquired, What do you propose I should decide, based on your insights? The minister replied, The Department of Sorcery has only recently been established. Although it has absorbed the faculty from the Elven Kingdom of Windadas, the foundation of our holy martial kingdom remains firmly rooted in martial arts. I believe it would be more appropriate for the young man named Xing Wuyang to join the Department of Martial Arts. Bai Kaisha sighed and remarked, You are not of the sacred bloodline and cannot fathom the immense potential that such a lineage possesses. I believe it would be best for him to pursue both martial and sorceress disciplines simultaneously. I am eager to witness the prowess of a knight adept in both realms. Despite being a sovereign, Bai Kaisha was also a battle enthusiast. The thought excited him, and he yearned to leave the palace at once to meet the young lad. Thus, the decision for Xing Wuyang to pursue both magical and martial training was made rather simply. At that moment, another minister suddenly addressed the sovereign, saying, I believe that such extraordinary talent should be united with the royal family. It may give rise to even more formidable sacred gifts. Bai Kaisha smiled and replied, Indeed, Princess Sophia is now 10 years old. It is about time she is sent to the academy for some training. We should also arrange for discussions regarding her betrothal. In the lounge of the Celestial Knight Academy, a paper crane fluttered into Qiu Ziyu's hand. Upon opening the crane, Qiu Ziyu found himself in a quandary. The sovereign's intent was for Xing Wuyang to study both martial and magical disciplines, yet the schedule was already quite full. It was unreasonable to expect Xing Wuyang to simultaneously learn about both realms. Just then, an idea struck Qiu Ziyu. After so many years, it was indeed time for the departments of martial and sorcery to merge their teachings. He turned to Xing Wuyang and declared, I have decided to place you in class 1 of the first year, where you will learn alongside students from both the martial and sorcery departments. Xing Wuyang, astonished, asked, Are you saying that I can pursue both martial and magical studies? Qiu Ziyu replied, of course, for you are of the sacred bloodline. Such talent must be thoroughly explored. Following this decision, Qiu Ziyu quickly summoned the students and teachers of Class 1 from both the sorcery and martial academies to gather on the training grounds, announcing that henceforth, the instruction for both classes would occur simultaneously. Freshmen without magical abilities could still gain insights into the mysteries of magic, while those lacking martial potential could engage in other physical training while their peers practiced martial arts. This announcement left the students and teachers of both classes momentarily bewildered. However, upon further reflection, the teachers recognized the merit in this approach, as the students of Class 1 were all of superior martial potential and should indeed have their abilities developed. Consequently, this proposal was met with unanimous approval, and the freshmen had little objection. After all, those fortunate enough to be placed in Class 1 were all exceptionally talented and sought the best education available. At that moment, Xing Mier walked towards Xing Wuyang and said, now that we are in the same class, I hope you will guide me. Xing Wuyang responded, yes, this is truly wonderful, to be honest. I was initially apprehensive about the elders from the Department of Sorcery and the Department of Martial Arts vying for my admission into their respective divisions. I feared that whichever choice I made would offend the other side. But now, I need not worry. Thus commenced the days of Xing Wuyang's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Within the royal palace of the Holy Martial Kingdom, a beautiful princess anxiously paced her chamber, her footfalls echoing with frustration. How could her father do this? How could he so casually betroth her to another? No, she was determined to make that person retreat in defeat. Nearby, a handmaiden, observing the princess's cold smirk, couldn't help but shudder. She said, Princess Sophia, the decrees of parents and the matchmaking of intermediaries are paramount. If the sovereign were to learn of your intentions to harm one called Xing Wuyang, you would, Princess Sophia snapped, silence. My father dotes on me above all. He would never punish me besides, if you don't speak of it and I remain silent, who would ever know? The handmaiden had no choice but to comply, inwardly praying for the safety of the future consort, hoping he would emerge unscathed. Otherwise, given the sovereign's temperament, she would only be reprimanded for failing to guard the princess, while the princess herself would escape unscathed, leaving her in dire straits. Chapter 9. Roommate. After Director Qiu Ziyu had concluded his address on the playground, he took his leave. Consequently, the students from the two classes merged into one, with the former instructors of the magic and martial arts divisions assigned as homeroom teacher and vice homeroom teacher through a fair draw. The first lesson was a leisurely exploration of the academy to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. The institution was divided into 3 faculties, the magic division, the martial arts division, and the inner academy, each occupying the eastern, western, and northern sections respectively, while the southern area was designated for the elders' residence and deliberations. The academy was indeed vast. By the time they finished their tour, noon had arrived. The faculty distributed keys to each student, instructing them to return to their dormitories and settle in. Upon receiving his key, Xing Wuyang noticed it was engraved with room 203, indicating it was on the 2nd floor. Following the previous route, he navigated around the teaching building and arrived at the dormitory. The dormitory, appearing quite unadorned from the outside, boasted a height of 12 stories. A sign at the entrance read, Caution. Floors 6 and above are designated for female students. Males are prohibited from entering. Upon entering the dormitory, Xing Wuyang was met with a cacophony of chaos, as new students busily cleared out refuse from their rooms. Soon, he located his dormitory, a 3-person room featuring 3 beds, 2 bunk beds on the left and a single bed on the right. Upon entering, he was dismayed to find the room covered in dust. Frowning slightly, he began to tidy up. Having grown accustomed to the tasks typically assigned to servants, he found the cleaning rather effortless, and before long, a pristine dormitory emerged under his diligent hands. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xing Wuyang surveyed his future abode with contentment. Just then, a robust and towering youth entered the room. Though he appeared to be of similar age, this young man was remarkably taller than average, resembling someone of 15 or 16 years. Please step aside. You are blocking my path, he stated. Xing Wuyang replied. Moving aside as they brushed past one another, he distinctly noticed that the youth had pointed ears, a stark deviation from human features. He was undoubtedly an elf. Xing Wuyang flashed a friendly smile and greeted the elf youth. Hi there. My name is Xing Wuyang. Are you an elf? The elfin youth spoke softly. As you can see, I am an exchange student from the elven kingdom of Wendidas. My name is Long Tianyu, and I hope to receive your guidance in the years to come. Xing Wuyang wished to engage further with his rather aloof roommate, but just then, another roommate entered. Clad in opulent noble attire, his golden curls accentuated his regal demeanor, and his eyes glowed with an uncanny crimson hue. The aristocratic youth coldly remarked, well, impressive indeed. Who performed this cleaning? Good, I grant you 2 mere mortals permission to share a chamber with me. Xing Weiyang felt at a loss for words, realizing that the noble regarded them as little more than servants, yet he understood that such an attitude was to be expected from someone of royal lineage. Similarly, Xing Weiyang had long since come to terms with his own identity in Luoye town. Surprisingly, he managed to endure the noble's disdainful comment, and even more astonishing was that Long Tianyu, the elfin youth, showed no signs of indignation. Perhaps he refrained from confrontation due to his status as an exchange student. After all, taking action in another's homeland could invite censure. However, at that moment, the noble uttered another brazen statement. From now on, you two will take care of all the cleaning in this room. I shall compensate each of you with a holy gold coin monthly. Really? A holy gold coin each? That sounds splendid. Xing Weiyang found no fault in this arrangement, as he had been troubled by the fact that although both the education and accommodation at the academy were free, the dining hall required students to spend their own money. Now, with the noble's offer, a daily cleaning task could yield a monthly holy gold coin, sufficient to cover his food expenses. Yet, Long Tianyu finally objected, his voice cold. If you wish for it done, let it be done by you. I have no desire for such menial tasks. Have no desire? It seems you, an outsider, wish to defy me. The noble stood, declaring, defy? And what of it? We elves are not to be trifled with, Long Tianyu retorted, anger flaring in his voice. Xing Weiyang quickly interjected, all right, we are all roommates here. Let us not quarrel if necessary. I shall take on the task myself, though it would be even better if we each received 2 holy gold coins monthly. Pedantic, the two quarreling individuals chimed in unison, directing their disdain at Xing Weiyang. Taken aback and feeling unjustly accused, Xing Weiyang could only sigh, having merely sought to mediate. The two, with huffed breaths and narrowed eyes, exchanged disdainful glances before departing the dormitory. Xing Weiyang hastened to follow, anxious that their tempers might lead to unforeseen actions. Eventually, they arrived at the training grounds, which were conveniently devoid of spectators. The two agreed to a duel, with the loser responsible for a month of room cleaning. To prevent any serious injuries, they mutually agreed to forego weapons. Long Tianyu suddenly inquired, "Hey, brat, what is your name?" "I will not fight against an unknown." The noble replied, "I am Solomon, the son of the Iron Blood General of the Holy Martial Kingdom." "Oh, the Iron Blood General has a rebellious offspring like you, tarnishing his name. Enough of your chatter, prepare to face my skills." As he spoke, Solomon's left foot lightly touched the ground, propelling him towards Long Tianyu like an arrow in an instant. He stood before Long Tianyu, his right foot raised, aiming directly at his chest. However, to his astonishment, Long Tianyu reacted even more swiftly. Just as Solomon's foot was about to make contact, Long Tianyu seized his ankle with his right hand, executing a complete 360-degree spin and flinging Solomon against a tree, rendering him unconscious. Was this truly the end? Such formidable strength! Xing Weiyang couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it could be said that Long Tianyu had decisively vanquished his opponent Solomon solely through sheer force. Solomon had crashed rather violently and was currently in a state of unconsciousness. This lesson was surely sufficient. Thus, Xing Weiyang carried Solomon on his back and returned to the dormitory. Upon witnessing this, Long Tianyu, puzzled, inquired, "Why are you carrying him, after all he did to you?" Xing Weiyang, with a naive sincerity, replied, "We are all roommates. We must coexist for a long time. I hope you can reconcile." Long Tianyu retorted coldly, "If you continue to be so kind-hearted, you will only bring misfortune upon yourself." Xing Weiyang muttered in response, as the old saying goes, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Chapter 10. Practical Training on the First Day of School. Xing Weiyang spent an entire afternoon tidying up the dormitory. However, the atmosphere was far from pleasant, thick with the tension between Long Tianyu and Solomon. Solomon, clutching a bump on his head with his right hand, glared ferociously at Long Tianyu, who regarded him with a cool, indifferent gaze, as if to say, "Dare you challenge me again? I shall always emerge victorious." Xing Weiyang was left speechless, hoping that their prolonged coexistence would foster reconciliation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the seeds of hatred had already been sown deep within Solomon's heart. The night passed in silence. The next morning marked the official first day of classes at the Celestial Knights Academy. The freshmen rose early, making their way to the lecture hall. While Xing Weiyang walked alone along the path, Xining approached him, greeting him, "Hey, Xing Weiyang, how's your roommate?" Xing Weiyang shrugged and replied, "Oh, don't mention it. They clashed and even fought, and I couldn't persuade them to make amends." "Really? It seems you might have some trouble on your hands," Xining remarked. By the way, do you know who will be teaching our practical training class?" Xing Weiyang casually inquired. "Who? The Devil Angel." "Huh. What devil and angel?" Xining explained. "Have you forgotten the elder from the Inner Academy who came to rescue us in the Misty Forest? It is said that due to her excessively harsh teaching style, she was reassigned to our division. Xing Wuyang gasped in shock. So it's Xing Mirror's aunt. I never expected her to teach us. Ding dong. The sound of the bell echoed throughout the campus, and no time to waste. We're going to be late. Let us hurry. With that, the two of them dashed towards the lecture hall in the morning. There would be a total of 4 classes, 2 on martial theory and 2 on magical knowledge. Xing Wuyang listened intently, as this marked his inaugural day at school, and he was determined to absorb every lesson with utmost seriousness. When noon arrived, it was the turn of the esteemed elder from the inner court, Xing Yaoyan, who happened to be the aunt of Xing Miaoyuan, to conduct their practical training session. All the students of Class 1 stood in a straight line on the playground, facing instructor Xing Yaoyan. She proclaimed, "From this day forth, I shall be your instructor for practical training. Today, we shall not engage in any teaching. Instead, we will assess your fighting abilities. Xing Miaoyuan, step forward." "Yes." Xing Wuyang, step forward. "Yes." Instructor Xing Yaoyan commanded coldly. "You two will spar in front of everyone for a while." "What? Spar?" Xing Wuyang gasped, staring incredulously at the instructor. "Indeed, I wish to witness your foundational skills." Xing Wuyang was momentarily speechless. The very first lesson of practical training was a sparring match. How utterly realistic. "Understood," he finally replied. Conversely, Xing Miaoyuan appeared exhilarated as she exclaimed, "Wuyang, I am eager to see just how formidable your sacred vein talent truly is." Without allowing Xing Wuyang a moment to respond, Xing Miaoyuan launched her attack. Coming from a humble background, Xing Wuyang had never practiced martial arts. Although he had successfully become a first-tier knight through Anders' training, his combat awareness was woefully inadequate. As he beheld the merciless whip aimed directly at him by Xing Miaoyuan, he instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, bracing himself for the impact. However, Xing Miaoyuan showed no mercy. Her whip technique was executed with remarkable finesse. Rather than striking him directly, she ensnared Xing Wuyang, lifting him into the air. She then propelled herself upward with a gentle push from the ground, delivering a sweeping kick that connected with Xing Wuyang. At that moment, golden scales rapidly enveloped Xing Wuyang's right arm, successfully blocking Xing Miaoyuan's strike. She felt as though she had kicked a steel plate, the tremendous recoil causing her to be propelled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Wuyang unleashed the sole offensive skill imparted by Ander, the air shockwave. He adjusted his posture mid-air, his right fist cloaked in a whirlwind, and forcefully thrust it toward Xing Miaoyuan from a distance. A powerful gust of air struck her, sending her, still suspended in the air, flying away. Xing Yaoyan nodded approvingly, calling for a halt, and then offered a serious evaluation. "You two are indeed the strongest fighters in Class 1. However, Miaoyuan, why did you not utilize your full strength to defeat Xing Wuyang when you clearly could have?" Xing Miaoyuan replied honestly, "If I had struck Wuyang with my whip, he would have been injured." Xing Yaoyan shook her head, stating, "If he were your enemy, your mercy could have cost you your life. And you, Xing Wuyang, it is commendable that you achieved the first-tier knight status after only a few days of training. Your talent is indeed enviable. However, your combat awareness leaves much to be desired." Confused by this, Xing Wuyang retorted, "Xing Miaoyan is a classmate. How could I treat her as an enemy?" Xing Yaoyan admonished sternly, "If you do not seize the opportunity to train diligently, how will you survive should you ever encounter a monstrous foe?" Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang had no choice but to respond, "Yes, instructor." He then returned to the ranks. At that moment, Instructor Xing Yaoyan spoke up, "Long Tianyu, Solomon, step forward." "Yes, instructor." The two replied in unison, though immediately after, they shot each other a fierce glare. "You two should have a sparring match to test each other's skills," Xing Wuyang thought to himself, astonished that these two rivals would be pitted against one another. Solomon sneered, "It seems the opportunity for revenge has arrived. I shall humiliate you before all, outsider." Long Tianyu merely smiled, saying nothing further, and gestured for Solomon to attack. Solomon grinned wickedly, his thoughts concealed, and brandished a dark iron sword from his storage ring, striking fiercely at Long Tianyu. Surprisingly, Long Tianyu did not draw a weapon. Instead, he adopted a boxing stance, dodging left and right to evade Solomon's dark iron sword. Seizing the moment between attacks, he delivered a punch to Solomon's abdomen. However, to his astonishment, Solomon was wearing a hidden armor beneath his clothing. Long Tianyu's punch instead left his own hand bloodied. "Despicable!" The nearby students, witnessing the scene, shouted in protest, "What is this? How can he wear armor for defense? This is unfair. Instructor, make him apologize to that elf." "Indeed, this is unjust," the instructor retorted. "Enough. Fairness is determined by me." Long Tianyu was not able to anticipate that his opponent would wear armor, and thus he is at fault. "What?" Xing Wuyang could hardly believe that the instructor would make such a judgment. Truly, he was dubbed the Demon Angel for a reason. Chapter 11. Shi Wei'er. As the instructor did not oppose, the match between the two continued. Solomon shouted, "Prepare to die, Thousand Phantom Sword." Solomon's dark iron sword shot towards Long Tianyu with incredible speed, leaving behind multiple afterimages, making it impossible to discern which was the real one, completely sealing off Long Tianyu's escape route. Faced with no way out, Long Tianyu decided to condense his internal energy into a protective barrier to block the incoming strike. However, astonishingly, every thrust from Solomon was tangible and real. The internal energy shield might withstand 1, 2, or even 3 strikes, but it could not endure the relentless slashes of Solomon's thousand phantom sword. Long Tianyu's pupils contracted as the barrier shattered, and several sword shadows struck him, leaving trails of blood across his body. He appeared quite wretched, yet he stood defiantly before Solomon. Solomon smirked, "If you concede, you might suffer less. By persisting, you will only endure greater pain." Long Tianyu replied calmly, "A warrior of the elven race shall never bow and surrender." With that, Long Tianyu's fists suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, and he lunged at Solomon like a cannonball, his fists crashing into Solomon's armor. The tremendous impact shattered a large section of Solomon's protective gear. Blood spewed from Solomon's mouth as he fell to his knees in disbelief. Is this a superior martial vein talent? How can a lowly elf possess such a gift? Long Tianyu gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through his body and fists, declaring, "Yield, for you cannot possibly be my match." Solomon replied coldly, "The outcome is still uncertain." He continued, "I possess a superior martial lineage as well." As he spoke, Solomon rose to his feet, swiftly forming intricate hand seals with his hands. Subsequently, a bloodshot eye opened upon his forehead. Beside him, Xing Mir exclaimed in astonishment, "This is actually a self-derived martial talent." Xing Wuyang could not help but inquire, "What is a self-derived martial talent?" With patience, Xing Mir explained, "A self-derived martial talent refers to enhancements that occur within one's own body, which are exceedingly rare and endowed with unique abilities. Just as your right hand can transform into a dragon's claw, I surmise that your special ability is shattering." Thus it became clear, "I shall need to be cautious not to harm my fellow practitioners with my dragon claw," Xing Wuyang said, somewhat dejectedly. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Solomon had completed the enhancement of his superior self-derived martial talent. The vertical pupil on Solomon's forehead emitted a crimson beam of light, enveloping Long Tianyu. Yet, as if nothing had transpired, Long Tianyu stood momentarily stunned. However, since his opponent had initiated an attack, Long Tianyu naturally retaliated. Superior martial talent, Taishan Iron Fist. A brilliant light emanated from Long Tianyu's hand as his fist struck at Solomon. Blow after blow landed upon Solomon, who astonishingly did not retaliate. "Something feels amiss, Wuyang. Have you noticed that Long Tianyu's punches are growing weaker?" Just as Xing Mir uttered these words, Long Tianyu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood and collapsed to the ground. "Ha! Perish with that." Solomon picked up the Xian Tai sword in his hand and lunged at Long Tianyu. Instructor Xing Yaoyan's gaze sharpened, and she promptly unleashed a streak of starlight to intercept the Xian Tai sword. "Cease at once. Long Tianyu has already lost. There is no need for further violence," she stated coolly. At that moment, a remarkably beautiful blue-haired elven girl hurried to Long Tianyu's side, took his pulse, and her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Oh no, teacher Long Tianyu has been poisoned." "What?" Instructor Xing Yaoyan's countenance darkened as she glared at Solomon, unable to fathom that he would stoop to poisoning Long Tianyu. With a wave of her hand, she summoned the broken Xian Tai sword to her, inspecting it closely. Indeed, it was smeared with deadly poison. Gripping Solomon by the collar, she admonished, "You little scoundrel, daring to employ such despicable tactics in my presence. Hand over the antidote at once, or prepare to face expulsion from the academy." Solomon scoffed, "Expulsion? Does the academy dare expel the son of the iron-blooded general, the foremost warrior of the kingdom?" "Iron-blooded general, you say? Very well, very well," Xing Yaoyan responded, repeating the phrase thrice. A radiant glow, akin to that of the stars, emanated from her. Solomon found himself gasping for breath under the oppressive aura radiating from Xing Yaoyan. Yet, he sensed that while her pressure was not as formidable as that of his father, it exuded a far more perilous essence. He had no doubt that if he failed to produce the antidote, Xing Yaoyan would not hesitate to kill him. Gritting his teeth, Solomon begrudgingly handed over the antidote. Xing Yaoyan received the antidote and verified its contents before administering it to Long Tianyu. However, Long Tianyu showed no signs of improvement. His complexion remained ashen. "How could this be? The poison seemed to have permeated his very organs," murmured the blue-haired elven maiden. Xing Yaoyan cast a fierce glare at Solomon, finally understanding the unique ability bestowed upon him by his superior martial vein talent. It must be the capacity to manipulate blood. The moment the crimson light enveloped Long Tianyu, the flow of blood within him had accelerated. allowing the toxin to infiltrate his vital organs. That moment, when everyone believed Long Tianyu was beyond salvation, the blue-haired elven maiden produced a bead and held it to Long Tianyu's lips, prompting him to inhale its essence. Gradually, his complexion began to regain its healthy hue. Xing Yaoyan gazed in astonishment at the miraculous bead, but upon recalling the maiden's identity, her surprise subsided. She remarked, "Is that the wand du Zhu, capable of dispelling all poisons? I never expected you to possess a treasure of the Elven Queen." Long Tianyu has a chance of recovery now. Seeing Long Tianyu finally safe, the blue-haired elven maiden cast a fierce look at Solomon and addressed instructor Xing Yaoyan. "Instructor, please allow me, Shi Wei'er, to defend the honor of my elven kin by challenging student Solomon." "Granted," Xing Yaoyan replied decisively. With the instructor's permission, the two faced each other in the center of the training ground. The blue-haired maiden, Shi Wei'er, confronted Solomon, the one who had harmed her kin, without an ounce of courtesy. Her ice-blue hair danced in the wind, and her striking reddish-brown eyes fixed coldly upon Solomon, as if regarding a mere corpse. Before Solomon could make a move, she unleashed her magical vein ability. A blue frost phoenix materialized behind her, and a terrifying chill suddenly emanated from her being, spreading across the training ground and cloaking the grass in a layer of frost. Solomon trembled as he stammered, "The Ice Phoenix, that's a sacred-grade magical vein. You are a princess of the Elven clan? You realize this too late," Shi Wei'er declared as the Frost Phoenix let out a piercing cry, unleashing an overwhelming cold toward Solomon. The frigid aura sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Aware of his impending defeat, Solomon was about to concede when Shi Wei'er let out a cold snort, exerting the pressure of her sacred-grade magical vein upon him, causing his words to die in his throat. Under the relentless assault of the chilling air, Solomon was transformed into an ice statue on the training ground, showing no signs of melting even under the blazing sun. Shi Wei'er turned to Xing Yaoyan and reported, "Instructor, once my ice is unleashed, it is difficult to melt. If he refuses to concede, I have no choice but to leave him frozen for the day." Xing Yaoyan nodded, feeling no misgivings about the situation, particularly given that her earlier failure to detect Solomon's use of poison had nearly cost the life of a superior martial warrior of the Elven race. She then addressed the class, "All right, everyone, today's lesson concludes here. However, I must emphasize that if anyone dares to seek personal revenge during my class, the ice statue before you serves as a compelling example." As all the students gazed upon Solomon's pitiful state, not a trace of sympathy could be found. They all believed he had brought this upon himself. When the last of the students departed, only Xing Yaoyan, Shi Wei'er, and Xing Weiyang remained on the playground. Xing Yaoyan turned to Shi Wei'er and inquired, "Your Highness, is Long Tianyu all right? We truly acted inappropriately as members of the human race." Shi Wei'er nodded slightly, her expression grave as she replied, "The situation remains dire. His internal organs have sustained injuries, and without proper treatment, he may even suffer permanent disability." "What disability? Is it that severe?" Xing Weiyang exclaimed in shock. Only then did Shi Wei'er notice that there were still classmates present, and she asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "Oh, I am Xing Weiyang, Long Tianyu's roommate. I see." Observing the innocent smile on Xing Weiyang's face, Shi Wei'er felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She introduced herself, saying, "I am Shi Wei'er, the princess of the Windida's kingdom, and I am here as an exchange student. Long Tianyu accompanied me, and I hope to count on your support in the future." With utmost seriousness, Xing Weiyang assured her, "Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Long Tianyu's situation and will not allow Solomon to bully him any further. By the way, does Long Tianyu still have a chance of recovery?" Xing Yaoyan furrowed his brow and responded, "Do not worry. I will take Long Tianyu to the inner courtyard, where a skilled elder adept in healing resides. You should come along." Xing Weiyang nodded in agreement and, for reasons unknown, since awakening his sacred vein talent, he had become remarkably strong. Even while carrying Long Tianyu, who was more robust than himself, he felt no strain whatsoever. Thus, the three of them proceeded together towards the inner courtyard, during which Shi Wei'er and Xing Weiyang engaged in conversation and quickly became good friends. Upon arriving at the inner courtyard, Xing Yaoyan produced the elder's token from his possession and showed it to the gatekeeper. Upon verifying the token, the student greeted, "Elder Xing, welcome back." Under Xing Yaoyan's guidance, they soon arrived before a towering pillar-like structure. Xing Weiyang looked up at the edifice, which seemed to pierce the heavens, its pinnacle obscured from view. "What an impressive height," he remarked. Xing Yaoyan explained, "This is the Ding Tian pillar, the residence of the elders, and the Din.My room is the first one on the third floor. Here is the key. Please place Long Tianyu in my room while I seek out the elder skilled in healing." Without hesitation, Xing Yaoyan handed the key to Xing Weiyang. Consequently, Xing Weiyang and Shi Wei'er carefully carried Long Tianyu to the third floor of Xing Yaoyan's room, awaiting the arrival of the elder proficient in treatment. Shortly after, an elderly woman with snow-white hair approached, leaning on a cane. Xing Weiyang promptly greeted her. Good day. Ma'am, do you think you can heal Long Tianyu's internal injuries? Xing Yaoyan immediately felt a sense of embarrassment and used a sound transmission technique to whisper to Xing Weiyang. What do you mean by ma'am? She is only 27 years old. During an attack by magical beasts on the Xingwu kingdom, she sacrificed her own life to save countless citizens, reviving many of the injured in the city. However, as a result, she aged 60 years. Upon hearing this, Xing Weiyang realized he had misspoken and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Poised to correct his error, however, the elderly woman seemed to sense something amiss. With a gentle smile and a wave of her hand, she replied, "Just call me Elder E. Allow me to assess the patient's condition first." As she approached Long Tianyu, who lay on the bed, she took his pulse, her brow furrowing in concern. In a grave tone, she remarked, "Who could have inflicted such harm, introducing poison into his bloodstream, threatening his very essence? To preserve his future as a knight and prevent him from becoming a cripple, he must ingest the Nine Heavens spirit elixir crafted from the imperial purple gold gourd." Xing Yaoyan could not help but inquire, "Elder E, do you truly have no other alternatives? The imperial purple gold gourd is not easily acquired." Elder E shook her head, saying, "Even if the poison is extracted, the damage to his internal organs is irrevocable." I am at my wit's end. At that moment, Elder E appeared to recall something and stated, "Today the second-year princess is returning as well. Considering the time, she should be arriving shortly. I remember that during her birthday, the emperor bestowed the purple gold gourd upon Princess Sophia. Perhaps you could inquire with her." Shi Weier exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful. I have a close friendship with her. She used to visit the Wendida's palace to play during our childhood. Borrowing the purple gold gourd from her should pose no problem." Elder E smiled with squinted eyes. "If that is the case, it would be perfect. Let us leave this patient in the care of the Dingtian pillar for now. I can alleviate his condition somewhat." Xing Yaoyan clasped his fists in gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance, Elder E." Thus, Xing Yaoyan departed the inner courtyard with Xing Weiyang and Shi Weier. He stated, "I must first address that rascal Solomon on the playground. He has caused quite a stir, and the academy must impose a fitting punishment to provide an explanation for Long Tianyu. You two should head to the school gate and await Princess Sophia's arrival. It should be imminent." "Very well, we will take care of it. Rest assured, instructor, Long Tianyu will be fine. I hope so." After bidding farewell to Xing Yaoyan, Xing Weiyang and Shi Weier made their way to the school gate of the Tiandao Knight Academy, eagerly awaiting Princess Sophia's arrival. Chapter 13. Princess Sophia. By this time, dusk had already fallen, and the waning sunlight cast a golden veil over the campus, the school gate. Xing Weiyang and Shi Weier continued to await Princess Sophia's arrival. At last, a carriage appeared in the distance, gradually coming into focus. "Indeed, it's Sophia. She has arrived," exclaimed Shi Weier, filled with joy. It had been ages since she had seen her childhood friend, and she wondered how she had fared. A luxurious carriage came to a halt at the academy's entrance, remaining stationary. It is worth noting that even the esteemed white god knight Caesar, the sovereign of the Shengwu kingdom, could only stop at the academy gate, as this was the highest form of respect for the Tiandao Knight Academy. From within the carriage, a pair of delicate hands lifted the curtain, and an elegant figure gracefully descended. The owner of the shadow possessed long hair as dark as a thundercloud, enchanting eyes reminiscent of a dream, delicate lips, and a complexion so radiant and flawless it appeared as though it were carved from jade, with skin as smooth and pure as freshly fallen snow, exuding an ethereal beauty untouched by the mundanity of the world. Hiviar stepped forward to extend a warm welcome, saying, "Sister Sophia, you have finally arrived. I trust you have fared well these past years." Sophia momentarily lost her composure, gazing at the azure-haired elf who had unexpectedly greeted her, before a realization dawned upon her and she exclaimed in surprise, "You are Hiviar, sister of Wendidas. So, you two have come to the Celestial Knight Academy." "Indeed," Hiviar replied. "Mother informed me that the magic of knights bears great similarity to that of our elven kin, possessing various admirable qualities, thus allowing me to attend this academy as an exchange student for my studies." "How intriguing, by the way. Who is that?" "He appears to be quite an adorable junior," Sophia remarked, pointing at the nearby Xinghua. "Is he your boyfriend?" "No, he is not. He is merely my classmate," Hiviar replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "Oh, is that so?" Sophia winked at Xing Weiyang and inquired. Xing Weiyang hastily interjected, "We are just friends, by the way. What exactly is a boyfriend?" It means that it signifies a very close relationship." Sophia quickly interrupted the conversation, turning to Hiviar. "I noticed you both waiting for me at the campus entrance. Is there something you wish to request?" "Indeed, there is a matter I would like to discuss," Hiviar replied. "Speak freely. I shall assist you," Sophia encouraged. Thus, with Sophia's assurance, Xing Weiyang and Hiviar recounted the incident involving Long Tianyu being schemed against by Solomon. Princess Sophia expressed her indignation, saying, Who would have thought that the loyal and steadfast Iron Blood General would have such a disreputable son? Fear not, for even if the Iron Blood General wishes to aid his son, I shall promptly inform my father to expel Solomon from the academy. By the way, Sophia, could I possibly borrow your purple gold gourd? Oh, that, Sophia exclaimed, producing an exquisite gourd and directly handing it to Hiviar, stating, what are we sisters if not sharing? What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. Do not stand on ceremony with me. Hiviar expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you very much. Sophia waved her hand dismissively and suddenly added, however, to concoct the 9 heavens spiritual mysterious elixir, an additional herb is required, the crimson dragon fruit found in the Sunset Forest. What? The Sunset Forest? Hiviar exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Xing Wuyang could not help but ask, is it dangerous there? Perhaps I should go retrieve it. Hiviar explained, Wuyang, do you not know? It is not particularly perilous. The Sunset Forest is merely a beast domain created by the Celestial Knight Academy to train knights in practical combat. However, given our first-year strength, there are still dangers to be faced within. At that moment, Sophia exclaimed in astonishment, what did you call him? Wuyang? Realizing he had yet to introduce himself, Xing Wuyang sincerely stated, hello, I am Xing Wuyang. I look forward to your guidance. Guidance, you big-headed fool. Sophia was on the verge of uttering her thoughts, yet ultimately refrained, unable to fathom that the individual to whom she was betrothed stood right before her. No. I must teach him a lesson, making him realize his place and not to overreach himself. She began to concoct a scheme within her mind. Thus, Sophia deliberately ignored Xing Wuyang and addressed Shi Wei'er, saying, Shi Wei'er, do not forget that the 3 of us are bearers of the sacred vein. We should not measure ourselves against ordinary individuals. I believe we are more than capable of contending with those in the 3rd grade. After some contemplation, Shi Wei'er resolved to venture into the Sunset Forest, for the ailment afflicting Long Tianyu could not be delayed any longer. Consequently, the trio unanimously decided to stealthily make their way to the Sunset Forest once night fell. Since the Sunset Forest was exclusively accessible to those in the 3rd grade or above, and they were still a couple of years shy, their approach had to be clandestine. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the 3 gathered at the appointed location, preparing to embark on their journey to the Sunset Forest. Xing Wuyang, we are going to gather herbs, not for a picnic. Why are you carrying such a large backpack? Sophia inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Xing Wuyang replied, I heard the Sunset Forest is vast, and finding the Qihong fruit won't be a swift endeavor. What if we get hungry along the way? That makes sense. Very well, carry it, but don't lag behind us, Sophia conceded. Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance, Xing Wuyang declared confidently. Thus, the trio made their preparations and quietly opened the iron gate that separated them from the Sunset Forest. Upon stepping into the forest, Xing Wuyang was struck by a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the misty forest. Sensing an abundance of magical beasts lurking within its depths, Shi Wei'er unfolded a map and stated, if we head north, we will encounter a lake, beside which the Qihong fruit trees flourish. Ah, I see. Let us hasten our pace, they agreed. The 3 commenced their light-footed movements, gracefully navigating the branches above. Occasionally, they encountered a few magical beasts, yet before Shi Wei'er and Xing Wuyang could make a move, Sophia swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a constellation resembling a white tiger behind her. The stars within it emitted beams of white light, effortlessly vanquishing the beasts. Shi Wei'er exclaimed, Sophia, sister, it turns out you truly awakened the legacy of the white tiger's sacred vein. This technique must be the white tiger meteor shower, Sophia replied. Indeed, I have wholly inherited my father's power. It is only a matter of time before I ascend to the 13th tier. Have you not inherited your mother's strength as well? TSK, the Ice Phoenix is hardly inferior to the White Tiger. After a brief pause, Sophia recalled something and added, though some individuals are simply fortunate, awakening dual sacred veins despite lacking a true inheritance. Shi Wei'er, recognizing whom she referred to, glanced back at Xing Wuyang, who appeared unconcerned, prompting her to remain silent. Chapter 14. The old man in green robes, the 3 of them darted among the trees, their movements relentless, as day transformed into night and back again. Sophia, unable to contain her frustration, lamented, why have we yet to catch sight of the lake? We have traversed nearly the entire night, and I never anticipated the Sunset Forest to be so expansive. Shi Wei'er glanced at the map, estimating the distance they had already covered, and remarked, at this pace, it will take us at least half a day more to reach the lake where the dragon fruit trees are located. Sophia responded, what? Half a day more? That's unacceptable. We should take a break first. Consequently, the 3 of them sought out a nearby clearing that seemed devoid of any beastly presence and settled down to rest. Xingmiang opened his backpack and retrieved a loaf of bread, offering it to Sophia and Shi Wei'er. Sophia took a bite of the bread, wrinkling her brow in dismay. What kind of food is this? It's too hard to eat. Your preparation skills leave much to be desired. Unfazed, Xingyang replied. Why not? I think it tastes just fine. Look, Shi Wei'er is eating it too. Hearing this, Sophia glanced at Shi Wei'er, who was indeed munching on the bread. However, having grown accustomed to the delicacies of the palace, Princess Sophia could hardly stomach such fare. Thus, she sighed, very well, I shall let you both indulge today. With that, she instructed Xingyang to find a river and catch some fish, while she gathered nearby branches and collected stones to construct a makeshift stove. Before long, a drenched Xingyang returned with several fish in hand. Sophia couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look at you. You're soaked through. Did you go for a swim? Xingyang, exasperated, replied, I had no choice. These fish were incredibly elusive. It took me quite a while to catch even a few. Sophia quipped, perhaps it is you who is simply too clumsy. She then took the fish from Xingyang and handed them to Shi Wei'er. Demonstrating her impeccable ice manipulation abilities, Shi Wei'er levitated the fish into the air, conjuring an ice knife that expertly disemboweled each fish and removed its scales with precision. Utilizing her ice elements, she transformed them into water for washing, and within less than a minute, several pristine fish were perfectly skewered on already peeled branches, which she presented to Sophia. Sophia then took out some spices and stuffed them into the fish, before unleashing a burst of white tiger golden light onto the makeshift stove to ignite the fire. With one hand grasping a match, she tended to the flames, regulating the heat while simultaneously turning the fish to ensure even cooking. Moments later, a mouth-watering aroma wafted from the golden brown roasted fish. Xingyang, unable to contain himself, drooled as he eagerly inquired, Sophia, is it ready? It smells divine. Ah, this one is done. You've worked hard to catch the fish. So this one is for you, Sophia said, handing him a perfectly roasted fish, though none noticed her surreptitiously adding some peculiar powder into its belly. As Xingyang devoured the fish, he boasted that he had never tasted anything so delectable. Once the three had finished their feast, they resumed their journey, encountering no formidable beasts along the way. As Sophia remarked, the three of them were no ordinary individuals. They had awakened their sacred lineage abilities. Even a mere first-tier knight could rival those of the third or fourth tier. Moreover, Xing Wuyang had a terrifying record of slaying sixth-tier magical beasts, albeit that particular instance was due to the beast's negligence. Soon enough, the trio finally beheld a peculiar lake, its waters an eerie crimson hue, emanating waves of heat. Look, the fruit trees surrounding us are laden with scarlet dragon fruits. Even the leaves are red, exclaimed Xiwei'er in astonishment. Upon seeing this, Sophia could not help but say, quickly, gather several scarlet dragon fruits. It will facilitate my future concoction of the Nine Heavens mysterious pill. Xing Wuyang nodded and promptly climbed beneath the trees, plucking a few fruits to stow in his backpack. Sophia and Xiwei'er also collected several fruits. That moment, Xiwei'er inquired, now that we have these, does this mean Long Tianyu is saved? By the way, is it all right that we've harvested so many? Sophia replied, it's fine. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the responsibility. After they had gathered an ample supply of scarlet dragon fruits, Xing Wuyang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Needing to relieve himself, he urged the two women to return first, assuring them he would follow shortly. Seeing that the sunset forest posed no immediate threats, the two women parted ways with Xing Wuyang. However, unbeknownst to them, Sophia revealed a hint of a sinister smile. Clutching his inexplicably aching stomach, Xing Wuyang distanced himself to relieve himself. Just as he finished and was about to head back, the scarlet dragon fruit trees around him seemed to come alive. With numerous branches reaching out towards him in an instant, they ensnared him tightly. Just as Xing Wuyang was about to employ the shattering effect of his dragon claw to break free from the branches, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the lake, accompanied by an overwhelming ancient pressure that dispersed the golden scales on his right hand. Suddenly, a colossal red dragon emerged from the lake, its visage grotesque and menacing. To his astonishment, the dragon spoke. What a delightful aroma! Little one, you must taste exquisite. Damn it, how can such a beast exist? Xing Wuyang sensed an immense and unfathomable pressure emanating from the dragon, as though it had reached the 11th tier of magical beasts, and no matter how he struggled, the branches held him firmly. Just as the dragon was about to swallow him whole, a beam of green light struck the dragon. Halting its advance, an elderly man clad in green robes appeared before Xing Wuyang, exclaiming, Crimson Dragon, all you think about is eating. Can you not discern other scents apart from his? Other scents? The dragon took a moment to sniff the air around Xing Wuyang. Suddenly alarmed, this is not the aura of the benefactor? How can this be? He was supposed to be. The green-robed elder affirmed, indeed, I sensed the aura of the benefactor from afar. However, I noticed the presence of others nearby, which made it unwise for me to reveal myself. With a wave of his hand, the branches surrounding Xing Wuyang withdrew. Once on solid ground, though uncertain of what had transpired, Xing Wuyang clasped his hands together in gratitude towards the elder, saying, "Thank you for your timely rescue. I, Xing Wuyang, am profoundly grateful." The elderly man in the green robe kindly inquired, "Child, do not be anxious. Neither I nor the Crimson Dragon harbor any ill intentions. Might you enlighten me as to your relationship with Xing Yaoyang?" Chapter 15. The Uprising in the Inner Courtyard. Xing Yaoyang. Who is he? This name seems oddly familiar, mused Xing Wuyang. The aged man in the green robe continued, "Young one, may I ask your name?" Xing Wuyang replied, "Oh, I am Xing Wuyang, hailing from Luoye town." The elderly man and the massive Crimson Dragon exchanged glances, both perplexed by Xing Wuyang's identity. Timidly, Xing Wuyang questioned, "Why do you look at me with such strange expressions? Surely you do not intend to devour me?" The green-robed elder chuckled, "That is quite unlikely. Now that we have established your connection to our benefactor, we certainly cannot consume you. Pray tell, who are your parents?" Xing Wuyang answered, "I have no parents. I was found by the mayor of Luoye town." "I see," the elder replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully. At that moment, the Crimson Dragon interjected, "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. Greetings, young one. I am the Crimson Dragon King, an 11th tier magical beast. This is the Evergreen Tree King, a 12th tier magical beast." Pausing briefly, he continued, "We inadvertently offended someone related to our benefactor, and we sincerely apologize. However, it seems you have been ensnared by another." "Ensnared?" Xing Wuyang exclaimed in confusion, for he had merely gone to relieve himself, never anticipating an encounter with such formidable magical beasts. The Evergreen Tree King clarified, "The reason the Crimson Dragon King wished to consume you is due to a scent emanating from you that he could not resist. It is likely that someone tampered with your food." "What?" Xing Wuyang exclaimed incredulously, "Are you certain?" "I only ate food prepared by Princess Sophia." "Child, it appears you are rather naive and have fallen into someone else's trap. Surely, that Princess Sophia intends to do you harm," the elder remarked. Meanwhile, Sophia and Ziviel had emerged from the Sunset Forest, yet unexpectedly, their actions had alarmed the Academy's instructors due to the thunderous roar that had resounded. An elder guarding the Sunset Forest wore a grim expression as he regarded Princess Sophia and Princess Ziviel. He said, "You two seem quite adept at causing trouble instead of focusing on your studies. You have disrupted my tranquility. Thankfully, you have returned safely this time. What will happen next?" Princess Sophia pouted. "All right, we admit our mistake. We had no inkling that such terrifying beings resided within the Sunset Forest. The sound suggested they were at least of the 11th tier." At that moment, Ziviel glanced around, seemingly searching for something. The elder admonished her, "What are you looking for? Is something amiss within the Sunset Forest?" "No, it is not that. We still have a companion who has not yet returned." "What? Where did you last see him?" Princess Sophia candidly replied, "By the lake near the Crimson Dragon Fruit Tree." Upon hearing this, the elder nearly collapsed from fury. "Esteemed elder, please temper your anger. How about we return 1/3 of the dragon fruit to you? My frustration does not stem from this situation. Are you aware that there exists an 11th tier magical beast, the Crimson Dragon King, by the lakeside of the dragon fruit tree?" "What?" Ziweir involuntarily exclaimed. "Then, does that mean Xing Wuyang?" The elder's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "Are you saying that the one who has not returned is Xing Wuyang?" Sophia replied, "Yes, indeed." "What of it?" "This is dire, dire, dire." The elder repeated dire thrice, for he understood the immense significance of Xing Wuyang. He is the dual saint bloodline of magic and martial arts, the future second knight of the sacred martial kingdom. Theo think he could perish before he even fully matured, within the very Sunset Forest he was meant to be guarding. What a predicament! The elder was truly infuriated by the two princesses and hastily soared towards the inner courtyard. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to convey the truth to Dinxiu Ziyu. Meanwhile, Xing Wuyang, still within the Sunset Forest, remained oblivious to the turmoil surrounding his fate, which had already sent shockwaves through the inner courtyard. With a tone of careless innocence, he remarked, "You say the princess wishes to frame me. What could possibly be her motive?" The Evergreen Tree King chuckled, "Humans are the most cunning of creatures. There is often no particular reason behind their actions. Oh, by the way, you ought to leave. This is not a place for you. Once you are outside, just claim that your sacred bloodline talent saved you. Do not mention that we released you, remember that?" "Oh, very well. Rest assured, I shall keep that to myself." Xing Wuyang discerned that these two magical beasts held no intent to harm him, given their connection to the so-called Xing Yaoyang, and thus he placed great trust in their words. Shortly thereafter, he prepared to exit the Sunset Forest in the inner courtyard, atop the highest level of the Ding Tian Pillar. Dinxiu Ziyu felt an ominous dread upon hearing the report from the elder guarding the Sunset Forest. He was well aware of the perilous conditions within. The two high-tier magical beasts lurking in the sunset forest would pose a grave threat, even to him. How much more so to Xing Wuyang, who likely had already become their meal. Nevertheless, despite knowing that Xing Wuyang was almost certainly doomed, Qiu Ziyu felt compelled to confront those two magical beasts personally, both for the sake of the sacred martial kingdom sovereign, the White God, and to ensure accountability. Thus, he hastily summoned the elders and took flight towards the sunset forest, mobilizing the entire inner courtyard for this endeavor. However, little did they anticipate that en route to the lakeside within the forest, they would encounter Xing Wuyang strolling nonchalantly amidst the trees. Qiu Ziyu hurriedly approached, scrutinizing Xing Wuyang, and asked, "Xing Wuyang, weren't you captured by those two terrifying magical beasts?" Xing Wuyang replied with utmost seriousness, "Indeed, I was captured by the magical beasts. However, in a moment of desperation, I awakened a talent specifically for escape, allowing me to flee right beneath the noses of the Crimson Dragon King and the Evergreen Tree King." Upon hearing this explanation, Qiu Ziyu considered the possibility. After all, a sacred talent could indeed allow one to transcend their limits, albeit this instance seemed rather extreme. Qiu Ziyu spoke in a low voice. "As long as you're all right, that's what truly matters. However, your covert infiltration into the Sunset Forest alongside Princess Sophia and Princess Ziweir warrants a serious reprimand. Yet, considering your intentions to rescue a fellow student, I shall overlook it for now." After a brief pause, Qiu Ziyu couldn't help but let out a wry smile, saying, "Just look at you. To protect your own life, you've alarmed the entire inner court." Xing Wuyang, feeling somewhat embarrassed in the presence of so many elders, scratched the back of his head and replied, "I never anticipated it would escalate to such severity. I assure you, I won't dare to do it again." He then inquired, "By the way, how is Long Tianyu faring?" Among the assembly of elders, the elder Yi stepped forward and said, "He is fine. Rest assured, he will awaken shortly, thanks to your efforts." Chapter 16. The demon ancestor. After Xing Wuyang and the esteemed elders of the inner court exited the Sunset Forest, the Red Dragon King and the Evergreen Tree King continued their discussion by the lakeside. "Evergreen, since the aura surrounding that child is unmistakable, why did you not reveal to him that he is of your lineage?" The Evergreen Tree King replied, "The events of a decade ago were shrouded in mystery. Our master could never have committed such acts. If we disclose the child's heritage now, we cannot guarantee his safety from potential threats. Considering his mother is Sai, very well then, it seems we should wait until he has matured before we share the truth." With that, the Red Dragon King let out a deep sigh. The Evergreen Tree King, with a grave expression, gazed in the direction of Xing Wuyang's departure and remarked, "The Solar's continent is destined to be fraught with turmoil. I can only hope he remains safe." Thus, the Academy issued a stern reprimand to Sophia, Xing Wuyang, and Ziweir for their reckless adventure, imposing upon them the punishment of cleaning the Academy grounds for a week. Meanwhile, the instigator, Solomon, who had intentionally poisoned a fellow student, was nearly expelled. However, the principal, considering the loyal service of Solomon's father, a steadfast general, ultimately decided to allow him to remain, assigning him the task of writing a month's worth of penance letters and, for safety's sake, transferring him from Xing Wuyang's dormitory, allowing Xian Ying to move in instead. Thanks to his affable nature, Xian Ying quickly forged a close bond with Long Tianyu and Xing Wuyang. Long Tianyu, having learned of the hardships Xing Wuyang endured to gather medicine for him, felt a deep sense of guilt and came to regard Xing Wuyang as his closest friend, setting aside any awkwardness stemming from their differing backgrounds. Everything began to return to normal, due to his dual affinity for magic and martial arts. Xing Wuyang diligently attended every class, relishing the opportunity to sit on a bench while learning, something he had never envisioned for himself. Thus, regardless of the subject, a pair of attentive eyes remained fixed on the instructor, fully engaged in their teachings. Furthermore, Xing Wuyang no longer had to worry about food and clothing, as the Academy, aware of his status as an orphan, generously granted him access to the cafeteria, providing him with nutritious meals typically reserved for royalty. This, too, could be seen as an investment in cultivating a powerful saintly lineage. As for the student known among her peers as the Demon Angel, Xing Yao Yin, her rigorous approach to practical training remains exceedingly demanding. For instance, she requires students to don heavy iron armor and run under the scorching sun, or to endure the sweltering heat by standing still for an entire afternoon, even compelling them to run while encumbered by heavy iron balls strapped to their feet. Any student who dares to defy her commands will find themselves publicly stripped of their garments and mercilessly whipped by her. Such treatment inevitably leads the students to perceive this instructor as possessing a penchant for SM. Of course, during each training session, Xing Yao Yin keeps a vigilant eye on Solomon, ensuring he cannot resort to any tricks. Before long, a month had swiftly elapsed since Xing Wuyang's arrival at the Academy. During this period, he underwent a remarkable transformation. originally of lowly descent and significantly shorter than the towering Long Tianyu. He has now surpassed Xian Ying in height and is nearly on par with Long Tianyu. His physique has become notably robust, and should he reveal his upper body, one would observe a well-proportioned form, each muscle brimming with explosive potential. It is evident that Xingyao Yan's practical training has borne fruit. Today marks the occasion when the Academy will facilitate the awakening of the martial and magical veins for students who have completed 1 month of study. At dawn, the Academy's grounds were filled with first-year students from various classes, and the Vice President stood before them at the podium. The Vice President, holding a fan in his left hand, appeared somewhat gaunt, his complexion unnaturally pale, resembling a delicate scholar incapable of harming a fly. Yet, everyone knew that he was the second most formidable individual in the Academy, surpassed only by the President himself, being a true 11th-tier Knight Sovereign. Clearing his throat, the Vice President spoke with a surprisingly resonant voice that belied his appearance. I am Xiang Ding Tian, the Vice President of the Celestial Knight Academy. Today marks the day for you to further awaken your magical and martial veins. Shortly, I shall utilize the Celestial Book to unlock your spiritual intellect, allowing you to gain deeper insight into the capabilities and origins of your magical and martial veins. You need not be astonished by what you witness. Simply immerse yourselves in the changes. As he spoke, Vice President Xiang conjured a scroll from thin air, presumably the Celestial Book. He silently recited an incantation and tossed it aloft, causing the Celestial Book to expand until it enveloped the entire sky above the playground. Esoteric characters shimmered on its surface, each radiating an enigmatic glow. At that moment, a wondrous phenomenon occurred. These characters began to descend, aligning directly with the students' crowns. Xiang Ding Tian hastily reassured the students, do not be anxious. Set aside all emotions, close your eyes, and sit in a meditative posture. Consequently, the students complied, and the characters that descended from the Celestial Book vanished upon each student's crown, guiding them back to the ancient times in search of the mysteries of their magical and martial veins. As for Xing Wuyang, he too shut his eyes tightly, keenly attuning himself to the unfolding changes. Suddenly, he beheld a blinding light. Through this radiance, he found himself seemingly immersed in a scene of carnage, a place rife with slaughter, ferocious beasts, and all manner of perilous, destructive elements such as lava. At this moment, a swirling aura of demonic energy accompanied by the majestic sounds of dragon roars and phoenix calls suddenly materialized before Xing Wuyang. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a man adorned in resplendent golden armor and dragon scales, with magnificent wings reminiscent of a phoenix that obscured the heavens. The man smiled at Xing Wuyang and exclaimed, "Ha ha, at long last, someone has awakened the bloodline of my ancestor, my descendant. You are destined to dominate a realm. Come, child, and accept my legacy." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Xing Wuyang found himself irresistibly drawn towards him. In an instant, a torrent of ancient memories flooded into Xing Wuyang's mind, akin to a profound enlightenment. Through the deciphering of these arcane recollections, Xing Wuyang discovered that the man before him was known as the Demon Ancestor, the sovereign of myriad demonic beasts, endowed with the bloodlines of both true dragon and true phoenix. A born ruler. It became evident that his descendants were destined to be powerful leaders, and Xing Wuyang appeared to be one of them. However, a perplexing question lingered in Xing Wuyang's mind. Why did the descendants of the demon ancestor resemble the royal lineage of the beastly demon clan, while he himself was unmistakably human? Furthermore, he learned that centuries ago, a certain demon god had also awakened his bloodline and encountered the demon ancestor. This very demon god was now the ruler of the beast domain, and it seemed that Xing Wuyang shared an intricate connection with him. Chapter 17. The princess's challenge. As Xing Wuyang absorbed this information, an excruciating pain erupted in his head, as if it might shatter. The esoteric memories, coupled with overwhelming demonic power, restructured the sacred and demonic veins coursing through his body. He felt an intense itch, as though swarms of tiny insects were crawling through his veins. Yet, he understood that movement was not an option. Any attempt to do so could lead to complete failure, and this was merely the beginning. The demon ancestor addressed him, saying, "Next, you must endure the agony of bone forging to undergo a true transformation and truly master the bloodline I bestow upon you." With that, the demon ancestor struck Xing Wuyang's back with his right hand, and Xing Wuyang felt the overwhelming force nearly shatter his bones. Simultaneously, the demon ancestor placed his other hand over Xing Wuyang's crown, preventing him from losing consciousness, which meant he had to endure this excruciating pain with full awareness. Just as Xing Wuyang felt as if he might perish, a miraculous force began to reshape the bones within him, and upon introspection, he discovered that they had become sturdier, faintly gleaming with a golden radiance. At that moment, the demon ancestor spoke again. "Not enough. You must endure 49 iterations of this process. Before Xing Wuyang could respond, the demon ancestor struck him once more, causing his bones to shatter again, only for the miraculous force to heal him anew. This cycle of torment continued, and Xing Wuyang endured relentless suffering. Finally, after 49 iterations, he underwent a true metamorphosis. His entire skeletal structure shimmered with golden light, and even his skin transformed to a pristine, jade-like purity. Only then did Xing Wuyang open his eyes. Keenly aware of the changes within his body, he felt an exhilarating surge of power, believing he could easily shatter the defenses of a second-tier knight with a single punch, an utterly unfathomable notion to express. To understand, a second-tier knight corresponds to the standard of a second-grade individual, and currently, with Xing Wuyang's overall strength, he faces no difficulty in contending with a fourth-tier knight. Following the recent development of his martial and magical veins, Xing Wuyang has awakened 3 holy vein talents. In the magical vein, there are space reversal and elemental separation. Space reversal not only allows him to teleport within a certain range, but also enables him to shift an opponent's position instantaneously. Elemental separation, a remarkable technique, can strip away the magical elements absorbed by an opponent, significantly diminishing their magical prowess, and can even render them incapable of casting spells. As for his martial vein, he has awakened but one ability: the Divine Dragon Transformation, which envelopes him in golden scales that can deflect all attacks, albeit at the cost of his own vitality. Upon awakening, Xing Wuyang discovered that the other students had already completed their awakening ceremonies, and the teachers had departed, leaving him alone. He understood that the incident with the demon ancestor must remain a secret, for humans and demons are inherently adversarial. Should others learn of his inexplicable connection to the demon ancestor, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. At that moment, Xing Mir approached and inquired, "Wuyang, how many talents did you awaken this time?" "I awakened 3, he replied, 2 from the magical vein and 1 from the martial vein." "What? 3.3? exclaimed Xing Mir in astonishment. Nearby classmates gathered around, chattering with excitement. "What are the 3? Are they the kind of godly techniques that can annihilate worlds? Wow, I envy the holy veins. Possessing such formidable abilities is remarkable. Holy veins are indeed exceptional. I wonder how Xing Wuyang's holy vein compares to the royal ones." As the group of students buzzed around Xing Wuyang, a light cough interrupted their chatter. "Ahem, Xing Wuyang, do not assume that your holy vein is necessarily superior to that of the royal family. I, Princess Sophia, hereby challenge you." Outside the circle surrounding Xing Wuyang, the second-grade Sophia cleared her throat and declared her challenge. Xing Mir, glancing at the princess in surprise, exclaimed, "Your Highness, you wish to compete with Wuyang?" "Indeed, Xing Wuyang, do you dare?" replied Sophia. Assessing the princess's assertive demeanor, Xing Wuyang nodded and said, "A contest is acceptable, as long as we maintain good spirits." Eager to discern the superiority of the royal holy vein over Xing Wuyang's, the students cleared a space on the playground for the duel between him and Princess Sophia. Observing Xing Wuyang's calm composure only fueled Sophia's irritation. After exchanging the customary knightly courtesies, they positioned themselves 15 meters apart, weapons drawn. Sophia brandished an exquisite rapier, a treasured heirloom of the royal family. Looking at Xing Wuyang, who stood empty-handed, Sophia taunted, "What? Do you lack a suitable weapon? It is understandable, considering you have yet to traverse the path of spiritual weapons. Very well, I shall forego my weapon for this match." With that, Sophia graciously sheathed her weapon, facing Xing Wuyang with empty hands. Xing Wuyang yearned to swiftly resolve this battle, for he had endured a transformation beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals, and his stomach still yearned for sustenance. With his right hand cloaked in dragon scales, he launched an assault towards Sophia. Unwilling to be outdone, Sophia opened her mouth wide and let out a deafening scream as Xing Wuyang approached. Her voice resonated like the roar of a colossal beast, shaking the very heavens, prompting the students present to instinctively cover their ears. Meanwhile, Xing Wuyang, fully enveloped in golden scales, unleashed his dragon transformation, using the same scaled protection to shield his ears from the thunderous sonic waves. Simultaneously, he gently tapped Sophia's shoulder with his dragon claw, causing her to cry out in pain, feeling as though her arm had been dislocated. "What say you, princess? Shall we continue this contest?" "I doubt it. Behold my white tiger golden light beam," Sophia retaliated, releasing a fierce beam of golden light that struck Xing Wuyang's golden scales at close range. He let out a muffled grunt, experiencing a twinge of pain, yet his golden scales remained unscathed. How could this be? How can these scales possess such formidable defense? Xing Wuyang shook his head and replied, "My golden scales can withstand a considerable degree of all attacks by drawing upon my vitality." "What? Does that mean you are invincible among those of the same level?" "This cannot be. I am a third-tier knight. How can you defeat me so effortlessly?" Sophia murmured in disbelief. Xing Wuyang nodded and stated, "In truth, I am now fully capable of contending with fourth-tier knights. Upon uttering such words, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. It is worth noting that Xing Wuyang was merely a first-tier knight. Yet he claimed the ability to challenge those 3 tiers above him, an utterly unfathomable feat. Chapter 18. The selection tournament soon. Xing Wuyang's academic life at the academy approached its annual conclusion. Throughout this year, he had successfully ascended to the rank of third-tier knight. Previously, as a first-tier knight, he could contend with fourth-tier knights, and now, having reached the third tier, his strength was unimaginable. Although it was rare for first-tier knights to challenge opponents of higher tiers, it was conservatively estimated that Xing Wuyang could now defeat an average fifth-tier knight. Today was particularly special, as it marked the day of the selection tournament for the 4 major academies' new students. Each year, according to regulations, the first-year class would select 5 students to participate in this competition. The so-called 4 major academies were the Celestial Knights Academy of the Holy Martial Kingdom, the Magras Academy of the Wendidas Kingdom, the Fognas Academy of the Agathres Kingdom, and the Beastmaster Academy of the Batam Kingdom. These 4 institutions represented the most prestigious academies of the 4 great kingdoms of the Solace continent, and thus, each year, they held exchange competitions for their new students. Though termed an exchange competition, it was, in fact, a grand contest that bore the weight of national honor to be held atop the sacred Shenshur Mountain, an area not under the jurisdiction of any kingdom. Today, Xing Yaoyan donned a cap, dressed in athletic attire, yet still wielded a teaching baton that sent shivers down the spine of every student present. Today, she led a class of students to the playground for the final practical training of the semester. This session would determine 5 representatives to compete on behalf of the academy. The mere thought of representing the institution in the international exchange battles on the sacred Mount Shenwu stirred excitement, a glory that would accompany them for a lifetime. Consequently, all members of the class stood in a row, brimming with vigor, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to stand out and become one of the 5 representatives. Xing Yaoyan cleared her throat and announced, "Today marks the last practical training session of this semester. After today, your year of training will conclude, and you will temporarily part ways. And of course, this final lesson will select 5 students to represent the academy in the freshman friendship battle against the 4 great academies. The chosen 5 will endure rigorous training, as I will diligently refine your skills thereafter." Pausing, as if struck by a thought, Xing Yaoyan continued, "Xing Wuyang, step forward. Your prowess is evident to all, and you will be directly chosen as one of the 5 representatives, so you need not participate in this selection process. Just observe from the sidelines." Everyone was aware that Xing Wuyang, with his terrifying talent for the sacred vein, had already attained the 3rd tier. Even more formidable was his demonstrated ability to challenge opponents of higher rank, as evidenced by his overwhelming victory against the princess. Among the students present, only Xing Miaoyan had reached the 3rd tier. The others were simply incomparable to Xing Wuyang. Thus, when they learned that Xing Wuyang had secured his position as one of the 5 representatives, no objections arose. Rather, a collective sigh of relief was heard, grateful to avoid battling this prodigy. Subsequently, Xing Yaoyan produced a box, instructing each student to draw a slip of paper. Each slip bore the numbers of the remaining 16 classmates, excluding Xing Wuyang, ranging from 1 to 16. Xing Yaoyan explained, "You are a total of 16 students. Therefore, the student who draws number 1 will battle number 2, number 3 will face number 4, and so on. The victorious ones will then contend against the closest higher-numbered opponent, resulting in 2 battles in total. That clear? Understood." The remaining 16 students then began their duels, as the playground had already been marked with chalk lines to delineate 8 combat zones. The 8 pairs of students engaged in fervent contests on the field. Xing Miaoyan's opponent was a plump student, who, upon realizing he was to face Xing Miaoyan, inwardly lamented his misfortune at drawing the strongest contender aside from Xing Wuyang. Nevertheless, with the match set, he steeled himself for the challenge. Confronting Xing Miaoyan, the plump student immediately unleashed his martial talent, immovable as a mountain, causing his body to swell, appearing even more rotund. He established a firm stance and waved his chubby right hand at Xing Miaoyan. Xing Miaoyan scoffed, "You are merely courting your own demise." With that, she relentlessly lashed her whip against the plump student's corpulent form, yet his body was as impervious as iron, suffering no harm whatsoever. The plump student chuckled, "My immovable as a mountain technique rapidly expands my fat, creating the most formidable defense. Your attacks merely tickle me." However, Xing Mir remained unyielding in her assault strategy, relentlessly striking at Pang Dun's body. Meanwhile, Xing Wuyang discerned the underlying tactics. Each whip of Xing Mirrors precisely targeted Pang Dun's ACU points. It was only a matter of time before Pang Dun would realize the folly of his defenses. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Pang Dun sensed something amiss. Feeling as though his fat was gradually diminishing, he could now vaguely perceive the sting of the whip and, coincidentally, felt an urgent need to relieve himself. In a state of panic, Pang Dun exclaimed, "What have you done?" Why is my fat shrinking? With a playful laugh, Xing Mir replied, Ha ha, only now do you notice. Each strike lands on your acupoints, aiding your digestion while helping you shed some pounds. Unable to contain himself any longer, Pang Dun declared, I concede. I surrender. I must go relieve myself. With that, he dashed towards the restroom. Thus, within this group of 8, Xing Mir was the first to conclude her battle. At that moment, on another front, Xing Wuyang's 2 roommates were also gaining the upper hand in their fights. Xian Ying, utilizing her innate martial pulse talent, the shadow concealment technique, adeptly hid within the shadows, launching agile ambushes against her opponents, who were utterly powerless against this elusive FOE.AS. For Long Tianyu, his opponent was a physically strong classmate. Although the towering elven figure of Long Tianyu lacked an advantage in brute strength, he compensated by excelling in martial techniques. It must be noted that Long Tianyu was the quickest and most proficient among his classmates in mastering martial skills. Except for his previous battle with Solomon, no one had witnessed him utilizing his martial pulse talent in practical combat. He consistently triumphed through his martial prowess. Subsequently, Xing Wuyang turned his attention to the elven princess, Shi Wei'er, as a bearer of the sacred pulse talent. She naturally possessed the capability to challenge opponents beyond her level, effortlessly dispatching rivals of equal rank. Indeed, it was not long before Shi Wei'er utterly overwhelmed her adversary, encasing them in ice as though they were a frozen statue. Following Xing Mir, Shi Wei'er also vanquished her opponent. Soon after, Long Tianyu, employing intricate martial techniques, triumphed over his challenger. Xian Ying, too, ultimately subdued her opponent. Chapter 19. Xian Ying vs. Solomon. Witnessing his companions successfully navigate the first round of trials, Xing Wuyang was filled with immense joy. The ideal outcome would be for him, along with his 2 roommates, Xing Mir and Princess Shi Wei'er, to partake in the Internation Freshman Friendship Tournament, as they were all familiar friends, ensuring seamless collaboration. Shortly after these 4 had completed their respective challenges, a particular battle escalated alarmingly. Solomon had activated his martial pulse talent, manifesting an eye upon his forehead. Under the gaze of this eye, his opponent's blood began to uncontrollably seep from their body, resulting in a harrowing scene. In no time, Solomon's adversary was transformed into a veritable figure of blood. I concede. The opponent gasped in surrender. Yet, Solomon did not relent. Instead, he continued to direct his gaze, manipulating the spilled blood into a sphere that propelled his opponent out of the battlefield. Even the renowned demon angel, Xing Yaoyin, could not help but click her tongue and remark, Solomon has defeated his opponent, but his methods are excessively ruthless. Ensure you write me a report following the conclusion. Solomon let out a light snort and stepped aside to await the conclusion of the remaining contestants. Witnessing this, Xing Wuyang could only pray fervently that Long Tianyu would not cross paths with Solomon. Otherwise, one could only imagine the repercussions. After a brief interval, the victors among the other 3 teams were determined. Mu Kaching from the Mu family, Zhan Wudi from the Zhan family, and Yang Muyun from the Yang family, each a scion of distinguished lineage, well trained in their arts. Following the first round, in order to ensure a fair and spirited contest for the next bout, Xing Yaoyin specially invited Elder Yi from the Inner Academy to cast restorative healing magic, replenishing everyone's stamina. This also provided a momentary respite for the participants. During this interlude, Xing Wuyang approached his comrades, engaging in light-hearted banter to ease the atmosphere. After exchanging their respective numbers, they were relieved to discover that their next opponents were not among their own ranks. Just then, Solomon strode towards them, or rather, towards Long Tianyu. Xian Ying sidestepped to stand in front of Long Tianyu, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Looking for trouble," Solomon merely replied in a nonchalant manner. "Which of you is number 7 or 8? Xian Ying paused, realizing that Solomon must be from the 5th or 6th match, seeking to ascertain his adversary. With a cold smirk, he stated, "What a coincidence. I happen to be number 7. Rest assured, I will defeat you in the next round." Solomon huffed arrogantly, casting a fleeting glance at Long Tianyu, seemingly disinterested, before sauntering away. Xing Wuyang patted Xian Ying on the shoulder, cautioning, "Be vigilant. Watch out for his poison." Xian Ying shrugged, responding, "No worries, the knights of the Xian family do not cower." Xing Wuyang pondered this. Indeed, Xian Ying hailed from a prestigious lineage, the Xian clan, which still possessed ancestral secret techniques. Xing Wuyang had yet to witness Xian Ying employ his shadow techniques. Soon enough, the respite came to an end, and the remaining students sought their opponents, stepping into the 4 circles marked on the training ground. Xing Wuyang felt a strong sense of confidence in his companions, for they had all held back in the previous match, and the foes they faced this time seemed manageable. As expected, within the span of a single incense stick, the battle involving Ziweir had concluded. Her opponent, Yang Muyun from the Yang family, had been transformed into a mere ice sculpture. Following Xing Yaoyin's declaration of his defeat, he was thawed, though he continued to tremble uncontrollably, a testament to the formidable icy prowess of our ice princess, Zyweir. Next to finish was Xing Mirror, who, true to her nature, unveiled a hidden skill. She had cultivated a new martial vein talent, falling stars. With a mere wave of her hand, she summoned shards of starlight that cascaded like meteors, striking her opponent, Mu Kuching. He desperately conjured wooden spells to shield himself with vines and leaves, yet ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground under the relentless onslaught of the starlight shards. With pride, Xing Mirror boasted, "This technique of mine is so refined that summoning a star is well within my grasp." Xing Yaoyan observed this battle keenly, nodding slightly. Though his exterior remained cold and impassive, internally he rejoiced, reflecting, Mirror has truly matured. Falling stars, indeed, a technique worthy of the Xing family's legacy. The one who has faced the most formidable challenge is undoubtedly Long Tianyu. His adversary is none other than Zhan Wudi from the Zhan family, a veritable combat enthusiast in his daily life. He is among the select few who genuinely relish the practical training courses taught by Xing Yaoyan. His martial vein talent is solely rooted in the art of unarmed combat, devoid of any ostentation. When confronted with such an opponent, even Long Tianyu, despite his technical superiority, found himself ensnared in a stalemate. Ultimately, he was compelled to unleash his exceptional martial vein talent, the mighty Vajra fist, where each move contained the immense force of mountains and seas. With hands ablaze with brilliance, he rained down blows upon Zhan Wudi with the ferocity of a tempest, ultimately securing victory through sheer determination. As for the true battle that remained undecided, it was solely between Solomon and Xian Ying. Xing Yaoyan had been closely monitoring their clash, anxious that Solomon might resort to some extreme measures, which would inevitably result in her facing the school's repercussions. Soon, the confrontation between Solomon and Xian Ying escalated to a fever pitch. It was evident that Solomon had already opened the eye on his forehead, and under its gaze, Xian Ying, despite utilizing his martial vein talent to conceal himself within the shadows, found no sanctuary. Indeed, Solomon's martial vein talent effectively countered Xian Ying's. Consequently, Xian Ying was left with no choice but to wield a dagger to fend off the heavy strikes of Solomon's mysterious iron sword. Momentarily finding himself at a disadvantage, Solomon coolly remarked, "Yield, and grant me the opportunity. Only I can bring glory to the holy martial kingdom." Xian Ying shook his head defiantly, stating, "You celebrate too soon. Do not forget the shadow techniques passed down through generations of the Xian family." As he spoke, Xian Ying swiftly formed hand seals, merging his body with his shadow until his entire form became enveloped in a dark hue. He silently intoned the incantation. "The shadow is me. I am the shadow." Shadow clone technique. Subsequently, Xian Ying's body began to split, producing multiple identical shadowy entities. This was indeed the advanced technique of the Xian family's shadow arts, unexpectedly witnessed within one of his own students. A rare marvel, a prodigy, truly a prodigy. Xing Yaoyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Chapter 20. Defeating Solomon. Upon witnessing Xian Ying invoke the Xian family's advanced shadow clone technique, Solomon remained unfazed, betraying not an ounce of surprise, as though he possessed some hidden assurance. Unconcerned with Solomon's enigmatic demeanor, Xian Ying aimed to swiftly vanquish his opponent, surrounding Solomon with the numerous identical entities, rendering it impossible to discern his true form's location. Xing Yaoyan, perplexed, pondered what hidden trump card Solomon might still possess. Logically, he should have been at his wits' end. Solomon coldly gazed at the shadow clones encircling him, stating, "You are truly asking for punishment. Do you think my martial vein talent is limited to just one eye?" As he spoke, Solomon clasped his hands together, and to everyone's astonishment, the eye upon his forehead seemed to guide his own vital energy. Coalescing within the palms of his hands then, an extraordinary event unfolded. A pair of bewitching eyes manifested within the very center of his palms. At that moment, Solomon exuded an aura of mystery. Even his formerly golden curls had transformed into a deep crimson hue, while his eyes bore the shape of slitted pupils. This was indeed a state of frenzy. Xing Miaojiao gasped in surprise and began to worry for Xian Ying. Beside her, Xing Wuyang, perplexed, inquired, "What is this frenzy?" Xing Miaojiao elucidated, "Frenzy is the second awakening of one's innate martial pulse talent. Consider Solomon, who possesses a superior martial pulse talent. Now, having reawakened and enhanced his abilities, he is exceedingly close to attaining a sacred-level martial pulse talent. Xian Ying is truly unfortunate this time." Within the confines of the battlefield, Xian Ying, now truly confronting Solomon, sensed a twinge of danger. Despite his numerical advantage, he realized he might find himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Although aware of Solomon's frenzied state, Xian Ying hesitated not. Several shadows brandishing daggers lunged towards Solomon. Unperturbed, Solomon merely extended his hands toward the approaching shadows, and suddenly, a terrifying force of attraction emerged. The shadows were unable to escape. Instead, they were drawn into the eyes within his palms. Aha! So this is the shadow clone technique? Solomon remarked nonchalantly. Subsequently, he astonishingly unleashed several clones that mirrored his own form from the eyes that had just absorbed the shadow clones. It appeared that Solomon's awakened martial pulse talent in this frenzied state allowed him to assimilate the techniques of others for his own use. Xian Ying's eyes narrowed as a realization struck him. He promptly commanded his shadow clones to continue their assault on Solomon. Solomon, employing his absorption technique, once again absorbed the shadows and subsequently released them for his own benefit. On a swift turn of events, Xian Ying's shadow clones were all consumed by Solomon, transforming into Solomon's own clones. Thus, the tables turned, and Xian Ying found himself encircled. Yield, Solomon declared coldly, you are no match for me. Yet, Xian Ying, remaining unflustered, replied, do you genuinely believe you have triumphed? Could it be? Solomon suddenly sensed something amiss. Becoming wary and stepping back 2 paces, he quickly discovered that the shadows had begun to act independently. What is happening? Solomon exclaimed, astonished. This cannot be. These shadows are mine. Why do they not obey my command? With a sigh of relief, Xian Ying responded, did you truly think you could wield my techniques? Such an endeavor will only backfire upon you, for my martial pulse talent grants me control over all shadows. Even those you unleash, if your cultivation does not surpass mine, I can govern the shadows you release. What? How can this be? Solomon gazed in alarm at the several Solomon shadows approaching him, suddenly thrown into disarray. His palm eyes could absorb the techniques of others but could not assimilate his own. Reluctantly, Solomon declared, I concede. Xing Yaoyan nodded in satisfaction and remarked, the match has concluded, and the victor is Xian Ying. Upon hearing the announcement of his triumph, Xian Ying swiftly gestured, obliterating the shadows that had ensnared Solomon. However, he soon found himself sprawled on the ground. Although he could manipulate shadows at will, provided his opponent was not excessively formidable. The exertion was draining. Had Solomon not faltered and continued his resistance, Xian Ying would undoubtedly have faced defeat. Unbeknownst to Xian Ying, danger was rapidly approaching. Solomon, having freed himself from the entangling shadows, seized the moment when no one was paying attention to hurl a flying needle at Xian Ying. Ha! You dared to compete with me? Now perish, watch out, was the immediate reaction of Xing Wuyang. However, due to the distance, he could not intercept the needle in time. Fortunately, at that moment, he activated a spatial reversal, swapping places with Xian Ying. Simultaneously, Xing Wuyang quickly unleashed the transformation of the divine dragon, his body encased in golden scales, using himself as a shield against the evidently venomous needle. Seeing that Xing Wuyang was relatively unharmed, Xing Yaoyan let out a sigh of relief, but then clenched her fists and admonished Solomon, we are classmates. Why must you resort to such treachery? Solomon turned his head away and replied, punish me if you wish. You? Xing Yaoyan was rendered speechless with anger. She understood that Solomon relied on the backing of the iron-blooded general, yet little did he know he had landed himself in grave trouble, nearly injuring Xing Wuyang. After all, Xing Wuyang was a favored individual of the nation's ruler, arguably the most illustrious star since the former academy prodigy. This incident alone could lead to Solomon's expulsion from the academy. Xing Yaoyan declared, I will report this incident to the school. Prepare yourself for expulsion. What? Solomon could hardly fathom that he might be expelled, especially with Xing Yaoyan herself asserting such a statement, evidently confident in the outcome. I refuse to accept this. Just wait. I will make you pay dearly for this. With that, Solomon stormed off in a huff. Xian Ying approached Xing Wuyang and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving my life just now. From now on, you shall be my leader, and I will follow you henceforth. Xing Wuyang replied, we are good friends. Helping each other is only natural. I merely did not expect Solomon to be so malicious. Beside them, Xing Mi'er was indignant. What is he but an iron-blooded general? My Xing family has plenty of soldiers defending the nation. If need be, my family can approach the ruler for retribution. Mi'er, do not speak so recklessly. The iron-blooded general is the foremost general of the Holy Martial Kingdom. It is merely that he has failed in raising his child this time. The academy will surely provide an explanation, Xing Yaoyan coldly remarked, gazing at the direction in which Solomon had departed. Thus, Chapter 21, The Ice Blue Qilin, unfolded with the selection competition coming to a close, and Xing Wuyang along with his companions were all chosen as representatives for the upcoming exchange at the sacred Martial Mountain. Xing Yaoyan arranged for Xing Wuyang and the others to stand in a line and led them to her modest office, which, though small, was adequately equipped with a sofa, a desk, a bookshelf, and a chair, behind which a long sword was displayed on the wall. She invited Xing Wuyang and the others to take a seat on the sofa, took a sip of the cool tea on the table to temper her earlier anger provoked by Solomon, and then promptly addressed the matter at hand. You will soon represent the honor of the Heavenly Path Knight Academy in the competition among the 4 great academies. Let me explain the rules. The competition is structured in a point system, consisting of 2 types of battles, one-on-one duels and team battles. In one-on-one matches, the victor may challenge the next contestant from the opposing academy, earning 1 point for each victory. The team battles, on the other hand, involve 5 participants on each side, with a total of 4 points available. Xianing pondered for a moment and remarked, "Doesn't that mean our victory is assured? Let us not forget that we have our leader with us. With their current prowess, they could easily challenge a 5th-tier knight. Who could possibly withstand that? In one-on-one duels, it would simply be a matter of overwhelming our opponents." Xing Yaoyin replied nonchalantly, "There are always greater talents beyond our kin. Do you believe that other academies lack their own prodigious stars?" Xing Wuyang was taken aback and inquired, "Are you suggesting that there are others with innate gifts akin to mine?" Xing Yaoyin nodded and said, "According to my information, there is a genius from the Dwarven Kingdom named AI Air, who, upon entering the Fogne's Academy, completely transformed the institution. He has pioneered technology that revolutionizes the Dwarven era, specifically a technique known as crystalline muscle, which significantly enhances the power of mechs." Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang was filled with exhilaration. As a dual-blooded wielder of magic and martial prowess, he had only brought surprise to his own nation. While this genius in another realm had ushered in a new era for an entire kingdom, he was eager to meet this dwarf prodigy named AI Air. The notion of revolutionary technology seemed implausible. As far as he knew, Dwarven technology had remained unchanged for a millennium. How could a mere newcomer possibly instigate a new age for the Dwarven Kingdom of Agathries? Xianing found it difficult to believe that a newcomer could precipitate such a monumental change in a nation's era. Xing Yaoyin shrugged and said, "When this information reached our holy martial kingdom, many of the higher-ups were also incredulous. It was only after Lord by Kaiser, the sovereign of our kingdom, personally visited Agathries to verify the claims that the astonishing truth was confirmed. The mech's power had tripled after undergoing the crystalline muscle transformation." She paused, took another sip of tea, and continued, "It is important to understand that the mech is comparable to our own by Kaiser in terms of prowess. The idea of tripling one's strength is simply astounding. It is said that when Lord by Kaiser returned, he bore some injuries, likely from sparring with the mech. However, the outcome of that battle remained shrouded in mystery." The group fell into stunned silence upon hearing Xing Yaoyan's account, unable to fathom that the innovations of a newcomer could provoke the mightiest forces of 2 nations to engage in combat. The incredulity of it all was simply overwhelming. Xing Yaoyan then spoke in a low voice, "Of course, you have become the strongest newcomers at the Tiandao Knight Academy in recent years." As he uttered these words, he couldn't help but glance at Xing Wuyang and Shi Wei-er. Indeed, this generation of newcomers boasts 2 students with the extraordinary talent of the sacred vein, a rarity in recent years. "Teacher, may I ask if we will be facing the Elven Kingdom of Wendidas?" Shi Wei-er suddenly inquired, clearly torn between her identity as a princess of the Elven Kingdom and her role within the academy. Xing Yaoyan replied, "I do not know for certain, but it is likely that a lottery will be held to arrange matchups between the 4 national academies." He continued, "You must prepare yourself mentally. You are now a student of the Tiandao Knight Academy, representing the pinnacle of knighthood, not merely the princess of Wendidas. The same goes for you, Long Tianyu." Long Tianyu stated, "Understood, instructor. Even if I encounter someone of my own kin, I will show no mercy." "Yes, that is for the best," Xing Yaoyan nodded, addressing the group. "The honor of the academy rests upon your shoulders. I shall not say much more, as the dean has proclaimed. The youth will undoubtedly become the foundation of the world. Starting tomorrow, I will take you to the Sunset Forest for training to further enhance your abilities. For today, let us conclude here. Disperse and return to your dormitories for a well-deserved rest." With that, Xing Yaoyan dismissed Xing Wuyang and the others. As Xing Wuyang and his companions exited the teaching building after leaving Xing Yaoyan's office, night had already fallen, for the afternoon competition had lasted until dusk. The group gathered for a meal in the cafeteria before returning to their dormitories. After a long afternoon of trials, everyone felt fatigued and retired early for the night. In the stillness of the night, as Xing Wuyang lay in slumber, a voice suddenly resonated within his consciousness. "Ha ha ha, 11 years. A full 11 years, at last. I, the Ice Kirin, the king of the sacred beasts, have awakened. Cursed beast tamer, had it not been for the need to protect the prince, I would not have suffered such near annihilation. Yet, I have finally awakened." As Xing Wuyang lay asleep, he sensed something stirring within his consciousness, an awakening of sorts. A sharp pain coursed through his head, and though he longed to open his eyes, he found himself unable to do so. Ultimately, his awareness was compelled to manifest within his sea of consciousness, where he encountered a majestic Kirin, exuding an aura of chilling frost. "Dear heavens, who are you, And why do you appear in my sea of consciousness? Xing Wuyang could not help but inquire. The Ice Kirin responded, speaking with human-like clarity, "Fear not, child. I mean you no harm. However, I cannot reveal my true identity or yours at this moment, for it may attract perilous consequences. All you need to know is that I am the Sacred Beast King, the Ice Kirin." "What? Ice cream? Can it be eaten?" "Incorrect, incorrect. It is clearly the Ice Kirin, the Divine Kirin, not your human ice cream." Xing Wuyang swallowed his saliva and replied, "Very well, I acknowledge your name, but how can I be certain you harbor no ill intent?" The Ice Kirin pondered for a moment, then spoke. "O great demon ancestor, should I, the Ice Kirin, ever harbor any ill intentions towards Xing Wuyang, may my very essence be obliterated at once." "There, how does that sound? A sufficiently venomous oath, wouldn't you agree? Now you can rest easy." Chapter 22. Training in the Setting Sun Forest. The Demon Ancestor. "What? You actually swore an oath to the Demon Ancestor? Who on earth are you? A magical beast?" Xing Wuyang inquired, his guard raised. The Ice Kirin chuckled and retorted, "What magical beast? I am the king of sacred beasts, the Ice Kirin of the 12th tier, under the command of the demon god. What concern do I have with the minions of the demon god?" Xing Wuyang was utterly perplexed. How could a servant of the demon god inexplicably appear within his consciousness? The Ice Kirin sighed and said, "Listen, young one, all you need to know is that I am here to assist you. Have you undergone a similar bloodline awakening ceremony, after which you encountered the demon ancestor?" Xing Wuyang nodded, "Indeed, and what of it?" The Ice Kirin continued, "Just as I suspected. Your entire skeletal structure has been thoroughly forged by the demon ancestor. Given the passage of time, it's almost complete. Have you felt unusually fatigued lately, perhaps experiencing an extraordinary appetite? I assume your right hand, which is transforming into a dragon's claw, has been aching somewhat?" Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang was taken aback, astonished that the Kirin had accurately described his condition. Indeed, he had been feeling a vague exhaustion, attributing it to his recent studies. However, his appetite was certainly peculiar. Ever since the recent ceremony for further awakening his sacred bloodline, his consumption had increased to 3 times that of an ordinary person. Moreover, his right hand had been swelling and aching, which he assumed was due to overtraining, but it seemed there were other factors at play according to the Kirin. Xing Wuyang queried, "How do you know all this? What exactly is abnormal about me? Please enlighten me." The Ice Kirin replied with a smile, "Enough with the senior. It sounds too distant. Just call me Brother Bing. I have awakened to help you through this crisis. For if this continues, your body will not withstand the power of the sacred bloodline, and you will perish." "Perish?" Xing Wuyang exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. The Ice Kirin stated sternly, "Yes, indeed. You will die, for the power of dual sacred bloodlines is beyond what your frail body can endure. The typical human limit is merely a single sacred bloodline." Xing Wuyang, bewildered, asked, "If the limit for a typical human is a single sacred bloodline, then how did I acquire dual sacred bloodlines?" The Ice Kirin replied cryptically, "That I cannot disclose. However, what you must do now is hunt for a suitable magical beast, extract its right hand bone, and use a secret technique to fuse it with your own right hand. This will grant you the means to prolong your life." Magical beasts? Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang realized he would need to hunt for an appropriate magical beast, but where could he possibly find one within the academy? He had more questions, yet his consciousness was swiftly expelled from the realm of awareness. "Awaken, Wuyang, it is already morning. We must gather for training in the Sunset Forest as instructed by Xing Yaoyan. If you do not rise soon, we shall be late." Xianing persistently shook the bed of Xing Wuyang in an attempt to rouse him. Gradually, consciousness returned to Xing Wuyang, and upon hearing his roommate's call, he opened his bleary eyes. Climbing out of bed, drenched in sweat, he exclaimed, "Wuyang, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Why are you sweating so profusely? Perhaps we should request a leave from Instructor Xing on your behalf." Long Tianyu, already dressed in his training attire, approached with concern. Shaking his head, Xing Wuyang replied, "I am fine. It was merely a nightmare. I will join you shortly after I freshen up." Out of caution, he refrained from disclosing to his 2 roommates the encounter with the King of Beasts, the Ice Kirin. After all, he was burdened with too many secrets. For now, he chose not to ponder why the 2 high-tier magical beasts in the Sunset Forest had released him, nor the fact that a Kirin had emerged within his consciousness. The mere existence of his dual sacred veins entangled him with humanity's formidable foe, the demon god. Should the knowledge of his lineage as a descendant of the demon ancestor be revealed, he would undoubtedly become a target for extermination. Aware of the dangers of speaking too freely, Xing Wuyang understood that his immediate task was to grow stronger, thereby earning the right to uncover his own secrets. Soon, Xing Wuyang, Long Tianyu, and Xianing descended from their dormitory and made their way to the Sunset Forest, where their specialized training awaited. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered that Xing Miaoyan and Shi Wei'er had already arrived, while Xing Miaoyan stood coldly to the side, casting a piercing glare at the tardy trio without uttering a word. Instantly, a sense of foreboding washed over them, suspecting that the instructor would impose some form of punishment for their lateness. Leading the five into the sunset forest, Xing Miaoyan arrived at a clearing and handed each of them a map, stating, "Today's training is quite simple. You must return to this clearing before sunset, bringing back 10 magic cores from third-tier magical beasts. Given your current abilities, it should not be too challenging for those who have yet to reach the third-tier night level." The levels of the magical beasts were marked on the map, and he cautioned, "Remember, do not venture into the territory of higher-tier beasts, or even I shall be unable to protect you. And as for the 3 who arrived late, you must collect 15 magic cores from third-tier beasts before sunset. Otherwise, expect to face punishment." Suddenly recalling something, Xing Miaoyan inquired of Xing Wuyang, "How many tiers of beasts do you believe you can challenge?" After a moment's contemplation, Xing Wuyang answered, "5th tier, I suppose." Although everyone present was already aware of Xing Wuyang's formidable ability to challenge higher tiers, hearing him stated aloud elicited gasps of astonishment. Regaining his composure, Xing Miaoyan nodded and remarked, "Very well, then your target is to retrieve 6 magic cores from 5th-tier magical beasts. Is that acceptable?" Without hesitation, Xing Wuyang affirmed, "No problem." Thus, the 5 of them set forth towards their chosen targets on the map, with Xing Wuyang selecting the blazing lion of flames as his prey. Xing Wuyang recalled that the textbook mentioned that the 5th-tier magical beast, the flame lion, tends to live in packs as long as one is cautious within their territory. Ambushing 5 of them should pose no problem. Navigating through the forest with agility, Xing Wuyang soon arrived at the location of the flame lion pride. Just in time, he caught sight of a male lion departing from the group in search of food. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to follow it, waiting for the moment when it would stray far enough from its companions to strike. However, what Xing Wuyang did not anticipate was that a shadowy figure, drawn by his scent from afar, was making its way toward him. How peculiar, Xing Wuyang mused as he observed the male lion suddenly freeze in place, trembling as if gripped by fear. Could it be that the lion had caught wind of his presence? Chapter 23. Fusion of beast bones. Just as doubts began to cloud Xing Wuyang's mind, the male lion let out a thunderous roar, seemingly summoning its companions. Alarmed, he realized he had been discovered and swiftly prepared to retreat. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn. A colossal paw struck him, sending Xing Wuyang hurtling through the air, where he tumbled and crashed against a tree trunk. "Ouch, that hurts," he gasped, raising his head to see the source of the forceful strike. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of a massive diamond bear emerging from the thicket, its enormous paws pounding against its chest as it regarded Xing Wuyang and the nearby flame lion like prey. Instantly, a sense of urgency to escape overwhelmed him, for he knew that the diamond bear was a 7th-tier magical beast, far beyond his capability to confront. However, the flame lion had already summoned its pride, effectively blocking his escape route. Realizing that retreat was no longer an option, Xing Wuyang resolved to unleash his dragon god transformation. Instantly, golden scales enveloped his body, and his right hand transformed into a dragon claw, ready to carve a path through the chaos, as anticipated. The numerically superior flame lion pride quickly ensnared the 7th-tier diamond bear, while the remaining lions surged toward Xing Wuyang. The pride of flame lions opened their jaws, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that engulfed the area in an instant. Xing Wuyang executed a spatial reversal, teleporting to a safe distance and narrowly avoiding the fiery onslaught. However, one cunning flame lion seized the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted, launching itself at his back with its blazing claws, inflicting a grievous wound. Xing Wuyang felt a sharp, burning pain radiate from his back, but he retaliated fiercely, transforming his dragon claw into a fist and delivering a powerful strike to the ambushing flame lion. With a shattering effect, the beast was obliterated by his blow, yet Xing Wuyang was not unscathed. A large patch of his back was charred and blistered. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a colorful phoenix materialized behind him. Elemental dispersal release, Xing Wuyang uttered calmly in an instant. The phoenix let out a resonant cry, causing the surrounding elements to spiral uncontrollably toward him. The flames that had enveloped the flame lions dissipated into the ether, transforming into the purest form of elemental energy, which coalesced in Xing Wuyang's hands. Gazing at the formidable sphere of elemental energy he had gathered, he hurled it with great force toward the pride now stripped of their fiery enhancement. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous flame lions were obliterated, their remains scattered to the winds. Those engaged in combat with the diamond bear ceased their attacks, their eyes widening in fury as they witnessed their comrades perishing beneath the elemental bombardment. All turning their wrathful gazes towards Xing Wuyang in an instant, dozens of flame lions, previously battling the diamond bear, redirected their assault towards Xing Wuyang, unleashing torrents of fire. Exhausted from releasing a vast elemental tide and bearing grievous wounds, Xing Wuyang found himself bereft of any capacity for resistance. Was this to be his demise? A profound sense of unwillingness surged within him. At the critical juncture between life and death, a voice resonated from within Xing Wuyang. You dare to act with impudence before a sacred beast? Those whom I am sworn to protect shall not perish. With that proclamation, a chilling aura surged forth from behind Xing Wuyang, clashing against the flames and enveloping the surroundings in a haze of white smoke. The flames were swiftly frozen, shattering into icy fragments, as a majestic silhouette of a frost Kirin materialized before him. The frost Kirin released a thunderous roar, causing the pack of lions to cower on the ground, while the diamond bear trembled and knelt, its legs quaking in terror at the might of the frost Kirin. Speaking with human articulation, the Kirin commanded, "Flame lions, retreat at once. As for you, diamond bear, sever your right arm if you wish to survive, as recompense for your earlier assault on Xing Wuyang." Upon hearing these words, the flame lions immediately fled in fear, while the diamond bear let out a mournful cry before reluctantly severing its right arm and retreating, grievously wounded. Once the threat had dissipated, the frost Kirin's form began to wane, and it turned to Xing Wuyang, panting heavily. Quickly, retrieve the skin and bones from the severed arm of the diamond bear. They hold great value. Understood, Xing Wuyang replied, enduring his injuries as he extracted a crimson bone from the diamond bear's right arm with a dagger. The frost Kirin spoke earnestly, "Now, I shall use the little power I have left to protect you, while simultaneously employing a secret technique to merge with this bone. The process will be excruciating, and given your current state, a moment's carelessness could prove fatal. You must endure." The frost Kirin then exhaled a breath of icy air upon the bone, enveloping it in frost. The bone gradually shrank until it matched the size of Xing Wuyang's right hand. The Kirin silently chanted an incantation, initiating the secret method. Under Xing Wuyang's astonished gaze, the bone transformed into a scarlet streak of light and surged into his right hand. "Ah! It hurts!" Xing Wuyang screamed in agony, feeling as though his arm were being torn asunder, the sensation akin to his very bones shattering. Just as the overwhelming pain threatened to extinguish his consciousness, a gentle voice reached his ears. "Wuyang, our child, you must live on with strength." For reasons unknown, upon hearing that voice, Xing Wuyang felt the blood within him suddenly surge, the acceleration of his blood flow facilitating the fusion with the bone of the right hand of the diamond bear. Before long, the fusion of the right hand bone with the beast bone was completed, a process surprisingly effortless. The figure of the ice Kirin gradually faded away, leaving behind a final message for Xing Wuyang. "Wuyang, the first fusion of beast bone has been accomplished. Subsequently, your physique has significantly enhanced, and your body should now be capable of supporting the potential of the dual sacred veins. However, this is merely temporary. I cannot ascertain the duration of this period. You must remain ever vigilant and be prepared to fuse the next beast bone. My strength is dwindling, and I cannot always emerge to shield you from peril. You must survive at all costs." Within the demon realm, dominated by ferocious beasts, a grand palace stood tall amidst the expanse. Inside the palace hall, a graceful and enchanting woman was conversing with a towering man seated upon the throne. The woman knelt and spoke. "Father, your daughter has brought shame upon the name of the demon clan. I deserve death, though, my precious daughter, why do you speak thus?" The man replied. "You have accomplished much for the demon clan over the years, and your cultivation has already reached the level of demon saint. Sooner or later, you shall inherit your father's throne." "Father, do you still remember Xing Yaoyang?" The man on the throne gasped in shock. "Is it possible he still lives? That scoundrel who deceived my daughter. Where is he? I shall slay him at once." The woman in anguish responded. "No, he is dead, yet his son survives." "Son? What son?" The man could no longer remain seated. He stood up and in an instant was before the woman, lifting her up gently. "Come, my dear daughter, rise and speak." To his surprise, she stubbornly remained on her knees, declaring, "I have sullied the royal bloodline of the demon clan. I deserve death. Yet, he is your grandson. Just moments ago, I sensed the child merging with the beast bone. I believe he has perfectly inherited the power of the demon ancestor. I implore you to allow me to bring him back." With gritted teeth, the man waved his sleeve dismissively. "This matter is impossible. I shall not acknowledge a child tainted by the blood of lowly humans. Do not mention it again, father." The man gestured with his hand. "I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. You must cooperate well with the Beast Tamer Kingdom, leveraging their power to eliminate the other kingdoms. You should know what must be done and what must not." He paused before continuing. As for the matter of that child merging with the beast bone, let his fate be his own. Yes, father, your daughter obeys. The woman left the hall, disheartened. Chapter 24. Repelling the sixth-order beast having successfully fused with the beast bone, Xing Wuyang now felt his dragon claw strength significantly enhanced once more. He unleashed his dragon claws, and the 5 talons elongated further. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, 5 beams of golden light surged forth simultaneously, crashing into the trees ahead, shattering them into splinters. Marvelous. Such an enhancement is nothing short of terrifying. I never anticipated the profound impact of the fusion of beast bones. Yet, I remain in the dark about the identity of that familiar and comforting voice. As Xing Wuyang pondered this, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He wondered if he could summon the Ice Kirin to seek clarification, but no matter how fervently he called, the Ice Kirin remained ensconced within his consciousness, utterly indifferent to his pleas. Xing Wuyang bitterly mused to himself, "Power, it is all about power. I must hasten to grow stronger to uncover more secrets." Subsequently, Xing Wuyang began to collect the magic cores from the blazing lions that had been obliterated by the elemental orbs he had conjured. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Precisely 6 magic cores, aligning perfectly with the target set by his instructor. Noticing the time was getting late and the sun was soon to set, he glanced at the map for the route and prepared to retrace his steps. At that moment, a fierce roar echoed from a distance, followed by a woman's voice crying out for help. This was dire. The voice belonged to Shi Wei'er, and she was in peril. Without hesitation, Xing Wuyang raced towards the source of the cries for assistance. "Help! Help! Instructor Xing, save me!" As he drew nearer, the pleas grew increasingly distinct. Shi Wei'er was desperately calling out to Xing Yaoyan. However, the gathering point was quite far away, and even though Xing Yaoyan was a 9th-tier knight, it was improbable he could hear her. Xing Wuyang dashed through the forest, weaving through the trees, until he finally arrived at Shi Wei'er's location. There, he beheld a 6th-tier magical beast, the fiery cloud leopard. Relentlessly pursuing her, Shi Wei'er bore several deep claw marks, showing no mercy. The fiery cloud leopard was renowned for its speed. Logically, Shi Wei'er should have had no chance of escaping its grasp, indicating that the beast was toying with her. "Dastardly creature, cease your insolence!" Xing Wuyang shouted, charging forward to shield Shi Wei'er. She looked up at her savior, only to realize it was not Xing Yaoyan but Xing Wuyang. "Wuyang, don't confront it head-on. You are no match for it. It is a 6th-tier magical beast. We must flee together. Combined, we should be able to escape." Yet, Xing Wuyang remained unmoved. Faced with the 6th-tier fiery cloud leopard, he felt an overwhelming desire to engage in combat. At this moment, he was uncertain about the extent of his power after merging with the beast bones. This fiery cloud leopard would serve as an excellent opponent. Moreover, even if he were to falter, with his abilities, spatial reversal would be the perfect tactic for retreat, allowing him to lead Shi Wei'er away from the beast's grasp. With this thought, Xing Wuyang eagerly transformed his right hand into a dragon claw, unleashing a deep, resonant dragon roar from his lips. Indeed, the blood of the true dragon and true phoenix within him had been further awakened through this fusion. The sound of the dragon's roar caused the fiery cloud leopard to hesitate momentarily, its bloodline quivering in response. Renowned for its speed, the fiery cloud leopard needed to strike first. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Wuyang launched his attack. With a single stride, a thunderous blast resonated in the air. The explosive sound did not stem from the collision between the two, but rather from the moment when Xing Wuyang, in the very inception of his movement, propelled his body forward, creating a resounding boom in the air. Dragon transformation? In an instant, Xing Wuyang's entire being was enveloped in golden scales, his physique swelling slightly as his massive fists morphed into the form of dragon claws. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, his fists surged towards the fierce cloud leopard. Meanwhile, Shi Wei'er, witnessing this spectacle, found herself at a loss for words. The audacity of a 3rd-tier knight daring to challenge a 6th-tier magical beast was simply unbelievable. The fierce cloud leopard, perceiving the imminent danger as it beheld the enlarging fist before it, swiftly activated its innate skill, teleportation. Just as Xing Wuyang's fist was about to strike, the leopard vanished to reappear behind him, seeking to launch a surprise attack. However, this maneuver had already been anticipated by Xing Wuyang, who promptly executed a spatial reversal, teleporting behind the leopard in turn. With a powerful blow, he struck down upon the leopard's back, yet the beast was no easy opponent. Upon landing the punch, Xing Wuyang realized he had hit a soft, yielding mass, significantly diminishing the force of his strike. The cotton cloud body. This was the leopard's second innate skill, granting it resistance against physical attacks. Undeterred, Xing Wuyang decided to test another tactic. He lightly tapped his toes against the ground and leaped back a few paces. Extending the claws of his right hand, 5 razor-sharp talons reached forth toward the fierce cloud leopard in an aerial swipe. In an instant, 5 beams of golden light erupted from his dragon claws. Slicing through the air, the leopard, utilizing its agile speed, narrowly evaded 4 of the beams. But one struck true. A painful howl erupted as a massive gash was carved into the leopard's flesh, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. With a venomous glare directed at Xing Wuyang, the leopard opened its mouth to unleash its most formidable attack, the Radiant Wave. Instantly, the surrounding light elements converged towards the fierce cloud leopard. Elemental separation. The golden scales on Xing Wuyang receded, his martial veins shifting to magical veins, as a colorful phoenix emerged behind him. With the resounding cries of the phoenix, the elements around him, both light and otherwise, began to uncontrollably coalesce into his hands. The light elements that the fierce cloud leopard had painstakingly gathered dispersed, rendered utterly unresponsive. Such was the might of elemental separation, capable of stripping away all elements from the air and even the elemental power within an opponent's body for one's own use. Once more, an elemental concentration sphere, brimming with diverse elemental powers, coalesced in Xing Wuyang's grasp. He hurled the elemental concentration sphere towards the fierce cloud leopard, indifferent to its attempts to evade. Thanks to the sphere's spatial elemental power, it pursued the leopard relentlessly. Bang! Ultimately, the fierce cloud leopard was obliterated by the elemental concentration sphere. It was over. Wu Yang had triumphed. Shi Wei gazed in disbelief at the young man who had saved her from peril. Turning to her, Xing Wuyang remarked, "Indeed, the fierce cloud leopard has been vanquished. Given the time, it seems the sun is about to set. We should return to instructor." Xing Ziwei remained in a state of profound shock. Unable to regain her composure, she could not help but exclaim, "Wuyang, are you truly human?" Chapter 25. The chain of stars. Xing Wuyang was momentarily taken aback by Ziwei's question. Indeed, did he still qualify as human? As a descendant of the demon ancestor, having merged with the bones of a magical beast, he found himself questioning his own identity. Sensing the unusual expression on Xing Wuyang's face, Ziwei quickly added, "Please do not misunderstand. You are undoubtedly human, and a remarkably powerful one at that. By the way, I still cannot return." "Why is that?" Xing Wuyang inquired, perplexed. Ziwei replied, "This relates to why I was being pursued by a 6th-tier magical beast. I had initially set out to hunt 3rd-tier bloodwing bats near the demon ceiling cave. However, upon arrival, I discovered that numerous magical beasts had gathered around the cave, including 2 formidable 6th-tier creatures. From my observations, it was clear that some kind of treasure must have emerged. Drawing all these beasts, I decided to hide nearby to continue observing, hoping to seize an opportunity for a valuable find to secure a trump card for the upcoming New Life competition. Unfortunately, I was detected by the keen-sensed Leon leopard, and thankfully, you came to my rescue." Nodding in understanding, Xing Wuyang remarked, "I see it so. You intend to venture back to the demon ceiling cave in search of treasure? Why not let me accompany you? That would be advantageous. With you by my side, the other 6th-tier beast will pose little threat." Ziwei agreed. "Excellent, let us hasten our journey and aim to return before sunset," Xing Wuyang suggested. Thus, under Ziwei's guidance, they made their way to the demon ceiling cave. Before long, they arrived at the cave's entrance, where, as expected, a multitude of magical beasts had gathered, and it seemed a powerful 7th-tier creature had also appeared. Indeed, when I last observed, there were no 7th-tier beasts present. How has one been attracted here so quickly? Should we retreat? Xing Wuyang quietly pondered, observing the scene. "Ziwei, do not rush. Let us watch for a moment longer," he whispered. After a brief interval, the demon ceiling cave suddenly collapsed with a tremendous force, sending a cloud of dust into the air. From the debris emerged a resplendent chain, dazzling like the Milky Way, soaring forth like a celestial dragon. For reasons unknown, Xing Wuyang felt an inexplicable warmth upon seeing this chain, as though he were gazing upon a long-lost kin. Ziwei gasped in astonishment. "It is a celestial spirit artifact. It appears that the magical beasts are drawn to the celestial energy emanating from it, seeking to absorb its power." "What is a celestial spirit artifact?" Xing Wuyang asked, unfamiliar with the term. Ziwei patiently explained. "Every 7th-tier knight possesses a personal artifact, obtained through the Academy's spiritual path. A personal artifact refers to a celestial spirit artifact, and this must be a relic left behind by some powerful being. However, how it came to be in the Twilight Forest remains a mystery." Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang felt that the origin of this celestial spirit artifact must be extraordinary. However, since it was a life treasure that could only be obtained at the 7th tier, both he and Shi Wei were unable to use it. Just as they were about to leave, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The chain seemed to possess a will of its own as it soared toward their direction. No, it was indeed flying directly towards Xing Wuyang. As the chain landed in Xing Wuyang's grasp, a line of information appeared in his consciousness. This weapon is named the Chain of Stars, forged from the power of the constellations, possessing the divine ability to control enemies and protect its wielder. This. Shi Weier exclaimed in astonishment, utterly speechless, clearly shocked that the celestial spirit artifact had automatically recognized its master. Yet, typically, one would need to reach at least the rank of a 7th-tier knight for a celestial spirit artifact to acknowledge its owner. How could this chain-like artifact suddenly recognize Xing Wuyang as its master? Thus, just as the two were about to depart, they were ensnared by this sudden recognition, drawing the attention of the surrounding magical beasts. In an instant, all the magical beasts converged upon Xing Wuyang and Shi Weier. Xing Wuyang cursed inwardly. Truly, calamity has befallen me. Why did this life-threatening chain fly into my hand? There was no time to ponder, as even his formidable prowess would not suffice against such a multitude of beasts. Consequently, Xing Wuyang swiftly employed the technique of spatial reversal. In an instant, the magical beasts were teleported far away, and Xing Wuyang and Shi Weier were also displaced a considerable distance. Run! Ignoring the exhaustion that came with this overexertion of spatial reversal, Xing Wuyang grasped Shi Weier and bolted towards the rendezvous point. Only Xing Yaoyan could save them now. The two darted through the forest, but the magical beasts were relentless, gradually closing the gap, especially a few agile ones that unleashed spells to assault them. Fortunately, Shi Weier, a princess of the Wendidas, possessed a life-saving artifact. She brandished an umbrella that deflected their attacks. This is the Qian Kuan umbrella crafted by my mother. It can rebound all attacks, but it will only last for the duration of an incense stick. However, we are far too distant from the rendezvous point. I have truly put you in danger, and I am sincerely sorry. Xing Wuyang waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's fine. If it comes to worst, I can hold off those beasts while you escape." Hearing this, Shi Weier was astonished. "Why are you so kind to me?" Xing Wuyang shrugged and replied, "After all, I am without parents or attachments. If it weren't for Brother Ander discovering me, I would still be a lowly servant in Luoya town." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Now that I have experienced this dreamlike life, I am content. I have no regrets in this life." As he spoke, he noticed that the Qian Kuan umbrella in Shi Weier's hands was beginning to falter. Drawing upon his last reserves of strength, Xing Wuyang executed spatial reversal, transferring Shi Weier to safety while he faced the horde of magical beasts pursuing the celestial spirit artifact. "Chain of Stars, is it? Let me test your might," he proclaimed, laughter echoing in the ard. As he spoke, he summoned his own magical power, fervently absorbing the celestial energy that lingered within the void, coalescing it upon the Chain of Stars, which suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The Chain of Stars then soared forth like a celestial dragon, ensnaring the horde of magical beasts in an instant. Star Dance Yang shouted towards the distant Shi Weier, urging her to flee towards the instructor for safety. In the distance, Shi Weier silently observed the unfolding chaos, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, softly uttering words that Star Dance Yang could not hear. "As long as you survive this time, I, Shi Weier, shall not forsake you in this lifetime. The one chosen by the elven race shall be cherished forever." Chapter 26. The man in white before Star Dance Yang lay a menacing throng of magical beasts, all fixated on him with predatory intent. In his grasp, the celestial artifact craved the ethereal power it housed, yearning to consume it greedily. Alas, Star Dance Yang's low cultivation level rendered him powerless. Had he been more adept, he could have refined the artifact and preserved its ethereal energy, thus dispersing a significant number of magical beasts and potentially facilitating his escape. Regrettably, fate had other plans, and he was left to confront these beasts with the capabilities of a 3rd-tier knight. The solitary 7th-tier magical beast, the mighty diamond ape, exhibited a semblance of intelligence. Sensing the extraordinary essence emanating from Star Dance Yang, it audaciously proclaimed, "Surrender it, and I shall spare your life." Star Dance Yang was momentarily taken aback, but at that moment, the Chain of Stars quivered as if it feared the fate of being devoured by the beasts. Observing the trembling artifact in his hands, he was reminded of his past. Cowering in corners, chastised by the village chief, a resolute determination formed within him. He would never relinquish the Chain of Stars to these creatures. He reassured the chain, "You wouldn't wish to lose your spirit and become a mere trinket so soon after your birth. Nor do I wish to fall in defeat. I shall not yield you to them. Instead, let us combine our strength and vanquish as many as we can." The Chain of Stars seemed to comprehend his words, ceasing its tremors, and began to shine with resplendent starlight, illuminating Star Dance Yang in its glow. Beneath this celestial radiance, he felt an indescribable comfort, as if his very being were being cleansed and purified by the starlight. At that moment, an obscure technique resurfaced in his mind. The starry battle body, In times of peril, having an additional means of survival is always prudent. Thus, Star Dance Yang began to channel the celestial energy through his meridians, aligning himself with the technique's flow. Crackle, crackle. Instantaneously, his entire form erupted in dazzling starlight, his eyes shimmering like stars themselves. The starry battle body had been successfully cultivated. The magical beasts, witnessing Star Dance Young's sudden surge in power amidst the crisis, let out furious roars as several fourth-tier beasts, the wind wolves, began to charge at him with fervor in this state of the starry battle body. Star Dance Young wielded terrifying might. He unleashed a starry fist towards the oncoming wind wolves, and a torrent of celestial energy surged forth from within him. Boom! With a single strike, the wind wolves were ruthlessly obliterated under the onslaught of stellar power, serving as a stark warning to the restless beasts below the 5th rank. Very well. It seems you have chosen to disregard courtesy and instead invite punishment. The 7th-tier beast, the mighty diamond ape, could no longer contain itself. It swung its arms with such force that the surrounding space trembled, resembling crashing waves that surged forth in layers, constantly undulating in the air. The other beasts, witnessing this spectacle, hastily retreated, eager to avoid being caught in the tumult. At this moment, Xing Wuyang sensed an overwhelming pressure, akin to enlightenment that rendered him breathless. Remain calm, maintain composure. It was evident that the mighty diamond ape was perilously close to ascending to the 8th tier, likely on the verge of evolving into the giant diamond ape. For Xing Wuyang recalled that only the 8th tier giant diamond ape could wield the power of space. This indicated that the mighty diamond ape's fixation on the celestial artifact in its grasp could very well be the key to its advancement. Xing Wuyang forced a bitter smile. A 7th-tier beast that had grasped even rudimentary spatial power was an opponent he could never hope to defeat. Even if he employed elemental stripping, it would be of no avail. As the disparity in their realms was far too great at that moment, he perceived that the surrounding space had become tangible, indicative of spatial compression. Even if he still had the strength to attempt spatial reversal, it would be futile, for the space around him had been sealed. This maneuver, executed by a 7th-tier beast yet to successfully evolve, wielded merely a fraction of its power, yet it was sufficient to exert tremendous pressure upon Xing Wuyang. I will fight you. Xing Wuyang realized that he was trapped in an inescapable predicament and that a desperate struggle might afford him a chance of survival. With determination, he unleashed his dual sacred veins, the phantoms of the colossal dragon and the colorful phoenix materializing behind him. The roars of the dragon and phoenix resonated in unison, their combined might enabling Xing Wuyang to push against the confines of space. However, as he managed to break free partially, his strength was utterly depleted, causing the phantoms to dissipate, and he found himself ensnared within the solidified space, as if he were embedded within a wall. Rendered immobile, cursed be the vast disparity, it rendered him completely unable to move. The 7th-tier beast, the mighty diamond ape, chuckled, "Ha, before me, you have no hope of survival. Hand over the stellar chains and I may spare your life." "No, it is impossible." Xing Wuyang struggled to respond. "You seek death." Instantly, the surrounding space quaked violently, and Xing Wuyang felt the air grow thick around him, the oppressive force causing his flesh to tear and his bones to crack. Just as the situation reached its direst peak, the stellar chains began to tremble incessantly, radiating starlight that assisted Xing Wuyang in pushing back against the constricting space. In that moment of astonishment, a figure clad in white emerged from the stellar chains, frowning as he turned his gaze toward Xing Wuyang. With a mere gesture of his right hand, he dispelled the spatial compression engulfing Xing Wuyang. Subsequently, he gazed at the formidable 7th-tier magical beast, the mighty King Kong ape, and spoke with a hint of disdain. "How dare you bully the second fated companion of my celestial artifact? Truly, you deserve nothing less than 1,000 deaths." The mighty King Kong ape, upon scrutinizing the ethereal figure before him, scoffed and remarked, "Who might you be?" "Ah, it is merely the soul of the original owner of the weapon's celestial spirit. A soul ought to rest peacefully and not meddle in affairs that do not concern it. Ha ha ha. How has a dignified starburst knight like myself been reduced to the object of ridicule by a mere 7th-tier beast? What a lamentable fate," the man clad in white mused with self-deprecating humor. However, his gaze sharpened as it fixed upon the 7th-tier beast. "Even though my current strength is but a fraction of what it once was, it suffices to deal with you." With that, the chains of stars detached from Xing Wuyang's grasp, entwining around the white-clad man. Despite being a spectral entity, he radiated a brilliant starlight. With a flick of his hand, the chains of stars extended infinitely, piercing through the surrounding lower-tier magical beasts. In an instant, those lower-tier beasts found themselves bereft of any opportunity to breathe, all dispatched mercilessly by the white-clad man. The mighty King Kong ape, witnessing the lack of respect shown to his spectral form, pounded its chest in furious indignation and bellowed, "If you insist on this course of action, I shall ensure your demise is even more thorough." The mighty King Kong ape reached into the void, causing the surrounding space to tremble once more, as terrifying spatial pressure bore down upon the white-clad man. Yet, he remained unflustered, coldly waving his hand as the chains of stars formed a spherical barrier around him, staunchly resisting the encroaching spatial force. "With such feeble tactics, you are undoubtedly destined for death today," the white-clad man stated flatly. The mighty King Kong ape, seething with rage, roared, "I refuse to believe that I cannot vanquish your soul." The beast ignited the power of its bloodline, its aura surging dramatically as it forcibly ascended to the level of an 8th-tier mighty King Kong ape. Its right hand clenched once more, unleashing immense spatial pressure around the white-clad man. However, the protective chains of stars continued to thwart any harm from befalling him. In astonishment, the mighty King Kong ape exclaimed, "Impossible! How can your soul possess such power to wield a celestial artifact for so long?" The white-clad man replied coolly, "Because I possess this orb for protection." As he spoke, the white-clad man retrieved a necklace from around his neck, from which dangled a pitch-black orb. The mighty King Kong ape, wide-eyed, stammered, "The demon god orb? Oh, it seems you recognize this orb," the white-clad man replied. "But how is it possible? A mere human cannot possibly possess a token of the demon clan. Speak. From whence did you acquire this demon god orb?" With those words, the mighty King Kong ape's gaze turned greedy, fixated intently on the orb in the white-clad man's hand. The white-clad man sighed with a bittersweet smile, his eyes filled with profound longing and a hint of disappointment, before he spoke again. "This orb was bestowed upon me by an old friend, enabling my soul to endure beyond death, preserved within the celestial artifact, unyielding through the ages." The formidable giant strength golden ape spoke menacingly. "You, a mere soul entity, are unworthy of possessing this demon god pearl. It would be better to hand it over to me. I could spare your lives. How does that sound?" The man in white coldly snorted and replied dismissively, "It sounds rather trivial. I doubt you are my match." With a mere flick of his wrist, the chains of the stars surged forth, breaking through the oppressive space, encircling the giant strength golden ape from behind and sealing off its escape route. "You've severed your own retreat," the giant strength golden ape remarked involuntarily. "No. I have sealed yours," the man in white retorted. As he spoke, his unadorned right hand executed a strike of the star fist, unleashing a torrent of stellar power that erupted from his fist like a comet colliding with its target, hurtling towards the giant strength golden ape. Only then did the giant strength golden ape finally suppress its disdain, feeling a profound sense of dread. Attempting to flee backwards, it found its escape path firmly blocked by the chains of the stars. Ultimately, with a piercing scream, the giant strength golden ape was obliterated beneath the terrifying force of the stellar energy. "Victory!" exclaimed Xing Wuyang, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the enigmatic figure of the man in white, inexplicably sensing a deep familiarity. The man in white turned to face Xing Wuyang and inquired, "Child, what is your name?" Xing Wuyang clasped his fists and responded, "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your salvation. I am Xing Wuyang." "May I ask your illustrious name?" The man in white sighed and replied, "I am merely a sinner ensnared by the demon race. By the way, child, you bear the surname Xing. You wouldn't happen to be a descendant of the Xing clan, would you?" Xing Wuyang shook his head and said, "I am but an orphan, with no father or mother, having grown up in Falling Leaf Town." "Falling Leaf Town? An orphan?" The man in white furrowed his brow, grasping Xing Wuyang's wrist and expertly placing 2 fingers on his pulse to take his readings. He then stared at Xing Wuyang in astonishment. "A dual sacred pulse of magic and martial arts?" Xing Wuyang nodded, explaining, "Indeed. I possess the dual sacred pulse. A knight named Ander discovered my talent and brought me to the Heavenly Path Knight Academy." The man in white seemed to recall something, on the verge of speaking but swallowing his words instead. He shook his head, resigned, and remarked, "The demoness. You probably never imagined she would come to the Heavenly Path Knight Academy to cultivate. Did you? This encounter was truly fated, a serendipitous coincidence that allowed me to meet her. I have no regrets in this life." Listening to the man in white's cryptic words, Xing Wuyang wore a bewildered expression, utterly unsure of what to say. The man in white produced a necklace from around his neck and said, "This pearl can help you suppress the aura and bloodline of the demon race, rendering you undetectable by others. Take it." Xing Wuyang accepted the demon god pearl and hung it around his neck, then expressed concern, "Without the demon god pearl, won't your soul dissipate?" The man in white gently ruffled Xing Wuyang's hair and replied, "Silly child, I am already dead. What does it matter if I dissipate? Besides, I have expended too much soul power in the effort to slay that 8th-tier magical beast." Even with the demon god Pearl, I would likely be powerless to turn the tide. Upon hearing those words, an inexplicable pang of sorrow surged within Xing Wuyang, as if he were deeply reluctant to part with the white-clad man before him. At that moment, a streak of light swiftly descended and landed in front of Xing Wuyang. It was Xing Yaoyan, who had hurried over upon receiving the news. She gazed at the magical beasts sprawled on the ground and incredulously exclaimed, "Is this your doing?" Xing Wuyang shook his head and pointed at the white-clad man, saying, "It was the spirit of the original owner of the celestial artifact that saved me." The spirit? At last, Xing Yaoyan noticed the white-clad man, who was observing her with keen interest. Their eyes met, and Xing Yaoyan trembled all over, at a loss for words. The white-clad man broke the silence first, saying, "Xiao Yin, it has been a long time. How have you fared in recent years, brother?" Finally, Xing Yaoyan uttered the title she had not spoken for many years. The once cold and unfeeling Xing Yaoyan now found her emotions overwhelming, tears streaming down her face as she collapsed into the embrace of the white-clad man, saying, "Why did you take your own life to atone? It was not your fault. You were merely misled by the enchantress." The white-clad man gently stroked Xing Yaoyan's head, saying, "I, Xing Bao Knight Xing Yaoyang, have made the gravest mistake of my life by bringing the enchantress into the knight's fortress. Yet, I do not regret knowing and loving her. It is precisely because of this." He unconsciously glanced at Xing Wuyang, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "No, I loathe that enchantress. I wish to see her utterly destroyed," Xing Yaoyan declared fiercely from within the white-clad man's embrace. Xing Yaoyang sighed and said, "Alas, when will grievances cease? To bring peace to the world is the true path of a knight." Chapter 28. Returning to one's roots, seeing the two of them tightly entwined in an embrace, Xing Wuyang could not help but feel like a third wheel. He could hardly believe that the white-clad man before him was actually Xing Yaoyan's brother, and the legendary genius Xing Yaoyang at that. Could they possibly be involved in a sibling romance? With that thought, Xing Wuyang regarded Xing Yaoyang with an odd expression at him. Realizing Xing Wuyang's peculiar gaze, Xing Yaoyang gently pushed Xing Yaoyan away, who reluctantly relinquished that fleeting warmth. With utmost seriousness, Xing Yaoyang said, "Xiao Yin, promise your brother that you will not seek revenge in the future. You are no longer a child. It is time you found someone reliable." Listening to Xing Yaoyang's words, Xing Yaoyan blushed and replied, "I am still young. Marriage is premature. For now, I want to focus on breaking through to the 10th tier of knight." Xing Yaoyang chuckled, "Still young, you say? Be careful not to become an old maid who cannot find a suitor." Just as Xing Yaoyan was about to retort, she noticed that the spirit of Xing Yaoyang was gradually dissipating before her eyes. "Brother, you." Xing Yaoyang gazed longingly at Xing Wuyang and Xing Yaoyan, saying, "Indeed, I have been dead all along. My spirit must now depart from this world. Do not grieve. Death is something a knight must learn to confront." And just like that, in an instant, Xing Yaoyang vanished from their sight. Xing Yaoyan gazed vacantly at her surroundings, her emotions tumultuous and unfathomable, akin to a child who suddenly bursts into tears. After a considerable time, she regained her composure, casting a complex glance at Xing Wuyang, and without further ado, she grasped him and soared towards the teleportation portal within the academy. Together, they traversed the portal and arrived before a towering peak in the eastern district. This steep mountain, the highest among a range of undulating hills, stood majestically. The sea of clouds drifted ethereally above, only revealing the peak beneath, as it towered just below the billowing clouds. "Xing instructor, where are we, and why are we going here now?" Xing Wuyang inquired, sensing an unusual air about Xing Yaoyan, as if her emotions were entwined in a complex web. Xing Yaoyan coldly replied, "We have arrived. Your fate is about to be determined." With that, she transformed her inner strength into wings, propelling them towards the most precipitous summit. As they approached, the sense of oppression emanating from the peak intensified, its grandeur and stature reminiscent of a celestial pillar connecting heaven and earth. They ascended to the apex, where a magnificent castle unexpectedly loomed above them. Indeed, suspended amidst the sea of clouds, there stood an imposing gray castle, imbued with an ancient aura. On this steep peak, Xing Wuyang could scarcely fathom how such a castle had been constructed. Under Xing Yaoyan's guidance, they arrived before the castle's grand entrance. The guards at the gates, upon seeing Xing Yaoyan return, greeted her with, "Welcome back, Mississippi." They then swung open the heavy doors, gesturing for the two to enter. Xing Wuyang noticed the two characters inscribed on the gate. Xing family.it seemed that Xing Yaoyan had brought him to the residence she shared with Xing Miaoyan, yet the reason for this eluded him entirely. Subsequently, Xing Wuyang entered the opulent castle, where Xing Yaoyan instructed the servants to lead him to a chamber for rest, while she herself proceeded to the Elders' Council chamber alone in a dimly lit room. Xing Yaoyan sat at a table surrounded by several elderly sages. One gray-haired elder addressed her, Are you certain you saw the soul of Xing Yaoyang? Yes, Great Elder, I am certain I saw it. He was likely attached to his celestial artifact, the star chain. However, his soul has now dissipated due to excessive consumption, Xing Yaoyan replied matter-of-factly, adding, furthermore, I suspect there is a child of Xing Yaoyang within the academy. The gray-haired elder, the Great Elder, reacted with astonishment. Could it be the child of Yaoyang and that witch? Where is he? We cannot allow him to tarnish the reputation of the Xing family. He must be executed. Xing Yaoyan replied with an inscrutable demeanor, I must report to you, Great Elder, that I have already brought him here. He is the prodigy capable of mastering both demonic and martial arts, the one bearing the sacred lineage. Xing Wuyang, a nearby elder dressed in black and white robes, furrowed his brow and remarked, this individual is deeply entangled. Are you certain he is the demonic child? Xing Yaoyin was aware that Xing Wuyang was the favored individual of the national sovereign. Hence, mere suspicion could not justify any hostile actions against him. However, Xing Yaoyin held the reputation of the Xing family in the highest regard, refusing to allow any demon spawn to tarnish the honor of the Xing family and the memory of her deceased brother within the academy. Therefore, she asserted, is it not the case that the second elder's Tuyin demon extermination chess can determine the truth? The elder clad in black and white robes, the third elder, stroked his beard and replied, very well, I am also eager to meet this prodigy of dual sacred veins in martial and demonic arts. We shall see whether he is a calamity for the sacred martial kingdom or a boon. Xing Yaoyin nodded and instructed someone to bring Xing Wuyang forth. As he approached, Xing Wuyang, bewildered and perplexed, felt the piercing gazes of the elders upon him, which was indeed disconcerting. It was well known that the elders present possessed no less than 8th-tier knightly prowess, a testament to the ancient lineage of the Xing family. The third elder was the first to speak. Fear not, child. One with a righteous heart has no cause for concern. We are merely testing to ascertain whether you harbor any demonic energy. With that, the third elder flicked his wrist and released 2 chess pieces, one black and one white, which circled around Xing Wuyang's form as if probing for something. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, the demon pearl bestowed upon Xing Wuyang by Xing Yaoyang began to glow subtly at his chest, shielding him from the scrutiny of the Tuyin demon extermination chess. How strange! There is no demonic energy present, and this child possesses the bloodline of our Xing family, exclaimed the third elder. What did you say? No demonic energy? The bloodline of the Xing family? Xing Yaoyang could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Upon learning the results of the investigation, the gathered elders collectively let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that Xing Wuyang was not only free from demonic ties but was, in fact, a scion of the Xing lineage. Goodness! A dual sacred vein in martial and demonic arts represents a joyous occasion for our family. The elderly man with gray hair then declared, from this day forth, Xing Wuyang shall be recognized as one of the representatives of the Xing family's heirs, officially announcing him as a long-lost descendant of our clan. Oh, by the way, child, where were you born? Xing Wuyang, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events that had inexplicably elevated him to the status of a representative heir, took a deep breath to maintain his composure and replied, I was born in Luoyi town, where I was found by the town mayor at my doorstep. Upon hearing this, the gray-haired elder continued, from this day forward, we shall conduct a thorough investigation into all members of the Xing family who passed through Luoyi town 11 years ago. We must endeavor to locate the parents of Xing Wuyang. Chapter 29. The opening of the Xing family's secret realm. Thus, spurred by the elder's pronouncement, the entire Xing family mobilized to investigate all family members who had visited Luoyi town 11 years prior. Xing Wuyang could not help but exclaim, how could this be? Beside him, Xing Yaoyin found it difficult to accept the situation and inquired of Xing Wuyang, are you truly not an infiltrator sent by the demon clan? Xing Wuyang replied earnestly, Instructor Xing, you misunderstand me. I have lived in Luoyi town since childhood. How could I be an infiltrator sent by the demon clan? Xing Yaoyin regarded Xing Wuyang with a complex expression, fell into silence for a moment, and ultimately, unexpectedly bowed in apology, saying, I apologize for suspecting you of being a demon spawn. This farce was a result of my doubts. I sincerely apologize to you. Star Dancyang was taken aback, unable to comprehend that Xing Yaoyin would suspect him of being a member of the demon clan. Given his possession of the bloodline of the demon ancestor and his ability to merge with beast bones, he hardly appeared human. At that moment, Star Dancyang suddenly recalled that Xing Yaoyang had once given him a demon god pearl, which could suppress his demonic bloodline. Could it be that the demon god pearl was the reason his demonic identity had gone undetected? Yet, how could he also possess the bloodline of the Xing family? This conundrum left Star Dancyang utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he understood that his secret must remain concealed. Revealing it could indeed lead to dire consequences. Observing the persistent silence from Xing Yaoyin, Star Dancyang assumed it was due to his lack of sincerity. Hence, he remarked, you must be new to the Xing family. Allow me to introduce you to the family head. He would surely be delighted to meet you." Thus, Star Dance Young followed Xing Yao Yin through the vast castle, meandering until they arrived at an enormous library. This was no ordinary library. It was filled with the martial arts techniques collected by the Xing family. At that moment, a scruffy-faced elder, donned in a cleaning apron and wielding a feather duster, was perched on a ladder, diligently dusting the shelves. It was evident that he was the family head. Yet Star Dance Yang was astonished to discover that this venerable figure was actually Xing Yao Yan's father, revealing that Xing Yao Yin was indeed the heir of the illustrious Xing family. The family head continued his meticulous cleaning, facing away as he inquired, "Ah, why are you back so early? Aren't you supposed to be training a group of new students for the freshman competition among the 4 major academies?" Xing Yao Yin replied nonchalantly, "Father, my elder brother's spiritual essence has manifested." Upon hearing this, the family head trembled, dropping the feather duster to the ground, and swiftly descended from the ladder. He exclaimed, "It has been 11 years since that incident. Why has your brother's spiritual essence appeared now?" Xing Yao Yin recounted the entire situation to his father, including the revelation that Star Dance Yang had proven to be a descendant of the Xing family. After listening, the family head furrowed his brow tightly but eventually sighed, very well, I have gradually forgotten his existence. If he is dead, then so be it." The family head then turned to Star Dance Yang, saying, "Since you have gained the recognition of the star chain, you must have also acquired the accompanying martial art, the star battle body." Star Dance Young nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have attained the star battle body, though my understanding is still rather superficial." The family head expressed his astonishment. "You have cultivated it?" Star Dance Young replied earnestly, "Yes, the situation was dire at the time. Having an additional means of defense seemed prudent. So I undertook the cultivation." The family head could not help but exclaim in admiration, "A genius, truly a genius. You must understand that the star battle body is not merely a martial art, but a graded technique, belonging to the heavenly tier of cultivation. Well done, my young lad. It is no surprise that another prodigy has emerged from the illustrious Xing family. I hope you once again demonstrate the formidable prowess of the star battle body, which was indeed created by the founder of our clan." "Ah, a heavenly level technique?" Xing Wuyang was utterly astonished, for he understood that techniques are not akin to the unranked martial skills. They are categorized into distinct levels. He had learned from his textbooks at school that techniques are divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. To his astonishment, the star battle body he had acquired belonged to the realm of techniques. And furthermore, it was of heavenly grade. If martial skills merely enhance one's abilities, then a technique is equivalent to augmenting a martial or magical vein. Clearly, the star battle body is inclined towards the refinement of the body through stellar energy, thus granting Xing Wuyang an additional martial vein. His innate talent had ascended once more. The head of the Xing family remarked, "In any case, you must remain for a few days to await news of your parents. Why not take a trip to the secret realm of the Xing family? It is perfectly suited for cultivating your star battle body." Naturally, Xing Wuyang would not refuse an opportunity to further hone his strength. He clasped his fists in gratitude, replying, "I truly appreciate your generosity, esteemed head of the family." At that moment, the family head suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, no worries as long as you can soar to great heights and bring honor to your ancestors in the future. Do not become another Xing Yaoyang entangled in a complex relationship with the demon clan." Xing Wuyang nodded, uncertain yet resolute. What a jest! He was already inextricably linked with the demon clan, yet he could not forget the harrowing memories of Ander's demise at the hands of the demonic beasts. This enmity would undoubtedly prevent him from siding with them. Thus, Xing Wuyang vowed, "I shall never forget the nurturing I received from the academy and the Xing family. I will strive for the heavens and establish my name for the sake of all beings. And I will never be entangled with the demon clan." Good. The head of the Xing family exclaimed thrice, waving his hand. Suddenly, a mysterious tunnel appeared before Xing Wuyang. The family head presented him with a piece of jade, saying, "Channel your star battle body and enter this tunnel. If you feel any discomfort, shatter this jade." Xing Yaoyan, standing nearby, expressed his envy. "The secret realm of the Xing family consumes the energy core of our clan each time it opens. Even I have only entered once, and that was when I reached the 7th tier knight. Wuyang, you must cherish this opportunity." Xing Wuyang nodded, refraining from further words, and promptly activated his star battle body according to the technique's path. Instantly, his body was enveloped in starlight, brimming with explosive power. Indeed. The star battle body, as a heavenly level technique, comprises 6 stages: initial, minor completion, major completion, perfection, true essence, and profound meaning. You have already attained the embryonic stage of the initial phase. I hope you can successfully achieve the initial stage through this opening of the secret realm. the head of the Xing family expressed with anticipation. Taking a deep breath and preparing himself thoroughly, Xing Wuyang plunged into the mysterious tunnel. Chapter 30. The initial completion of the star battle body. As soon as Xing Wuyang stepped into the secret realm, he found himself amidst a sea of stars, an extraordinary little world entirely crafted from the powerful elements of stellar energy. A trace of stellar energy was automatically drawn into Xing Wuyang's body by the stellar battle body, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of ease. Before long, the stellar battle body became even more refined. Yet there remained a significant gap before it could be fully solidified in its initial stage. However, it seemed that even if Xing Wuyang were to absorb this minuscule amount of stellar energy for an entire month, he would still be unable to reach the true initial stage, which would ultimately lead to an unstable foundation. Xing Wuyang pondered. Since this is a miniature world crafted from stellar energy, there must be a core of the world present, where the stellar energy is likely to be more abundant. I should seek out the core. Thus, Xing Wuyang summoned the star chain from his spatial ring, intending to use it to sense the source of the stellar energy. The star chain possessed a remarkable sentience. As it appeared in this star-filled world, its entire form radiated brilliance, resembling a jubilant dragon frolicking in the sea of stars, eagerly absorbing the stellar energy. Oh, star chain, will you guide me to the core of this miniature world? Surely, there lies a far greater reservoir of stellar energy to be harnessed. As if comprehending Xing Wuyang's words, the star chain circled around him before soaring off in a specific direction. Without hesitation, Xing Wuyang swiftly followed, one man and one chain drawing ever closer to the heart of the sea of stars. Along the way, he increasingly sensed the mysteries of the stellar energy. With each step forward, its intensity grew richer. He continuously absorbed this stellar energy, and though his body occasionally experienced slight discomfort from the refining process, such pain paled in comparison to the near-death agony he had endured while merging with the beast bone. At last, Xing Wuyang arrived at the core of this miniature world, only to be astonished by the sight before him. The core had taken the form of a tower. Observing it closely, he felt certain that within this tower lay profound secrets, and without any hesitation, he stepped inside. That moment, the voice of the Xing family patriarch suddenly rang out. Wuyang, this is the Five Elements Tower. The core of the Sea of Stars. It is fraught with peril. Without seventh-tier strength, one would surely perish. You should leave at once and cultivate outside until you reach the initial stage. Xing Wuyang replied calmly. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Great power is earned through relentless struggle. I believe my strength has already attained at least the 6th tier. So I wish to take the risk and challenge the tower. Should danger arise, I will shatter the jade to escape. The patriarch of the Xing family responded, Very well, I shall not hinder you. In the past, Xing Yaoyang also sought to challenge the tower beyond his means and succeeded. I hope you can create a second miracle. The voice of the patriarch faded. The mechanisms within the first layer of the Five Elements Tower began to activate. Suddenly, a soil attribute array materialized on the floor, and within the array, the earthy yellow stellar energy surged forth, bombarding towards Xing Wuyang. Xing Wuyang, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed the elemental separation technique, aiming to eradicate the earth attribute elements of the formation. However, he soon discovered that it bore no effect, as the elemental structure was far too intricate, comprising two distinct elements, the power of the stars and the earth element. Astonishingly, the elemental separation technique faltered at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding dense, earthy-hued star power surged towards Xing Wuyang like a tidal wave, bombarding his body relentlessly. Xing Wuyang cried out in agony, completely engulfed by the earthy star power. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, a refreshing sensation surged through him, pulling his awareness back from the precipice of death. Child, I saved you not long ago. How have you found yourself in such dire straits again? A voice echoed in his mind. This is indeed a dual-element overlay body tempering formation, but alas, your current capacity to endure it is rather strained. Very well, let me assist you in maintaining your consciousness. The remaining agony shall be yours to bear. Upon hearing the voice within his consciousness, Xing Wuyang's heart soared with joy, realizing that the frost Kirin, which had expended itself while he was merging with the beast bone, had finally awakened. A sacred frost Kirin materialized above his head, enveloping him in a blue ice shield that descended upon his crown, imparting an indescribable chill that clarified his consciousness. Despite the excruciating pain his body endured, causing beads of sweat to pour from his forehead, he found solace in the fact that, although his body was racked with torment, the starry battle body continuously absorbed the earthy star power, rendering his inner strength profoundly robust. One of the benefits of body tempering. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the bones throughout Xing Wuyang's body emitted a cacophony of sounds, as his meridians expanded thoroughly under the weight of the enriched inner strength, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. After a moment, the bombardment of the earthy star power finally ceased. It seemed the energy of the Earth attribute formation had been completely absorbed by him. Xing Wuyang sensed that his starry battle body had advanced significantly from its initial state, and the star power emanating from his fists now bore the weight of the earth element, greatly enhancing its offensive capability. The Frost Kirin remarked, "Now that you have absorbed the earth element, your subsequent trials in the tower will be considerably easier. You understand the principle of the 5 elements mutual restraint, do you not?" With that, the voice of the Frost Kirin faded away, seemingly slipping back into slumber. "Ah, the principle of the 5 elements. Earth restrains water. This implies that the next challenge will undoubtedly involve a water attribute formation of star power for body tempering. Thus, I can utilize the strength of the earth attribute to suppress the water attribute star power, allowing it to naturally be absorbed by me, sparing myself from further bombardments of pain." With this thought in mind, Xing Wuyang proceeded with renewed confidence to the second level of the 5-element tower. Sure enough, as he approached, the water attribute formation was triggered. Xing Wuyang promptly suppressed the chaotic water attribute star power with his earthy star power, guiding it obediently into his body. Moments later, with the dissolution of the water attribute formation, another elemental force was added to Xing Wuyang's starry battle body. In the subsequent layers, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th respectively manifest as fire, metal, and wood elemental arrays. Xing Wuyang employed a similar strategy to subdue the chaotic cosmic energies within the formations, naturally guiding them into his being. Upon inhaling the final wood elemental cosmic energy, Xing Wuyang's stellar battle body underwent a profound transformation, emerging as a true primordial stage of the stellar battle body. Moreover, having traversed the 5 elements tower, this body now boasted 5 interdependent attributes, significantly amplifying its might. In the library, the head of the Xing family observed this spectacle through a crystal orb, nodding in acknowledgement, and remarked, "It seems another prodigy is about to emerge from the Xing family." Chapter 31. The melting of ice. After exiting the 5 elements tower, Xing Wuyang did not hasten to depart. Since the head of the Xing family had not urged him to leave, he decided to sit cross-legged outside the tower, continuing to absorb cosmic energy to consolidate his cultivation. Indeed, in recent days, his progress had been extraordinarily swift. He now conservatively estimated that he could withstand 100 exchanges against a 7th-tier knight without facing defeat. Thus, he remained in the secret realm for a full 10 days to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. During these 10 days, the entire Xing family diligently sought information regarding the family members who had experienced the events in Luoye town 11 years prior, but they were unable to ascertain anything definitive about Xing Wuyang's parents. With only 10 days remaining until the new student competition, Xing Yaoyan returned to the Xing family, urging the head of the family to summon Xing Wuyang from the secret realm, as it was time to set off for Xinwu Mountain. The head of the Xing family expressed his frustration over the inability to locate Xing Wuyang's biological parents. Observing that Xing Wuyang had sufficiently consolidated his cultivation, he readily called him forth from the secret realm. Consequently, Xing Yaoyan escorted Xing Wuyang back to the academy, where the most exhilarated of all was Ziweir. She had been plagued with worry during the days Xing Wuyang had remained alone amidst the monstrous horde. Fearing for his safety, now, seeing him return unscathed, her lingering guilt was finally alleviated. Xing Yaoyan gathered everyone on the training field, stating, "Today marks our final intensive training session. Over the past few days, I have been imparting the essentials of team combat to the 4 of you. Today, we shall assess the disparity in strength between your combined efforts and Xing Wuyang." Upon hearing this, Xianning could not help but quietly inquire of Xing Wuyang, "Hey boss, is it true that you've grown even stronger during this time? According to the instructor, you can take on all 4 of us single-handedly? How are we supposed to cope with that?" Noticing Xianying's expression of envy and jealousy, Xing Wuyang shrugged helplessly. No one could fathom the extent of the trials he had endured to achieve such strength. Meanwhile, Ziweir recalled with astonishment how Xing Wuyang had defeated the 6th-tier beast, the fiery cloud leopard, and she realized that if they did not unite against him, they would stand no chance whatsoever. As everyone readied themselves, Xing Yaoyan drew a circle on the training field, designating it as the arena for their match. Xing Wuyang stood at the far right, facing his eager companions, who had long been curious to test the extent of his abilities. While Ziweir felt a weight of pressure, the other 3 remained utterly unconvinced that Xing Wuyang could outmatch their coordinated efforts. "The match begins," Xing Yaoyan announced, blowing the whistle in his hand. Xing Wuyang, still holding back, refrained from unleashing the star chain, as he intended to reserve it as a trump card for the upcoming freshman competition. Instead, he first released the divine martial talent, the dragon transformation, enveloping himself in golden scales. His right hand morphed into a golden dragon claw, and he closed his eyes, remaining still in place, embodying the principle of stillness amid chaos, awaiting the first move from his companions. Xianing brandished a pair of daggers, positioning himself on one side, while the bare-handed Long Tianyu stood on the other. Xing Miaojia withdrew her whip and took the central position, and at the back, Ziweir wielded a staff. The quartet's formation was impeccably executed, showcasing their enhanced teamwork over the past 10 days, despite a lack of significant individual improvement. As a fellow third-tier knight, Xing Miaojia launched the first attack, skillfully wielding her whip imbued with the essence of thunder. Xing Wuyang's gaze sharpened as he discerned the hidden electric rules within the whip, which split into 3 electric clones, making it nearly impossible to identify the real strike amidst the illusions. Simultaneously, Long Tianyu, unwilling to underestimate Xing Wuyang, shouted as he unleashed 2 martial talents, the devastating Mighty Diamond Fist and the colossal Mountain Sea Diamond Fist. On the other side, Xianing joined the fray, flanking Xing Wuyang with his elusive footwork, sometimes vanishing into shadows, sometimes reappearing, creating an unpredictable assault. Meanwhile, Ziweir, at the back, held a magical array, with the ethereal silhouette of an ice phoenix flickering behind her, as if preparing to cast a powerful spell. Observing his companion's remarkable improvement, Xing Wuyang realized he could not afford to be careless. Relying solely on the dragon transformation would not suffice. Just then, as the whip descended with a sharp crack of thunder, he sensed a shift in the electric rules and, in that fleeting moment, grasped the essence of the whip. Extending his dragon claw, he unleashed a torrent of golden light, slicing through the whip with unparalleled precision. Cleaving it into 6 segments, As Xianing and Long Tianyu closed in from either side. Xing Wuyang let out a muffled grunt, and his entire being radiated with brilliant starlight. Xing Miaojia, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "This is the star body. What is happening with the Xing family's techniques?" As a direct descendant of the Xing family, she was well aware of their martial arts, yet what Xing Wuyang was demonstrating was undeniably the pinnacle of their lineage. With the star body activated, Xing Wuyang withdrew from the dragon transformation, for the 2 forms combined would deplete his energy excessively. The star body was more than sufficient to contend with his 2 friends before him. As Xing Wuyang unleashed a formidable strike imbued with the weighty power of earth towards Xianing with one hand, his other hand, enveloped in the indomitable force of gold, was directed towards Long Tianyu. With a resounding crash, Xianing found himself overwhelmed by the oppressive earth energy, his body rendered less agile, and his intricate footwork swiftly unraveled, leading to him being forcefully expelled from the circle by a single punch. Meanwhile, Long Tianyu, witnessing the colossal golden fist imprint hurtling towards him, hastily raised his own fists in a defensive posture before his chest, yet he too was sent flying out of the circle by a singular blow. The 2 of them were almost simultaneously eliminated by a single maneuver from Xing Wuyang. Just as Xing Wuyang charged towards Xing Miaoyao, who was unprotected by a whip, intending to throw her out of the circle, Ziweir finally sprang into action. With a gentle flick of her staff towards Xing Wuyang, a chilling aura coalesced into a luminous ring that ensnared him as he lunged at Xing Miaoyao. Instantly, Xing Wuyang felt his body weaken and become limp, as if his very essence were being eroded, rendering him powerless. His stellar battle form dissipated in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Miaoyao, unarmed yet resolute, unleashed her martial talent, Stellar Wave Fist, striking out towards Xing Wuyang from a distance. Ha ha. This is the divine-grade magical lineage talent that Ziweir has awakened recently, the absolute manifestation of ice dissolution. Wuyang, you have lost to us. Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang observed Ziweir opposite him. Noting her exhausted state and dwindling strength, he quickly grasped the situation. It was undoubtedly a spell that consumed her own magical energy to sap the strength of her opponent. Realizing this diminished her threat, Xing Wuyang, whose cultivation level far surpassed that of Ziweir, recognized the limitations of the chilling aura's effect on him. He summoned forth his Dragon Phoenix sacred lineage, erupting in a resounding roar, ultimately shattering the icy ring before Xing Miaoyao's stellar wave fist could reach him. His stellar battle form surged forth, fully absorbing the stellar energy from Xing Miaoyao's strike. In a flash, he appeared before Xing Miaoyao and hurled her out of the circle, then sauntered over to Ziweir, gently lifting her weakened form as he remarked, "A commendable and formidable technique. But the toll it exacts on oneself is too great, a move that could lead to mutual destruction. If your opponent possesses greater cultivation, you must avoid employing it. It is perilous," Ziweir nodded, trembling slightly as she voluntarily exited the circle. And this 4-against-1 duel, Xing Wuyang emerged victorious. The 4 opponents could not help but yield to his prowess, acknowledging the genius of the dual sacred lineage wielder, who had effortlessly triumphed over 4 equally talented individuals. Especially Xianing and Long Tianyu came to realize the vast chasm separating them from Xing Wuyang. They were decisively expelled from the circle with nary a chance to resist. Xianing, Long Tianyu, and Xing Miaoyao silently vowed to become stronger, strong enough that Xing Wuyang would one day require their power. As for Shi Wei'er, her cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed dreamily at Xing Wuyang. Lost in thoughts unbeknownst to anyone else, Xing Yaoyin stepped forward and remarked, "Alas, I never anticipated that Wu Yang would become so formidable. It appears that in the upcoming freshman competition, your personal strength will utterly overwhelm your adversaries. However, do exercise caution, for according to intelligence reports, a prodigy named Autoba has emerged from the Beastmaster Kingdom of Batam, possessing merely third-tier strength, yet having already fused with a beast soul of considerable rank." Xing Wuyang, taken aback, inquired, "Fusing with a beast soul? I thought only 7th-tier beastmasters could achieve that." With a hint of resignation, Xing Yaoyin replied, "This world is never short of geniuses who defy conventional wisdom. There is El from the Dwarven Kingdom of Agatiles, and Autoba from the Beastmaster Kingdom of Bada." Pausing, Xing Yaoyin meaningfully placed his hands on Xing Wuyang's shoulders and added, "And you are one of them." Xing Wuyang nodded gravely, fully aware that despite his accomplishments, his displayed strength was still insufficient in the realm of the powerful the border between the demon realm and the holy martial kingdom. Within the Iron Blood General's residence, a booming voice echoed, "You wretched child. You have repeatedly brought disgrace upon me at the academy. Are you oblivious to your transgressions? You nearly harmed the genius favored by the monarch." "It infuriates me," the general, clad in heavy armor, bellowed. "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. I have embarrassed you, and I beg for your forgiveness." Solomon trembled, kneeling on the ground. Beside him, the general's wife, witnessing her son on his knees, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly interjected, "Oh, dear husband, let it be. What child is without fault? Let us consider this merely as a youthful squabble, albeit a slightly excessive one." The Iron Blood General gazed at his wife and sighed. "You spoil him too much, and he has become insufferable. Just look at what he has done this time, attempting to assassinate a classmate with a concealed weapon simply because he lost a fair match. If this temperament is not properly corrected, he may cause significant trouble in the future, and I fear I won't be able to protect him then. Oh, husband, do not speak so. After all, there may not be a future for him at the Heavenly Path Knight Academy. They are unlikely to tolerate our son. Why not let him drop out and join the army? We can train him ourselves, and it may not be worse than the academy." The Iron Blood General found himself at a loss with his wife and could only exhale a resigned sigh. "You sigh. Very well, Solomon. You may return to your room for now. I shan't concern myself with you any longer." "Yes, father." Solomon departed from his father's chamber and wandered aimlessly through the military camp to alleviate his boredom. At that moment, someone approached him and initiated a conversation. "Hey, isn't this Solomon? Hello, I am Yang Yunfei, the son of General Yang Yufeng from the Kingdom of Badam. We met when we were children." Solomon furrowed his brow and retorted, "What business does the son of a general from the Kingdom of Batam have in our holy martial kingdom's army?" Yang Yunfei casually draped his arm over Solomon's shoulder, saying, "Of course, our fathers are discussing military matters." Solomon coldly responded, "Please remove your arm. We are not familiar." Yang Yunfei was somewhat taken aback, yet he withdrew his hand and remarked, "Why is your mood rather gloomy today? Has something occurred at the academy?" Solomon sighed, feeling the urge to confide in someone, and since the affable Yang Yunfei was before him, he decided to recount the events in their entirety. After listening, Yang Yunfei patted Solomon's shoulder and said, "As the son of the foremost general of the holy martial kingdom, this competition slot rightfully belongs to you. It is merely the ignorance of those lowly commoners. Would you like me to assist you in teaching them a lesson?" "Oh, does Brother Yunfei have a scheme?" Yang Yunfei replied, "It's quite simple. Their journey to the Divine Martial Mountain will inevitably lead them past the Witch Emperor Mountain, which is the border where your Iron Blood General manner suppresses the demon race. You could request your father to assign you to guard against the demons, and then intentionally reassign some of the guards. Allowing the demon race to reach the Witch Emperor Mountain, at that point, they will undoubtedly encounter a demon attack." Solomon hesitated, saying, "But reassigning the guards could easily be discovered by my father afterward. And if it is revealed that the demon invasion of the Holy Martial Kingdom was due to my actions, even my father would be unable to protect me. No, look into my eyes. You can do this, right?" At that moment, Yang Yunfei grasped Solomon's shoulders, locking his gaze onto Solomon's pupils, and a strange demonic light flickered in his eyes, penetrating Solomon's own. Solomon, in a daze, muttered, "Yes, I will have my father assign me to guard the Witch Emperor Mountain, and then take the opportunity to reassign the guards, allowing the demons to attack the new students of the Celestial Knights Academy." With that, Solomon turned and walked away as if he had lost his soul. Behind him, Yang Yunfei chuckled maliciously, Now the geniuses of the Holy Martial Kingdom and the Princess of the Windida's Kingdom shall be utterly crushed. Wahaha. Chapter 33. Ambush in the early morning, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds circling overhead. Xing Wuyang and his 4 companions had already descended from their dormitory, gathering at the entrance of the Celestial Knights Academy, shrouded in a veil of morning mist, awaiting Xing Yaoyin to lead them to the divine martial mountain. Shortly thereafter, Xing Yaoyin arrived, clad in her energetic attire, accompanied by a venerable elder with a white beard and 6 senior students who appeared to be slightly older than them. Judging by their uniforms, it was evident that these 6 individuals hailed from the Inner Academy, as one must possess at least a 5th-tier knight status to enter the Inner Academy after graduating from the Outer Academy. Their cultivation levels were undeniably impressive. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is the esteemed Tian Taiji, the director of the Martial Arts Outer Academy, who is an 11th-tier knight. As for the 6 individuals behind me, they are the Star Guardian Knights, sent by the Xing family to accompany and protect all of you. They are all descendants of the Xing family. Subsequently, the 6 members of the Star Guardian Knights introduced themselves. The first to step forward was a tall and striking female knight who coolly stated, "From the Inner Academy, I am Xing Tianlu, an 8th-tier knight and the captain of the Star Guardian Knights." Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang and his 4 companions could not help but gasp in astonishment. Although they were aware that the descendants of the Xing family who entered the inner court possessed considerable cultivation, they were nonetheless taken aback by the formidable prowess of the commander of the Xing Guardian Knights, who was merely 1 rank below their instructor, Xing Yaoyin. Standing alongside her was a tall and remarkably suited male senior, who, with a warm smile, greeted them. "Greetings, junior brothers and sisters. I am Xing Zhenhao from the inner court, a 7th-tier knight and the vice-commander of the Xing Guardian Knights, and I am in a romantic relationship with Xing Tianlu." In a flurry, Xing Tianlu interjected, "Don't listen to this fool. I have yet to agree." "Haha, all right, commander. You might as well concede to the vice-commander," a male senior, adorned with a massive sword on his back, remarked with a mischievous grin. "Xing Tianxing, keep your mouth shut. If you don't wish to be beaten, mind your words." The senior known as Xing Tianxing shrugged, gesturing to Xing Tianlu to silence herself, and then turned to introduce himself to Xing Wuyang and the others. "Greetings, junior brothers and sisters. I am Xing Tianxing from the inner court, a 7th-tier knight. Allow my great sword to guard you on this journey." Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang and his companions felt a sense of numbness at the mention of yet another 7th-tier knight. Even though they were from the inner court, anyone who could cultivate to such a level was undoubtedly a genius. The 4th individual was a somewhat lean senior, possessing eyes that sparkled with spiritual light. He introduced himself to Xing Wuyang and the others. "I am Xing Shui, also from the inner court and a 7th-tier knight. I possess the unique talent of spiritual eyes, serving as the support of our team." The 5th was a female senior. Compared to the tall stature of Xing Tianlu, she appeared rather ordinary, yet her face radiated a captivating charm. Unlike the fiery allure of Xing Tianlu, she exuded a serene beauty, a cold yet proud demeanor that left a profound impression. With a soft voice, she introduced herself. "I am Xing Ying'er, from the inner court, an 8th-tier knight." Xing Wuyang and his companions could not help but gasp once more. What manner of knightly order was this, boasting yet another 8th-tier knight? Moreover, it seemed that this order possessed an overabundance of female knights, with both of its 2 women being 8th-tier knights. The last individual was an unremarkable senior, lacking any distinctive features, who introduced himself. "Inner court, Xing Imo, 7th-tier knight." As soon as his words fell, he dimmed into obscurity, overshadowed by the attention commanded by the others. After committing all the seniors' names to memory, they set forth towards Shenwu Mountain, a sacred place reputed to be the origin of various races. Thus, there was a rule for traveling to Shenwu Mountain. One must walk with reverence, step by step, without the aid of transportation. This meant that with just 10 days remaining before the competition, walking would allow them to arrive on the final day. Thus, a group of over a dozen individuals ambled together, traversing towards Shenwu Mountain with light steps. They carried provisions sufficient for 10 days, and in no time, 7 days passed before they reached the foot of Wuhuang Mountain, adjacent to Shenwu Mountain. The ethereal and transcendent martial arts dean, Tian Taiji, remarked, "Behold, we have arrived at Wuhuang Mountain, which serves as the boundary between our holy martial kingdom and the realm of beasts. Although this border is under the vigilant watch of the kingdom's foremost general, the iron-blooded general, it is prudent to exercise caution in all matters." The group nodded in agreement, each sensing the extraordinary nature of the locale. As if the very air were saturated with the essence of slaughter, before long, they found themselves within the cavern of Wuhuang Mountain. If they could traverse this expanse unscathed, the subsequent journey would lead them safely to Shenwu Mountain. Given its proximity to the realm of beasts, the cave was inevitably teeming with magical beasts. As they entered the cavern, the Star Guardian Knights led the way, prepared to thwart any assaults from within. Each knight possessed remarkable abilities, rendering the 6- and 7-tiered beasts within the cave no match for them, as they dispatched them effortlessly. However, at that moment, a resounding explosion echoed, and a thick miasma of dark magic began to permeate the cave. Tian Taiji's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This level of magical energy is no mere beast. It must be the dominators of the realm of beasts, the Demon Clan. How could they infiltrate Wuhuang Mountain?" The academy had previously alerted the border guards to prepare for a first-level defense. Xing Tianlu interjected, "Dean, discussing this now is futile. It appears we are in for a fierce battle." Tian Taiji nodded gravely, stating, "The Demon Clan is not easily dealt with. I shall take the lead while you, Star Guardian Knights, cover our rear. Xing Yao Yin, ensure the safety of your students." Thus, the group pressed onward through the cavern. Soon, they arrived at a more spacious chamber, only to find the walls grotesquely coated with flesh. Tian Taiji's gaze shifted to the surrounding meat walls, and his expression darkened as he warned, "We are in trouble. Retreat swiftly. There is an ambush, Jijiji, too late for that. You will all perish together." A sinister laughter echoed as a horde of demons emerged from the shadows of the cavern, encircling them that were doomed. "Those demons possess 8th-tier strength. It seems we are in for a grueling battle," Xing Tianlu stated gravely. Tian Taiji calmly addressed the looming threat, "Blood Demon, is that you? Why not show yourself?" "Haha, Tian old man, it has indeed been a long time. Who would have thought the leader today would be the dean of the Martial Arts Outer Academy? It appears today will yield bountiful rewards." Chapter 34. A dire situation. A man clad in blood-red garments, with blood-soaked hair, emerged from the flesh wall. The aura exuding from him rivaled that of Tian Taiji, clearly indicating he was a formidable 11th-tier demon lord. The situation grew increasingly perilous. Under normal circumstances, their numbers should have deterred any beasts, yet this ambush seemed meticulously orchestrated. Tian Taiji pondered a terrifying possibility. Could there be a traitor within the ranks, colluding with the Demon Clan to orchestrate such an ambush? The Star Guardian Knights, renowned for their combat experience, promptly formed a protective formation around their comrades, ensuring the safety of Xing Wuyang and the others. Xing Shui immediately activated her innate martial pulse. The spirit eye. Suddenly, clarity descended upon everyone, as if the surroundings were fully unveiled before their eyes, capturing even the slightest movements of the demonic entities with utter precision. Under his enhancement, the Star Guardian Knight Corps gained the foresight to anticipate their foes' actions. Captain Xing Tianlu was the first to strike, unfurling a pair of inner strength wings behind her, seemingly having mastered a fire-based technique, as the wings she conjured radiated with a potent essence of flames. Fire Meteor Strike. With that command, the wings of Xing Tianlu unleashed a barrage of fireballs, mercilessly pummeling the demons. The flames appeared to possess a hint of divine power, effectively countering the dark sorcery of the demonic forces. Even when the demons attempted to shield themselves with dark magic, they found it far from comfortable. Yet, despite the formidable nature of her attacks, the sheer number of demons, doubling that of the Star Guardian Knight Corps, was overwhelming, totaling 12 formidable foes. Xing Tianqing bellowed, drawing forth the massive sword from his back, unleashing a wave of slashing energy that repelled a demon advancing toward Shi Wei'er. Addressing Shi Wei'er and the others, he declared, "These demons must have long conspired to eliminate the prodigies of the Holy Martial Kingdom and the Princess of Wendidas. This is truly despicable. What shall we do? Are we to perish like this?" "I refuse," Shi Wei'er sobbed, still trembling in fear. Beside her, Xing Wuyang offered words of comfort, "Do not fear. Trust that our seniors will protect us." The members of the Star Guardian Knight Corps exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them, as if they had made a resolute decision. The 6 of them charged fiercely towards the demons. Another 8th-tier knight of the Star Guardian Corps, Xing Inger, refrained from manifesting her inner strength wings, instead concentrating all her magical energy into her staff, resolutely positioning herself in front of Xing Wuyang and the others, ardently consuming her own magic to serve as a living artillery, repelling any demon that dared to attack them. With a sharp sound, an 8th-tier demon was brutally torn apart by the weaponized gloves of Xing Zhenhao. Following that, Xing Tianlu's dazzling fire meteor strike erupted forth, blasting away a demon that attempted to ambush Xing Zhenhao. Meanwhile, the previously unremarkable 7th-tier knight, Xing Imo, realizing he was no match for the 8th-tier beasts, ignited the flames of his life force to forcibly elevate his prowess, entangling himself with 2 8th-tier demons. Xing Yaoyan remained steadfastly at the forefront, vigilantly guarding Xing Wuyang and the others, unwilling to leave their side for even a moment, fearful of any mishap. On another front, Tian Taiji was locked in combat with an 11th-tier demon lord. The duel between masters was significantly more favorable compared to the brutal clashes of the Star Guardian Knight Corps, lacking any flamboyant techniques. Tian Taiji's methods seemed capable of effortlessly nullifying the overwhelming strength of his opponent, leaving the blood demon momentarily at a loss. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected development occurred. The flesh wall began to detach from the rocky surface, converging into a grotesque form of an 11th tier demon beast. The blood demon cackled. It appears your knight core is truly commendable. Alas, they shall all meet their demise here today. Tian Taiji silently cursed his misfortune. Although he wished to intervene, he found himself powerless, having already exerted all his efforts just to hold off the blood demon. The 11th tier beast, it seems, was conjured by the blood demon through arcane means, and its duration should not be prolonged. Xing Inger, too, ignited the fire of her own life, striving to thwart the relentless barrage of magical projectiles directed at the creature. Thus, the once favorable situation for the Star Guardian Knights was mercilessly overturned. Xing Inger was no match for the 11th tier beast, and even the burning of her life force proved to be a mere drop in the ocean, unable to impede it for long. Observing this dire predicament, Xing Tianlu and Xing Tianqing, along with Xing Zhenhao, recklessly ignited their own life forces, unleashing their most formidable attacks to slay 2 of the demon kin, culminating in the demise of a total of 6 demonic entities under their desperate onslaught. Subsequently, the trio endeavored to subdue the frenzied 11th tier beast, yet their efforts were in vain, as they were no match for such a formidable opponent. Xing Wuyang and the others gazed upon this scene with reddened eyes. The Star Guardian Knights had risked their very lives to protect them, a poignant reminder that stirred within Xing Wuyang the memory of Anders' tragic demise beneath the claws of a beast. At that moment, his blood surged uncontrollably with fury, and he let out a roar, an inexplicable sound that sent tremors through the assembled demons, a manifestation of ancestral pressure. The blood demon cast a sidelong glance at Xing Wuyang, his eyes flickering with malice, and he sneered. So this is the prodigy of the holy martial kingdom, is it? Teske, Teske, Teske. That roar has even made my heart quiver. Should he continue to grow, it would be a grave concern. Tian Taiji coldly retorted, if you wish to deal with the newborn, you must first step over my corpse. The roar from Xing Wuyang had startled the 11th tier beast, causing it to momentarily freeze. And in that fleeting moment, Xing Tianlu, Xing Zhenhao, and Xing Tianqing resolutely made a decision. Their bodies began to swell, an overwhelming inner force clashing within them, as if on the verge of detonation. Seeing this, Xing Yaoyan couldn't help but exclaim, you are all the proud sons and daughters of the Xing family. The family will remember your valor. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated as, under the astonished gaze of Xing Wuyang and the others, the 3 members of the Star Guardian Knights simultaneously self-destructed. However, despite the explosive sacrifice of 2 7th tier and 1 8th tier knights, the 11th tier beast remained unscathed, though its aura had diminished considerably. The beast charged fiercely towards the utterly exhausted Xing Inger, and Xing Yaoyan realized that now was the perfect opportunity to slay the 11th tier creature. Her golden armor enveloped her form automatically, and in her hand appeared a shimmering starry whip, reminiscent of the Milky Way. With a fierce crack of the whip, she struck the vital point of the 11th tier beast, which had been summoned through dark arts. Yet, to her astonishment, the beast emitted a pained cry and, in that very moment, shattered into numerous smaller beasts that swiftly consumed Xing Inger, leaving not even a bone behind. No one could have anticipated such a sudden turn of events, and Xing Yaoyan had no time to intervene. Xing Wuyang's eyes were bloodshot as he pondered why the Star Guardian Knights had returned to personally protect them. Surely, he thought, it must be the machinations of the Xing family. Yet, the Star Guardian Knights seemed to have met their demise. From the original 6-member brigade, only the inconspicuous Xing Imo and the supportive Xing Shui remained. All in the name of safeguarding them. In this moment of reflection, Xing Wuyang silently vowed to assemble his own 6-member knight brigade in the future, to vanquish the demon race and instill fear within their hearts, thus honoring the spirits of the Star Guardian Knights and Ander in the heavens. After consuming Xing Inger, the beast once more coalesced, seemingly having regained some of its injuries, its aura growing stronger. Xing Yaoyan understood that she was now the sole combatant capable of engaging the formidable 11th tier beast. She summoned a golden flame that surged from her golden armor, instantly raising the temperature around her and enveloping herself in a divine aura. This holy presence caused the 11th tier beast and the remaining demons nearby to tremble in fear. The blood demon, entangled with Tian Taiji, narrowed its eyes in horror, exclaiming, this is the golden armor of Starburst Knight Xing Yaoyang. What is happening? How can this girl inherit his legacy? Tian Taiji replied nonchalantly, of course, this girl is no ordinary person. She is the younger sister of the deceased genius from the Xing family. Xing Yaoyan is it not fitting for a sister to inherit her brother's mantle? The blood demon's expression shifted to one of astonishment, its eyes flickering. Regardless, Xing Yaoyang is dead, and your holy martial kingdom no longer possesses the genius that once instilled fear in my kind. The unrefined Xing Yaoyan is hardly a threat. However, the situation was far more complex than the blood demon anticipated. The rising golden flames around Xing Yaoyan signaled her steadily increasing momentum as she forcefully and temporarily broke through to the 10th tier night level. With such strength, she was more than capable of confronting the already wounded 11th tier beast. Transforming her whip into a sword, she concentrated all her internal energy, causing the whip to shimmer with starlight. The whip then morphed into several phantoms, piercing through the 11th tier beast like a sharp blade. In its terror, the beast was brutally impaled, the divine aura of the whip rendering it ultimately obliterated amidst the brilliance of the starlight. The blood demon, witnessing this turn of events, realized that it would be impossible to slay anyone from the holy martial kingdom today. However, capturing one individual still remained a possibility. In that moment, the blood demon suddenly clashed palms with Tian Taiji. Staggering back several steps, he then remarked, "It seems I must resort to this tactic. Having lost so many of my kind, I cannot afford to return empty-handed." At that moment, the blood demon began to tremble violently, using its own vitality to manifest a new blood demon, while the old one appeared drained of blood, its complexion turning ghostly pale, resembling merely a shell. Yet, both the new blood demon and the shell exuded the terrifying aura of the 11th tier. Tian Taiji sensed the impending danger and thought to himself, "This is not good." The new blood demon turned to Tian Taiji with a slight smile, saying, "We shall meet again, old fool." Suddenly, the new blood demon swiftly sidestepped and maneuvered behind Tian Taiji, instantly appearing beside Xing Yaoyan. With a single palm strike, he sent the already depleted Xing Yaoyan, who had just unleashed a formidable move, flying. As Tian Taiji attempted to intervene, he found himself ensnared by the blood demon's shell, which was on the verge of collapse. The blood demon's objective was unmistakable: to abduct Xing Wuyang. With a swift grasp, he seized Xing Wuyang, rendering the latter's celestial battle form utterly ineffective before the prowess of an 11th tier master. Xing Wuyang felt the world around him spin uncontrollably, and with Tian Taiji's furious roar, the ground vanished from beneath his feet, plunging him into despair. Wuyang, Ziweir and the others could only watch helplessly as the blood demon carried away Xing Wuyang. Feeling utterly powerless, Xing Yaoyan understood that only Tian Taiji possessed the strength to pursue, yet he was currently entangled and unable to assist, caught in a bind of intent but lacking the means. All they could do was hope that Xing Wuyang could hold on until Tian Taiji arrived to rescue him. The pungent stench of blood emanating from the blood demon caused a deep discomfort in Xing Wuyang's chest. As a chilling aura, reminiscent of claws and fangs, surged into his body, he felt his strength waning as the blood demon dragged him through the depths, leaving him without the capacity to resist. In that moment of desperation, Xing Wuyang recalled the ice Kirin from his consciousness and began to softly call out to her, yet received no response. It seemed she remained in a deep slumber. What should I do? Am I destined to be extinguished by the blood demon? I refuse to accept this. I have yet to avenge the Star Guardian Knights, those loathsome demons. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The demonic energy from the blood demon began to faintly siphon into Xing Wuyang, gradually awakening the true power of the demon ancestor within him. To his astonishment, he realized that his consciousness was being consumed by this frenzied energy. At last, a blinding ray of sunlight illuminated the confrontation between Xing Wuyang and the blood demon. As they emerged from the depths of the Witch Emperor's cave, the blood demon nonchalantly lifted Xing Wuyang, declaring, "You'd best behave yourself, kid. We're heading to the demon capital, where you will be publicly executed before countless demons." Ha ha ha! The thought of an unparalleled genius from the holy martial kingdom being slaughtered in the realm of demons is truly exhilarating. However, at that moment, all that remained within Xing Wuyang was a frenzied consciousness and determination. He coldly retorted, "Remove your filthy hands from me." "What did you say?" The blood demon shrieked in disbelief. Yet soon, dread washed over him as he beheld the sudden emergence of a massive black dragon and a black phoenix behind Xing Wuyang. The blood demon recognized them as the very totems of their demon race. Fear gripped him as he realized that the demonic energy emanating from Xing Wuyang was even more potent than his own. Stammering in disbelief, he exclaimed, "You are of the demon race and from royal blood. How can this be possible?" At that moment, Xing Wuyang was entirely consumed by his frenzied thoughts, revealing a menacing visage as he declared, "I said, remove your filthy hands." Chapter 36. Ruthless Measure's blood demon was taken aback to discover that his very bloodline was completely restrained by the formidable presence of Xing Wuyang before him. The overwhelming aura emanating from Xing Wuyang seemed to tighten around his neck like a vice. Yet, Blood Demon shook his head defiantly and declared, "No, You cannot possibly be a member of the royal lineage of the demon clan. I have never encountered you before. You must be employing some trickery. Humph, trickery? Xing Wuyang retorted with a cold smirk. With a surge of power, a terrifying wave of demonic energy erupted from Xing Wuyang, swiftly engulfing Blood Demon's hand that had clutched his collar. Ah! A cry of agony escaped Blood Demon's lips as he was caught off guard, his entire arm dissolving under the ferocious energy of a superior being. Subsequently, Xing Wuyang unleashed a devastating palm strike imbued with a torrent of demonic force, sending Blood Demon staggering back several paces, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. As he gazed at Xing Wuyang, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. He realized that the demonic energy he had just encountered was far beyond his own capabilities. The only plausible explanation was that Xing Wuyang truly belonged to the royal family of the demon clan and was, indeed, a spy dispatched to the sacred martial kingdom. This thought filled Blood Demon with dread. The royal family of the demon clan was not something he could afford to provoke. He couldn't help but curse the informant under his breath for failing to relay the presence of a spy to him. Now, not only had his forces suffered significant losses, but he had also attracted the ire of a member of the royal family. Blood Demon turned to face Xing Wuyang, who wore a vicious expression, as if he longed to rend him to pieces. This only reinforced Blood Demon's conviction that Xing Wuyang was indeed a spy sent by the demon clan. Capturing him would certainly thwart his mission. With a forced bravado, Blood Demon stammered, "A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Esteemed royal member, this is all a grave miscommunication. It must be an issue with the intelligence. I shall investigate it immediately. Misunderstanding? Very well, I shall forgive you," Xing Wuyang replied, momentarily retracting the murderous intent that enveloped him. Blood Demon sensed the absence of hostility and breathed a sigh of relief. Though fear still gripped his heart, he suggested, "Why not injure me now and then rejoin that group? You could easily claim that I exhausted my strength using the blood cicada escape technique and am no longer your match." Xing Wuyang grinned maliciously. "Excellent. I find this arrangement quite agreeable to it. Seems you shall have to endure some hardship. All for the sake of Lord Demon God. I would willingly tread through fire and water." Blood Demon professed his fealty. "Good, good, good." Xing Wuyang repeated the word thrice. His expression twisted into a menacing grin as a dense aura of demonic energy enveloped him. With a decisive kick, Xing Wuyang forcefully struck Blood Demon's right leg, shattering it with a single blow of boundless demonic power. Then, his right hand, covered in black dragon scales, extended sharp claws that brutally pierced through Blood Demon's back, tearing flesh and sinew. Blood Demon was caught unprepared, grievously wounded, yet he dared not resist. He was acutely aware that he had already failed in his mission. Suffering immense losses to his clan, and provoking another member of the royal family was a price he could not bear. Xing Wuyang felt that it was still insufficient. For reasons unknown, whenever he recalled the fallen members of the Star Guardian Knight Order and his elder brother, Andy, a surge of fury welled up within him. In a frenzy, 5 sharp claws raked across the Blood Demon's back, leaving it utterly mangled and bloodied. It must be noted that since ascending to the rank of an 11th Order Demon Lord, he had not suffered such grave injuries in a long time. Yet, there was no alternative. He dared not resist Xing Wuyang at that moment. The Blood Demon merely wished to hasten back and ascertain where the intelligence had gone awry. Who would have thought that a genius from the Holy Martial Kingdom was, in fact, of the demon race? Such crucial information had eluded him. Just then, an ice phoenix swooped down from the sky, and shortly thereafter, Ziviel arrived first, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before her. Originally, she had intended to detect Xing Wuyang's Saint-grade magical pulse through her own Saint-grade ice phoenix, as it seemed the two phoenixes could resonate with one another. Upon locating Xing Wuyang and confirming his safety, she planned to contact Tian Taiji, who was on his way to rescue him. However, the sight before her was starkly different from her expectations. An 11th Order powerhouse was being mercilessly battered by Xing Wuyang, leaving him grievously injured. An utterly inconceivable scenario. Moreover, observing Xing Wuyang's demeanor, Ziviel inexplicably felt a flicker of fear. Sensing that something was amiss with him, "Wuyang, are you all right?" Upon hearing this familiar call, Xing Wuyang's frenzied consciousness gradually receded, allowing clarity to return. He noticed his right hand smeared with the Blood Demon's blood, and glancing at the pitifully tormented Blood Demon, he found it difficult to accept. How could it be that he was the one responsible for this? Good heavens, what had he just done? His memories felt hazy, as though another self had committed these acts. Realizing that Xing Wuyang had regained his original aura, Ziviel breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing that he had fallen under some malevolent influence. Nonetheless, she inquired, "Wuyang, how did you manage to defeat an 11th Order powerhouse? Surely, you cannot be suggesting that you are capable of challenging such beings beyond your level." Nearby, the blood demon, sensing that the oppressive magical aura suppressing him had dissipated, staggered to his feet and feigned a smug grin. Humph, if it weren't for the side effects of my blood cicada escape technique, I wouldn't have been outmatched by a mere third-order knight. Seizing the moment when Ziviel and Xing Wuyang were caught off guard, the blood demon transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled into the distance. That instant, as the blood demon disappeared, Xing Wuyang was overcome by dizziness and nausea, ultimately losing consciousness. Hey, Wuyang, are you all right? Don't scare me. Ziviel hurriedly supported the unconscious Xing Wuyang, resting him against a nearby tree. Shortly thereafter, Tian Taiji, Xing Yaoyan, and the remaining companions from the Star Guardian Knight Order arrived. Upon seeing that Xing Wuyang was merely unconscious and unharmed, they felt relieved. Tian Taiji turned to Ziviel, inquiring how Xing Wuyang had managed to escape the clutches of the blood demon. Ziviel recounted verbatim what the blood demon had just said to Tian Taiji, who burst into hearty laughter. It appears that this blood demon has overreached himself, employing a clandestine technique to create two of his own selves, one to obstruct me, and the other to seize Xing Wuyang. Little did he expect to ultimately be bested by a mere junior due to the side effects of his own machinations. His reputation is now irreparably tarnished. Ha ha ha. Chapter 37. Interlude in the army within a grandiose castle. A man adorned in bloodied garments, his body marred by wounds and one arm severed, knelt in the great hall, too fearful to raise his gaze towards the imposing figure seated upon the throne. The throne emanated a formidable aura of demonic energy, and the man upon it addressed the prostrate blood demon in a deep, resonant voice. Are you certain that this talent from the Shengwu kingdom is indeed one of our demonic kin? The blood demon, unable to meet the gaze of the demon god, bowed his head, trembling as he spoke. Indeed, the blood demon is certain he belongs to the royal lineage of the demon race, possessing extraordinary talent. Even at merely the third tier of power, he was able to inflict such grievous harm upon me. The demon god fell silent, already surmising the true identity of this prodigy, likely his own grandson, whose bloodline was tainted. Yet, he could not have anticipated that this grandson had awakened the power of the demon ancestor. If this were the case, it would indeed be a fortuitous development for the demon race. However, recalling the suffering endured by his daughter at the hands of humanity, he harbored no favorable sentiments towards them, even extending to his grandson who bore human blood. This thought, a murderous intent towards Xing Wuyang surged within him. After a brief moment of silence, the blood demon's mind began to race. Could it be that the young man was not of the royal demon lineage? If so, had all his suffering and pain been in vain? It was entirely his fault for failing to confirm the color of the boy's blood. Pure-blooded demons were supposed to have blue blood. The demon god paused for a moment before speaking. You need not concern yourself with this child. I have my own plans. You may withdraw. With that, the demon god waved his hand, and an overwhelming wave of demonic energy enveloped the injured blood demon. In no time at all, the wounds on his body healed, and even his severed arm regrew. The blood demon was overjoyed. The loss of his arm had been his greatest regret, as it had significantly hampered his abilities. Now, with the demon god's power restoring his arm, he could hardly contain his gratitude, bowing repeatedly. The blood demon expresses his deepest thanks to the esteemed demon god. Your unparalleled power shall soon unify the world. Meanwhile, Xing Wuyang had succumbed to a profound unconsciousness, his consciousness returning to the depths of his spiritual awareness, where the ice Kirin suddenly awakened. Cough, cough. How is it that you have awakened the power of the demon ancestor? It seems that the external demonic energy has triggered the power within you. The ice Kirin pondered aloud. Subsequently, the ice Kirin unleashed a surge of icy energy, and under its refreshing influence, Xing Wuyang gradually regained consciousness. Dazed and confused, he inquired, Where am I? The ice Kirin, eager and urgent, responded, You are within your own consciousness. How did you awaken the power of the demon ancestor? Quickly, tell me. Xing Wuyang subsequently recounted in detail to Hanbing Qilin the events of being ambushed by the blood demon, subsequently captured, and then engulfed by a sudden onslaught of frenzied thoughts. Hanbing Qilin furrowed his brows deeply and remarked, It seems your identity is at risk of being uncovered by him. Him? Who is he? Xing Wuyang inquired. He is not a relative of yours, I presume. However, he poses a significant danger to you, and I cannot disclose his identity. Relative? Do I still have any relatives? Xing Wuyang murmured softly. Hanbing Qilin sighed and said, Young man, you are in quite a predicament. Once the power of the demon ancestor awakens, it is impossible to control it without the techniques of the demon royal family. This means you will frequently succumb to madness. And alas, this will make it easy for others to discern your true identity. Xing Wuyang asked, Frequently succumbing to madness? Oh dear, that simply won't do. I still need to participate in the new student competition of the 4 great academies. Do you have any means to help me control this power? Han Bingqian contemplated for a moment and replied, there is a method, but it is not without its challenges. You will need the assistance of a practitioner well-versed in sealing techniques, at least at the 12th tier. However, this individual must be utterly trustworthy. Otherwise, your life will be in jeopardy. Xing Weiyang pondered this, realizing the impossibility of the task at hand. Not only are 12th tier practitioners exceedingly rare, but finding someone trustworthy is indeed a daunting challenge. Who would not suspect Xing Weiyang of being a member of the demon race upon discovering the immense demonic aura emanating from him? Thus, he asked, is there truly no other way? Han Bingqian replied, then you must take a risk and seek out a certain individual. This person should be cultivating on Shenwu Mountain, the very place you are headed. Once you arrive, he should be able to sense your presence. Xing Weiyang wished to inquire further, but Han Bingqian once again succumbed to a deep slumber. Left with no choice, Xing Weiyang awoke, beneath the tree. He slowly opened his weary eyes, detecting a delightful fragrance resting against the back of his head. Habitually, he moved to part the delicate hands that lay upon his chest. The moment he did so, Shiweier jolted, gasping, Weiyang, you are awake. As Xing Weiyang sat up, he noticed his companions meditating nearby. However, Shiweier's exclamation roused them all from their reverie. Among the Star Guardian Knight Corps participating in the escort mission, only Xing Imo and Xing Shui remained, both of whom bore pallid and troubled expressions, their faces clouded with despair. After all, their companion had perished right before their eyes, and one of them, Xing Inger, had been devoured alive by a beast. Such occurrences would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Previously resting against a tree, Shiweier had been cradling Xing Weiyang's head in her lap, and before he could utter a word, she enveloped him in an embrace, weeping, you truly frightened me. First, you were captured by the blood demon, and then you suddenly fainted before my eyes. It was utterly harrowing. Xing Weiyang wrapped his arms around her, gently stroking her head as he reassured her. I apologize for causing you worry. Rest assured, it will not happen again. The pure-hearted Xing Weiyang felt no discomfort in his current posture with Ziweier, yet to outsiders, it appeared rather intimate. Ahem, that a soft cough from Tian Taiji shattered the awkwardness, causing Ziweier to flush and hurriedly push away the embracing Xing Weiyang. However, none noticed the peculiar glint in Long Tianyu's eyes as he observed Xing Weiyang and Ziweier. Tian Taiji solemnly addressed the group. Since all is well, let us proceed. The path ahead will be much safer. I shall not accompany you further. I must return to the academy to report this matter. This is no trivial issue. Despite this area being under the vigilant guard of the border troops, the presence of so many demons is undeniable. I am certain there is a traitor within the military, and our academy will identify this individual. We owe an explanation to both the Star Guardian Knights and the Xing family. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, there must be a breach within the military. Otherwise, such a large ambush of demons, particularly high-ranking ones, would not have been possible. Without the protection of the Star Guardian Knights, Xing Weiyang and the others would have faced utter annihilation. Yet, who could fathom the identity of this military traitor? If it were a human among the ranks, what could possibly motivate them to collude with the demons? Chapter 38. The ambush you all ponder, since the border has always been safeguarded by the iron-blooded general's troops, and considering our previous conflicts with his narrow-minded son, could it be that the iron-blooded general deliberately created a gap in defenses, thus allowing the demons to ambush us? Xian Ing boldly conjectured. Tian Taiji shook his head in disapproval. Impossible. His son is his son, and he is he. He has always served the empire with loyalty and would never engage in such treachery. At that moment, Xing Shui added, I too believe the iron-blooded general to be a man of integrity, who would never stoop to such actions. After all, during a previous mission of the Star Guardian Knights, we were aided by the iron-blooded general. Xian Ing, with an expression of resignation, shrugged and softly remarked, what if his son is inciting him? It is not entirely out of the question. Enough with the speculations. Let us cease here, and I trust the academy will deliver justice for the fallen sons and daughters of the Xing family. Tian Taiji interrupted the conjectures, mindful that calamity often arises from careless words. After bidding farewell to Tian Taiji, the group resumed their journey, having already lost considerable time. They must reach Shenwu Mountain within 3 days. In the iron-blooded general's residence, situated on the border, Solomon knelt on the ground, his entire being shackled by iron chains, tears streaming down his face as he implored his father. It was not me, truly, it was not me. Silence, wretched child. Do you dare to argue before your father? Know this, I cannot protect you this time. Alas, one reaps what one sows. The iron-blooded general's gaze grew increasingly furious as he looked upon his unfilial son. At that moment, the general's wife interjected. My husband? The child claims he did not do it. Perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye? The iron-blooded general cast a bitter smile as he glanced at his wife, who was still indulging their child. He remarked, "How could he possibly be wronged? I have investigated thoroughly. It was indeed his reassignment from the border guard that allowed the demon race to infiltrate the holy martial kingdom, leading to the near annihilation of the Star Guardian Knights. If the Xing family were to discover this, even though your husband is the foremost general of the kingdom, he would be unable to escape their wrath. The fury of the Xing family is something no one in the kingdom can withstand. Not even the emperor himself would dare take it lightly." The general's wife, still unwilling to lose her son, suggested, "What if we raise an army to rebel? After all, the military power lies entirely in your hands. Are we to fear a lonely emperor?" Upon hearing this, the iron-blooded general's eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed, "This is sheer madness. Absolutely not. Setting aside the terrifying prowess of a war god that could easily alter the fate of nations, what use is my army if I were to rebel? Furthermore, you are asking me to become a traitor. I, the iron-blooded general, have lived with integrity and honor, and I shall not become a figure of infamy throughout the ages. Husband, enough, there is no need to say more. Alas, who can deny that he is my son? I shall personally beseech the emperor, hoping that out of respect for my old face, he might spare my son from the death penalty. Thankfully, those new recruits are unharmed. Otherwise, I too would find it difficult to escape the emperor's wrath." Yet, at that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, a figure was stealthily observing all of this from the rooftop of the iron-blooded general's residence. "Humph, it seems we have failed. Is the demon race truly so inept? It appears we must take matters into our own hands. We cannot allow the holy martial kingdom to claim victory." Meanwhile, Xing Wuyang and his companions, after enduring numerous hardships, finally arrived before the divine Martial Mountain on the night of the 9th day. The divine Martial Mountain was not merely a mountain. It resembled a city, with tens of thousands of residents dwelling within its vast expanse. Atop it lay a colossal arena, once the battleground for duels between four nations in ancient times, now transformed into a venue for cultural exchange and martial arts practice during this era of peace. Before the divine Martial Mountain stood a grand city gate, where Xing Yaoyan was preparing to present some documents to the two gate guards. At that moment, Xing Yaoyan did not notice anything peculiar about the two guards outside the gate. Suddenly, without warning, a massive net was cast, ensnaring Xing Yaoyan, the most skilled among them. "What are you doing? We are people of the holy martial kingdom," Xing Yaoyan exclaimed, struggling to free himself from the net, which was clearly a magical artifact crafted by a powerful individual, making escape impossible for the time being. The two gate guards revealed their beastly claws and fangs, launching an attack toward Xing Wuyang and the others. "You are beast tamers. You are high-level beast tamers who have fused with beast souls." Upon witnessing the approaching beast tamers, the remaining two members of the Star Guardian Knights acted without hesitation to block them. One of the beast tamers cackled, "Did you think we were the only two?" Just then, a burly beast tamer emerged from the ground, seemingly fused with a formidable beast soul, his body covered in dark scales, with a tail resembling a heavy hammer. With a sweeping motion of its tail, it struck all but Xing Wuyang, who was shielded by the divine dragon's golden scales, leaving the others gravely injured, blood pouring from their mouths onto the ground. Subsequently, the beast tamer, sensing his success, swiftly burrowed back into the earth, taking with him the two companions who were engaged in battle with Xing Yimo and Xing Shui. Thus, Xing Yaoyan could only watch helplessly as his disciples were severely wounded, and in a fit of despair, he shouted, "Help! There is an assassin!" It must be noted that the gathering at Shinwu Mountain was substantial, and this cry proved to be quite effective. Soon, 3 10th-tier mages, all of the elven race, arrived. Upon seeing the trapped Xing Yaoyan, they pointed their wands, releasing a peculiar green light that freed him from the net. They hurried to Princess Shiweir's side, clearly recognizing her. The leader among them, a 10th-tier mage clad in white, seemed adept at healing. He cast a mass holy light healing spell upon Shiweier and the others. However, his expression soon darkened as he discovered that a faint black aura enveloped Shiweier and her companions, indicating they were poisoned. No ordinary poison, but something far more sinister, seemingly aimed at preventing their participation in the competition. Xing Wuyang, unable to contain his concern, clasped his hands together and asked, "Esteemed elders of the elven clan, will my companions be all right?" The leading elf replied, "The situation is rather grim. They are all poisoned, and my holy light cannot cleanse it in a short time. I fear you shall not be able to partake in tomorrow's contest." "What? Is it that serious?" exclaimed another elf coldly. "It is utterly despicable to harm our beloved princess of Windadas. By the way, did you see who the assassin was?" At that moment, Xing Yimo spoke up. It was a beast tamer, 3 individuals from the kingdom of Batam. The white-clad elven leader gazed into the distance and remarked, It seems the world is about to be engulfed in turmoil once more. Another elf interjected, "Brother, our princess has been poisoned thanks to those beast tamers. Such an affront is intolerable. We must seek retribution." The white-clad elf responded, "That may be so, but we must first prioritize the rescue of the new students from the sacred martial kingdom and our princess." Xing Yaoyan approached the 3 elven mages and clasped his fists. Expressing his gratitude, "I am most thankful for your assistance. May I inquire your names?" The white-clad elf smiled warmly and replied, "We merely did what was right. Since you are all classmates of the princess, aiding you is only natural. I am Mo Gu of the Elven clan, and these 2 beside me are Mo Qi and Mo Nung." Upon hearing that all 3 bore the surname Mo, Xing Yaoyan realized their noble lineage. They must belong to the ancient Mo family of Windadas, a family reputed for their unwavering loyalty to the royal lineage. Observing their attentive care for Shi Wei-er, he understood the tales were indeed true. Xing Yaoyan then remarked, "I did not anticipate that you all hailed from such esteemed backgrounds. You must be the team members for this year's new student competition." Mo Gu politely remarked, "We do not deserve such noble recognition. We are merely a family that has served the royal lineage for generations. Indeed, it is our clan, the Mo, that leads this year. By the way, why is it that your Shengwu kingdom has brought such a meager contingent?" Xing Yaoyan, with a bitter expression, replied, "Originally, it was to be our esteemed elder Tian Taiji leading the charge, accompanied by the members of the Xing family's direct knightly order. The Xing Shou Knights, however, an unfortunate incident occurred en route, where we fell into an ambush set by the demon clan. The Xing Shou Knights managed to repel the demons at the cost of 4 lives. And Elder Tian had to return midway to report the situation." Demon clan? Upon hearing those 2 words, Moji's eyes gleamed with intensity. Over the years, the demon clan has repeatedly transgressed the borders of Windadas, and the Mo family has sacrificed numerous lives for the nation's defense. Mo Gu snorted coldly. Even with Elder Tian present, the losses were substantial. It seems the ambushing demons were thoroughly prepared. The elongated tone of Moji's statement was unmistakable, and Xing Yaoyan, fully aware of its implications, understood that this insinuated the presence of traitors within their Shengwu kingdom. A national disgrace indeed. It is a dishonor for any nation to collude with the demon clan. Xing Yaoyan, with a grim visage, stated, "Our Shengwu kingdom will certainly conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain the source of this issue." Mo Gu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "For now, it would be prudent for you not to arrange accommodations. Simply come to our Elven clan's guest quarters. We have 3 vacant rooms that will suffice for your rest. It will also facilitate our treatment of the injured newcomers. I suspect the assailants only dared to strike before the Shinwu mountain and would not venture to do so within it. However, should they dare to return, I shall ensure they do not leave." Subsequently, the group assisted the injured Xiweir and her companions into the empty guest quarters of the Elven clan to recuperate. Several Elven mages tirelessly channeled holy light throughout the night to dispel the toxins affecting the 4, awaiting the dawn to reassess the situation. Not only the 3 mages, but the other young elves, upon witnessing their princess's injury, clamored to seek retribution from the beastmasters of the Batam Kingdom. Come daylight, in the capital of Shengwu Kingdom, Baiqing, within a resplendent palace, the Iron-Blood general knelt before Emperor Bai Kaiser. Accompanied by his son, Solomon, he confessed, "I have ascertained the circumstances. It was my son who, in pursuit of personal vendetta, unlawfully diverted troops stationed at the border, allowing the demon clan ample opportunity to ambush the newcomers. However, he is my only heir. I, the Iron-Blood general, am unwaveringly loyal to the kingdom, and I implore your majesty to spare my son's life." Emperor Bai Kaiser, rubbing his temples in frustration, was about to respond when an elderly man clad in a starry robe burst into the hall, his very gestures seemingly conjuring myriad starlit particles. The elder, with a fierce demeanor, proclaimed, "For prodigies from our Xing family have perished. Can this be overlooked? Your Majesty, you must take a stand for the Xing family, or we shall be compelled to act against the Iron-Blood General's forces ourselves." Emperor Bai Kaiser retorted angrily, "Elder of the Xing family, I respect your status as a senior, yet I urge you to exercise caution in your words and actions. Should you annihilate the Iron-Blood forces, you would only bring chaos upon me. Who then will guard the borders? Will it be your Xing family?" The elder of the Xing family remained unyielding, defiantly declaring, "To guard is to guard. The Xing family would undoubtedly perform the task far better than the Iron-Blood general. You are driving me to the brink of despair. Bai Kai's repetition of you leaves me utterly speechless. After all, when the Xing family truly resorts to violence, even one at the level of a knightly deity would find it excruciating. Such is the formidable power of ancient clans." Bai Kai's, maintaining his composure, sought to mediate the situation by declaring, "I have made my decision. Let Solomon be dealt with by the Xing family. Iron-Blooded general, Your unwavering loyalty to the kingdom has not gone unnoticed by me. However, this time, you must concede. Your son has brought this upon himself. Haha, I shall ensure that this disgrace of the kingdom, Solomon, meets a fate worse than death." With those words, the patriarch of the Shing family reached out, preparing to capture Solomon from afar. Surprisingly, the iron-blooded general steadfastly positioned himself in front of his son, preventing the patriarch from laying a finger on Solomon. Observing the resolute iron-blooded general, the patriarch sighed and remarked, "Well, since you are indeed a valiant protector of your homeland, why not we engage in a wager? If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I promise to spare your son." "Very well, let us wager," the iron-blooded general replied with unwavering determination. Bai Kai's watched the unfolding scene with a throbbing headache. It appeared the worst had indeed come to pass. The iron-blooded general was merely at the 11th level. How could he possibly contend with the patriarch of the Shing family? As the iron-blooded general braced himself, the patriarch laughed heartily. "For my first strike, star-shattering palm," with a casual extension of his right hand, he unleashed a strike towards the iron-blooded general, exuding an aura of simplicity and purity. The iron-blooded general, recognizing the gravity of the attack, immediately summoned his inner strength to form a protective barrier, yet it shattered effortlessly, akin to a stone crushing an eggshell. The patriarch's palm struck the iron-blooded general squarely in the chest. In this contest of superiority, the victor would soon be revealed. The iron-blooded general felt as if he had been struck by a hammer, staggering unsteadily before tumbling backward twice, spewing forth blood in a violent eruption, collapsing to the ground like a heap of soft clay. The patriarch of the Shing family laughed. "What is this? You can't withstand it? I haven't even exerted my full strength yet." With thoughts of his son flooding his mind, the iron-blooded general summoned his energy, resolutely rising to his feet once more, positioning himself protectively in front of Solomon. Turning to his son, he reassured, "Fear not, my son. Just 2 more strikes and your father will bring you home." Solomon's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with regret for having crossed paths with Xing Wuyang and his ilk, for having foolishly abandoned his post at the border and committing such a blunder. Yet, alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Chapter 40. The death of Solomon. Bai Kai's observed the unsteady breath of the iron-blooded general, compassion stirring within him. "You are no match for the patriarch of the Shing family. It would be wise to withdraw. Your son must bear the consequences of his actions," the iron-blooded general replied. "I, iron-blooded, have fought valiantly all my life. If I cannot protect my own son today, what worth is there in being the foremost general of the Xingwu kingdom? Come forth, patriarch of the Shing family, and unleash your wrath upon me." As the ancestral patriarch of the Shing family hesitated, he was acutely aware of the iron-willed general's commendable integrity, a figure deserving of deep respect. For over 20 years, he had valiantly defended the kingdom's borders without uttering a single complaint, and this predicament stemmed solely from his son's blunder. Yet, what father would not protect his child? However, reflecting upon the 4 prodigies lost by the Shing family, each with their own grieving parents, the patriarch felt the weight of his duty. As the elder of the Shing clan, he was compelled to safeguard the family's interests. Thus, he resolved to strike the iron-willed general's dantian directly with his second palm, unleashing a robust inner force to rattle the general's core, rendering him unconscious and sparing him from the certain demise of a third strike. Taking a deep breath, the patriarch slowly extended his palm. To the iron-willed general, this blow appeared trivial, yet it bore an underlying peril, as the moves of a true master are often deceptively simple. The palm, shimmering with starlight, surged towards the general's dantian. The general was not oblivious to the adversary's intent. Hence, he deliberately met the strike, allowing it to collide with his left shoulder. A resounding impact echoed. A horrifying event transpired as the patriarch's formidable inner strength tore through the general's left arm. Despite the excruciating pain of a severed limb, the iron-willed general endured, trembling yet resolutely standing before Solomon. Solomon gazed helplessly at his father, whose left arm bled profusely, a scene of utter devastation. His heart brimmed with boundless regret, yet it was too late for remorse. He was utterly bewildered. The once towering figure of his father, now grievously injured in the defense of his son, shattered Solomon's arrogance as the son of a general, revealing the harsh truth that some individuals are beyond his reckoning. Observing the injured iron-willed general before him, the patriarch furrowed his brow and inquired, Why must you go to such lengths?" The general laughed maniacally, declaring, "Because I am not merely a general willing to sacrifice for the kingdom. I am also a father, too am at fault for not adequately guiding my son." With a sigh, the patriarch responded, "Regardless of the outcome today, I am determined to claim Solomon's life. Iron-willed, You shall not withstand the final third palm. I do not wish for the sacred martial kingdom to lose such a fine general. The general, with a heavy heart, lamented, given the choice, I would rather not be a great general but instead a devoted father. Having spoken, the iron-willed general resolutely positioned himself to shield Solomon from the impending third strike. The patriarch silently closed his eyes, gradually directing the lethal palm towards the general. Meanwhile, on the throne, White Caesar could not bear to witness the demise of such a noble general. With a wave of his hand, a beam of white light surged forth, pushing aside the iron-willed general who stood before Solomon, and the palm ultimately struck Solomon instead. Son, the iron-willed general cried out in agony, for he had failed to protect his beloved child. Struck by the devastating blow, Solomon felt a surge of explosive internal energy coursing through his body, threatening to tear him apart at any moment. Yet, in that instant of impending doom, he managed a serene smile and said, Father, I am unfilial and must take my leave first. I am immensely proud that you have always been a commendable general, and that will never change. Following this declaration, a thunderous explosion resonated, and Solomon disintegrated into dust. The iron-blooded general, witnessing his son's eternal departure, was overwhelmed with grief, his tears cascading down his weathered cheeks as he wept unabashedly within the grand hall. Why, your majesty, must you cast me aside? He bellowed, forsaking all decorum in his anguish. White Caesar, feeling a throbbing headache, responded, Because I do not wish to see you destroy everything you hold dear, including your own life, for the sins of a traitorous son. At that moment, the patriarch of the Qing family discovered that the palm which had struck Solomon harbored a trace of demonic energy. This is the magic of the demon tribe, specifically from the illusion demon. Could it be that Solomon was ensnared by a hypnotic spell? The patriarch exclaimed in astonishment. Subsequently, he handed the trace of demonic energy to White Caesar, who examined it closely, confirming its origin from the illusion demon. The iron-blooded general, realizing that his son had been deceived by the demons, nearly fainted from rage. Your Majesty, if this was merely my son's confusion, I implore you to retract all charges against him. This is my final wish, he beseeched, disregarding his grievous injuries as he bowed in supplication. White Caesar felt a profound sense of remorse towards the iron-blooded general, recognizing that he had hastily condemned Solomon without fully understanding the circumstances. It was evident now that a spy from the demon tribe had infiltrated the military. He promptly announced the revocation of all charges against Solomon, declaring him innocent, yet the deceased could not be returned. The iron-blooded general felt as though he had aged considerably in that instant. After tending to his wounds, he silently vowed to uncover the identity of the individual who had led his son astray, resulting in their tragic separation. Meanwhile, on the following day, with only one day remaining before the competition, a throng of elves surrounded the guest quarters of the beast-tamer kingdom of Batam. They vociferously demanded that the beast-tamers emerge for a one-on-one confrontation. Among them stood Xing Wuyang, anxiously waiting for the representatives of Batam to elucidate the events of the previous night's ambush. Xing Wuyang felt an unsettling agitation rising within him. The thought of his comrades lying poisoned and unconscious filled him with an almost uncontrollable fury, compelling him to storm into their quarters to confront their leader. At that moment, a petite child, reminiscent of a cherubic figure with neat gray-white hair, poked him in the side and inquired, Big brother, what is happening? Why are you looking for trouble with the contestants of the Batam Kingdom's new competition? Xing Wuyang glanced down at the child and replied, Little sister, we are here to settle the score. Last night, the contestants from our sacred martial kingdom were attacked by the beast tamers of Batam. The child's eyes sparkled with an enchanting brilliance, evoking a sense of deep affection. He nodded slightly and remarked, I understand now. It is truly unforgivable to engage in such actions before the competition, and by the way, I am not a little sister. I am Aboym. My name is Air, from the dwarven kingdom of Agateers. Chapter 41. The impulse of Xing Wuyang upon hearing this name, Xing Wuyang felt an unmistakable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. At that moment, another dwarven girl appeared from around the corner, seemingly in search of Air. She hurriedly rushed over and embraced Air without a hint of consideration for his bewilderment, exclaiming, Air, you have truly frightened Yadi. What are you doing in a place like this? Look at that group of elves surrounding the guest quarters of the Batam Kingdom. Clearly, nothing good will come of it. Afterward, the small dwarf named Air flashed a charming smile at Xing Wuyang and said, Big brother, I must take my leave now. If you need anything, you can contact me. I will be in the innermost guest room on the 3rd floor. Moments after Air departed, Xing Wuyang finally recalled where he had heard that name before. He remembered that Xing Yao Yin had mentioned a prodigious genius from the Agateers kingdom who had recently emerged, and his name was indeed Air. Goodness, could that adorable little boy be the extraordinary genius? Xing Wuyang mused, Realizing that one should never judge a book by its cover, nor the vastness of the sea by a mere measure, it was truly astonishing that the genius destined to bring about a transformation in Agateers was merely a child. While Xing Wuyang contemplated these thoughts, the door to the guest quarters of the Batam Kingdom finally swung open. A well-dressed, middle-aged man emerged, exuding an aura that indicated he possessed the strength of the 10th tier. He regarded the surrounding elves with a calm demeanor and stated, "We are merely here to compete. We have no intention of instigating conflict. I kindly ask you to return, and let us settle our differences on the competition stage." At this moment, the white-clad elf, Imogu, finally made his appearance, sneering as he said, "I believe it was you who instigated the conflict first." The middle-aged man remained unperturbed, casually replying, "What do you mean by that? Sir, our Batam Kingdom has no ill intentions towards your Windida's kingdom. It is you who have come here to create trouble." Imogu regarded the middle-aged man with a cold smile, thinking to himself, "It seems he wishes to see evidence. However, they truly have none." Otherwise, Imogu could immediately notify the responsible party at Shinwu Mountain to revoke Batam Kingdom's qualification to compete. Of course, even in the absence of evidence, Imogu would not let the group of beast tamers off easily. He intended to extract some measure of retribution. Imogu inquired, "Are you truly unaware of the attack on the participating team from the Shengwu Kingdom last night?" The middle-aged man casually responded, "The participating team of the Shengwu Kingdom was attacked? How tragic. I recall that Shinwu Mountain had arranged for us to compete against the Shengwu Kingdom first. It seems we are destined to win without a fight." Imogu chuckled and said, "It seems you are somewhat disappointed. How about we negotiate with the organizers to allow our elven mages to face your beast tamers from Batam first?" The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he firmly refused, saying, "No way, you cannot simply alter established rules." Indeed, Imogu thought to himself, just last night, they had speculated on the reason behind the beast tamers kingdom attacking the Holy Martial Kingdom. It was due to their fear of being eliminated in the first round against the Holy Martial Kingdom. This competition was different from previous ones. It was rumored that teams advancing to the second round would have the opportunity to share the treasures obtained by the first-round teams. However, the specific treasures had not been disclosed by the higher-ups of the organizing committee at Shinwu Mountain. Imogu then stated emphatically, "Our Windidas has always maintained a friendly relationship with the Holy Martial Kingdom. Given the recent attack on them by the beast tamers, our elven race must step up to assist the Holy Martial Kingdom. Therefore, the first round must be altered, whether you like it or not." The middle-aged man, feeling cornered, growled fiercely, "Fine, you are courting death. If you wish to change, so be it. Do not forget that our Batam Kingdom has produced an extraordinary genius. Autoba, are you really afraid?" At that moment, Xing Wuyang could no longer contain himself. Seeking vengeance for his comrades, he shouted, "Autoba? Just him? I see no need for a change in the match. We of the Holy Martial Kingdom will continue with the arrangements and challenge Batam." Everyone was taken aback by Xing Wuyang's roar, which emanated a hint of royal authority. Unbeknownst to him, he was again being consumed by a wave of fervent determination. The middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority, stared at Xing Wuyang but sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. Imogu quickly transmitted a message to Xing Wuyang, saying, "Young man, do not act recklessly. You are the only one who can participate in the battle tomorrow. Do you really think you can defeat all 5 of them alone?" Surprisingly, Xing Wuyang could not heed his words and resolutely addressed the middle-aged man. "Are you afraid to accept my challenge against your entire rookie team?" The middle-aged man regained his composure and laughed maniacally. "Ha! What do I have to fear? I only worry you will suffer a humiliating defeat and disgrace the Holy Martial Kingdom. Are you truly certain you wish to challenge our entire team alone?" "Absolutely," Xing Wuyang replied with unwavering confidence. Imogu sighed in despair. He had initially intended to avenge the Holy Martial Kingdom, but he never anticipated the situation would evolve this way. Xing Wuyang had the audacity to enter the competition single-handedly, a feat unprecedented. Even if he were a prodigy, could he truly turn the tide? The opposing team consisted of 5 individuals, one of whom was a genius third-tier beast tamer who had early on fused with a high-quality beast soul. Thus, in Emoji's view, it would be exceedingly difficult for Xing Wuyang to achieve victory alone. It would be akin to climbing to the heavens. However, since Xing Wuyang had already taken up the mantle for the Holy Martial Kingdom, Imogu felt it was inappropriate to voice further objections, as this was a duel between the Holy Martial Kingdom and Batam. Thus, led the newly awakened of the elven race back. As he approached, he could not help but whisper softly in his ear, "You are exceedingly reckless." Observing the dispersing crowd, approached and patted on the shoulder, saying, "I have faith in you. You shall undoubtedly create an unprecedented competition. Even should you lose, you will still be the pride of the Holy Martial Kingdom." Confronting with unwavering confidence, declared, "Fear not, I can dispatch that rabble with a single breath. Victory in this competition is assured." Having spoken, He turned to leave. Watched him depart. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, as if had transformed into a different person altogether. He could only hope that the impending match would not result in a humiliating defeat for. Chapter 42. Overwhelming ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the summit of the Circular Arena. I am your referee today, the 12th tier knight. Representing the absolutely neutral, I kindly request all audience members to take their seats according to your assigned numbers and cooperate with the staff. Thank you. A knight stood in the circular arena, directing the audience to their seats. For some reason, he bore a striking resemblance to and also to the figure of previously encountered in the Sunset Forest. Pondering his name, wondered if he too belonged to the family. Yet, he questioned why he would represent. Approached and said to, do not overthink it. He is my elder brother and the sibling of, due to a series of events, he chose to join the neutral for his training. Curious inquired, what precisely transpired that led to this decision? Would you share it with me? Considered this briefly before casually responding, it is not a grand tale. It simply involves my elder and second brothers both falling for the same person, which culminated in a duel. Ultimately, the elder brother was defeated by the second, leading him to retreat for cultivation, and he has yet to return to the holy martial kingdom. Sensed that there was more to this story than met the eye, hinting at a rather intricate narrative. However, he chose not to press further and resolved to focus on preparing for the forthcoming competition. In due course, the audience settled into their seats and began to announce the first round of the matchups. The Academy of Mogros from the Elven Kingdom of would face the Academy of Fognas from the Dwarven Kingdom of, while the Academy of from the Holy Martial Kingdom would compete against the Beast Tamer Academy of the Kingdom. The first contest would be a one-on-one duel between the and the Beast Tamer Academy. Crystals rose around the arena, capturing the match's imagery to be broadcasted to the capitals of the four nations. Unfortunately, due to the four original participants from the being incapacitated, only was left to compete. For the opening bout, the Beast Tamer Academy dispatched a slight, second-tier tamer accompanied by a jet-black spirit cat, regarded this opponent with disdain, and the thought of his comrades still in a state of unconsciousness ignited a simmering anger within him. After the two exchanged respectful greetings, they took their positions, awaiting the countdown from 3 to 1 by Xingyaoguang. In an instant, Xingmiang made the first move, launching himself forward with a resounding boom, the force of his presence reverberating throughout the arena. Although the platform remained uncracked underfoot, it trembled with the intensity of his energy. Like a cannonball, Xingmiang swiftly reached the beast tamer, leaving him no time to react as Xingmiang's fist loomed before him. Bang! With a single punch, both the tamer and his feline companion were sent hurtling off the stage. The middle-aged man leading the tamers gazed at Xingmiang with a countenance marked by uncertainty. A robust, dark-skinned beast tamer assisted the downed tamer to his feet, only to discover several of his ribs had been shattered by that one devastating blow. The dark-skinned tamer addressed the middle-aged man. Instructor Tuawazi, perhaps I should challenge that Xingmiang directly. Instructor Tuawazi replied coolly, what are your chances of victory at this moment? Patience. This is but the first match. We still have 3 more rounds before it's your turn. We must first exhaust his stamina. But instructor, there are no buts. We shall leverage our numerical advantage to defeat him. Let us not forget the team competition. We will secure 4 points for our collaboration. And as long as you can overcome him in the individual match, victory will be assured. However, while Tuawazi's aspirations were noble, Xingmiang soon demonstrated through sheer strength that his power was boundless. Bang! A fresh beast tamer's leg was swept aside by Xingmiang's strike, breaking it before he could even utter his concession. Xingmiang then hoisted him effortlessly and hurled him toward Instructor Tuawazi. Bang! Another beast tamer fell into a deep unconsciousness, left in a tragic state. As the one-sided annihilation continued, the fourth beast tamer stepped into the fray. A third-tier tamer finally emerged, wielding a formidable wind eagle, a fourth-tier beast renowned for its prowess. Such strength was exceptional among peers, yet it was unfortunate for him to face Xinghua in a fit of rage on behalf of his fallen comrades. Xingmiang unleashed a ferocious assault, his right hand adorned with glistening golden dragon claws. With a mere grip, he tore the wings of the fourth-tier beast asunder. Bound by a contract with the beast, the fourth-tier tamer suffered grievous injuries, blood pouring from his mouth in disbelief at how swiftly his creature had been vanquished, almost in the blink of an eye. Once a low-tier tamer lost their beast, they were rendered powerless, and just as he contemplated surrender, Xingmiang denied him even that opportunity. Unleashing the stellar combat body, Xingmiang rained down relentless blows upon his opponent's face, swiftly reducing the third-tier tamer to a pitiful state, before disdainfully tossing him off the competition stage. The referee, Xingyaoguang could only watch with a bittersweet smile, for never before had anyone single-handedly faced 4 individual matches, let alone with such effortless triumph as Xingmiang displayed. Meanwhile, Xingyagwang observed that there was only one contestant from the Sacred Martial Kingdom in the individual competition. Could it be that the Sacred Martial Kingdom was so confident that he alone was sufficient? Furthermore, why did it seem that Xing Wuyang harbored a grudge against the beast tamers, unleashing such ferocious attacks? Of course, Xingyagwang was unaware of the fact that the Sacred Martial Kingdom's team had been ambushed, as this information was tightly sealed by the higher-ups of Sacred Martial Mountain, given its implications for inter-country disputes. He was merely a bystander at Xinwu Mountain. Toas gazed solemnly at Xing Wuyang on the competition stage, scrutinizing him as if he were a monster. Even he was now uncertain whether Adaba could triumph over Xing Wuyang, and their team competition was doomed to remain unfulfilled, as all 4 of their members had been severely injured by Xing Wuyang. They could only hope that Adaba could surpass Xing Wuyang by a narrow margin. This way, they still had a chance of victory, at the very least. Such an outcome would result in a one-on-one scenario, whether in the individual or team competition. Upon witnessing the treatment his teammate received at the hands of Xing Wuyang, Adaba could no longer contain himself and shouted as he charged onto the arena. Thus, the unparalleled talents of the 2 nations were finally set to engage in a face-to-face confrontation. Chapter 43. Adaba's defeat. As Xing Wuyang beheld his opponent, he sensed an extraordinary demeanor and an inscrutable aura emanating from him. As a beast tamer, he was notably unaccompanied by any magical beasts, leading him to surmise that this was the rumored genius from the Batam Kingdom, who had fused with a beast soul at the 3rd tier of power. Indeed, the dark-skinned beast tamer clasped his fists and declared, "I am Adaba, that I shall repay every act you have inflicted upon my classmates in full." Xing Wuyang coldly chuckled and replied, "Very well. I am eager to see if the rumored genius of the 3rd-tier beast tamers, who is fused with a beast soul, truly possesses such strength." After both parties exchanged formalities, they took their respective positions, readying themselves for combat. Xing Wuyang immediately unleashed his starry battle body, radiating brilliance across his form. Simultaneously, Adaba completed his beast soul transformation, his aura rising terrifyingly. His entire body became ensconced in a layer of crimson scales, with bone spurs sprouting from his arms and forehead, and his eyes adopting a slit pupil shape. Yet, it was Xing Wuyang who initiated the assault first, launching a starry fist imbued with heavy earth element star power towards Adaba. In response, Adaba advanced rather than retreating, meeting Xing Wuyang's strike with his own fist. Bang! Dust erupted, and the astonishing clash was difficult to fathom as merely a contest between 3rd-tier practitioners. The referee, Xingyagwang, could only smile wryly to himself, reflecting on the formidable strength displayed by this year's newcomers. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves behind. Each generation surpasses the last. It appeared that Adaba was not to be underestimated. His 3rd-tier prowess had likely fused with the essence of a 7th-tier magical beast. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who among them was truly superior? In the aftermath of their collision, Xing Wuyang retreated a full 10 steps, while Adaba fell back only 7. The disparity in strength was evident. Xing Wuyang felt a tingling numbness in his arm, while his opponent appeared quite unperturbed. Xing Wuyang cast a grave glance at Adaba, fully aware that he had already lost in terms of sheer strength. Consequently, he relinquished all aspects of his martial veins, including his stellar battle body, transitioning into a state of demonic veins. With a deep breath, Xing Wuyang closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fluctuations of the surrounding magical elements. In an instant, the elements within this area began to seethe and converge towards him, initiating the elemental separation. Slowly, Xing Wuyang raised one hand and spread his fingers. At that moment, all elements in the vicinity surged towards his outstretched palm, coalescing into a concentrated sphere of various elements. This elemental concentration sphere emanated a terrifying aura, its power equivalent to that of forbidden magic. Unlike martial techniques, magic is categorized by levels: low-grade magic, mid-grade magic, high-grade magic, and forbidden arts. Low-grade magic requires only a low-tier demonic vein for mastery, mid-grade magic corresponds to mid-tier veins, high-grade magic to upper-tier veins, and forbidden arts necessitate a sacred-tier vein, typically accessible only through the awakening of such veins. Adaba, observing the elemental concentration sphere in Xing Wuyang's hand, did not dare to underestimate it. He summoned his vital essence to conjure a blood shield in front of himself, ready to withstand the impending onslaught. The elemental separation that Xing Wuyang had enacted had thoroughly drained his magical energy, leaving his complexion slightly pale. Nevertheless, the resulting elemental concentration sphere was formidable. Trembling, he hefted the weighty sphere and hurled it towards Adaba. Aware of the sphere's spatial power, capable of automatically locking onto its target, Adaba understood that evasion was futile. He could only brace himself for impact. With a thunderous crash, the elemental concentration sphere struck the blood shield with tremendous force, sending up thick clouds of dust. Over at bottom, Instructor Tavaz stood up, his expression shifting between various emotions. As the dust settled, Autobot remained unscathed on the competition platform, albeit slightly unsteady in his aura, while Xing Wuyang appeared increasingly pallid. Autobot laughed heartily. It seems you are destined to lose. Will you descend on your own, or shall I assist you? Xing Wuyang retorted coldly. It is not over yet. With that, he strained to invoke the stellar battle body once more, utilizing spatial reversal to instantaneously appear before Autobot, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with stellar radiance. You seek death. This is merely the last gasp of a dying ember. Autobot sidestepped the blow with ease and delivered a swift hand strike to the back of Xing Wuyang's head. Blood spewed from Xing Wuyang's mouth as his stellar battle body was immediately dispelled, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Autobot then placed a heavy foot upon Xing Wuyang's back, seemingly exacting retribution for all that had transpired against his comrades. The force of Autobot's stomp shattered the divine dragon's golden scales on Xing Wuyang's body, illustrating that this strike had far surpassed his defensive capabilities. In the stands, Xing Yaoyin watched this scene unfold, wishing fervently to carry the injured Xing Wuyang away from the competition. However, the rules of the contest were clear. Unless a contestant conceded, the match must continue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tavaz observed with a cold smile, inwardly remarking, "It appears our genius is indeed superior. Victory is assured as long as we advance to the second round." In that moment, the consciousness of Xing Wuyang, trampled beneath the ground, was gradually consumed by a frenzy of thoughts. The mere notion of his comrades succumbing to poison-induced unconsciousness, and the harrowing memory of the Star Guardian Knights, who had nearly been annihilated in their efforts to protect them, ignited an unyielding determination within him. Victory was imperative. He must not falter, and thus, he yearned for power. Huh? What is this? Autobot sensed an anomaly beneath his feet and discovered that an ominous black aura enveloped Xing Wuyang's entire being. Have you had enough of being trampled? If so, then sever your filthy foot from my presence. The encased Xing Wuyang coldly retorted from the ground. Humph, what theatrics? Autobot stepped forward once more, intent on utterly incapacitating Xing Wuyang. Yet, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Xing Wuyang vanished at that very moment, or rather, he had reversed space and exchanged positions directly with Autobot. Caught off guard, Autobot found himself sprawled on the ground, while Xing Wuyang delivered a powerful stomp onto Autobot's thigh. Ah! Autobot felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Xing Wuyang, rendering him breathless and immobile. His thigh crushed under the immense force. Subsequently, Xing Wuyang kicked him off the stage with the indifference one would reserve for discarded refuse. Instructor Tao Zi was driven to the brink of madness upon witnessing this scene. He could scarcely fathom that Autobot, infused with the essence of a seventh-tier beast, could be so utterly dismantled by Xing Wuyang. Xing Yaoyin was similarly stunned. Just moments ago, Xing Wuyang had been suppressed. Yet in the blink of an eye, it was Autobot who found himself at a disadvantage. What on earth was happening? Only Xing Yaoguang, closest to Xing Wuyang, detected the underlying clues. The demon clan? Intriguing. Wait a moment. This visage and aura, they seem vaguely familiar. Could it be her son? Chapter 44. Everything from that year Tao Zi could no longer contain his rage, shouting, Xing Wuyang, how dare you repeatedly injure the new blood of our Bastorm kingdom? What is your intent? Do you seek to instigate discord between our nations? At this juncture, Xing Wuyang had completely lost control, snarling, if you dare, come up and challenge me. You. How could Tao Zi endure such insolence from a junior third-tier knight? In a flash, he appeared on the competition stage. His beast soul transformation was instantaneous. Remarkably, Tao Zi's fused beast soul was the 11th-tier moon devouring wolf. His body sprouted gray fur, his hands morphed into lethal claws, and his jaw protruded as he let out a howl that pierced the heavens. This is bad, Xing Yaoguang thought to himself. Just as he prepared to intervene against Tao Zi, it was already too late. As Tao Zi's claws lunged toward him, Xing Wuyang unleashed a punch imbued with surging magical energy, and with a resounding crack, Tao Zi's arm was shattered. Staring incredulously at Xing Wuyang, Tao Zi could hardly believe that a mere third-tier knight possessed such bizarre power. Wuyang. Xing Yaoyin swiftly landed beside Xing Wuyang, keeping a wary eye on Tao Zi. Though she too was in shock, she pondered when Xing Wuyang had gained the ability to challenge those of the 10th tier. Was the duel's sacred pulse truly that formidable? And what was that swirling black aura? Certainly, all these questions must await clarification until after the conclusion of this match. Xing Yaoyin faintly perceives an unpleasant and vaguely familiar aura of darkness emanating from Xing Wuyang. Tuawazi understands that today it is impossible to eliminate this significant threat posed by Xing Wuyang. TSK. TSK, being at the 3rd tier yet able to contend with a 10th tier opponent, and if he continues to grow, it will be quite formidable indeed. Tuawazi reverts from his beastly transformation, slowly descends from the stage, and, lifting the incapacitated Otaba, quietly departs the arena with several severely injured newcomers. At this moment, Xingyao Guang realizes that given the state of the competition, a team match is out of the question, and thus addresses the audience. In the individual competition, the Holy Martial Kingdom secures 5 consecutive victories. The team match is forfeited as the Bastodum Kingdom's team is unable to compete, resulting in a victory for the Holy Martial Kingdom without a fight. The audience, indifferent to the match's brutality, revels in the spectacle. At the announcement of the Holy Martial Kingdom's triumph, a chorus of cheers erupts, chanting the name of the victorious player. Xingwu Yang, Xingwu Yang, Xingwu Yang. Amidst this cacophony of applause, both Xingwu Yang and Xingyao Yin step down from the stage. However, just as Xingwu Yang descends, he falters and collapses to the ground, his body going limp. Wu Yang, are you all right? Seeing this, Xingyao Yin hastily supports the unconscious Xingwu Yang. After checking his pulse, Xingyao Yin discovers that Xingwu Yang's internal energy is in disarray, though his injuries are not severe. Xingyao Guang approaches and instructs Xingyao Yin. When he awakens, have him meet me beneath the large locust tree at the foot of Xinwu Mountain. Taken aback, Xingyao Yin is momentarily perplexed as to why Xingyao Guang desires a meeting with Xingwu Yang, though he assumes it must not be a negative matter. Just as Xingyao Yin is about to inquire further, Xingyao Guang announces the commencement of the next battle between the Elven and Dwarven clans. Shaking his head, Xingyao Yin realizes that his elder brother has yet to move past that particular incident. Thus, he assists Xingwu Yang back to their guest room to rest. Xingwu Yang's fainting spell extends until evening. He feels as though all his strength has been sapped away. Clearly, without the demonic clan's techniques, he is utterly incapable of harnessing the power of the demon ancestor. Upon seeing that Xingwu Yang has finally regained consciousness, Xingyao Yin informs him that Xingyao Guang wishes to meet him at the foot of the mountain. After considering it, Xingwu Yang surmises that Xingyao Guang might have perceived the unsettling darkness surrounding him. Yet, why did he refrain from exposing him at that moment? Surely, there must be some underlying reason. Suddenly, Xingwu Yang inquires, Xing Instructor, who emerged victorious in the match between Windatas and Agateris. Xingyao Yin replies, it was undoubtedly Agateris, and he managed to dominate the match just as you did in the individual competition. TSK, 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 who would have thought that L would turn out to be just a child? Surprised, Xingwu Yang exclaims, are you saying he also triumphed in consecutive singles against 5 opponents? Xingyao Yin nods, conceding, alas, your generation is truly remarkable. Even those of genius caliber can surpass many levels. Xingwu Yang privately reflects, it appears that tomorrow, this L will indeed be a formidable adversary. Subsequently, Xingwu Yang wasted no time. As evening descended, he promptly set off alone to the foot of Xinwu Mountain. Indeed, he found Xingyao Guang sitting cross-legged beneath a locust tree. Approaching, Xingwu Yang inquired, Senior, what is the purpose of your summons? Xingyao Guang slowly opened his eyes and replied, Child, do you know your own origins? Origins? Xingwu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Xingyao Guang knew who his parents were? Though he had been an orphan since childhood, he often felt a pang of sorrow in Luoye town whenever he witnessed other children being cherished by their parents, leading him to wonder about the well-being of the parents who had abandoned him. Xingyao Guang spoke calmly, by the looks of it, you are unaware of your lineage. Perhaps that is for the best. Should others discover your heritage, they would undoubtedly seek to hunt you down. Confused, Xingwu Yang asked, why have you all kept this from me? Who exactly are you? You must have guessed the nature of the dark energy surrounding me. Xingyao Guang maintained his placid demeanor, the demonic energy, is it? And what of it? The demon race is but another form of life within this world. Not all are inherently evil. I once loved a demon. Love a demon? Xingwu Yang gazed incredulously at Xingyao Guang. It was well known that demons were detested by all, and romantic involvement was utterly forbidden. Xingyao Guang continued, however, my younger brother also fell for the same demon. In our youthful arrogance, we clashed violently over our affections for her, and I was ultimately defeated. Thus, I chose to withdraw and dedicate myself to my studies on Xinwu Mountain. Intrigued by this tale, Xingwu Yang felt there was more to uncover and asked, and then what happened? With a sigh, Xingyao Guang cast a complex look at Xingwu Yang and said, later, I learned that the demoness had approached us brothers with ulterior motives, intending to infiltrate the human race. It is said that she exploited my brother Xingyao Yang's trust in her to successfully assassinate a member of the royal family, the then crown prince, within the Holy Martial Kingdom. She manipulated both of you. Do you harbor hatred toward her? Xingwu Yang couldn't help but ask. Xingyao Guang closed his eyes in pain and replied, at that time, yes, I felt hatred. Certainly that I despised her for deceiving our brotherly bond, and for the consequences that befell my younger brother. Xing Weiyang couldn't help but ponder how Xing Yaoyang had ultimately become a soul bound to a mystical artifact. How had he met his demise? Senior Xing Yaoguang. How did Xing Yaoyang perish? Xing Yaoguang grimaced in agony as he recounted, years ago. After the demoness killed the prince, she was captured by the enraged Baikaiza and imprisoned in the 9-layer dungeon, a place designated specifically for confining demons. Unbeknownst to many, the profound love harbored by the second brother was further intensified by the fact that the sorceress was carrying his offspring at that time. Thus, he valiantly stormed into the 9-layered dungeon, rescuing the sorceress and subsequently engaging in a fierce battle against the upper echelons of the Celestial Knights Academy. This was indeed a formidable challenge, a genuine case of multiple opponents against one, yet it is said that he did not falter in the face of adversity. Deske. With his innate talent, it is certain that given time, he would ascend to the status of a divine knight. At this juncture, he could not help but glance at Xing Wuyang, who bore a striking resemblance to Xing Yaoyang of yore, both being hailed as prodigies and possessing the potential to become divine knights. Xing Wuyang inquired, what happened next? How did he meet his demise? Xing Yaoguang sighed and replied, he took his own life, for he had indulged the sorceress and felt he had betrayed the holy martial kingdom. Thus, he paid with his life. Alas, upon further reflection, I realized there were anomalies in the events. Curiously, Xing Wuyang asked, what anomalies? I recall that the demon god indeed harbored intentions of an alliance and had sworn fealty to the demon ancestor. Of that I am certain. Yet, the sorceress did indeed slay the prince, and this occurred publicly, almost as if to display it for all to see. The sorceress would not be so foolish, and I personally feel that the second brother and the sorceress were genuinely in love. I recall the sorceress's demeanor at that time was somewhat peculiar, as if she were not in control of herself. There must be hidden truths behind this, but how could my solitary opinion sway the thoughts of others? Alas, Xing Wuyang fell into silence for a moment, feeling inexplicably that Xing Yaoguang's words hinted at deeper secrets, and a vague notion began to form in his mind, one that sent chills down his spine, rendering him unable to believe it. Noticing the change in Xing Wuyang's countenance, Xing Yaoguang understood that he had likely grasped something, and hastily said, child, it is premature to draw conclusions, yet you are indeed of the demon clan. Is that so? Xing Wuyang sighed in despair. Well, the demon clan has its virtues and vices. You need not bear excessive pressure. However, the fact that you possess the power of the demon ancestor implies that you are still a member of the royal lineage of the demon clan. In this manner, you are easily discoverable. Xing Wuyang could not help but ask, what then? I seek your guidance, esteemed elder. Xing Wuyang understood that since Xing Yaoguang had not openly declared him as a member of the demon clan, he must not harbor ill intentions towards him. Xing Yaoguang nodded and said, I do indeed have a method. Alas, let it be a means of atoning for my inaction in the past. Now it is time for me to take action. With that, Xing Yaoguang gestured for Xing Wuyang to sit cross-legged. He then bit into one of his right-hand fingers, allowing a drop of blood to be flung into the air. He guided the droplet with his right hand, directing it towards Xing Wuyang's third eye. Instantly, Xing Wuyang felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body. Xing Yaoguang immediately commanded, calm your heart and steady your resolve, embrace the essence of unity. Thus, Xing Wuyang involuntarily began to channel the techniques of the celestial battle body. Feeling the restlessness dissipate, as though his consciousness had transformed into a vast, profound sea of stars, as he immersed himself in this starry ocean, he gradually entered a state of tranquility. Xing Yaoguang observed Xing Wuyang's demeanor and nodded, stating, maintain your meditative state. I shall immediately employ the sealing technique to confine your ancestral demonic power. He circled behind Xing Wuyang, placing his hands upon his back, and instantly, radiant starlight began to emanate from Xing Wuyang's form. Subsequently, Xing Yaoguang recited an ancient incantation, conjuring a series of luminous bands that encircled Xing Wuyang's body, inscribed with arcane characters seemingly capable of suppressing all malevolent entities. Xing Wuyang's body trembled violently as the starlight gradually dissipated. Transforming into a torrent of dark energy, the ancestral demonic power once again forcibly awakened. Unperturbed, Xing Yaoguang flicked his right hand, releasing another drop of blood, which opened slightly in midair, morphing into an esoteric rune that once more descended into Xing Wuyang's third eye. In that moment, Xing Wuyang felt a surge of righteous energy repelling the onslaught of dark energy. However, the ancestral demonic power was not so easily sealed. Xing Yaoguang could only persistently use his own blood as a medium until he could quell the dark energy within Xing Wuyang. Fortunately, Xing Wuyang's cultivation was not particularly advanced. Otherwise, Xing Yaoguang would have struggled to contain the dark energy. As droplets of blood, transformed into runes and integrated into Xing Wuyang's third eye, the celestial power within him became increasingly potent. For Xing Yaoguang was also a master of celestial energy. Yet, Xing Yaoguang began to feel the strain, his complexion paling. When the 99th drop of blood merged with Xingyang's third eye, the dark energy was finally subdued. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Xingyang proclaimed, "Sealing technique, seal." The runic bands encircling Xingyang constricted inward, ultimately merging into his body. Given that these runic bands contained the primordial essence of Xingyang's mastery over celestial energy, when they fused with Xingyang, he sensed that the celestial power within him had reached saturation, as though on the brink of a breakthrough to the next stage of the celestial battle body. The runes integrated into Xingyang's being, simultaneously establishing 9 seals upon him, each one suppressing the source of the ancestral demonic power, with each successive seal growing increasingly formidable. The key to the seals resided upon Xingyang's lower abdomen. As long as he wished, he could unseal them at any moment. Xingyang withdrew his energy, his expression weary, and addressed the now-awakened Xingyang. "I have sealed the ancestral demonic power within you. You may release the seals at will. But remember, this should solely serve as a means of preserving your life. It must not be used lightly. Moreover, if you were to unseal the 9th layer, the sealing technique would be undone, so the 9th seal must never be released." Xingyang nodded, rising to his feet and clasping his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. I shall never forget your kindness." The next day marked the final round of the 4 Great Academies freshman competition. After a night of recuperation, Xingyang felt rejuvenated, the fatigue from the sealing process having vanished. Additionally, there was delightful news. Among the 4 who had succumbed to poisoning, the one with the holy vein constitution, Shi Wei'er, was the first to awaken in this manner. Xing Wuyang need not engage in battle alone, for he is accompanied by comrades, particularly considering that their principal adversary is none other than the dwarf clan prodigy, Ai Heir, who, like him, has achieved the remarkable feat of overcoming 5 opponents single-handedly. Perhaps due to the exhausting burden of sealing the power of the demon ancestor within him, the officiating judge has been replaced by a different individual, not Xing Yaoguang, but a 10th-tier beast tamer from the elven race. However, Xing Wuyang feels reassured by this beast tamer's role as judge, for the divine martial mountain attracts all those who cherish neutrality, ensuring that this judge will not harbor ill feelings towards Xing Wuyang due to the injuries inflicted upon the new beast tamers the previous day. Soon, the audience took their seats in succession, and Shi Wei'er, observing Xing Wuyang as he prepared his warm-up exercises, inquired, "Wuyang, did you truly go hard on the new beast tamers yesterday?" After a moment's contemplation, Xing Wuyang replied, "Of course. You all suffered injuries because of them. How could I simply stand by? I had to take revenge decisively." Shi Wei'er, taken aback, remarked, "I never expected this side of you. But what?" She continued, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away. "But I like it." Misinterpreting her words, Xing Wuyang responded, "Thank you for your approval," and resumed his warm-up, for the surge of starry power the previous night had been overwhelming, and his body had yet to fully adapt. Pouting slightly, Shi Wei'er murmured, "You fool." Just as everyone awaited the commencement of the finals, a mass of dark clouds suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the arena. The 10th-tier mage bellowed, "Who dares to cause a disturbance here, unaware that this is the most sacred ground of the Solace continent?" A haughty voice, laced with a chilling disdain, emerged from the depths of the dark clouds. "Humph, who do you think you are to point fingers at me?" This icy scoff, sharp and penetrating, struck the 10th-tier mage, forcing him to stagger back in shock. Xing Wuyang was taken aback. When did the demon race become so brazen as to wreak havoc upon the divine martial mountain? It is a known fact that the demon race is detested by all, and yet they dared to appear here today. Even if this place is deemed neutral, the misdeeds of the demon race cannot be tolerated. As the dark clouds gradually dissipated, 6 demons emerged, led by a striking woman. She possessed a cascade of beautiful long hair, captivating autumn-like eyes, and lips that resembled glistening cherry blossoms. With a delicate, porcelain-like face and an alluring figure, she exuded an enchanting beauty that inspired reverence. The demons accompanying her appeared to be of similar age to Xing Wuyang, comprising 4 males and 1 female. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this woman, Xing Wuyang felt a tremor coursing through his veins, as if he had encountered someone extraordinarily significant to him. The 10th-tier mage, trembling on the arena, gazed at the woman before him and stammered, "Why, you are the daughter of the demon god, Lai Yaoheim. What brings you here?" Lai Yaoheim chuckled, "I am, of course, here to lead my team in the competition. My apologies for our late arrival. The demon race is somewhat distant from the divine martial mountain." The 10th-tier mage retorted, "Competing? You barbaric lot think you can participate? Humph, what a joke." At that moment, the fierce enchantress suddenly extended her hand, and a surge of demonic energy seized the neck of the mage, lifting him high into the air. The mage was utterly immobilized, devoid of any capacity for resistance, completely outmatched by the fierce enchantress, for she was undeniably a powerhouse of the demon's saint level. At this juncture, everyone else dared not intervene. However, Xing Wuyang could not bear to witness a life extinguished before his very eyes. Before Xing Yaoyan could intercede, Xing Wuyang activated his almost fully developed starry battle body, intent on rushing in to rescue the 10th tier mage. Unexpectedly, a brown-haired youth from the demon clan suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Unwilling to be deterred, Xing Wuyang swung his starry fist towards the demon youth. To his astonishment, the demon youth employed some arcane magic that reversed Xing Wuyang's attack, sending him hurtling off the competition stage instead. Yet, in that instant, Xing Wuyang invoked spatial reversal, swapping places with the 10th tier mage, successfully saving him, though he himself was subdued by the fierce enchantress. Locking eyes with Xing Wuyang, the fierce enchantress trembled for reasons unknown and, astonishingly, released him. Just then, a starry light descended from the heavens, landing upon the competition stage. It was Xing Yaoguang, finally making his appearance. He stepped in front of Xing Wuyang and declared, "You cannot kill this person. Otherwise, you will come to regret it." Upon seeing her old acquaintance, the fierce enchantress shuddered once more, her expression turning cold as she replied, "Ah, it's you, Xing Yaoguang. Long time no see. Pray tell, why must I spare this charming little brother?" Xing Yaoguang fell silent, lost in thought. Before responding, because he is someone of great importance, one might even consider him a successor of Xing Yaoyang. Did you not notice that he wields the starry battle body? Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang too fell into silence. Increasingly convinced that his suspicion was correct, he pondered whether it was possible that he was indeed the son of Xing Yaoyang, and that the woman before him was his mother, which would explain his surname and his lineage of the demon god. Yet such speculation was utterly outrageous, so much so that even Xing Wuyang found it hard to believe. Should it prove true, revealing his identity could very well invite calamity, transforming him from a genius of the Shengwu kingdom into the very demon child that all would seek to destroy. With these thoughts, Xing Wuyang finally comprehended why Xing Yaoyang had bestowed upon him the demon god pearl. He had likely recognized his identity back then. Thus, anticipating that the Xing family would inevitably test his demonic aura, he had given him the pearl to conceal it. A successor of Xing Yaoyang? The fierce enchantress regarded Xing Wuyang with keen interest, only to suddenly change expression upon noticing the demon god pearl hanging around his neck. Before Xing Yaoguang could react, she drew him into her grasp, gripping his neck and demanding, "From whence did you acquire the demon god pearl? Speak the truth, or else that humph." Xing Yaoguang quickly interjected, "Fierce enchantress, do not act impulsively. I have warned you that killing him will lead to regret." Upon witnessing the scene, Xing Yaoyan, filled with an urgent ire, felt an overwhelming desire to confront the woman who had caused the death of her brother. Her patience had been utterly exhausted. Xing Wuyang understood that this was not the moment for recognition and could only respond candidly. "The demon god pearl was bestowed upon me by Senior Xing Yaoyang. You speak nonsense. Did he not take his own life? How could he possibly have given you the demon god pearl? You must have inadvertently acquired his legacy, am I right?" Humph. Chapter 47. The Furious Ire. Whether it was indeed Senior Xing Yaoyang who personally gifted it to me, I cannot provide concrete evidence. However, Senior, should you choose to take my life, you may find yourself regretting it, Xing Wuyang asserted calmly and resolutely. "Regret? Very well, very well, very well," Liao Yaohong repeated thrice before finally releasing Xing Wuyang. She proclaimed, "Since you have successfully inherited all that belongs to Xing Yaoyang, then allow me to witness the prowess of his successor in the competition to see if you can bring solace to my husband." Xing Yaoyang's spirit in the heavens. Xing Yaoguang could not help but interject, "Are you truly intending to participate in the competition?" Liao Yaohong replied nonchalantly, "Of course. Let us not forget that your divine martial mountain established an agreement with our demon clan 10,000 years ago. The demon clan's participation cannot be obstructed." Xing Yaoguang furrowed his brow, recalling that such an agreement indeed existed. However, as it was already the finals, how would the matchups be arranged if the demon clan were to participate? Seemingly perceiving Xing Yaoguang's predicament, Liao Yaohong scoffed, "How about this? Our demon clan will concede slightly and face off against the dwarf clan first, then challenge the holy martial kingdom the following day. What do you think?" Xing Yaoguang hesitated. "Perhaps the demon clan should wait until next year to compete. This year proves to be rather inconvenient. Next year, our divine martial mountain will also send a team to participate. That would ensure a proper arrangement." Liao Yaohong firmly rejected, "No, we must compete this year. Do not assume I am unaware of the treasures that await the victors. That is none other than the key to the secret realm of divine martial mountain." At this moment, Ire from the dwarf clan stepped forward with unwavering confidence. "Since you wish to battle with us, rest assured, our dwarf clan will not shy away. Let us engage in combat," a dwarf maiden named Taya hastily added. "Ire is our cornerstone. Since he has made the decision, we have no objections. Xing Yaoguang, feeling helpless, conceded, very well, let us commence the contest between the Demon Clan and the Dwarf Clan today. Thus, both teams took their positions, and Xing Wuyang and the others returned to the viewing stand, eager to witness the capabilities of the Demon Clan. For reasons unknown, Xing Wuyang harbored a troubling premonition regarding the Dwarf Clan. The first to take the stage was not Ire, but a dwarf named Edgar. As the dwarfs were naturally ill-suited for physical cultivation, they primarily focused on magical prowess, wielding magic to manipulate weapons. Upon reaching the 11th tier, they advanced to controlling mechas, which were categorized into purple mechas, black mechas, and red mechas, corresponding to the ranks of Mecha Sovereign, Mecha Saint, and Mecha God, respectively. In previous years, the Dwarven race had not held a competitive edge in the freshman tournament. However, following the reforms instituted by AI Air, this year's newcomers were equipped with their miniature mechs, known as the Crystal Mech, significantly enhancing their prowess. It was through this very mech that AI Air triumphed over all the elven newcomers in the individual competition. At this moment, Edgar donned the Crystal Mech, facing an adversary named Xiao Ming from the demonic tribe. The demons specialized in dark magic, their techniques both unfathomable and unparalleled across the realm. The outcome now hinged on whether the Crystal Mech would prove superior or if the dark sorcery of the demons would exhibit greater sharpness. As the countdown from Starshine reached 3, 2, 1, Edgar surged forward, propelled by the fiery jets emerging from the rear of his Crystal Mech, his speed increasing with this thrust. Xiao Ming, however, refrained from attacking, choosing instead to observe Edgar's approach. Aware of the potential danger of close combat with Xiao Ming, Edgar swiftly launched a rope entwined with arrows, ensnaring Xiao Ming. Edgar shouted, "Thunderous might!" And to his astonishment, the ropes binding Xiao Ming unleashed a cacophony of crackling lightning, a tactic that had previously caused considerable distress to the elven race. Yet, Xiao Ming displayed no fear of the electric onslaught, allowing it to explode around him. Edgar realized that the demon's physique must be exceedingly formidable, given that the electrical discharge had reached at least 10,000 volts. Noticing that the exertion from channeling such potent energy had rendered the Crystal Mech sluggish, he finally made his move. Xiao Ming launched a punch that was both enigmatic and unpredictable, generating an immense gravitational pull that drew Edgar uncontrollably toward him. With a resounding crash, a counterforce struck Edgar violently. Under the pressure of these two colossal forces, the Crystal Mech shattered, leaving Edgar exposed to the terrifying force that twisted his body grotesquely. Ultimately, perhaps out of reverence for the sacredness of the divine martial mountain, Xiao Ming seized the nearly incapacitated Edgar and hurled him from the arena. Witnessing this, AI Air realized Edgar was beyond saving. His heart filled with rage as he glared at Xiao Ming, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent that starkly contrasted with his typically charming demeanor. It was crucial to note that Edgar was AI Air's elder brother. Witnessing his kin's defeat was undeniably painful. Consumed by fury, AI Air ascended the arena and instantly merged with his Crystal Mech. This particular mech exhibited an unusual quality, seemingly emanating a subtle spatial fluctuation. Suddenly, fragments of mechs appeared from the void, drawn toward AI Air's Crystal Mech, coalescing into a complete blue mech. Incredible! It was astonishing that a member of the Dwarven race, endowed with third-tier strength, had forged a mech of such unprecedented blue design. The enraged dwarf commanded the mech, wielding a massive staff, and traced a brilliant magical array in the air, radiant with a spectrum of colors. Starshine gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Elemental Omnimaster." He then cast a glance at Xing Wuyang. The so-called elementalist par excellence refers to an individual with an affinity for all elements. The vibrant phoenix magic vein of Xing Wuyang epitomizes elemental omnipotence, and witnessing the furious display of AI Air suggests that he too possesses such extraordinary abilities. A dense surge of electrical energy emanates from the magic array, saturated with colorful lightning. Within the mech, AI Air's voice resonates with a tone of judgment, sealing the colorful electric realm of annihilation. Before long, a colossal dragon composed of multicolored lightning forms, hurtling towards Xiao Ming with a deafening roar. Xiao Ming, aware of the formidable nature of this spell, fears it may already be classified as a forbidden technique, seemingly devised by AI Air himself, for it channels the very forces of heaven and earth, unlike the mundane spells recorded in inherited tomes. With fervor, Xiao Ming unleashes a powerful punch towards the lightning dragon, intending to shatter the magic with sheer force. However, such naivety is misplaced, for forbidden techniques are not easily resisted. The lightning dragon continues its onslaught, engulfing Xiao Ming and causing him to erupt in a series of explosive bursts in the air. After a cacophony of thunderous detonations, Xiao Ming finds himself in a pitiful state, charred black from the electrical assault as he tumbles off the stage. The score stands at 1-1, with the Dwarven and Demon factions momentarily at an impasse. Chapter 48. Defeating Deming after employing a forbidden technique while piloting the mech, AI Air appears to still possess the strength to maneuver the massive machine. Indeed, AI Air's magical prowess is significantly greater than that of an ordinary individual. It is worth noting that the reason dwarven mechs require a minimum of 11th tier magic to operate is due to the immense magical energy necessary for their control. However, upon witnessing AI Air's defeat of Xiaoming, the dwarves display little excitement, fully aware that their adversary is formidable. It is likely that none of the other dwarven newcomers can contend with anyone but AI Air himself in the arena. AI Air is evidently cognizant of this reality. Thus, upon seeing his brother severely injured and cast out of the competition, he immediately steps forward instead of allowing his teammates to expend their energy in futile efforts. For any other course of action would lead to a repeat of the disastrous fate that befell the Beastmaster newcomers against Xing Wuyang. On the demon side, the fierce demoness appears entirely unconcerned about the injury of one of her compatriots, not even permitting anyone to assist him, showing no regard for Xiaoming's fate. The fierce demoness coldly remarks to a nearby young demon, "Deming, your brother has failed. You should know what must be done to rectify this." The young demon named Deming replies, "Of course, I will surely incapacitate the opponent." The fierce demoness replies nonchalantly, "Should you fail, you shall not return to the demon realm. You will be left to your own devices." Deming nods in agreement and leaps onto the competition stage, facing off against AI Air's blue mech. AI Air scrutinizes Deming, detecting a peculiar aura emanating from him, suggesting he may possess domain-type abilities. It seems a long-range assault is imminent. Before long, two pairs of massive cannons emerge from the shoulders of the blue mech, simultaneously firing upon Deming. In an instant, magical projectiles soar through the air, hurtling towards Deming. Yet, he employs an unknown technique, effortlessly extending a hand, redirecting the magical missiles away from him and towards the spectator's stand. Upon witnessing the unfolding events from the stands, Xing Wuyang promptly employed the celestial artifact, the Chains of the Stars, invoking the Star Guardian. The chains enveloped the entire audience, absorbing the onslaught of magical projectiles. Upon recognizing the Chains of the Stars, the fierce demoness, Liaoji, was momentarily taken aback, astonished that a mere Tier 3 knight could claim dominion over such a celestial relic. Filled with remorse, glanced toward the stands, realizing that his ranged assault had failed. However, he had discerned the nature of the technique employed by his adversary, which had altered the trajectory of the magical projectiles, an adjustment in gravity. By manipulating the gravitational force of the magical bolts, the opponent had diverted their path, causing what should have been a strike aimed at Deming to instead target the audience. Understanding the nature of his opponent's abilities, recognized the necessity for a close-quarters assault. Thus, he piloted his mech, drawing forth a colossal sword, as the jets beneath his feet propelled him swiftly across the arena toward Deming. Deming, adopting a solid stance, planted his feet heavily on the competition platform, causing it to fracture, a feat remarkable, considering the platform was constructed from specialized materials that even an 8th-tier practitioner would find difficult to destroy. Yet, Deming, through the mastery of gravitational control, shattered it effortlessly. That moment, the gravity surrounding Deming intensified rapidly. SL charged forward. His gigantic sword came to a halt just 5 inches from Deming's body. Unable to strike, with a disdainful huff, Deming casually lifted his right hand and grasped the massive sword, crushing it with sheer force. Then felt an overwhelming gravitational force bear down upon his mech. Silently cursed his misfortune. Even if he wished to withdraw, the oppressive gravity rendered him nearly immobile, forcing his mech to its knees. Deming smiled faintly, aware that victory for the demon clan was all but assured, as his abilities countered the might of such massive weaponry. Yet, remained composed. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of multicolored magical energy erupted from his blue mech, coalescing beneath its feet to counteract the gravitational pressure. Activated the dual pairs of massive cannons mounted on his mech's shoulders, aiming for a close-range bombardment of Deming, leaving him no avenue of escape. Deming's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated that could withstand his gravitational forces through the power of magic. Realizing the potential threat posed, Deming opted to reverse the gravitational force upon himself, lightening his own weight and soaring into the air. From the stands, Xing Wuyang gazed in astonishment at the airborne Deming, for only 8th-tier knights possessed the ability to fly. The current situation in the match appeared decidedly unfavorable for With Deming in the air, he could launch attacks at will, while struggled to reach him. Even with magical projectiles, there were limitations to their range, and Deming's altitude now seemed to surpass that of the magical bolts entirely. Yet, remained undaunted. A mocking voice emanated from within his mech, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I never imagined you could fly. But in this aerial duel, who shall reign as the sovereign of the skies?" At that moment, El fervently concentrated his magical energy, activating a massive exhaust at his back, from which a conflagration of fiery magic burst forth, propelling his mech into the heavens. Upon the viewing platform, Xing Wuyang beheld Ire ascend into the air, pondering to himself, the depths of Ire's magical prowess are truly unfathomable. Daming, observing the mech soaring towards him, realized that he was left with no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. After all, he was not well accustomed to aerial combat. Initially, he had intended to leverage the advantages of altitude to vanquish his foes, but now, to his dismay, his adversary had also taken to the skies. Ire's aerial state could not be sustained for long. Within the cockpit, he was already gasping for breath. First, he had unleashed forbidden techniques, then resisted the oppressive forces of gravity, and now, he was engaged in flight. Regardless of the enormity of his magical energy, there existed a limit, especially as he was merely a third-tier practitioner. Without delay, Ire summoned a radiant sword, entirely forged from his concentrated magic. This sword emanated a peculiar mental resonance, as Ire wielded the luminous blade from within his mech. He aimed a strike towards Daming. Daming prepared to catch the colossal sword with both hands, but an unforeseen event transpired. The enormous sword, appearing almost translucent, pierced through Daming's hands and plunged directly into his brain. In that moment, Daming's consciousness shattered, and he let out a pained cry before collapsing to the ground. Lai Yaoji, witnessing this turn of events, murmured, "A sword of the mind. It is indeed a sword of the mind. As it pierces the sea of consciousness, it seems Daming is destined for a life of paralysis." Lai Yaoji closed her eyes and gestured to a nearby girl, instructing her to eliminate Daming Xiaoming. The girl strode confidently towards Daming Xiaoming, as a phoenix wreathed in black flames rose behind her. The phoenix unleashed a torrent of searing fire upon Daming Xiaoming, instantly incinerating his form to nothingness. Ire, still on the competition stage, gasped in shock at the brutality of the demonic forces. Chapter 49. Mech explosion. To his astonishment, Ire truly possessed the ability to defeat both of their formidable demonic prodigies. Lai Yaoji's expression darkened as she addressed a youth with heterochromatic eyes beside her, saying, "Shang Xie, it is your turn. Remember to incapacitate him." The youth, known as Shang Xie, replied, "Yes, princess, I shall exert every effort to render him powerless." With that, he leaped onto the competition stage, his sinister gaze fixed upon the towering blue mech, and with a relaxed demeanor declared, "Little dwarf, why don't you swiftly sever your own limbs and crawl out from that blue hunk of metal?" Ire, unfazed, responded, "Only through battle will we discern the victor." "Humph, merely the last gasp of a dying bow," Shang Xie retorted, letting out a tiger's roar as he instantaneously transformed into a tiger man. This dark magic bore similarities to the Beastmaster soul transformation. Observing his opponent's metamorphosis, Ire felt no trepidation, despite what Shang Xie had asserted, that he was at the end of his rope, his magical energy waning. He resolved to fight for the honor of the dwarf clan. The blue mech descended from the air once more, conserving his dwindling magical energy. While the heights offered advantages, they also posed significant risks. Ire was left with scant energy, and piloting the mech had become increasingly arduous. The Azure mech drew forth a sword of mental energy from its back, intending to employ the same tactic against Shangya. Given that the demon clan predominantly consists of individuals with formidable physical prowess, the colossal swords proved largely ineffective against them. In contrast, the mental sword could assail their consciousness, rendering it rather effective. However, Shangya displayed an unusual smile, observing the inevitable mental sword. He made no effort to evade, allowing it to pierce his forehead, though everyone's astonishment. Rather than a cry of agony, Shangya articulated with deliberate precision 4 words. Mental impact? Awe! The anguished screams of Aire echoed from within the Azure mech, compelling the mech's hand to relinquish the mental sword and retreat several steps. Inside the cockpit, Aire was bleeding profusely from all 7 orifices, utterly bewildered that his adversary was not only impervious to mental attacks, but could also reverse the connection with the mental sword to unleash a counteroffensive. Gasping for breath, Aire endeavored to channel his magical energy to sustain the mech's operation, yet he could no longer maneuver it with the same deftness as before. This battle demanded a swift resolution. The longer it dragged on, the more detrimental it would become for him. Subsequently, the Azure mech leaped high, swinging its iron fist to strike at Shangya, who immediately transformed his entire being into adamantine, retaliating with his own punch. The resounding clang of heavy metal reverberated throughout the arena, lingering in the air. Fortunately, the protective effect of Xing Wuyang's celestial artifact, the Star Chain, enveloped the audience, mitigating the deafening cacophony of the clash. In a single exchange, the forces were clearly delineated. Aire, lacking sufficient magical energy, staggered back several paces, while Shangye stood unwavering, unperturbed. The dwarven spectators, witnessing their invincible Air in such dire straits, began to express their concerns. Due to the recent collision, Air's Azure mech suffered damage to its right arm, rendering it somewhat cumbersome. Thus, Air decided to detach the now superfluous limb, prioritizing magical energy conservation. Observing Air at a dead end, Shangye once again morphed into black adamantine and took a step forward. A thunderous shockwave erupted around him, propelling him towards the Azure mech at an unimaginable speed, his fists crashing down upon it with ferocious intensity. The air was filled with the sound of heavy metal impacts, and the once aesthetically pleasing mech was reduced to a battered shell. With a resigned sigh, Air seemed to reach a decision. Emerging from the mech, still clad in the crystalline armor of the mech's core, wielding a magical projectile gun. "Have you finally extricated yourself from that wretched hunk of metal?" Air lamented, gazing at his mech. "You ought not to have treated it so. It is my companion, and you shall ultimately face its wrath." Shangye, unfazed and somewhat impatient, replied, "Either sever your own limbs and roll off the stage, or hasten to unveil any remaining tricks you may possess." As Air gazed upon the remnants of his beloved mech, now reduced to a state of utter ruin, he realized that it was beyond salvage. This formidable machine had been the fruit of countless trials and tribulations shared with his companions. He could not allow it to be desecrated in vain by his adversary. Thus, with a heavy heart, Air made a decision steeped in regret. Yet he understood that from destruction comes the opportunity for rebirth. He believed he could forge an even more powerful mech. With his magic bullet gun in hand, Air unleashed a spell circle with a single shot, reciting an arcane incantation. "Xia," with a disdainful sneer, taunted, "Your strength is waning. I wonder how much magic you have left to conjure your spells." Intentionally refraining from hindering Air's efforts, Xia was curious to see what threats his opponent might still muster. The spell circle expanded, yet its focus was not on Xia, but rather on the shattered remnants of the blue mech. Under the spell's influence, the blue mech began to tremble, fragments soaring towards Xia. Confused by the debris approaching him, Xia retaliated with a powerful punch, aiming to obliterate the blue mech entirely. However, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. Upon impact, a portion of the mech began to melt, transforming into a blue liquid that enveloped Xia entirely. Frustrated, he attempted to shake it off, but to no avail. "Cursed fluid, how revolting," he muttered. Unperturbed, Air continued to direct the mech's fragments towards Xia, one after another, until he was entirely coated in the blue liquid. Air chuckled, "For your transgressions against my mech, I present you with a grand gift. Let chaos reign." With a shot from his magic bullet gun, he struck Xia, causing the blue liquid to boil and turn a vibrant red. Bang, bang! The red liquid erupted violently against Xia's steel frame, proving too much for even his formidable body to withstand. Soon, he was engulfed in smoke and tumbled off the competition stage. The expression on Lai Yaoji's face darkened, and she instructed the girl beside her, "Lai Ji, incinerate Xia. He is a disgrace to our kind." Then, turning to the brown-haired youth at her side, she commanded, "Lai Aotian, you shall take the next stage. Ensure that you incapacitate that dwarf. The other dwarves in the upcoming team match pose no threat." Unexpectedly, as Lai Aotian ascended the stage, Air called out to Xing Yaoguang, "Judge, we, the Dwarven clan, concede to the demon race. This personal contest ends here, and there is no need for the team match. We have lost." "What did you say?" Lai Yaoji shrieked, incredulous. "Are you jesting? We have lost 3 of our demon race's prodigies, and you declare the match over just like that?" She found this unacceptable. "Lai Yaoji, please note that this is the rule of the competition. If one party concedes, the other cannot continue." Xing Yaoguang reminded the increasingly agitated Lai Yaoji. The flamed demoness narrowed her eyes as she regarded Xing Yaoguang, fully aware that this was not the domain of the demon clan. Even within this neutral territory, numerous formidable experts roamed, including many adversaries of the demon clan. Here, they were bound to adhere to established protocols, refraining from any violent actions. Thus, she retracted her murderous intent and calmly stated, "Very well, since we are discussing rules, I too possess a regulation." The flamed demoness retrieved an ancient parchment from the pouch at her waist and handed it to Xing Yaoguang. Upon glancing at the parchment, Xing Yaoguang furrowed his brow tightly. The document not only stipulated that the participation of the demon clan in the competition could not be obstructed, but also indicated that the individual matches would be cancelled in favor of team battles. It was evident that the flamed demoness produced this parchment because the current circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable for their clan. Originally 5 distinguished demon clan members remained, but now only 2 were left. Consequently, the flamed demoness had no choice but to present the parchment to alter the rules, ensuring that the forthcoming contest against the Holy Martial Kingdom would require a team fight. She understood that Xingyang's abilities were formidable and that he possessed a celestial artifact, making a one-on-one confrontation perilous. Moreover, she discovered that Shi Weier's prowess was only that of a second-tier mage. If they could swiftly eliminate Shi Weier in a team battle, the odds of defeating Xingyang would considerably improve with the combined efforts of Lieji and Liaoyan. Xingyang scrutinized the parchment and ultimately made a decision, recognizing that the dictates of their ancestors were immutable. Therefore, he proclaimed with resolute conviction from the competition stage, "Ladies and gentlemen, our friends from the Demon Clan present an agreement with the Divine Martial Mountain, which states that the rules have been amended. Consequently, the individual matches scheduled for tomorrow's finals are hereby cancelled, and will be replaced by a team battle to determine the victor in the stands." Xingyang gripped the railing in silence, acutely aware that this outcome meant the Demon Clan intended to eliminate Shi Weier in the team match before launching a coordinated assault against him. Beside him, Shi Weier discerned the underlying implications as well and said, "I am untroubled by this. I trust you will protect me." Xingyang replied, "Perhaps you should refrain from participating in tomorrow's match." Shi Weier shook her head, insisting, "If I do not participate, they will certainly target you. Please trust me. I can protect you as well." Observing Shi Weier's resolute determination, Xingyang shrugged, realizing he could not dissuade her. He cautioned, however, "You must remember to refrain from using ice dissolution. Their power surpasses yours, and you could easily be overwhelmed." Shi Weier nodded, saying, "I understand, but there is something I wish to tell you." "What is it?" Xingyang inquired in a mysterious tone. Shi Weier replied, "Have you ever heard of the bloodline fusion technique?" Xingyang recalled that the instructors at the academy had mentioned it. When two individuals possess similar bloodlines, they could potentially develop a fusion technique. Wait a moment. It suddenly dawned on him that both he and Shi Weier had the Phoenix bloodline, albeit with differing attributes. This meant that the possibility of mastering the bloodline fusion technique was indeed plausible. With a slight blush, Shi Weier suggested playfully, "How about we give it a try?" Xingyang hastily exclaimed, Sure. Let us practice at the foot of the mountain, where it is spacious and devoid of many people." Thus, Xingyang led Xiweier to an open area at the base of the mountain, perfectly secluded for practicing the fusion technique of magical veins. "All right, how shall we begin?" Xingyang pondered, lacking a true understanding of the practice. Shyly, Xiweier replied, "I have heard that the fusion technique requires mutual physical contact to initiate." Upon hearing this, Xingyang immediately retorted, "Ah? How can that be? You are a girl and I am a boy. It is inappropriate for males and females to engage in such intimacy." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Well, I suppose a hug would be acceptable. After all, we are doing this to win the competition. Then, shall we, let us proceed." "It's fine," Xiweier reassured him. Nervously, Xingyang extended his arms toward Xiweier's waist, enveloping her in a tight embrace. The instant their bodies touched, two melodious cries of phoenixes resonated in the air. The ice phoenix behind Xiweier intertwined with the colorful phoenix behind Xingyang, creating a scene of exquisite harmony, as if orchestrated by fate itself. As the two phoenixes entwined, a luminous blue radiance illuminated a 10-meter radius around them, centering on the embraced pair. In that moment, the flow of magical energy within Xingyang and Xiweier accelerated dramatically, far surpassing the effects of meditation, with their magical intensity concurrently intensifying. To Xiweier's astonishment, she finally broke through to the level of a third-tier mage. Feeling the surge of third-tier magic within her, her countenance brightened, affirming that their magical veins could indeed give rise to a fusion technique, additionally aiding in their training. The twin phoenixes above them let out a synchronized cry, and at that instant, Xingyang and Xiweier felt as if their magical energy had been completely drained. The phantoms of the twin phoenixes dissipated, replaced by a colossal, resplendent diamond phoenix. The diamond phoenix soared in a straight line into the distance, leaving a thick frost in its wake, from which icy thorns erupted like sharp spikes from the ground. Wherever it passed, the vegetation was instantaneously frozen into exquisite ice sculptures, showing no signs of thawing. In awe, Xingyang and Xiweier beheld this spectacle, with Xiweier exclaiming in astonishment, "Absolute zero! It can freeze everything. This is remarkable." Confused, Xingyang inquired, "Are you saying that our fusion technique reaches the temperature of absolute zero? Is there something particularly special about it?" Xiweier chuckled softly, "Of course it is special. Absolute zero represents the pinnacle of ice. Not even my mother, a formidable sorceress of the divine level, has achieved such perfection in ice magic. Yet our fusion technique has attained the zenith of ice magic, making this move utterly unstoppable." Exhausted from the drain of magical energy, Xingyang wearily asked, "Then what shall we name this technique?" Xiweier pondered for a moment before responding, "Let me think. Since it conjures thorns amidst the frost and is accompanied by the charge of the diamond phoenix, let us call it Thorns in the Frost, Eternal Diamond." "How are you?" Xingyang, in a moment of speechlessness, remarked, Could it be that our names are too lengthy? Shi Wei'er, unfazed, responded. A long name only serves to enhance our prowess. After all, we can simply refer to ourselves as Eternal Diamond. After a brief pause, Shi Wei'er inquired, by the way, how much longer do you intend to hold on to me? Ah, startled. Xing Weiyang quickly withdrew his hand from around Shi Wei'er, but in that fleeting moment of their embrace, both experienced a sudden wave of profound weakness due to their depleted magical energies, leading them to faint and collapse onto the icy ground. Chapter 51. The finals commence as the sun gradually ascended in the east. Its golden rays bathed the foot of Shinwu Mountain, as if draping a delicate veil of gold over the terrain. Yet, despite this, everything that had been frozen due to the fusion technique remained encased in ice, only a wisp of white mist rising ethereally into the air. The two unconscious figures, lying atop the icy surface, prompted Xing Weiyang to shiver and awaken first. As he groggily sat up, he discovered a remarkably soft and elastic sensation in his left hand. A gentle murmur from a girl suddenly echoed in his ears. Shi Wei'er rubbed her drooping eyes, but when she opened them, she was left utterly astonished. Shi Wei'er shrieked, her scream jolting the still-dazed Xing Weiyang entirely awake. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry, Shi Wei'er. I didn't mean to offend you. However, Shi Wei'er bore no resentment towards him. Instead, she leaned closer and whispered softly in his ear, your shy demeanor is truly adorable. As Xing Weiyang inhaled the fragrance emanating from Shi Wei'er, his face grew even more flushed. All right, I'm just teasing you. I know you didn't do it on purpose. It's getting late. We must hasten to the arena at Shinwu Mountain. Upon looking up at the summit of Shinwu Mountain, Xing Weiyang noticed that a considerable crowd had already gathered, all eagerly awaiting the event. He cast an apologetic glance at Shi Wei'er before they both hurried towards the peak. Hee, I say, Yao Yin, why haven't your students arrived yet? Liao Yaoji remarked with a hint of impatience. Xing Yaoyin shot a cold glare at Liao Yaoji, harboring no fondness for the woman who had caused her brother's demise, and replied frostily, my students are no cowards. They will certainly return. Xing Yaoguang, too, felt the awkwardness of the situation as time ticked away, already 15 minutes late. He wondered what those two were up to. Just as everyone awaited the arrival of Xing Wuyang and his companion, they finally appeared, breathless, at the competition stage. Liao Yaoji glanced at them and couldn't help but chuckle, hee, look at your disheveled state. TSK, is it that the discipline at the Heavenly Path Knight Academy is too stringent? Now that you've been released, you've become quite unruly, haven't you? Upon hearing Liao Yaoji's taunt, Xing Wuyang and Shi Wei'er finally noticed their somewhat unkempt attire, and instantly, both of their faces flushed crimson, unable to meet each other's gaze any longer. Xing Yaoguang could not help but secretly ponder. Have children truly developed at such an astounding pace? It seems I have indeed aged. Alas, as for Xing Yuyan, she merely shot a silent glare at the two before quietly standing by the sidelines of the competition, awaiting the commencement of the match. Both Xingyang and Zaiweier felt an overwhelming urge to hide their faces in embarrassment. To lose face in such a public setting was truly mortifying. Observing that both sides were adequately prepared, Xing Yaoguang instructed them to take their positions, counting down from 3 to 1, subsequently declaring the match to begin. Xingyang understood that this opponent would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Without hesitation, he unleashed his stellar battle body and summoned the chains of the stars, entering his most formidable state. Meanwhile, having advanced to a third-tier mage, Zaiweier awakened a forbidden technique born from a sacred magical vein, known as the Ice Emperor's Armor, which he promptly activated, a suit of deep blue armor, adorned with an ice phoenix etched upon the chest. Enveloped Zaiweier, its entirety forged from solid ice, seemingly harboring powers beyond mere defense. On the sidelines, Xingyuan gazed at Zaiweier in astonishment. Curiosity finally piqued. She had not seen them all day yesterday. What had they been up to? How had Zaiweier suddenly transformed into a third-tier mage? On the other side, Liaji scoffed, remarking, it's merely luck. She has hastily advanced to a third-tier mage. She remains unworthy of concern. Lai Outyin, Lai Ji, do not delay in revealing your true power. In an instant, Lai Outyan's eyes shifted to a captivating pale blue, emitting a beam of white light. At that moment, Xingyang felt a disorienting shift, suddenly finding himself beside Lai Ji, while Lai Outyan appeared next to Zaiweier. This was troublesome. Xingyang was alarmed, realizing, this is spatial reversal. No wonder he was able to turn my attack back upon me last time. His eyes possessed the power to reverse space. However, at that moment, Xingyang was confronted by the black flames spewed forth by Lai Ji's fire phoenix. He hastily maneuvered the chains of the stars to defend against the onslaught, but it was insufficient to extricate himself from the predicament. Meanwhile, Zaiweier had engaged with Lai Outyan, observing that his pale blue eyes had returned to normal, yet his form was now cloaked in a layer of tiger skin. Unlike the imposing golden figure of Shangya, He appeared in a striking black and white pattern, his physique noticeably more robust. To his astonishment, Lai Outyin possessed two powers akin to the dual sacred veins of Xingyang, one of spatial affinity and the other presumably of strength. As the powerful tiger paws descended upon Ziweir, she remained undaunted. The Ice Emperor's armor responded instantly, sprouting thorns that pierced through the tiger paws. With a fierce roar, Lai Outyin attempted to shatter the icy thorns, only to be taken aback as frost began to spread from the wounds inflicted on his paws. He hastily withdrew, realizing that had he delayed even a moment longer, his hand would have been completely encased in frost. Taking a few steps back, he shook his head and remarked, "Humph, little girl. You possess some skill. It appears that I am ill-suited to engage in combat with you." However, with that, Lai Outyin cast a mysterious smile at Ziweir, and in an instant, he utilized spatial reversal to swap his position with Xingyang, returning once more to Lai Ji's side. Xingyang turned to Ziweir beside him and inquired, "Are you all right?" Ziweir shook her head and replied, "I am fine. By the way, have you seen what they are doing?" Xingyang glanced in the direction of their opponents and was astonished to witness Lai Outyin embracing Lai Ji, both of them unleashing their respective magic veins and martial veins. Lai Outyin manifested a black and white striped tiger, while Lai Ji, of course, conjured a phoenix wreathed in black flames. Lai Yaoji observed from the sidelines with a cold smirk. Her decision to partake in the group battle was driven by the significant reason that Lai Outyin and Lai Ji possessed a formidable fusion technique. Thus, she firmly believed that their demon clan was destined to triumph in this competition. Chapter 52. When to Sever Xingyang watched the movements of Lai Outyin and Lai Ji, finding them strikingly similar to the magic vein fusion technique practice he had previously undertaken with Ziweir. Could it be that their confidence stemmed from possessing a fusion technique of their own? Moreover, it appeared to be a rare amalgamation of martial and magic veins. With this thought, Xingyang exchanged a knowing glance with Ziweir and declared, "It seems we have indeed encountered worthy adversaries. Let us proceed as well." Ziweir nodded, extending her arms to tightly embrace Xingyang, who mirrored her gesture. Thus, an exceedingly peculiar scene unfolded on the stage, with both sides commencing to embrace one another amidst the competition. Below, Lai Yaoji wore a grim expression, her thoughts concealed, while Xingyang exhibited a hint of surprise in her gaze. As for Xingyang, the judge presiding over the contest, his astute eyes comprehended the situation immediately. Fusion technique. Indeed, it had to be a fusion technique. He reminisced about the time he and his second brother, Xingyang, had their martial vein fusion technique, which had earned them the title of the Twin Stars after their fame. Little did he expect that he would witness the spectacle of fusion techniques once more, and to behold two such techniques was a privilege. At that moment, he set aside the notion of the demon clan being a formidable adversary and sincerely looked forward to witnessing the clash of these dual fusion techniques, as he was now a member of the neutral faction within the divine martial mountain and chose not to engage in any disputes. Soon, the fusion techniques of both sides began to evolve. On one side, two phoenixes sang in harmony, entwined in a manner suggesting they would never part in this lifetime, while on the other, the tiger soared and the phoenix danced, exuding an aura of terrifying power. Ultimately, one side gave rise to a resplendent diamond phoenix, shining brilliantly under the sun. Meanwhile, the black and white striped tiger and the fiery phoenix miraculously fused on Lai Outyin and Lai Ji's side, with the tiger unfurling a pair of flaming wings, its form colossal beyond measure. Lai Outyin scoffed, "Humph, so you two possess a fusion technique. Let us see whose fusion technique prevails. Go, magic flame impact." Ziweir stuck out her tongue and retorted, "What a ridiculous name. Witness our thorns of frost. The eternal diamond will utterly annihilate you." Thus, under the control of Xingyang and Ziviel, the diamond phoenix charged towards the flying tiger without hesitation, while the flying tiger roared fiercely, baring its fangs and claws in retaliation. Wherever they passed, frost enveloped the surroundings, the temperature plummeted, and thorns forged from solid ice erupted from the ground, in stark contrast. The air where the flying tiger traversed warmed significantly, with the fiery elements swirling as if the very atmosphere were ablaze. Boom! The two collided violently, instantly engulfed in a cloud of white smoke. Following a heart-rending cry from the flying tiger, it was shattered into fragments by the diamond phoenix, which then surged forth, encased in an icy chill, towards Lai Outyin and Lai Zichi in that fleeting moment. Lai Outyin and Lai Ji were caught completely off guard and found themselves encased as two lifeless ice sculptures. Ultimately, the sacred martial kingdom emerged victorious in this decisive battle. On the sidelines, Lai Yaoji's expression darkened considerably. Not only had they failed to secure the championship, but their teammates faced death or encasement in ice, which meant that even the opportunity to share in the spoils of victory eluded them. Consequently, she unleashed a plume of black smoke, sweeping towards the frozen figures of Lai Outyin and Lai Ji, before transforming into a cloud of darkness and soaring away. Unlike her fallen comrades, she refrained from ending the lives of Lai Outyan and Lai Ji, recognizing their status as members of the demon royal family, and thus refrained from hastily deciding their fates. Watching Lai Yaoji's departure, Xing Wuyang felt a profound sense of melancholy, pondering when he might see her again. However, he shook his head, realizing that it was uncertain whether he could even claim to be Lai Yaoji's child. Especially given their now altered identities, it would be wise to refrain from any casual recognition. With this thought, he felt a sense of release. He was surrounded by companions, nurtured by the Celestial Knights Academy, and faced with countless opportunities ahead of him that deserved his attention and appreciation. At that moment, Ziviel, still struggling due to her drained magical energy, stumbled and fell into Xing Wuyang's embrace. He had no choice but to hold her, guiding her to the stands for a brief respite. "Are you all right, Ziviel?" he inquired. "Yes, I merely exhausted my magical energy. It's nothing serious, by the way. Now that the demon clan has departed, the only ones left to share in our victory are the dwarves." "Do you think Ayr is trustworthy?" Xing Wuyang was momentarily taken aback by the question, but then recalled Ayr's innocent and endearing smile that contrasted sharply with the fierce competition they had just experienced. He replied, "Having one more friend and one less enemy is ideal. I believe Ayr is a friend worth cultivating." Ziviel was taken by surprise at Xing Wuyang's response and nodded in agreement, saying, "That would be best, especially since I heard the prize for the upcoming contest is a key to a secret realm. I'm just concerned that a commoner possessing such a treasure might lead to inequitable distribution. By the way, have you thought about our future?" she asked. "Our future? Yes, since we share the unique fusion technique of demonic veins, it typically signifies a bond between the closest of companions." Xing Wuyang gazed at Ziviel, who wore a serious expression, yet he remained perplexed by her implication. "Aren't we already the best of friends?" he replied. Xi Weier let out a sigh and said, "Well, since that is the case, I won't pressure you any further. You need not overthink it, by the way. There is a celebration event tonight to mark the conclusion of the Xinwu Mountain competition. Would you accompany me? After all, Long Tianyu and the others have yet to awaken." "The celebration event? Absolutely, I would be delighted to join you. After the awards ceremony, we shall participate together this evening." Xi Weier responded with a look of astonishment as Xing Wuyang agreed to her request. She silently vowed to convey her feelings to Xing Wuyang, for in the elven race, once a bond is formed, it is for a lifetime. After a brief respite, Xing Wuyang was summoned by Xing Yaoguang to receive his award. Following Xing Yaoguang, he arrived at a secluded chamber deep within Xinwu Mountain. This chamber lay at the very heart of the mountain, and upon entering, Xing Wuyang noticed a peculiar box at its center, presumably the reward for the competition. Xing Yaoguang opened the box and retrieved an ancient golden key, handing it to Xing Wuyang with the instruction, "Please safeguard this key. It is your passage into the secret realm. Additionally, since this place is secure, I wish to speak with you privately." Pausing for a moment, Xing Yaoguang placed a hand on Xing Wuyang's shoulder and said, "Child, you must not acknowledge your connection to Lai Yaoji and her offspring. Although I am not entirely certain of your relationship, it is evident that you are intricately linked to the demon clan at. One must sever ties decisively." Chapter 53. The prophesied child sever ties decisively? Xing Wuyang murmured, a hint of reluctance in his voice. It was disheartening to have finally found his kin yet be unable to acknowledge them. Xing Yaoguang sighed. "I cannot comprehend this Lai Yaoji. She was not always like this. Once, she was somewhat headstrong and uninvolved in any matters concerning the demon clan, even displaying a certain innocence that would prevent her from issuing commands to harm her own kind or humans. However, ever since Xing Yaoyang's passing, everything has changed. Lai Yaoji has transformed. Whether this is her true nature or a result of the grief from Xing Yaoyang's death, I cannot say. What I do know is that acknowledging your connection to Lai Yaoji will not bode well for you. It could lead to your ruin, as someone who once belonged to the sacred martial kingdom. I do not wish to witness the fall of a prodigy like you, just as we mourned the downfall of Xing Yaoyang." Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang nodded, realizing that recognizing Lai Yaoji now would be nothing short of courting disaster. Not to mention the fact that their factions were currently at odds. It was perplexing why Lai Yaoji would find herself in Luoyet town. The only plausible explanation was that the demon clan would never accept a half-blood like him. And regarding the secret realm, I wish to share a tale with you. An ancient legend, Xing Yaoguang said suddenly, his tone taking on an air of mystery. "Do you know? In ancient times, Xinwu Mountain was, in fact, the cradle of various races, encompassing not only the human race but also the demon race, dwarves, elves, and other ancient beings. During that era, all tribes coexisted harmoniously on Xinwu Mountain. However, calamity struck one fateful day, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake, scattering the tribes in all directions. In that tumultuous time, one clan emerged, conquering the disaster and sealing it away. The ancestral sage of that clan prophesied that many years hence, one of his descendants would utterly eradicate this calamity, ushering in a profound peace and unity among the races. Star Dance Young suddenly inquired, "Senior, what calamity are you referring to?" Xing Yaoguang shook his head and replied, "I do not know. The answer lies within the secret realm for you to discover." After a moment of contemplation, Xing Yaoguang, with a grave expression, placed his hands on Star Dance Yang's shoulders and said with significant weight, "I can only tell you that, according to records, calamity shall return, and in that time, it will be up to your generation." "Understood. I will remember this and strive to grow stronger," Star Dance Young affirmed. By the way, there will be a celebration soon. You should participate and unwind a little, as it also contributes to your cultivation," Xing Yaoguang suggested. Star Dance Young nodded, saying, "I know. Shi Wei Er and I have arranged to enjoy the festivities together." "Indeed, you share a fusion technique with her? And it is certain you will be together in the future. I hope you do not endure a fate similar to the previous generation," Xing Yaoguang remarked. "How could that be? Shi Wei Er is my best friend. I would never allow her to come to harm," Star Dance Young declared with conviction. "Is that so? Just friends?" "Yes, what of it?" "Oh, you young ones. Never mind. Let the youth experience their own matters." Star Dance Young, somewhat bewildered by the exchange, nodded and said, "Well then, it is getting late. I must join Shi Wei Er for the celebration. Farewell, senior." Xing Yaoguang reminded him, "Young man, be sure to cherish those around you. Go now, and make the most of your time." As Xing Yaoguang watched Star Dance Young depart, he turned back to a shadowy corner, bowing slightly. From the shadows emerged a wheelchair, swirling with demonic energy, upon which lay an elderly demon, his power unfathomable, seemingly surpassing even the demon god, beast god, mage god, night god, and machine god. The elder demon spoke, "Xiao Guang, can you be certain he possesses the royal bloodline of our demon race?" Xing Yaoguang nodded, stating, "I report to you, guardian, I am absolutely certain. He is most likely the prophesied child." The elder demon sighed deeply, saying, "At long last, the prophesied child has appeared. After countless millennia, it seems my old bones are about to face a fierce battle." Meanwhile, in the demon realm's demon god fortress, the fierce demoness knelt in the grand hall, saying, "Father, my campaign has not gone well. 3 prodigies of the demon race were defeated. I have managed to bring back Lai Aotian and Lai Ji." With a flick of her sleeve, she conjured forth a swirling mist of demonic energy, revealing the 2 figures of Lai Aotian and Lai Ji, now encased in ice. The demon god, narrowing his eyes, discerned the truth and slowly remarked, "This is the essence of ultimate ice. Your defeat is not without reason." Suddenly, the malevolent deity unleashed a terrifying aura of magic, washing over the 2 frozen figures like an icy tide. After a moment, the ice sculptures exhibited the faintest signs of melting, a testament to the overwhelming dominance of the ultimate frost. Beside them, the fierce demoness gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? The ultimate frost? How could a mere human girl and an elven princess possibly invoke such power? Even the divine mage of Wintadas would struggle to wield the ultimate frost." The dark god solemnly closed his eyes, unable to fathom that the rumored dual sacred vein prodigy from the holy martial kingdom had combined forces with the elven princess to execute a fusion technique of such magnitude, achieving the pinnacle of icy mastery. The demon lord felt a heavy burden upon him, for during his bloodline awakening, the demon ancestor had entrusted him with the task of retrieving a legendary artifact from the secret realm, said to be the harbinger of a catastrophic calamity that would shake the very foundations of existence, one from which even the demon race would not be spared. Now, it appeared that securing the key to the secret realm was an impossibility. Entry into this hidden domain was destined to elude him. Suddenly, the demoness suggested, "Shall I lead a team to seize back the key?" The demon lord retorted, "Impudent. What manner of place is the divine martial mountain? It is the sacred birthplace of our ancestors. No disrespect must be tolerated. Rest assured, the artifact I require can only be reclaimed by my kin of the demon race. They are fated to fail." He continued, "Once they depart from the divine martial mountain, I will risk a confrontation with the war deity and personally intercept them to reclaim the key." "Father, you are wise. At the foot of the divine martial mountain, the area was adorned with vibrant lanterns, illuminated brilliantly, and thronged with people from the 4 nations. Numerous vendors lined the streets, selling everything from goldfish to sweet treats, and the air was filled with the lively atmosphere of celebration. In a grand plaza, preparations for a stage event were underway. On the sidelines, Xavier and Xing Weiyang indulged in a delightful array of snacks, munching gleefully while enjoying the street performances and astonishing displays. "Look, that jester almost got hit by a flying dagger. How thrilling, wow, that strong man can really smash stones with his chest. Doesn't that hurt? Oh, Weiyang, over there, they have tightrope walking. Let us go take a look." Xavier maintained her exuberance, leading Xing Wuyang through every corner of the festivities. Chapter 54. The Treasure Pavilion. Wow, Wuyang, look at all those people over there. Let us go see, Xavier exclaimed, pulling Xing Wuyang into the bustling crowd. Before them stood a magnificent pavilion, towering 4 stories high, a colossal structure reaching over 20 meters. Its exterior shimmered with golden brilliance, resembling a treasure trove, adorned with the words Treasure Pavilion of the Holy Martial Kingdom. Xavier turned to Xing Wuyang and remarked, I've heard that the victorious team in the competition will have their nation host a treasure pavilion during the celebration. Surely, this is the one organized by our Holy Martial Kingdom. Come, let us explore and see what treasures await us. Without further ado, she dragged Xing Wuyang into the pavilion. Wuyang, feeling somewhat resigned, admitted that after wandering through so many places, he was beginning to feel quite fatigued. Greetings and welcome. As soon as the two entered the treasure pavilion, they were greeted by a melodious and enchanting female voice. On either side stood 4 young ladies, appearing to be no older than 17 or 18, each possessing extraordinary beauty and slender figures, yet clad in rather revealing attire that unabashedly showcased their sculpted abdomens. Star Wuyang found himself momentarily taken aback, while his companion, Xavier, sharply pinched his thigh. Ouch, what was that for? He exclaimed. Xavier retorted with irritation, Be careful not to gawk too much, or you'll end up with a needle's eye. Star Wuyang could not help but respond, It is only natural to appreciate beauty. Before he could finish, Xavier interrupted, You have a stunning beauty right beside you. Is that not enough to behold? With a hint of exasperation, Star Wuyang replied, All right, she is indeed an exquisite beauty. I shall avert my gaze. Is that satisfactory? At that moment, a young lady in a pristine white outfit and a very short skirt approached them, addressing Star Wuyang and Xavier. You two must be the victors of this year's new student competition. The Holy Martial Kingdom has prepared points for you to exchange for treasures. These points serve as a form of credit, redeemable through future contributions to the Academy. Confused, Star Wuyang inquired, How is the contribution to the Academy measured? How can you predict future contributions? The young lady replied, You are already among the elite of the new students. Surely, your future involvement in the Academy's nightly order will yield contributions. Upon hearing this, Star Wuyang appeared to grasp the concept, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing in understanding. He realized that, being orphaned and with no relatives beyond the Star family, it would be more advantageous to remain at the Academy and form a nightly order with his comrades to give back to the institution. Meanwhile, Xavier, contemplating this information, recalled her status as the Princess of Windadas, destined to return to her homeland and possibly become a legendary elven queen. Remaining at the Celestial Knight Academy indefinitely was not an option for her. With this thought, she turned her gaze toward Star Wuyang, recognizing that she would need to make an important decision about her future. The young lady continued, Please wait here for a moment while I arrange a credit card for you. With that, she turned and departed. Xavier looked at Star Wuyang, her lips poised to speak yet hesitating. Noticing her demeanor, Star Wuyang encouraged, Xavier, If you have something to say, please do. With a sigh, Xavier articulated, Are you contemplating using your credit points to purchase something? There is truly no need. As a princess, I have some savings you could. Star Wuyang interjected, No, friends are friends, but financial matters must be clear. I cannot accept your money. I would prefer to rely on my own credit points. Sigh, do you not realize that once you utilize your credit points, you are bound to the Academy, responsible for your commitments to it forever? Star Wuyang replied, And what of it? I have nowhere to go aside from the Star family. It would be better to stay at the Academy and repay the institution for the opportunity it has afforded me. Very well, do as you wish, Xavier conceded. Thus, the two fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Fortunately, the young lady soon returned with the credit points card. She placed the card into Xing Wuyang's hands. Her demeanor radiated warmth. She clasped his hands firmly and proclaimed, Congratulations! The points you have accumulated from our treasure vault event are boundless, meaning you may exchange for any number of treasures, provided it does not exceed 10. Wei, standing nearby, did not share in Xing Wuyang's joy. Instead, her brows knitted tighter in concern. She pondered to herself that this was clearly a scheme orchestrated by the higher-ups of the Heavenly Path Knight Academy, intending to retain Xing Wuyang, who was likely to become a formidable knight in the future. Within the confines of the Academy, elated with the credit card in hand, Xing Wuyang exuberantly made his way to the second floor. Moments ago, the Ice Kirin had awakened and informed Xing Wuyang that the magic sealed within him could be mastered not only through the cultivation of demonic techniques, but also by another method. This alternative approach would enable him to safely unlock the first 3 layers of the seal without the fear of his consciousness being eroded by demonic energy. This method involved consuming 10 types of spiritual fruits, 9 of which, the Ice Kirin claimed, It had detected the fragrance from the second floor of the treasure vault. Furthermore, the Ice Kirin offered to teach Xing Wuyang a technique to conceal the demonic energy from ordinary detection, allowing him to utilize this method with peace of mind in the future. Confused, Shi Wei'er followed Xing Wuyang directly to the second floor, observing him as if he had a predetermined purpose. Could it be that Wuyang knew what awaited him on the second floor without even needing to look? Shi Wei'er mused to herself. Guided by the Ice Kirin, Xing Wuyang arrived at a counter where he indeed beheld 10 distinct fruits. Heavenly Father, 500-year-old grass python fruit, 500-year-old water dragon fruit, 1,000-year-old heavenly spirit fruit. Please don't tell me you're actually considering purchasing these, Shi Wei'er exclaimed. As a princess of the Elven Kingdom, she was somewhat familiar with these rare treasures, and she pointed to the exorbitant prices marked on them, signaling to Xing Wuyang to refrain from making such purchases, as they were priced astronomically high. However, how could Xing Wuyang let this opportunity slip away? Ignoring Shi Wei'er's protests, he impulsively swiped the credit card to make the purchase. Shi Wei'er watched helplessly, turning to him and asking, "Are you truly planning to spend your entire life at the academy?" Without hesitation, Xing Wuyang replied, "Of course. Moreover, I intend to establish a nightly order within the academy, and you must come as well." Shi Wei'er wished to say more but ultimately closed her eyes, silently reflecting. "Wuyang, my time with you is limited. I will inevitably return to the Windida's kingdom. I hope you can cherish every moment we share." Chapter 55. The opening of the secret realm. After the two emerged from the treasure vault, Shi Wei'er took Xing Wuyang's hand and led him to the square. That moment, the square was teeming with a crowd, as it was rumored that the third master of Divine Martial Mountain would perform a dance to uplift the spirits of the attendees. By the time Xing Wuyang and Shi Wei'er arrived at the square, the performance had already commenced, and the throng was so dense that it took considerable effort for them to squeeze their way through the masses. On the stage, a woman clad in purple danced gracefully, her flowing sleeves undulating with exquisite rhythm, and her steps resembled butterflies flitting through a garden, embodying a serene and effortless elegance. With her supple joints, she showcased a natural fluidity of beauty to the captivated audience. "Wow, Wuyang, she is simply stunning," exclaimed Shi Wei'er, utterly enchanted by the performance of the third master of Shinwu Mountain. "Indeed, it is magnificent," came the reply. After a brief moment, a lively applause erupted as the dance concluded. Xing Wuyang remarked, "Is that it? It seems we arrived too late. It's a pity we missed the entire performance." "No, it's not over yet," Shi Wei'er replied, and before Xing Wuyang could react, she pulled him onto the stage. "What are you doing, Shi Wei'er?" "Dancing, of course. What else? Stop it, get down." "I can't dance." Yet, Shi Wei'er was resolute, stubbornly taking Xing Wuyang's hand and initiating a duet. Anxiously, Xing Wuyang feared stepping on Shi Wei'er's toes, awkwardly following her lead and rhythm. Shi Wei'er gazed at him with deep affection, longing to freeze this moment in time. At that instant, Xing Wuyang sensed that their bond transcended mere friendship, but he remained oblivious to the true nature of this emotion. Thus, the two danced on, unaware of the passage of time, until the late hours of the night, when Xing Wuyang finally escorted Shi Wei'er back to their dormitory at Shinwu Mountain. The following day, as daylight broke, Xing Wuyang observed that the remaining companions were still fast asleep. He shook his head, realizing that their venture into the secret realm would likely proceed without them. Together with Shi Wei'er, he set off towards Xing Yaoguang's room, for they had only acquired the key and were unaware of the secret realm's location. Upon opening the door to Xing Yaoguang's chamber, they discovered Ire had already arrived. According to the rules, the second-place demon clan could no longer participate in the secret realm, thus allowing the third-place dwarven clan to send a representative to join the victorious team. Ire playfully greeted Xing Wuyang, saying, "Big brother, you're here. What a pity that a demon clan interrupted our path. We couldn't engage in a duel." Xing Wuyang chuckled, "We can always spar, but that will have to wait until your mech is repaired." Xing Yaoguang inquired, "Are the others from the Shangwu Kingdom still unconscious?" Xing Wuyang nodded helplessly. "Very well, I shall now open the tunnel to the secret realm. Follow me." With an incantation of cryptic words, Xing Yaoguang extended his hand, and a golden halo materialized, revealing a tunnel. He explained to the group, "The secret realm of Shinwu Mountain is situated within a small world, known only to the inhabitants of Shinwu Mountain. Hurry inside. The secret realm lies within a tower in this small world." The trio exchanged glances and stepped into the tunnel one after another. Once Xing Yaoguang confirmed their safe entry, he closed the tunnel behind them. When Xing Wuyang and his companions entered this small world, they were astonished to discover that it was crafted to be indistinguishable from the real world. Before their eyes appeared a few wispy clouds in the sky, the distant undulating mountains, and the verdant plains beneath their feet that resembled a sapphire ocean. Ire could not help but utter a delightful exclamation. "Wow, the scenery here is truly magnificent." Xing Wuyang couldn't help but reflect that this small world was far superior to the Xing family's domain. It was likely created by an extraordinary being. Could it be that there exists a 13th-tier powerhouse in Divine Martial Mountain? Xing Wuyang sensed that Divine Martial Mountain, being a neutral ground, must harbor secrets unknown to the world, and that these secrets were fundamental to its guardianship. Shi Wire inquired. So, where exactly is the secret realm we are to visit? As Xing Wuyang pondered, he recalled that Xing Yaoguang had only mentioned that the secret realm was a tower but had not disclosed its location. Just when he felt at a loss, a golden key unexpectedly flew out of his pocket, expanding in size and hovering in midair. Shi Wire remarked, "It seems we are meant to ascend. The key should lead us to the secret realm. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us ascend without delay," Xing Wuyang replied. Thus, Shi Wire and Xing Wuyang stepped onto the key, while AI Air hesitated, too timid to join them. "Hey, AI Air, what's the matter? Weren't you flying when piloting the mecha? You shouldn't be afraid of heights," Xing Wuyang queried. "No, it's different. I truly have a fear of heights, and I can't steady myself," AI Air stammered. "Come, I can hold you. That should be fine," Xing Wuyang said. With a swift motion, he used his internal energy to pull AI Air over and embraced him. The golden key, seemingly sentient, then ascended into the sky. Shi Wire cast a binding spell on herself to prevent falling, while Xing Wuyang, cradling AI Air, unleashed the dragon transformation technique, his body covered in golden scales, firmly anchoring himself in a stable stance. "Who would have thought we would experience our first aerial flight in such a manner?" Shi Wire exclaimed, spreading her arms wide to feel the rush of the high-altitude winds, filled with exhilaration. Xing Wuyang replied, "Yes, one day I will soar to greater heights through my own strength," Shi Wire echoed. "If it's you, I have no doubt it will be possible." Before long, the trio arrived before a towering structure that reached 3 stories high, guided by the golden key. The key descended gently, and the 3 stepped off. As they descended, AI Air, still timid, kept his eyes tightly shut, too afraid to open them. Xing Wuyang, exasperated, gave AI Air a gentle push to the ground. "Ouch! Why are you so rough?" AI Air exclaimed, wincing in pain. Shi Wire chuckled beside them. Who would have thought that a genius from the Agathries dwarf clan would be afraid of heights? All right, it's time to open the door," Xing Wuyang announced. With that, he tapped the golden key, which immediately shrank and flew towards the lock on the tower door, spinning around before finally unlocking it. Chapter 56. Ancient Memories. When Xing Wuyang and the others ventured into the tower, they were immediately struck by an overwhelming force reminiscent of primordial power, as if the very essence of the ancient world surged toward them. The first level of the Secret Realm Tower revealed not only a dense concentration of primal energy but also massive azure stones, formed by the absorption of the rich, primordial energy surrounding them. Though their purpose remained uncleared, at that moment, an ancient voice echoed. "Have you finally arrived? Within the first level, you 3 are granted a body-refining reward. You have the time equivalent to 3 incense sticks. Make good use of this opportunity to absorb the primordial power and enhance your physical constitution." Exchanging glances filled with astonishment, the trio understood that they could indeed absorb the primordial energy for body refinement. It was well known that whether one was a mage, a knight, or even a dwarf like Ayer, who utilized magical tools inscribed with spells to channel their innate magical power, all were constrained by their physical limitations. They were all prodigies. Ayer possessed an extraordinary reservoir of magical energy, while both Xing Wuyang and Shi Wei bore the sacred veins, signifying their physiques far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. If they could further enhance their already exceptional talents, it would mean their innate abilities would grow even stronger. Particularly for Xing Wuyang, who practiced a celestial-level cultivation technique, specifically the starry battle body, he was already on the cusp of achieving minor success. If he could absorb the primordial energy here, it would undoubtedly allow him to break through to that minor success level. With only the time of 3 incense sticks, the 3 immediately settled themselves among the boulders, beginning to meditate and draw in the surrounding primordial energy for body refinement. At that moment, Xing Wuyang activated the starry battle body, creating a vortex above his head that incessantly drew in the surrounding primordial energy. Shi Wei, being the princess of Windadas, demonstrated extraordinary depth as she had also mastered a celestial-level technique. A 7-orifice exquisite pagoda manifested above her, continuously absorbing primordial energy into its structure. As for Ayer, lacking any cultivated technique, given that dwarves were not suited for such practices, he surprisingly emitted a dazzling array of colors from his body. With the 5 elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth coalescing around him, forming an elemental circle that spun rapidly, drawing in primordial power. Remarkably, it seemed Ayer was not refining his body but rather increasing the concentration of elemental magical power he could control. Thus, the trio continued to absorb the primordial energy, and time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, Xing Wuyang let out a muffled groan. The starry battle body had finally reached saturation from the absorbed primordial energy, allowing him to break through to the minor success stage. Wonderful. I have finally achieved the minor success of the starry battle body, and I have comprehended a set of leg techniques from it. The starry whirlwind leg. Its power rivals that of the awakening of a holy grade martial vein. At that moment, a voice resonated within his consciousness, that of the Ice Qilin, the king of the ancient beasts, awakening once more. Kid. TSK. Not bad at all. You've advanced to the minor success of the celestial level technique so swiftly. Pausing for a moment, the Ice Qilin suddenly detected an unusual fluctuation and exclaimed, Kid, pay attention to the peculiarities of the boulders surrounding you. What has happened to the colossal stone? Is there an issue? Esteemed senior, Xing Wuyang is communicating with the Ice Kirin through spiritual awareness. The Ice Kirin remarked, you should attempt to use your spiritual awareness to connect with the colossal stone. See if you can uncover anything. I sense a peculiar fluctuation emanating from it, as if it conveys some form of information. Very well, I shall give it a try, responded Xing Wuyang. Consequently, he endeavored to establish a connection with the colossal stone through his spiritual awareness, and indeed, he discovered that the stone harbored an unexpected secret, a black vortex within. The Ice Kirin stated, I believe there is no danger. Attempt to delve into it with your spiritual awareness. Following the Ice Kirin's advice, Xing Wuyang began to probe the vortex with his spiritual essence, but as he approached, his awareness was abruptly consumed by it. After experiencing a moment of dizziness, Xing Wuyang found his consciousness suspended in the air. Looking down, he was astonished to see Shenwu Mountain, albeit a version vastly different from the one he had previously known. The Shenwu Mountain before him was teeming with inhabitants from various races, including humans, elves, dwarves, and an array of other species. Even the demon race coexisted peacefully within the mountain's embrace. Everything radiated tranquility. The races harmoniously cohabitated, with no friction amongst them, and the demons behaved themselves, contrary to Xing Wuyang's prior understanding of their brutality. What could this mean? Was it an illusion? At this moment, the Ice Kirin, who had accompanied Xing Wuyang's spiritual essence, spoke. No, this is not an illusion. Rather, it is a memory, an ancient memory. If I recall correctly, this should be Shenwu Mountain from a bygone era. Remarkably, the legends hold truth. Our demon race's origins lie here, and it was truly an unexpected period of peace. Yet, as soon as the Ice Kirin uttered the word peace, calamity struck, a thunderous roar erupted. The very world trembled violently, and the sky was torn open, revealing a mass of ominous black storm clouds. Lightning rained down, striking Shenwu Mountain. The inhabitants of the mountain were caught off guard by this sudden disaster, suffering devastating losses, with some races facing near annihilation. Just then, black rain began to pour from the sky, and upon touching the ground, it transformed into humanoid demons, who commenced a brutal slaughter of the mountain's residents. The once harmonious scene was instantly obliterated, as the sky above Shenwu Mountain turned crimson with blood, and various races lay dying on the ground. Confronted by these demons, the residents of Shenwu Mountain were utterly defenseless, having long lived in an era of peace, rendering them significantly weaker than contemporary warriors. Nonetheless, there were exceptions. In that moment, the leader of the demon race emerged, the very demon ancestor Xing Wuyang had encountered during his awakening of the sacred veins. The demon ancestor, with sheer strength, felled countless demons and repelled the invaders from beyond the heavens. However, the ordeal was far from over, as a fierce figure suddenly appeared on the horizon, sweeping forth a hand that unleashed a wave of deathly energy, resulting in yet more residents falling victim to its wrath. What merit is there in preying upon the defenseless? Have the courage to contend with me, bellowed the demon ancestor, soaring into the sky, igniting the flames of life, and engaging in a cataclysmic battle against that formidable figure. Ultimately, the saga concluded with the demon ancestor sacrificing himself to seal the extraterrestrial invader, thus bringing an end to the calamity of divine Martial Mountain. However, the demon ancestor left a poignant message in the distant sky, proclaiming that millennia hence, my seal shall weaken, and when that time comes, the invaders from beyond will descend once more. To that moment, my descendants shall bear the heavy responsibility of vanquishing these intruders. Upon reading this, Xing Wuyang felt utterly numb. What a jest it was that the malevolent demon clan had once protected this world. Surely, if divulged, no one would believe such a tale. Moreover, the revelation that the demon ancestor was, in fact, a savior was nothing short of astonishing. And what exactly were these extraterrestrial invaders? Xing Wuyang was enveloped in confusion. The Ice Phoenix remained silent for a prolonged period before finally speaking. Young one, this matter is of utmost significance. It must not be disclosed. This affair pertains to the very fate of the entire Solace continent. Chapter 57. The great battle with the demon ancestor Xing Wuyang solemnly nodded. The Ice Phoenix was indeed correct. This matter concerned the welfare of all living beings and could not be recklessly shared. Thus, he resolved to keep this secret to himself, as the illusion of this memory faded. Xing Wuyang's consciousness was ejected from the massive stone, just as 3 incense sticks worth of time had elapsed. Shi Wei'er and Ai Air also concluded their meditation, their faces alight with joy, indicating that they had gained much from the experience. Let us proceed to the second level and explore what awaits us, he suggested. The 3 then ascended the staircase towards the second level. However, upon stepping into the new realm, Xing Wuyang was astounded to find that Shi Wei'er and Ai Air had vanished. The Ice Phoenix spoke within his mind. Do not panic. I sense fluctuations of an array here. It seems the formation has separated you. It appears you must navigate the array alone. Yet, I cannot discern the nature of this formation. Move forward a bit and observe the peculiarities of the mirror ahead. Exercising caution, Xing Wuyang promptly summoned the star battle body. Now at a small completion stage, the power of the stars emanating from him intensified, making him shine like a celestial body. As he approached the mirror, an astonishing sight unfolded. The reflection did not reveal Xing Wuyang, but rather the legendary figure of the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor, with the physique of a dragon and phoenix, slowly emerged from the mirror and inquired, "Are you Xing Wuyang, my descendant?" Though taken aback by this revelation, Xing Wuyang maintained his composure and replied, "Indeed, I am Xing Wuyang. I must be your descendant." The demon ancestor's gaze seemed to pierce through Xing Wuyang entirely, and he chuckled, "Not bad. You possess strength worthy of being my opponent." Hearing these words, Xing Wuyang was struck with disbelief. What a farce it was! The illustrious demon ancestor's power far surpassed that of any divine steed or demon god, having sealed the extraterrestrial invaders with unfathomable strength. How could he possibly stand as a rival to the demon ancestor? Observing the ancestor preparing for battle, Xing Wuyang hastily retreated several steps, yearning to escape the second level at once. At this moment, the Ice Kirin suddenly spoke in Xing Wuyang's mind. "Do not panic. Do not forget that the demon ancestor has already perished. This current manifestation is likely a construct of the formation. If my conjecture is correct, this formation is designed to challenge the one you most wish to confront. Given that you have just learned of the demon ancestor's deeds, it is likely that he has already become a target for your aspirations." Xing Wuyang nodded, casting another glance at the demon ancestor, and indeed discovered that the demon ancestor's strength was merely at the 3rd tier, not reaching any formidable heights. Thus, Xing Wuyang perceived this as an excellent opportunity for training. He subsequently drew forth the celestial artifact, the star chains, and under the state of the stellar combat body, it was the most fitting choice. Observing the eager Xing Wuyang, the demon ancestor bellowed, "Prepare yourself. Come forth." Before Xing Wuyang could fully comprehend, the demon ancestor was already in motion. Despite the considerable distance between them, with a single stride, he appeared right before Xing Wuyang. Simultaneously, the demon ancestor launched a fist infused with the power of the dragon and phoenix, a fierce force that, even at the 3rd tier, was capable of penetrating space itself. Such incredible speed. Xing Wuyang marveled at the fist hurtling toward him, yet he remained composed and invoked the star chains. Encircling his form, as the dragon and phoenix fist struck the star chains, the brilliance of the starlight dimmed significantly, yet it still managed to withstand the blow. Subsequently, under Xing Wuyang's command, the star chains entwined around the demon ancestor's arms, preventing him from retreating even a step. With his right fist aglow with stellar radiance, Xing Wuyang unleashed the stellar fist, aiming a powerful strike at the demon ancestor's chest. However, the demon ancestor had anticipated this move. A dreadful surge of black demonic energy erupted, instantly neutralizing the force of the stellar fist. With a jolt of his arm, he freed himself from the star chain's grasp, stepping back as he began to chant incantations, seemingly preparing a formidable dark magic. Xing Wuyang dispelled the stellar combat body, switching to the demon pulse, and executed elemental stripping, gathering all the dark elements in his vicinity into his hands, rendering the demon ancestor incapable of conjuring dark magic. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xing Wuyang found himself unable to wield the dark elements or condense them into an elemental sphere, leaving him at an impasse. The demon ancestor chuckled, saying, "It seems I must resort to my ultimate skills." With a sweeping motion of his hand, the surroundings transformed into an ancient epic, a terrifying primal aura crashing down like a tidal wave. Xing Wuyang immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure, as though his body might disintegrate under the onslaught of primordial force. The demon ancestor then trembled, and to Xing Wuyang's astonishment, 16 arms sprouted from his back, each wielding a long sword in unison. These arms unleashed supreme swordsmanship, a torrent of sword energy raining down upon Xing Wuyang. Alarmed, Xing Wuyang realized that he had no choice but to fight with all his might. He swiftly unsealed his own restraints, facing the demon ancestor with utmost seriousness. In an instant, 5 layers of his seal were lifted, and a terrifying demonic aura surged forth from his body. He subdued the overwhelming primordial force that had pressed upon him, and at that moment, Xing Wuyang discovered he could finally manipulate the dark elements. Thus, he immediately unleashed his elemental separation, condensing the dark elements into a concentrated sphere of darkness, which he hurled towards the direction of the sword energy, resulting in a tremendous explosion in midair. Boom! The terrifying shockwave from the explosion forced Xing Wuyang to stagger back several steps, ultimately causing him to kneel on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth uncontrollably. As for the demon, he fared no better. His appearance was quite disheveled, hair askew, with several areas charred from the blast. Ha ha ha, quite impressive, young one, he remarked. Xing Wuyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Your praise is too generous, senior." The demon ancestor pondered for a moment before saying, "If you can withstand my final strike, I shall grant you passage. What say you?" "Very well, please enlighten me, senior." The demon ancestor nodded, swiftly forming seals with his hands, and calmly intoned, "Ancient supreme technique, divine demon sealing artique." To his astonishment, a phantasmal graveyard from the ancient era materialized behind the demon ancestor, filled with tombstones that entombed countless deities and Buddhas. Those tombstones now surged toward Xing Wuyang with ferocity, intent on burying him completely. This technique was undoubtedly the one the demon ancestor had used to seal away invaders from beyond the heavens. Realizing this, Xing Wuyang dared not be negligent. He promptly unsealed the 6th barrier, feeling his power ascend rapidly, determined to harness the boundless demonic energy to withstand the onslaught of tombstones. With one punch after another, Xing Wuyang lost count of how many times he struck with the overwhelming demonic energy, shattering those tombstones relentlessly at last. As his demonic energy began to dwindle, he crushed the final tombstone, astonishingly withstanding the ancient supreme technique unleashed by the demon ancestor. Chapter 58. Departure from the secret realm. Seeing his technique thwarted, the demon ancestor nodded approvingly, saying, "Well done, truly remarkable. The future of Solace continent rests upon your shoulders." With that, the figure of the demon ancestor transformed into specks of light and gradually faded away, leaving behind a droplet of essence that soared towards Xing Wuyang's brow, merging into his being. Xing Wuyang felt a tremor in his spiritual awareness, yet aside from a slight alteration, there was little else. A red dot appeared upon his forehead. The surrounding scenery shifted once more, and a luminous screen materialized before him. Without hesitation, he stepped into the light, arriving directly at the 3rd level. Upon reaching the 3rd level, he discovered 2 additional screens nearby, indicating that Aier and Shiweier had also encountered their most formidable adversaries. He hoped they would emerge victorious. Xing Wuyang decided to sit down and recuperate the energy he had just expended, sealing away the rampant demonic aura once more. Before long, a weary-looking Shiweier emerged from the light screen, followed closely by Aier, who appeared relatively unruffled. Shiweier held a staff, pulsating with intense magical energy, while Aier cradled a thick tome in his hands. It was evident that they had both triumphed over their desired foes and claimed their spoils. With a hint of trepidation, Shiweier recounted, "Just now, I faced a queen of my own realm, and we engaged in a fierce battle. Fortunately, I managed to gain the upper hand and dispel the formation." Ale also chimed in, "Indeed, I encountered the mech god from our Agatre's kingdom just now, albeit one of only 3rd-tier strength. Fortunately, the mech could not be replicated due to the complexity of its craftsmanship. Otherwise, I would have faced defeat. However, it was surprising that a mech god without a mech could be so easily vanquished by me." After sharing their experiences, the 2 exchanged glances before turning their attention to Xing Wuyang. Naturally, Xing Wuyang could not disclose that he had encountered the demon ancestor, for how could he possibly explain that? Thus, he fabricated a tale, claiming he had met the reigning monarch of the Holy Martial Kingdom, by Kais, and had expended some effort to outmaneuver him before ultimately defeating him. Shiweier remarked, "It seems that the opponents we each faced are somehow related to the adversaries we most desire to challenge." Xing Wuyang replied, "Since we have all successfully passed the 2nd layer's trial, let us now discover what lies within that box above the 3rd layer." As he spoke, Xing Wuyang pointed to a metal box situated in the center of the 3rd layer, which captured Ale's attention. He exclaimed in astonishment, "I've never seen a metal like this before. It appears remarkably sturdy. Opening this box will likely require considerable effort." Xing Wuyang inquired, "Is there a way to open it?" "I shall give it a try," El responded, pulling out tools from his pocket to examine the iron box. Ultimately, he discovered that no matter the method employed, the box remained impervious to their efforts. "El, bewildered, stated, "How is this possible? The density of this box is sufficient to withstand the mightiest blow of the 13th tier. We cannot possibly open it. What shall we do then? Are we to forfeit the benefits of the third layer and exit the secret realm?" Shi Wire lamented. Just as they found themselves in despair, a sudden flicker appeared at the center of Xing Wuyang's brow, accompanied by a sharp pang. Subsequently, a bolt of energy shot from his brow towards the iron box, effortlessly unlocking it. Before the trio could process this turn of events, their attention was wholly captivated by the contents of the box. Inside lay a square-headed war halberd, not an ordinary weapon, but one radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an aura far beyond that of a celestial artifact. Shi Wire gasped, "Goodness! Could this be the legendary artifact that surpasses celestial artifacts? Only an artifact could possess such an aura." The three fell into silence, gazing at the artifact. With only one artifact and three of them present, Al spoke up, "Our dwarven clan was not the victorious party. We merely had the fortune to partake in this secret realm journey. Since there is but one final treasure, I shall withdraw." Shi Wire followed suit, saying, "Wuyang, do not look at me. I am the elven princess, well versed in many things. What does it matter even if it is an artifact? Furthermore, my mother, the sorceress, wields a staff, not a halberd, rendering it unusable for me. Perhaps you should keep it, Wuyang. It may prove useful to you in the future." To their surprise, Xing Wuyang shook his head. He understood that a great calamity loomed over the world. It would be better to bestow the artifact upon someone who could make greater use of it than himself. Thus, Xing Wuyang remarked, "I am not particularly adept at wielding the war spear either. Perhaps it would be best to present it to the Emperor. I believe the Knight of Gods would be exceptionally suited to employ this divine artifact." Ire was profoundly moved by Xing Wuyang's magnanimity, astonished that this invaluable treasure was not being hoarded for personal gain, but rather offered to the sovereign of his nation. Such generosity warranted Ire's goodwill. Observing that neither of the two opposed his opinion, he proceeded to secure the weighty artifact within the confines of his spatial ring. To be frank, at that moment, Xing Wuyang was entirely incapable of mastering this divine weapon, as even lifting it proved to be a challenge. Subsequently, the trio exited the secret realm, and as they departed from the tower, the surroundings began to whirl once more. Under the strain of the spatial distortion, they ultimately returned to the realm of reality. After a bout of dizziness, they found themselves at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by familiar companions. Xianing, Long Tianyu, Xing Mirror, and the others had finally regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Ire's dwarven allies had also been waiting patiently nearby. After bidding farewell to Xing Wuyang and the others, they each embarked on their respective journeys home. Xing Wuyang was confident that he and Ire would meet again in the future, and he looked forward to a spirited contest then. "Boss, you truly endured a lot this time. We feel quite guilty for not being able to assist," Xianing said, patting Xing Wuyang on the shoulder. "Oh, it's nothing. As long as everyone is awake, that's what matters." To be by the way, didn't those elven elders mention that you wouldn't awaken for at least another 10 days to half a month? How is it that both I and Shi Wei just emerged from the secret realm, and you all are already awake? At this moment, Xing Yaoyan clarified, "Indeed, it took them 15 days to awaken. However, you spend an equal duration of time within the secret realm. Xing Yaoguang instructed us to wait for you at the foot of the mountain, and just as we noticed the distortion in space, you suddenly appeared." With Xing Yaoyan's explanation, Xing Wuyang finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that time within the secret realm flowed at a much slower pace compared to the outside world, indicating the remarkable nature of this realm. Chapter 59. The arrival of the demon god. Xing Wuyang recounted the entire experience of the newborn tournament to his companions, especially highlighting the moment when one individual challenged the Beastmaster Academy's team, leaving his companions utterly speechless in astonishment. It was unimaginable that Xing Wuyang had grown to such an extent, capable of single-handedly defeating an entire team. After a moment of reflection, Xing Yaoyan became aware of the greatest treasure Xing Wuyang had acquired during his expedition into the secret realm, which was indeed that formidable Fong Tian war spear. In accordance with Xing Wuyang's intention to present it to the Knight of Gods, recognizing the importance of utilizing resources effectively, Xing Yaoyan then urged, "Let us hasten our departure. An ordinary person is not at fault for possessing a treasure, yet it may invite trouble. With such a coveted artifact that would entice even a 13th-tier powerhouse, we must return swiftly to the sacred martial kingdom." Xing Wuyang nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I have a strong premonition that the path ahead will not be smooth. Hey boss, don't frighten me. We currently lack the protection of the Star Guardian Knights, and the remaining 2 members of the Xing family have long since returned. If we encounter another assault from the demon clan, it would truly be disastrous." Xianing exclaimed involuntarily. The mere thought of the harrowing experience when they were besieged by the demon clan was enough to evoke painful memories for everyone. Xing Mirror's complexion turned pale, and she burst into tears. After all, the deceased were all disciples of the Xing family, and she may have known them during her time at the Xing residence. Through her sobs, she lamented, "Sister Xing may appear cold and unapproachable, but she treated me with great kindness within the Xing family. However, she was devoured by a magical beast right before my eyes. This enmity and this grudge. I vow to slay every demon I encounter from now on." Witnessing Xing Mirror's profound suffering, Xing Wuyang felt a pang of sorrow as well. Moreover, in a certain sense, he too belonged to the demon race. Doubts began to cloud his mind. He could not help but ponder that the demon clan was, after all, kin to Shinwu Mountain, and that it was the demon ancestor who had once saved the world. Was it truly justifiable to harbor such hatred towards the demon race? Beside them, Long Tianyu chided Xianing, saying, "This is all your fault. Why did you have to bring up this matter?" With a sense of helplessness, Xianing approached Xing Mirror and comforted her, saying, "Sister Xinging in the heavens would not wish for you to weep. Mirror, rest assured, I shall accompany you in slaying the demon race and avenging the Xing Guardian Knights." Wiping her tears, Xing Mirror replied, "Yes, that's right. By the way, I wonder if Elder Tian has returned to the academy to clarify the situation. Why were there so many demons lying in ambush at Witch Emperor Mountain?" Xing Yaoyan sighed and said, "It was all the doing of Solomon." Xing Mirror's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Him? Why would he do such a thing? Why would he harm so many of our Xing family disciples?" Xing Yaoyan explained, "I am not entirely sure of the details, but it is certain that he is also an innocent party, as he seems to have been manipulated by someone." With reddened eyes, Xing Mirror retorted, "Aunt, we have been so grievously wronged this time. How can he still be considered innocent? We must demand an explanation from the Iron Blood General." Xing Yaoyan replied coolly, "That is only natural. However, it is said that the ancestor of the Xing family has already slain Solomon in the royal palace, and even broke one of the Iron Blood General's arms, all before the emperor's eyes." The group gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the audacity of this ancient family to commit murder within the royal palace, and to incapacitate the kingdom's foremost general in the process. Xing Wuyang inquired, "What kind of power does the ancestor of the Xing family possess to disregard the emperor's authority?" With pride, Xing Yaoyan stated, "Wuyang, you have just entered the Xing family and still do not comprehend the might of such an ancient lineage. The Xing family is the only one capable of challenging the royal family. Even the emperor, as a divine knight, would find it uncertain who would prevail in a contest against the Xing family." Xing Wuyang's understanding deepened. It seemed that even the divine knight could not alter fate, suggesting that there might exist even higher tiers of power. After all, it appeared that the demon ancestor and that otherworldly invader possessed a level of strength beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey, unaware that a dark cloud of demons was swiftly approaching from afar. Initially, the journey was quite effortless, with no disturbances from magical beasts. However, as they passed by Witch Emperor Mountain once more, the number of magical beasts began to increase. Certainly, with the formidable power of Xingyao Yin at the 9th tier, the group found themselves well protected. Under her safeguard, they emerged from the depths of the Witch Emperor's cave unscathed. Observing the darkening sky, Xingyao Yin remarked, "We are now not far from the knight's castle. We shall soon return to school, likely just in time for the commencement of the term. Let us take a moment to rest in this forest." With that, Zivial and Xing Miaoyan began to spread a picnic blanket and prepare their boxed meals, while the young men set up a tent. However, at that very moment, the crisis finally approached. As Xingyao Yin was meditating, she abruptly stood up and declared, "Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself?" From the horizon, a sinister cloud descended, revealing a towering figure cloaked in ominous smoke. The demon clan had manifested before them. Upon the sight of this demon god, you should hasten to pay your respects. What? A demon god? Xingyao Yan's complexion turned ashen. She had not anticipated the personal arrival of such a formidable being. It seemed they were indeed trapped. What could have compelled the demon god to take action? The demon god sneered, scanning the group with disdain. "Surrender the key to the secret realm, or I shall slay you. Understand this. Before me, you are but mere insects." Xing Wuyang gazed gravely at the unfathomable demon god, realizing that any resistance would be futile. Yet, even if they surrendered the key, would their lives truly be spared? The answer was undoubtedly no. At that moment, Xingyao Yin donned her golden armor, her aura surging to the 10th tier in an instant. With a fierce cry, she wielded the star whip against the demon god, hoping to hold him off and buy time for Xing Wuyang and the others. Nevertheless, Xingyao Yin was no match for the demon god. With a mere flick of his hand, he seized the star whip and shattered it effortlessly, then struck her with a blow that sent her reeling, blood spewing forth. "Ha! Have you come to witness my might? I shall count to 3. If you do not yield the key, I shall begin by slaying your instructor. 1, 2, 3. As none had yet uttered the word, the demon god raised his hand to deliver a fatal strike upon Xingyao Yan. That moment, Xing Wuyang sprang into action, utilizing a spatial reversal technique to switch places with Xingyao Yan. Then, a resounding cry akin to a dragon and phoenix echoed as he unleashed a powerful punch infused with the essence of the demon ancestors dragon and phoenix might against the demon god. Boom! Although the punch could not fully withstand the demon god's strike, it did manage to preserve a life in the wake of such overwhelming force. However, Xing Wuyang was grievously injured, his arm shattered by the impact. The demon god was taken aback. A mere third-tier knight had managed to withstand his blow, albeit not at full strength. Moreover, under the influence of that dragon and phoenix power, the demon god felt a tremor in his own bloodline, which had weakened his strike. A realization dawned upon him regarding the identity of the young man before him. Chapter 60. Repelling the demon god. Boy, what is your name? The demon god suddenly inquired. Xing Wuyang was momentarily taken aback by the question. Indeed, if Lai Yaoji were truly his mother, then this demon god would be his grandfather, would he not? However, Xing Wuyang spoke with deliberate clarity, stating, I am called Xing Wu-yang. The demon god let out a booming laugh, exclaiming, Xing Wuyang, you are indeed the prodigy of the sacred martial kingdom's dual sacred veins? No wonder you possess the dragon and phoenix sacred veins. Well, it's impressive that at such a tender age, you can withstand a strike from me. It seems that you are truly not to be underestimated. As he spoke, the demon god intended to send Xing Wuyang to his demise with a single palm strike. In this perilous moment, a beam of golden light shot forth, striking the demon god in the chest and pushing him back several steps. A golden figure emerged, shielding Xing Wuyang, gazing intently at the demon god, and remarked with a smile, what kind of decorum is it for a grand demon god to snatch from a mere child? It was the emperor. Xingyao Yan wiped her mouth in disbelief, never expecting that the one coming to their rescue would be the night god. She was about to pay her respects, but White Caesar gestured for her to stop and supported her, saying, in such a wounded state, what need is there for formalities? Simultaneously, White Caesar turned his gaze to Xing Wuyang and said, so you are Xingwang. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am White Caesar. You have done remarkably well, young lad. Who would have thought a third-tier knight like you could withstand a blow from the demon god? If this news were to spread, haha, the demon god's reputation would be utterly tarnished. The demon god, standing nearby, cast a variable expression upon White Caesar, realizing that seizing the key from him would not be an easy feat. It was not that he feared the night god. After all, in terms of skill, the demon god felt he had the upper hand. However, it seemed that he would have to pay a certain price to obtain the key. Aware that he was not White Caesar's match, the demon god acknowledged that defeating him would also prove difficult, and thus declared, with me here, you will not seize the key. You might as well return from whence you came. The demon god sneered, impossible, today the key shall be mine. White Caesar's countenance darkened. He could not comprehend why the demon god was so fixated on the treasures acquired by the newcomers. Did these treasures hold some significance for him? It appeared that a great battle was inevitable today. The demon god began to chant a series of obscure incantations, and with a flick of his right hand, he summoned a demonic spear. Coiling around the spear was a demonic dragon, exuding an aura of fierce malevolence. With no other option, White Caesar called forth his celestial artifact, the white tiger armor, which enveloped him in golden armor, adorned with a white tiger emblem on his chest, radiating an air of righteous vigor. Dragon battles in the wild. The demon god bellowed, thrusting forth a lance accompanied by the roar of a dragon, causing the surrounding space to ripple and fracture under the sheer force of the strike. White Caesar, witnessing this formidable attack aimed at him, immediately unleashed his own divine martial talent, the white tiger's golden light beam. This technique had been employed by Sophia on numerous occasions, yet White Caesar's manifestation of the golden light was unparalleled. This attack, imbued with blinding white light, struck directly against the demonic spear. In that moment, the white light and demonic energy clashed violently, devoid of any extravagant displays, revealing a clear distinction in prowess. The white light was gradually consumed by the demonic energy, and ultimately, the spear pierced through to strike the white tiger armor. Bang! The terrifying force impacted the white tiger armor, yet it remained unpenetrated, showcasing the armor's remarkable resilience. However, the formidable force had completely struck by Kaisha, who then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly indicating that he was injured. Upon witnessing this, Xing Wuyang immediately reacted, retrieving the Fong Tian battle halberd from his spatial ring and tossing it to Bai Kaisha. Upon catching the halberd, Bai Kaisha exclaimed in astonishment, a divine weapon? The demon god, with an unpredictable demeanor, cast a glance at Xing Wuyang. He should have anticipated that since Xing Wuyang was quite likely his impure-blooded grandson, he might possess such a divine artifact. Humph, I should have dealt with this brat from the very beginning. Bai Kaisha laughed heartily. So, demon god, you have your eyes set on this divine weapon. And no wonder, as such artifacts are indeed capable of attracting Tier 13 powerhouses. Unfortunately for you, it is now in my possession, and I am quite adept at wielding this halberd. The demon god sneered. Humph, whether you can wield it effectively will only be revealed in battle. The demon god brandished his demon dragon spear, preparing to unleash its deadly prowess, but to his surprise, Bai Kaisha was the first to swing the halberd towards him. The demon god's body surged forward, and he thrust the demon dragon spear fiercely at the halberd. The clash of these two formidable weapons produced a mournful roar akin to that of a mighty dragon, indicating that the demon dragon spear was at a disadvantage. Bai Kaisha rejoiced, having been consistently suppressed by the demon god due to the latter's possession of a demigod-level weapon. Now, however, he wielded a true divine artifact. With a thunderous roar, the demon god summoned a tremendous wave of energy that seemed to counter the might of the halberd. The force of this wave swept Bai Kaisha's hair back, transforming the air around him into a fierce vortex. He found himself ensnared by a binding sound wave, akin to a fierce tiger trapped within a cage, unable to break free. Yet, with the divine halberd in hand, Bai Kaisha unleashed boundless battle intent, his eyes ablaze with the fires of war. Instead of retreating in the face of such peril, he boldly advanced. A surge of energy coursed through Bai Kaisha's body, his muscles and bones swelling with power, as the ethereal figure of the white tiger emerged behind him. The white tiger let out a mighty roar, countering the binding sound wave and miraculously breaking free from its constraints. Subsequently, Bai Kaisha used the Fong Tian battle halberd to slice through the trembling demon dragon spear, striking the demon god's chest. With a ripping sound, the demon god's chest was torn open, causing him to scream in agony as he transformed into a cloud of demonic smoke and fled into the air. Bai Kaisha chose not to pursue, recognizing the danger of retaliating against a Tier 13 powerhouse. Having repelled him was sufficient. What he did not anticipate was that this divine weapon also possessed a shattering effect. The demonic race was known for its formidable physique, and the demon god was particularly renowned for his indestructibility. Was this shattering effect of the divine halberd that had caused the severe injury to the demon god's chest. Though the divine artifact was immensely beneficial to him, Bai Kaisha nonetheless turned to hand it over to Xing Wuyang. However, Xing Wuyang merely stated, "Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. Since your majesty can wield this divine weapon to its fullest potential, it is best left in your capable hands." Haha, do you even know what kind of treasure this is? Are you certain you wish to gift it to me? In that case, I cannot accept such a treasure without offering something in return. Allow me to present you with an item that I believe will be of great use to you. Having spoken, Bai Kaisha removed a necklace adorned with a drop of the dragon god's blood from around his neck and handed it to Xing Wuyang, stating, "This is the blood of the dragon god, which I believe will be of great utility to you, for your sacred lineage is also that of a mighty dragon." Chapter 61. The enigmatic silver-haired maiden Xing Wuyang, not one to feign modesty, accepted the necklace imbued with the dragon god's essence and donned it around his neck. Astonishingly, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The necklace radiated a brilliant glow upon his neck, with a gentle stream of light enveloping his arm. In an instant, his previously broken arm was miraculously healed. Xing Wuyang looked up at Bai Kaisha, who was equally astonished, never having anticipated the necklace's healing properties. Eventually, Bai Kaisha regained his composure and remarked, "It appears that this truly suits you. This necklace is known as the Heart of the Dragon God, corresponding with the Tear of the Phoenix from the Kingdom of Windadas." The Tear of the Phoenix. Is this what you mean? At that moment, Shi Weier removed a necklace from her neck and inquired. Bai Kaisha nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, it seems the Elven Queen holds you in high regard, even gifting you the Tear of the Phoenix." At that instant, the Tear of the Phoenix in Shi Weier's possession began to tremble in unison with the Heart of the Dragon God around Xing Wuyang's neck, emitting a dazzling white light. Subsequently, two beams of white light shot forth, forming a luminous screen that displayed the entirety of the Solace continent, a time when it was uninhabited, save for a true dragon and a genuine phoenix residing there. The scene depicted the moments of love shared between the true dragon and the true phoenix, culminating in their offspring, a being of both dragon and phoenix lineage. One fateful day, the harmonious life of this trio was abruptly shattered by the sudden appearance of a warship in the sky, from which several formidable warriors emerged to engage in fierce combat with the true dragon and true phoenix, leading to their tragic demise. After the departure of those warriors, the fiery heart of the true dragon transformed into a necklace, while a single tear of sorrow from the true phoenix became another necklace, together accompanying their essence buried within the Solace continent. Upon witnessing this poignant tableau, a phrase echoed in the ears of both Xing Wuyang and Shi Wei'er, with the tear of the phoenix as a guide. The tears of tragic love shall eternally nourish the heart of the dragon god. Unleash, O domain of sorrowful tears. With the heart of the dragon god as a guide, the fervent heart shall forever burn for the phoenix. Awaken, O blade of decisive thought. This is. Shi Wei'er and Xing Wuyang exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile, realizing they had both acquired a formidable technique, albeit one that required their cooperation to be unleashed. Shi Wei'er felt a wave of sweetness in her heart, secretly thinking, how wonderful. This will surely bring me closer to Wuyang. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Long Tianyu's gaze was tinged with an unusual melancholy and a hint of disappointment. Bai Kai's reflected, it seems these two necklaces hold significant origins. The secrets of this world are truly abundant. Even I, a pinnacle being at the apex of the pyramid, remain perplexed by many matters. Well, enough of that. Lest the demon god returns, I shall escort you back to your school. Thus, the revered night god personally escorted Xing Wuyang and his companions back to the heavenly Dao Night Academy. With the night god's assistance, any ferocious beast, sensing his presence, dared not approach them, rendering their journey remarkably safe. After several days of travel, they soon returned to the academy, coinciding with the time for new student enrollment. The vicinity of the school gate was thronged with students coming and going when, suddenly, a golden-haired girl darted from the crowd and leapt into the night god's embrace. "Father, what brings you here today?" she exclaimed with glee. The legendary night god, facing his daughter, displayed none of his usual imposing demeanor. White Caesar affectionately ruffled Sophia's hair and replied, "My dear, I sincerely apologize for my absence due to state affairs. However, I am not here solely for you. I have come to escort the new student competition team back to the school." Sophia inquired with curiosity, "I heard that this year's new team consists of exceptionally rare talents. Who are the 5 of them? I want to see." With that, she eagerly leaned to peer behind White Caesar. "Hello, Sophia. It's been a while," greeted Shi Wei'er warmly. "Wow, it's Shi Wei'er. So, you're competing too?" Sophia responded with excitement. Don't mention it, I only made it to the finals once, and we encountered an ambush along the way." "What? Tell me all about it," Sophia asked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Thus, Shi Wei'er began to recount their experiences at the Shen Wu Mountain competition. Upon hearing of Xing Wuyang's impressive performance, Sophia's brows furrowed in concern. She silently mused, could it be that Xing Wuyang has truly advanced so swiftly? What should I do? Upon returning from this competition, father will undoubtedly place even greater importance on him. No, I must make this country bumpkin aware of our differences. He cannot aspire to my level. As she observed Shi Wei'er and Sophia reminiscing, the others proceeded to complete their enrollment forms, and Xing Wuyang followed suit. After finishing a series of forms, Xing Wuyang expressed a desire to stroll alone around the academy to ease the tension he had felt since the competition. Thus, he parted ways with his companions. Wandering leisurely by the flower beds on campus, Xing Wuyang savored the delightful fragrance of the blossoms, and the stress from the competition began to dissipate significantly. At that moment, he heard the sound of quiet sobbing and curiously approached to find a girl with striking silver hair weeping by the flower bed. Gently, he walked over, producing a handkerchief and offering it to the girl. "Don't cry. Has someone bullied you? Tell me, and I will help you." The girl looked up at Xing Wuyang, revealing a pair of unusual reddish-brown slit pupils. Their eyes met, and for some reason, she nodded before bursting into tears. Xing Wuyang, unsure how to comfort her, felt a wave of urgency, relieved that no one else was around, lest they mistakenly think he had caused her distress. After a while, the silver-haired girl ceased her sobbing and said, "My name is Li Yi. I came to the academy with my master to enroll, but I lost track of my master." Xing Wuyang, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "So, what is the story behind this? However, what do you mean by losing your master? It seems you are the one who lost track of your master." "Indeed, it was my master who lost me. Oh dear." At this point, the young girl began to weep once more. With a sigh of resignation, Xing Wuyang offered, "Shall I assist you in locating your master? What does he look like?" The silver-haired girl paused her sobbing and replied, "My master is tall, with 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth. And also." Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang felt utterly speechless and quickly interjected, all right. What I meant to ask was what distinguishing features he possesses, not the common traits all humans have." The silver-haired girl, now in distress, replied with a quivering voice, "Why don't you take me back to the dormitory? My room is 702. With that, she unhesitatingly produced a dormitory key from her pocket and handed it to Xing Wuyang. Xing Wuyang, taken aback by the room number 702, realized that it was none other than the residence of Xavier and Xing Mi'er. How could a newcomer, appearing to report for the first time, be heading to a second-year dormitory? Chapter 62. Sword Saint Kafai Xing Wuyang once again handed a handkerchief to Li Yi and curiously inquired, "Aren't you a new student? I recall that room 702 is designated for second-year students. How is it that you are going to a second-year dormitory?" Li Yi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with the handkerchief, and suddenly her demeanor shifted. She coldly stated, "Do not doubt my abilities, I am quite strong. I am currently a third-tier knight and can challenge those above my level. It's merely second-year students. My master has said that with my current strength, I could almost sweep through the second-year class. If I were to use all my trump cards, I could rank within the top 10 of the entire external academy." Xing Wuyang gazed at Li Yi with wide eyes. Noticing that as she spoke of her prowess, she shed her usual innocence and instead radiated a confidence befitting one in a position of power. "So, you were directly recommended by your master to join the second year? Does that mean we are likely to be classmates?" Li Yi paused for a moment before responding, "I intend to join class 1 of the second year. What about you?" "I am also in class 1 of the second year." Xing Wuyang replied, "It seems we truly are classmates." Li, intrigued, asked, "What a coincidence. Tell me, who was the strongest in class 1 of the second year? I wish to challenge them." "The strongest? Well, that would be me." "It seems. Are you joking?" "Not at all. But you appear to be just a third-tier knight. Quite weak. Really, never mind. I have no interest in challenging you." Xing Wuyang felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, being called weak by someone of his own age for the first time. Yet, he did not wish to retort, as she had her own pride. Moreover, he believed that this young girl named Li Yi indeed possessed the capability to challenge those above her level. Her confident gaze made it evident that she was extraordinary. "How about this? I will take you to the dormitory now. Your master has likely already completed your enrollment procedures. Perhaps he is waiting for you in the dormitory." "All right, thank you very much, fellow student." Thus, Xing Wuyang guided Li Yi towards the second-year dormitory building. Along the way, they engaged in a lengthy conversation, during which Xing Wuyang learned that the master Li Yi referred to was none other than the legendary Sword Saint Kafai, a notable figure recorded in the annals of the kingdom as a formidable 12-tiered warrior. The textbooks at the Heavenly Dao Knight Academy chronicled various legendary tales of this esteemed Kafai, many recounting his adventures across the Solace continent, where he vanquished demons and upheld justice. It was even said that he single-handedly withstood the onslaught of a demonic army during a siege. Additionally, he had devised a unique swordsmanship style known as the 8 leaves 1 sword flow, and it was rumored that those who mastered this technique could be hailed as sword immortals. To date, Kafai had taken on 3 renowned disciples: the sword immortal of wind, the sword immortal of cloud, and the spiral sword immortal. If the young girl before him, Li Yi, had indeed received the true teachings of the 8 leaves 1 sword flow, she would be the 4th sword immortal. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xing Wuyang felt a surge of combat desire, eager to spar with Li Yi. Perhaps it was the indomitable fighting spirit inherited from the lineage of the demon ancestor that compelled him. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory building, which was bustling with students coming and going. "Wow, this academy is enormous. How long did it take us to reach the dormitory?" Li Yi exclaimed. Xing Wuyang nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, it's quite large, you'll get used to it. For me, the Heavenly Dao Knight Academy feels like home." Li Yi, perceptive as ever, discerned a hint of something in his words and inquired, "Are you also an orphan?" "You too?" "Yes, I was found by my master amidst the chaos of war when I was just a child. My master mentioned that I possess a unique and formidable power, which is why he took me as his disciple and taught me to control it." Xing Wuyang asked, "So, does that mean you have already received the true teachings of the 8 leaves 1 sword flow? Do you bear the title of sword immortal?" Li Yi shook her head. "I cannot claim to be a sword immortal. I have merely obtained the initial teachings of the 8 leaves 1 sword flow. I see. Then let us proceed upstairs." Just as they reached the 6th floor, they encountered a drunken man sprawled at the base of the stairs, muttering, "Disciple, why haven't you arrived yet? Master has already drunk 10 cups. Upon catching a whiff of the man's strong alcohol scent, Xing Wuyang frowned and glanced at Li Yi, asking, "Could this possibly be Senior Kafai, your master?" "Indeed, he is my master," Li Yi replied. As she spoke, she produced a bucket of water from seemingly nowhere and doused Kafai with it. As the icy water cascaded over him, Kafai sprang to his feet, bewildered, glancing around until he realized it was Li Yi who had splashed him. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "How can you disrespect your master by dousing him with water?" Li Yi, looking quite pitiful, retorted, "Is it not because you drank too much, master? I had no choice but to wake you this way." Seeing her forlorn expression, Kafai's heart softened, and he sighed. "Ah, very well, I suppose it is my fault for not keeping a better watch over you and allowing you to wander off. This young man must have brought you to the dormitory, correct?" He then scrutinized Xing Wuyang from head to toe. "How peculiar. How is it that you possess 2 distinct veins, one of magic and the other of martial prowess? What a prodigious talent you are." Kafei gazed at Xing Wuyang as if he were a rare treasure. However, after a moment of contemplation, he regretfully remarked, "Alas, the 8 leaves 1 sword style must be cultivated from a young age to be mastered. It is too late for you. Otherwise, I would truly wish to request Yu to entrust you to me for a couple of years of training." Xing Wuyang chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I regret that I shall never have the opportunity to learn the esteemed 8 leaves 1 sword style from you, senior, yet I am eager to witness the profundities of your swordsmanship." "Ah, that is easily arranged. Come, let us descend and allow you to behold the formidable prowess of the 8 leaves 1 sword style," Kafei exclaimed. Thus, Xing Wuyang followed the esteemed Kafei down the dormitory stairs, and they chose a vacant area near the entrance. Kafei retrieved a massive stone and brandished a branch, declaring, "Let me demonstrate my latest research, the 8 leaves 1 sword style, snow-proud form." With the branch in hand, Kafei's gaze swiftly crystallized, akin to the everlasting ice atop a mountain, elevated and solitary, radiating an aura of chilling clarity. As Xing Wuyang observed Kafei at that moment, his eyes suddenly glazed over, as if he were perceiving a myriad of visions within Kafei's own. A majestic mountain, a fiery sun, plum blossoms, the snowmelt glistening in the dawn, and a vivid crimson plum blooming amid a frozen expanse. Such powerful expressiveness. Truly worthy of a 12th-tier knight, Xing Wuyang marveled at this juncture. Kafei slightly closed his eyes before reopening them. Within the depths of his piercing gaze lay nothingness, yet Xing Wuyang felt as though he beheld a delicate crimson plum blossoming swiftly within the snow. With a swift motion, Kafei leveled the branch and thrust it forcefully toward the colossal stone. Yet, what seemed like a mere twig transformed into a formidable sword in that moment. 8 leaves 1 sword style, snow-proud form. No sooner had the words left Kafei's lips than the boulder shattered into dust, scattering with the wind. Xing Wuyang stood dumbfounded, astonished that a mere branch could obliterate such a massive stone, thus revealing the extraordinary mastery of Sword Saint Kafei. "How remarkable! Is my master not impressive?" Leah, standing nearby, remarked to the awestruck Xing Wuyang. Xing Wuyang gasped, "Indeed, incredibly formidable." At that moment, Sword Saint Kafei spoke, "For one of my caliber, mere enhancement of strength holds little significance. The true essence lies in the comprehension of techniques. Now, how about it, young man? Why not attack me and see how you fare?" "Very well, I shall give it a try." "Please, do enlighten me," Xing Wuyang responded as he summoned the power of the sacred vein, his right hand transforming into a golden dragon claw. With a fierce shout, 5 claws extended, mercilessly aiming for Kafei's chest. Kafei effortlessly lifted the branch, deftly parrying Xing Wuyang's assault, and no matter how fervently Xing Wuyang attacked, Kafei easily deflected each strike. Ultimately, he lunged forward, the branch lightly tapping Xing Wuyang's chest, sending a surge of force that propelled him back several meters. After stabilizing his form, Xing Wuyang couldn't help but experience a moment of enlightenment. It became evident that even the mightiest of forces, if unrefined, merely amounted to brute strength. One must learn to master their power. Indeed, with the right technique, one could achieve feats akin to Senior Kafei, who could effortlessly manipulate a seemingly fragile twig to exert overwhelming force. On the surface, Kafei appeared calm, yet internally he was profoundly astonished. He never anticipated that the young man before him possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds, seemingly accompanied by some extraordinary aura. Curiously, Kafei inquired, "Young man, I haven't had the pleasure of knowing your name. Oh, I am Xing Wuyang. Ah, so you are the prodigious talent of the Xing family, endowed with the dual lineage of martial and magical prowess." "Indeed." Kafei nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "No wonder I sense that you possess the capability to challenge those beyond your rank, and it appears you are concealing even greater power." Feeling a bit bashful, Xing Wuyang admitted, "Well, I have not yet exerted my full strength." Kafei looked at him, astonished. Based on the power Xing Wuyang had just displayed, he could undoubtedly contend with a 4th-tier knight. If he had yet to unleash his full potential, it was highly likely that he shared the remarkable ability to surpass ranks, much like his beloved disciple, Li Yi. Regaining his composure, Kafei noted the time was growing late and addressed Li Yi. "Xiao Yi, I shall embark on my journey alone from here. You may chart your own course. Additionally, I have requested to earn my own living expenses and tuition at the academy, refusing to take any resources without merit. Therefore, you must generate 300 gold coins for your tuition within a month." Reluctantly, Li Yi bid farewell to her master and ascended to the dormitory. Xing Wuyang couldn't help but feel that Li Ye's sect was quite harsh. Although the academy provided meals and tuition free of charge, Kafei insisted that his disciple earn her way, refusing to accept even a fraction of unearned resources. Yet, as it was someone else's faction, Xing Wuyang felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. Since they were classmates, he resolved to offer assistance when necessary. Noticing that time was indeed getting late, He returned to his dormitory to help Long Tianyu and Xianing tidy up their living space. As night fell, burdened with myriad thoughts, Xing Wuyang found himself unable to sleep. He ascended to the rooftop of the dormitory to gaze at the starry sky, seeking to relax his mind, as he was weighed down by numerous concerns. He pondered the nature of the peculiar feelings he experienced in the presence of Shi Wei'er, a matter he found perplexing, for he was still young and inexperienced in the ways of love. Furthermore, as a member of the demon clan, he wondered if he could truly conceal his identity in the future, especially when demons were universally reviled, despite the fact that it was the demon ancestor who once saved all races during ancient times. Additionally, he yearned to reunite with the fierce demoness, even though their races were currently at odds. After all, they were blood relatives. In his previous life as a lowly servant, he had often envied those who had parents to call their own. As he reflected on his own parents, a gentle voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Who is it?" "It's me, Li Yi Dado. It's you. Can't you sleep either?" Li Yi sighed. "Yes, I'm still adjusting to life at the academy. I've grown accustomed to the nomadic lifestyle with my master." Consequently, she had come to the rooftop to stargaze, only to unexpectedly encounter him. Xing Wuyang offered, "Then come, let us sit together for a while." "All right." Li Yi unceremoniously seated herself beside Xing Wuyang, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, and remarked, "Do you know, I once had my own parents." "Oh? How come?" Li Yi suddenly shut her eyes, speaking with anguish, "But later, they were all killed, slain by the despicable demon tribe. Even our entire village was mercilessly slaughtered, leaving me as the sole survivor." Xing Wuyang quickly responded, "I'm sorry to remind you of such painful memories. But why did the demon tribe massacre your entire village?" Li Yi smiled slightly and said, "Do you think there is anything different about me compared to you humans?" Xing Wuyang glanced at her and shook his head, saying, "I see no difference. You are quite adorable." Li Yi suddenly opened her mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp teeth for Xing Wuyang to see. It was then that he noticed her teeth appeared as fierce as those of a beast. "I am a descendant of the ancient vampire lineage. The demon tribe fears our alliance with humanity, so they dispatched powerful beings to annihilate my kin in a single night. Although we vampires possess extraordinary talents, few among us mastered martial skills, as our lives had been so peaceful. Yet everything transpired so abruptly." Xing Wuyang comforted her by patting her shoulder, saying, "Do not be disheartened. It is all in the past." Li Yi nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is all behind me. On that day, I fortuitously hid in the cellar of my home and was not discovered. When I emerged, all the villagers had turned to ash. It was then that I encountered Master Ka Fae, who was traveling. Since he took me in, I have dedicated myself to rigorous training every day, aspiring to become a formidable knight, determined to ensure that the demon tribe faces devastation." Feeling the killing intent in Li Ye's eyes, Xing Wuyang couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his heart racing with fear of the day when his own identity might be revealed. To him, everyone who had shown him kindness bore a deep-seated enmity towards the demon tribe. Xing Yaoyin lost her brother due to the demon tribe because of Xing Wuyang's mother. Xing Miao'er suffered the loss of many of her kin due to the ambush by the demon tribe, and now Li Yi harbored a profound hatred against them as well. At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Xing Wuyang. He had never anticipated that Li Yi bore such a tragic background, all of which was a consequence of the demon tribe's actions. How could he reconcile with that? The two continued to gaze at the starry sky, sharing a night of silence, unaware of when they fell asleep, only to find their heads resting against each other on the rooftop. Chapter 64. Xing Wuyang's defeat. A ray of sunlight cascaded from the east, spreading across the rooftop of the dormitory building. The two on the rooftop were awakened by the piercing yet gentle sunlight. Xing Wuyang and Li Yi simultaneously opened their eyes, discovering that they were sleeping side by side, heads leaning against each other. While Xing Wuyang was unfazed, Li Ye's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly sat up, taking several deep breaths. "Heavens, how did I end up sleeping next to him last night? This is a disaster." At that moment, Li Yi felt utterly overwhelmed. She had never had such close contact with a male before. Xing Wuyang, scratching his head, turned to Li Yi and said, "It's getting late. Let us head to school." School? What nonsense is this about school? My first night was given to you, and now you dare to talk about compensation. What first night? I cannot comprehend your words. Still pretending. Go die 1,000 times, Li Yi exclaimed, striking a pose as if to draw a sword. Whoosh, with a swift motion, Li Yi sent forth a wave of energy towards Xing Wuyang, tearing a gash in the school uniform he wore. Hiss! Xing Wuyang couldn't help but inhale sharply, astonished that Li Yi, with no sword in hand, could unleash such a formidable sword energy. Truly, a case of formless superiority over form. Wait! As Li Yi prepared to strike, Xing Wuyang hastily called for a cease. What? Let us speak civilly. If I have committed any offense, I apologize. Humph. I shall never forgive you. Lie unleashed another fierce wave of sword energy towards Xing Wuyang. Seeing no way to evade, Xing Wuyang resorted to his spatial reversal technique, switching places with Li Yi. This sudden shift caught Li Yi off guard, causing her to stumble and tumble from the rooftop. Careful! The dormitory building stood 12 stories tall. A fall from such a height could be fatal. Without a moment's hesitation, Xing Wuyang activated spatial reversal again, teleporting next to Li Yi and wrapping her tightly in his embrace. Li Yi's face flushed as she scolded. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Xing Wuyang reassured her. Fear not. My body is robust enough to withstand a fall from such heights. You may as well use me as a cushion. Thus, Li Yi had no choice but to hold on tightly to Xing Wuyang as they plummeted together. Bang! Xing Wuyang landed first, and as he had claimed, the fall posed no serious threat to him. However, an awkward situation ensued. He felt a soft warmth against his face, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Ah! Li Yi shrieked, clutching her chest as she stood up. Xing Wuyang also rose, realizing that he had wronged Li Yi. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yi raised her right hand and struck his left cheek. Slap! A resounding blow left a bright red handprint on his face. With tears in her eyes, Li Yi retreated into the dormitory, leaving Xing Wuyang standing there, dazed. Moments later, upon hearing the school bell signaling the start of class, Xing Wuyang snapped back to reality and hurriedly made his way to the classroom. In his rush, he had no time to change, entering the classroom in disarray, prompting laughter from his classmates at his unkempt appearance and the red mark on his face, which fueled their imaginations. With a dark expression, Xing Wuyang returned to his seat. Beside him, Shi Wei'er whispered, Wuyang, did you get into a fight? But with your skills, how could you end up in such a state? Xing Wuyang found himself at a loss for words, unable to explain that he had accidentally buried his face in Li Yi's chest, a revelation that would only deepen his embarrassment. It wasn't until the morning's cultural classes concluded and the afternoon combat course taught by Xing Yaoyan commenced that Xing Wuyang saw Li Yi again. He mused to himself. It seems Li Yi must have been handling some formalities in the morning, which is why she only transferred into this class in the afternoon. However, I must sincerely apologize later. I cannot remain in this awkwardness indefinitely. Subsequently, Xing Yaoyan introduced Li Yi's background to the classmates and officially announced that Li Yi would be joining class 1 of the second year. Soon, following tradition, Xing Yaoyan began to arrange practical training for each student, stating that failure would incur penalties. Xing Wuyang, step forward. Lie, step forward, Xing Yaoyan declared. Both of you possess the ability to challenge beyond your level. From now on, you shall be adversaries in every lesson. Now, engage in your first sparring match. Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang could not help but smile wryly, lamenting his misfortune in facing Li Yi, which only added to the awkwardness. He thought to himself that it was his fault, and this time he must show some leniency, avoiding excessive force. Thus, Xing Wuyang decided not to employ his celestial artifacts or the starry combat body. Meanwhile, Li Yi was overjoyed, thinking that she could finally have her way with Xing Wuyang, firmly establishing her position as the top of the class. The two stood within a designated circle, where stepping outside or being knocked down would signify defeat. Xing Wuyang immediately unleashed the dragon transformation, his body cloaked in golden scales, and his right hand morphed into a dragon claw, 5 talons extending towards Li Yi in an assault. Humph! A wooden sword will suffice to deal with you. Just as Li Yi intended to draw her black iron sword from her waist, she reconsidered and instead retrieved a wooden sword from her storage ring. 8 leaves sword style, 4th form, red leaf slash. In a swift motion, Li Yi executed a series of strikes, 3 slashes landing almost simultaneously on Xing Wuyang's chest. Though the strikes caused him to lean back, his formidable physique kept him standing, releasing a thunderous dragon roar. The terrifying pressure of his bloodline made Li Yi shudder involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Wuyang reached out with his dragon claw to strike at Li Yi's head. 8 leaves sword style, 2nd form, galled at that moment. Li Yi's feet danced upon the ground, her body vanishing before Xing Wuyang's eyes, only to reappear on his left side, her sword poised just an inch from his throat, halting its swing. Moreover, Xing Wuyang sensed that the sword's aura could easily shatter his dragon transformation's defense. Due to his underestimation, Xing Wuyang was swiftly bested by Li Yi. The classmates were left dumbfounded, unable to believe that the usually invincible Xing Wuyang had fallen to a newcomer. Xing Yaoyan shot a stern glance at Xing Wuyang and announced with irritation, Li Yi is the victor. Then, in a serious tone, she questioned Xing Wuyang. Why did you not give it your all? Xing Wuyang found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly admit his reluctance to strike Li Yi. With a sigh, Xing Yaoyan remarked, do you not understand? To show mercy to your opponent on the battlefield is to be cruel to oneself. Pausing for effect, she continued, today, you shall face punishment alone. Clean the entire gymnasium. Sighing, Xing Wuyang trudged towards the gymnasium. Meanwhile, the other students continued their practical training, while Li Yi merely observed Xing Wuyang's retreating figure with curiosity. Having overheard the instructor's words, it seemed that Xing Wuyang had not truly exerted himself. Could it be that he genuinely possessed the strength to rival her? Li Yi shook her head, deeming it utterly impossible, for she too had concealed her true strength. Chapter 65. Challenging the senior. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xing Wuyang was the sole figure in the gymnasium, drenched in sweat, laboriously cleaning. The gymnasium was vast, and it would take an extensive amount of time for one person to tidy it up. Even Xing Wuyang found the task somewhat strenuous. However, there was no recourse but to accept the consequences of his wager. He began to regret not having fought with his full might. It was not until the last rays of the setting sun began to wane that Xing Wuyang commenced storing away the cleaning tools in the storeroom, finally completing the cleanup of the gymnasium inside and out. At that moment, Xing Mir rushed in a flurry from the entrance of the gymnasium. "Wait, hold on, this is the floor I just cleaned," she exclaimed, exasperated. "What time is it, and you're still fretting over the floor? Something serious has happened." Xing Wuyang scrutinized the floor to ensure it remained unsullied before inquiring, "What has transpired?" Xing Mir slowly recounted, "Here is how it went. I sent Li Yi trying to earn her own tuition. So, Weyer and I devised a plan to set up a stall at the school gate. As it turns out, Li Yi's grilled fish is truly delectable, far surpassing the cafeteria meals. Weyer and I had even pre-ordered some. Just as we were about to close up, Princess Sophia insisted on buying grilled fish, but the only two remaining were reserved for us. Li Yi refused to sell them, and then a 7th grade senior attempted to force her hand, resorting to violence against Li Yi. Xing Wuyang was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? How could Li Yi possibly contend with a 7th grader? Let us hurry and see." Right. With that, Xing Mir quickly led Xing Wuyang toward the school gate, both of them filled with urgency. They were acutely aware that the outer academy was divided into 7 grades, and even the weakest 7th grader would possess at least the 5th tier of strength. Moreover, the senior that Xing Mir had seen was evidently at the 6th tier and possessed a superior martial vein talent. By any measure, Li Yi stood no chance against that senior. The two hastily arrived at the school gate, where they found a throng of onlookers, yet none dared to intervene on Li Yi's behalf. As the senior was clearly acting under the princess's orders, no one was willing to offend the princess of the Holy Martial Kingdom for the sake of an insignificant newcomer, a consequence of the entrenched aristocratic tradition that had persisted for millennia within the Holy Martial Kingdom. As they squeezed through the crowd, they spotted Li Yi with a large red mark on her face, evidently having received a slap from her assailant. The 7th grade senior arrogantly provoked, "You vile girl. A low-grade student daring to challenge a higher grade? What sheer folly." Li Yi still held 2 skewers of grilled fish, her gaze icy as she contemplated whether to reveal her hidden cards and retaliate. Just then, Xing Wuyang shouted, "What kind of skill is it for seniors to bully juniors? If you have the guts, come at me." Swish. The crowd turned in unison to look at Xing Wuyang, realizing he was merely a 2nd-year student, and how could he possibly be a match for a 7th grader? However, someone in the crowd remarked, "Isn't that the genius with both magical and martial dual sacred veins?" It seems that not long ago, he participated in the freshman competition of the Sacred Martial Kingdom and emerged as the champion. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that this individual was none other than the legendary prodigy, Xing Wuyang, known for his ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks. However, this time, he was undeniably reckless. After all, his opponent was a 7th grade student endowed with 6th tier prowess, and not just any 6th tier, but one with exceptional martial lineage. The princess, observing everything with a cold gaze, contemplated, "Xing Wuyang has finally taken the bait. Now I can thoroughly deal with him, ideally rendering him powerless." She discreetly signaled to the 7th grade senior, who immediately understood and approached Xing Wuyang, stating, "You'd best mind your own business. We have already claimed these grilled fish." Xing Wuyang, maintaining his composure, replied, "I apologize, but these 2 grilled fish were pre-ordered by my friends. If you wish to partake, you will have to wait until tomorrow." Yet, the senior persisted obstinately, retorting, "It's not about what I want. It's about what the princess desires, do you understand?" Xing Wuyang inwardly mused. "It appears I was correct. This princess has ulterior motives. Just as the Evergreen Tree King in the Sunset Forest warned, she intends to harm me. It seems she is targeting the grilled fish stall to draw me out." Meanwhile, Xing Mir, anxious, interjected, "Then you can have my portion. Please, do not escalate this any further." To everyone's surprise, the senior suddenly directed his words at Xing Wuyang, saying, "What's the matter, kid? Are you so inept that you must rely on a woman to back down and resolve this?" Xing Wuyang turned to Xing Mir and reassured her. "Xing Mir, you need not concede. I will handle this." Just as she was about to respond, his confident glance silenced her, prompting her to swallow her words. He then addressed the 7th grade senior. How about we engage in a friendly spar? If you win, you shall have Xing Mirror's grilled fish. If you lose, I get to slap you. The senior grinned slyly. Very well, it's a deal. No backing out with that. Xing Wuyang and the senior made their way to the playground. While Li Yi, holding the grilled fish, helplessly remarked to Xing Mirror, this guy, Xing Wuyang, is far too impulsive. How could he possibly stand against a 6th-tier knight? Yet, Xing Mirror responded with unwavering confidence. I believe he will undoubtedly triumph over that senior. Li Yi, uncertain, followed the crowd to the playground. Before long, a multitude of students gathered at the playground, drawn by the news of the 2nd grade's most formidable talent, Xing Wuyang, challenging a 7th grade student, eager to witness the spectacle. Although Xing Wuyang's talent was evident, the spectators were skeptical about the outcome of the match, as the disparity in strength was considerable in their minds. No one had ever succeeded in overcoming an opponent 3 ranks above them. Amidst the bustling discussions about the impending duel, the battle between Xing Wuyang and the senior commenced in the center of the playground. Xing Wuyang unleashed an overwhelming aura of stellar brilliance, his star battle body instantly elevating his presence to a terrifying level. Subsequently, his right arm swelled with power, transforming into a golden dragon claw. The senior, unwilling to be outdone, brandished a pitch-black shield, which appeared to be exceedingly heavy, seemingly imbued with an enigmatic power. Undoubtedly, it was a celestial spirit artifact. It was unexpected that his opponent could be considered a genius, managing to bond with such a celestial spirit artifact before even reaching the 7th tier. Upon witnessing this, Xing Wuyang promptly summoned the chains of the stars, encircling himself to form an impenetrable defense. It seems you possess a celestial spirit artifact as well, but what can a mere 3rd-tier knight achieve with it? He taunted with a chuckle. Try me, and you shall find out. Chapter 66. Defeating the senior suddenly, Xing Wuyang bellowed, launching himself toward the senior like a bolt of golden lightning. The senior was momentarily taken aback, pondering how he had revealed no vulnerabilities. It appeared that this junior was simply too impulsive. With a slight smile, the senior thought that this battle might come to a swift conclusion, and he would endeavor to incapacitate this unfortunate lad who had provoked the princess. As Xing Wuyang drew nearer, the senior hurled the shield into the air, which began to spin rapidly, gradually transforming into a black tortoise. A silver-white serpent coiled upon the tortoise's back exhaled a plume of purple smoke towards Xing Wuyang, instantly engulfing him. Ha! I have won this match. Once ensnared in my poisonous mist, your Dantian will be rendered useless in merely 10 seconds. Oh, how utterly laughable. With the starry battle body shielding him, Xing Wuyang radiated an incredible stellar power, the terrifying waves of starlight dispersing the noxious fog effortlessly. How is this possible? My poisonous mist should have affected you. Unless you have cultivated a heavenly grade technique. The senior's expression grew peculiar. He surmised that the Xing family had bestowed this technique upon Xing Wuyang. He was taken aback by the generosity of the Xing family, realizing that if he were to incapacitate him here, he might incur the wrath of other members of the Xing household. After all, there were several individuals in the 7th grade who surpassed him in strength. The thought of this caused him considerable distress. To show mercy here would mean opposing the princess, while incapacitating Xing Wuyang would mean severing ties with the Xing family. However, he quickly dismissed the notion of conceding. It would be shameful to lose to a junior. Thus, the senior bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon his celestial spirit artifact. The black tortoise, empowered by the blood essence, let out a furious roar. This roar compelled Xing Wuyang to hesitate for a moment, as it was the first time someone had exerted pressure on him through bloodline. Of course, this was also due to Xing Wuyang not having fully awakened his sacred veins. Noticing Xing Wuyang's brief pause, the senior commanded the black tortoise to attack. Facing the onslaught of this extraordinary celestial spirit artifact, Xing Wuyang remained unperturbed, propelling himself into the air with a powerful kick. He struck down with his golden dragon claw, crashing it against the tortoise's shell. With a resounding crack, the shell shattered, a result of the devastating effect of the golden dragon claw. As the celestial artifact sustained damage, the senior's complexion turned pallid, and he spewed blood in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Your power is entirely comparable to that of a 7th tier." Xing Wuyang replied with a cold smirk. Even in the initial stage of the starry battle body, I could contend with 7th tier experts. Now that I have finally achieved a minor success in the starry battle body, my strength undoubtedly matches that of the 7th tier. Upon hearing this, the senior spat out another mouthful of blood. He had truly fallen, bested by a lower-year student. The fact that a 3rd tier could defeat his 6th tier prowess meant he would likely become a laughingstock in the 7th grade from now on. Xing Wuyang calmly declared, "You should concede. Would you prefer to slap yourself, or shall I do it for you?" The senior, his face ashen, slowly replied, I will do it myself. With that, he raised his hand and struck his own face with a resounding slap, leaving a crimson imprint. Nearby, Xing Miaoyao glanced at Li Yi and said, Did you see that? Wu Yang avenged you. I knew he wouldn't engage in a fight without confidence, Li Yi softly scoffed. Even if he exerted his utmost effort, he may not necessarily match me. I too have concealed my strength. Xing Miaoyao noncommittally remarked, Is that so? Well, I understand that all of you are exceptionally gifted individuals. At that moment, Shi Weier finally arrived. Having rushed over upon hearing the news, she anxiously inquired, Wu Yang, how is he? Is he all right? Xing Miaoyao pointed towards Xing Wu Yang, positioned at the center of the playground, and replied, He is fine, and he won quite effortlessly. I never anticipated that Wu Yang had reached such a level. We can no longer remain stagnant in his shadow. Meanwhile, Sophia, observing the scene, spat in anger, useless. She never imagined that the senior she had summoned would still be no match for Xing Wu Yang. His growth had been astonishingly rapid. Before the freshman competition, he could only challenge fourth-tier opponents, yet now he posed a threat to seventh-tier existences. He must not be allowed to continue his ascent. If this persists, her father would surely place great importance on Xing Wu Yang, and she would truly risk sacrificing her lifelong happiness. With this thought, Sophia ground her teeth in frustration. She, of such noble stature, could hardly accept being arranged to marry a genius hailing from the countryside, who was allegedly once a lowly commoner. As the outcome was decided, the surrounding students dispersed. Li handed the roasted fish in his hand to Shi Weier and Xing Miaoyao before departing. The playground was left with only Sophia, Shi Weier, Xing Miaoyao, and Xing Wu Yang. Wu Yang approached Sophia with a calm demeanor and softly asked in her ear, Your Highness, I hold no enmity towards you. Why seek to harm me? Sophia, momentarily stunned, coldly replied, Let me tell you this. Some individuals are forever beyond your reach. That is simply the way of it. If you possess the audacity, prove yourself in next month's outer courtyard competition. With a flick of her sleeve, Sophia turned and walked away. Xing Wu Yang, intrigued, mused to himself, The outer courtyard competition, you say? How fascinating. I look forward to meeting all the senior students from the outer courtyard. Born of the warlike bloodline of the demon ancestor, such temperament is unreservedly reflected in Xing Wu Yang. It is worth noting that in previous years, the external academy competition required each grade to dispatch 35 participants, with the exception of the second year, which only needed to send 6 from one class. This indicates that the forthcoming battle will be exceedingly fierce, particularly for the junior students who possess no inherent advantage. After all, the years of cultivation stand starkly before them, and one cannot hope to catch up overnight. Suddenly struck by a thought, Xing Wu Yang turned to Xing Miaoyao and the others, saying, You must exercise caution during next month's external academy competition. It is possible that Sophia may act against you due to our connection. Shi Weier, somewhat confused, replied, How could that be? Sister Sophia is quite amiable. Are you perhaps mistaken? Shaking his head, Xing Wu Yang insisted, Trust me, Shi Weier, there is no error. Exercise utmost caution, and if you encounter an opponent beyond your capabilities, surrender immediately rather than engage in a futile struggle. All right, I will heed your advice. Though Shi Weier had many questions swirling in her mind, she felt a surge of joy at Xing Wu Yang's evident concern for her well-being. Chapter 67. Awakening. The illusory steps of the Divine Dragon. With the external academy competition approaching next month, the institution granted a month-long holiday to the students of the external academy. On the first day of this respite, Xing Wu Yang did not rush to train but instead departed from the Heavenly Path Night Academy, heading to a hotel at the Night Fortress to rent a room. The reason was simple. The Ice Kirin had informed him that the Heavenly Path Night Academy was not devoid of prodigies, and the external academy undoubtedly had 8th-tier existences, against whom Xing Wu Yang's current strength would be insufficient. Thus, he realized it was time to utilize the 10 aged fruits he had purchased from the treasure pavilion to solidify his seals, at least to the point where he need not fear losing control upon unsealing the first 3 layers. Inside the room, Xing Wu Yang produced the 10 precious fruits and called out to the Ice Kirin, inquiring, Brother Bing, how should I consume these fruits? Should I eat them directly, or? The Ice Kirin's voice resonated faintly within Xing Wu Yang's consciousness. Prepare a wooden basin filled with clear water, crush the 10 varieties of fruits, and pour them into the basin. Then, immerse yourself in the mixture to absorb the medicinal liquid formed by their fusion. This will significantly improve your physique, allowing you to withstand the unsealing of the 3 layers without losing control. However, bear in mind that the process will be exceedingly painful. You must be mentally prepared, Xing Wu Yang exclaimed. Ah? You didn't mention that this process would be so painful, the Ice Kirin replied coolly. Which strong individual in this world has not endured 1,000-fold more effort and unbearable pain to become powerful? Remember, without experiencing storms, how can one witness the rainbow? Without experiencing storms, how can one witness the rainbow? Xing Wuyang murmured. Very well, no matter how great the pain I must endure, I shall grow stronger. There are too many concerns awaiting resolution and too many tasks demanding completion. How can I possibly retreat? With that, Xing Wuyang called for an attendant from the hotel, who prepared a wooden basin. He then crushed the 10 precious fruits and poured them into the basin filled with water. Immediately following the fusion of 10 different fruits, a remarkable chemical reaction occurred, transforming the entire basin of clear water into a deep crimson hue, and it began to exhibit a relentless boiling tendency. The ice Kirin spoke in a somber tone. Now is the time to leap into this medicinal liquid. All right, Xing Wuyang replied hastily, unfastening his garments and immersing himself in the potion. It's so hot. So very hot. Xing Wuyang felt as if his entire body was being scorched by flames. Indeed, he was as red as if he had been boiled. A swirling vortex of medicinal energy formed within the basin, frantically penetrating Xing Wuyang's body, causing him to feel as though countless ants were burrowing into his very being. This is agonizing. Am I to be melted away? The ice Kirin noticed that Xing Wuyang's spiritual awareness seemed to be dissipating under the weight of this torment, which was concerning. Thus, he commanded, clear your heart and focus your intent. Embrace the essence and maintain unity. Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang repeated the phrase, clear your heart and focus your intent. Embrace the essence and maintain unity. Gradually, Xing Wuyang's spiritual awareness stabilized, and his body ceased its violent tremors, in a state of normalcy. One rarely appreciates the sensation of comfort, yet when emerging from a state of suffering, the relief can be intoxicating. Xing Wuyang epitomized this feeling. His body felt limp, unable to lift even a single finger. Slowly, his consciousness began to fade, while the medicinal energy continued to be absorbed effortlessly, transporting his awareness to an ancient era. When Xing Wuyang's consciousness reawakened, he found himself not in a hotel, but amidst a sea of flames. This inferno ravaged the continent of Solace, where anguished cries echoed everywhere, the source of this devastation being the extraterrestrial invaders. In the sky, a creature resembling both a true dragon and a phoenix materialized. This dragon phoenix beast eventually descended, transforming into the demon ancestor, who moved with an enigmatic gait, akin to a swimming dragon, effortlessly vanquishing one extraterrestrial invader after another amidst the flames. Remarkably, he hardly employed the strength of his hands. Merely through the profundity of his steps, he conjured colossal dragons that circled around him, each radiating the might of a full-force strike comparable to that of a formidable warrior. Heavens, this demon ancestor is truly formidable. At that moment, the demon ancestor suddenly smiled at Xing Wuyang, causing a sharp pain to pierce his mind as a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Subsequently, a cryptic technique for movement was firmly imprinted in his mind. This is the divine dragon phantom step, as this yet another innate ability of my martial lineage. As Xing Wuyang meticulously contemplated the intricacies of the divine dragon phantom step, he realized that its potency would increase with his own strength. Presently, the dragons he summoned using this technique could merely unleash a full-force strike at the 6th tier of cultivation. However, the true essence of the divine dragon phantom step lay in its unpredictability. Upon activation, it could create dozens of phantoms to confound adversaries, while also bestowing astonishing speed upon its user. In essence, this was an innate ability that could both attack and evade, truly deserving of the remarkable legacy derived from a sacred martial lineage. After Xing Wuyang mastered the dragon phantom step, his consciousness once again returned to reality. He slowly opened his eyes and expelled a mouthful of crimson turbidity. His hands began to form peculiar seals, and astonishingly, the residual medicinal essence in the basin started to swirl rapidly, drawing into Xing Wuyang's body with remarkable speed. Soon, the pool of red liquid regained its clarity, as all the medicinal properties had been perfectly absorbed by him. Rising to his feet, Xing Wuyang stretched, and his entire body crackled with a symphony of sounds. Following this immersion in the medicinal liquid, his physique had significantly strengthened. Dressed and emboldened, Xing Wuyang boldly unraveled his 3 layers of seals. Noticing that his consciousness bore no trace of madness, but rather was exceptionally clear, he concluded that the medicinal liquid had indeed proven effective. Employing the secret technique taught by the ice Kirin to conceal his demonic aura, the overwhelming magical energy surging from the unsealing promptly receded and concealed itself. Xing Wuyang keenly sensed the newfound strength coursing through his body post-unsealing, joyfully discovering that his power had surged remarkably, rivaling that of an 8th-tier knight, if not surpassing it. Given that the first 3 layers of seals had provided such a significant enhancement, one could only imagine the astonishing power hidden within the subsequent 6 layers. However, the latter seals must not be easily undone, lest his demonic lineage be revealed. Feeling the elevation brought about by this experience, Xing Wuyang grew increasingly eager for the impending competition in the Outer Academy. believing that the day of his remarkable emergence was on the horizon. Chapter 68. The peculiar old man the Ice Kirin remarked, "Young one, you have now attained a certain level of strength. Yet you remain unacquainted with it. That I recommend that you venture to the ancient Gene Mountain in the wilderness of Knight's Fortress to hone your abilities. It would be an excellent training ground." "Ancient Gene Mountain, you say? Very well, I shall take a look," Xing Wuyang responded. He quickly gathered his belongings and set off toward the mercenary guild, intending to post a request for someone to guide him to the ancient Gene Mountain. Although his strength was sufficient, he needed someone familiar with the area to lead the way. Moreover, the Knight's Fortress had a guard team that would not permit a mere third-tier knight to brave the dangers of the ancient Gene Mountain. Before long, Xing Wuyang arrived at the mercenary guild, a grand edifice of considerable stature. As he approached the front desk to post his request, an elderly gentleman approached, trembling as he spoke. "Young man, I happen to be short on funds. Could you assist me with the payment? I promise to repay you later." Intrigued, Xing Wuyang inquired, "That is certainly not an issue. However, may I ask what task you wish to post, sir?" The elderly gentleman replied. "I seek the mercenary guild's assistance to enter the ancient Gene Mountain. I wish to gather a medicinal herb. So, you intend to enter the mountain?" Xing Wuyang asked in surprise. The old man nodded, saying, "Do you underestimate this old bone of mine?" Xing Wuyang shook his head. No, sir. You must understand that the ancient Gene Mountain is rife with magical beasts. Even the mercenary guild may struggle to ensure your safety." After a moment's pause, Xing Wuyang contemplated and said, "If you insist on entering the mountains, then please join my party. I happen to have a task to issue for the mercenary group to guide me into the mountains." "Oh?" The old man curiously scrutinized Xing Wuyang and replied nonchalantly, "A third-tier knight? Do you believe that your presence will make any difference?" Xing Wuyang was taken aback. The other party had discerned his cultivation level. How could this be? Wasn't he just an ordinary old man? However, Xing Wuyang did not dwell on it and responded, "The more, the merrier. It is beneficial to look out for one another, is it not? Very well, suit yourself. Then I shall proceed to issue the task." With that, Xing Wuyang filled out some forms and handed them to the front desk attendant of the mercenary guild. He then quietly awaited a suitable mercenary match, not particularly concerned about the strength of those who would be matched with him, as he was confident in his own ability to ensure his safety. Before long, two identical mercenary sisters approached Xing Wuyang. One of them said, "Little brother, did you issue a task to enter Gujin Mountain? And you wish to bring this old man along to collect herbs, correct?" Xing Wuyang carefully examined them and noticed their sixth-tier prowess. Thus he nodded and replied, "Indeed, that was my task. I would appreciate it if you could take me and this old man into the mountains." "Certainly. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am the elder sister, E Tianer, and this is my younger sister, E Kursin. We are both sixth-tier knights, well acquainted with every aspect of Gujin Mountain. As long as you follow closely behind us, you will surely remain safe." "Understood, elder sister. We will certainly obey. That's good to hear." Thus, after completing some formalities, the four set off towards Gujin Mountain. The mountain was not far from the Knight's Fortress, and after approximately an hour's journey, they arrived before a colossal mountain range. The mercenary sisters confirmed their identities with a 10th-tier knight guarding Gujin Mountain before leading Xing Wuyang and the old man into the mountains. Xing Wuyang inquired of the old man, "Elder, where are the herbs you wish to gather? Shall we start by collecting them?" The old man replied, "Call me Ming Lao." Old man feels rather unfamiliar. "The herbs I seek are located within the Fengyun Cave." "What? Fengyun Cave? We cannot go there. It is guarded by two 7th-tier magical beasts, and we are no match for them. We advise you to abandon this notion." Ming Lao spoke sternly, "Humph. Is this how the mercenary group conducts its business? Have you accepted payment only to refuse the employer's requests?" E Tianer and E Kursin exchanged resigned glances and said, "Ming Lao, you are asking us to walk into certain death. We will not undertake such a task. Otherwise, you might as well apply for more capable mercenaries to lead you." "Humph. If you cannot guide me, then I shall go alone." With that, Ming Lao turned and began to walk off in a certain direction. The two mercenary sisters did not attempt to stop him, for they had witnessed too many reckless individuals who had perished in pursuit of rare treasures. At that moment, after a brief silence, Xing Wuyang jogged over to intercept Elder Ming, saying, "Hold on, I can assist you in fending off two 7th-tier magical beasts. There is no need for you to face certain death. Is that truly the case? You, a mere 3rd-tier knight, what merit do you possess to confront two 7th-tier magical beasts?" Elder Ming's expression was one of skepticism. "Indeed, you need not worry. I am well aware of my own capabilities." Elder Ming had initially intended to respond further, but after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in acquiescence, allowing Xing Wuyang to assist him in deterring the two 7th-tier beasts. At that moment, Elder Ming mused to himself, "This young man is rather intriguing. With such confidence, he must possess some unique means." Originally, he had planned to concoct an excuse to leave them behind and gather herbs alone, but it seemed that he might witness something remarkable shortly. Meanwhile, Etianer could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Little brother, now is not the time for heroics. We are not deceiving you. There are indeed 2 7th-tier magical beasts nearby, and you must not venture there, or you will encounter life-threatening danger." Xing Wuyang shook his head and replied calmly, "Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. Just watch from the sidelines, and there is no need for you to intervene. As long as you guide us, I have my own methods to deal with the 2 7th-tier beasts." The two sisters from the mercenary group exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile, wondering what sort of employer they had encountered, so insistent on courting death. Moreover, the youth before them was clearly only of 3rd-tier strength. By what means did he claim he could contend with 2 7th-tier beasts? This left them utterly perplexed. However, since it was the employer's wish and they were not required to engage directly, they had no choice but to comply. Thus, Curson retrieved a map and a compass from her backpack, stating, "We are currently quite far from Fengyun Cave. You must follow our lead closely along the way to avoid getting lost. Be cautious of encountering higher-tier beasts. Our strength is limited, and we cannot guarantee your safety." Xing Wuyang nodded, assuring her, "You need not worry. We will not lag behind." Elder Ming echoed, "Indeed, as someone of my age, I value every moment of life and would never seek death." Edonner and Curson exchanged a silent glance, thinking, never seek death. Isn't venturing to Fengyun Cave precisely a death wish? Chapter 69. The Phantom-Faced Spider. Thus, Xing Wuyang and Elder Ming followed the two mercenary sisters through the ancient Jin Mountain. Strangely, they encountered no magical beasts along the way, which spared Etianer and Curson considerable trouble. However, Xing Wuyang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. It felt as though they were being watched by some unseen presence, causing the surrounding magical beasts to flee in terror. Suddenly, Elder Ming spoke. "Hey, young man, are you aware that there exists a magical beast in the ancient Jin Mountain known as the Phantom-Faced Spider?" Xing Wuyang pondered for a moment and replied, "Are you referring to the kind that has no fixed habitat, that roams freely to hunt, and is inherently an 8th-tier beast, causing all lower-tier beasts to shy away from its presence?" Elder Ming chuckled, "Precisely. It seems you possess some knowledge, as expected from a student of the Heavenly Path Knight Academy." Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang immediately became vigilant, as the current circumstances suggested they were quite likely to have encountered the ghost-faced demon spider. At the same time, he sensed that the elderly man before him was extraordinary. There was an intangible aura about him, a regal presence that seemed innate, strikingly similar to that of the current sovereign, Baikai's. Meanwhile, Etianer, who was leading the way, uncertainly remarked, "There are no more than 3 ghost-faced demon spiders throughout the entire ancient Jin Mountain. Could we truly be so unfortunate as to encounter one?" Xian chimed in, "Do not worry. Such coincidences do not exist in this world that would allow us to stumble upon a ghost-faced demon spider." However, no sooner had Xian's words left her lips than a piercing scream suddenly echoed from behind them, as a massive, menacing visage emerged. This face bore 8 long, black legs protruding from either side, baring its teeth and launching white bone spikes at the group. "Be cautious. Those bone spikes are highly toxic," Elder Ming hastily warned. Yet, at that moment, a bone spike was hurtling toward Elder Ming. This is bad. The situation was dire. Without hesitation, Xing Wuyang executed the divine dragon phantom step. With his profound movements, he reached Elder Ming in an instant, and from beneath his feet, 2 colossal dragons surged forth, violently colliding with the bone spike, shattering it to pieces. Under Elder Ming's astonished gaze, Xing Wuyang adeptly evaded wave after wave of attacks, cradled Elder Ming, and placed him beneath a tree, saying, "Elder Ming, rest here for a moment. I will handle this 8th-tier magical beast." Elder Ming silently regarded Xing Wuyang, his eyes revealing a mix of doubt and astonishment. For he discerned that Xing Wuyang's earlier strike was comparable to a full-force blow from a 6th-tier knight. It was unfathomable that such power could emanate from a 3rd-tier knight, and his tone suggested he believed he could vanquish an 8th-tier magical beast, which was truly incredible. Meanwhile, as Etianer and Xian struggled to fend off the bone spikes, Xing Wuyang, in the guise of a flowing dragon, charged towards the ghost-faced demon spider. "This fellow has lost his mind," Etianer and Xian exclaimed in unison. Yet in the next moment, their disdain evaporated, for the scene before them was breathtaking. Xing Wuyang, wielding the strength of a 3rd-tier knight, engaged in combat with the ghost-faced demon spider without employing any martial veins or techniques, relying solely on his physical prowess. Ming Long looked on with detached interest, murmuring to himself, "This young man is even more terrifying than that fellow back in the day. Surely, a 3rd-tier knight possesses the strength to contend with an 8th tier." As the three watched in astonishment, Xing Wuyang, having liberated the 3rd layer of his seal to enhance his power, felt a surge of delight in his physical strength. for the demon race was indeed the mightiest in terms of corporeal prowess. Rather than immediately unleashing his starry battle body along with his martial and demonic talents, he opted for the most primal form of combat, striking with his fists and feet. This approach would allow him to masterfully wield his enhanced physique, now infused with demonic energy following the unsealing. With a resounding thud, Xing Wuyang collided fiercely with the ghost-faced demon spider, the impact reverberating as both combatants were forced to stagger backward. Once more, this time, Xing Wuyang unleashed his celestial battle form, representing his ultimate state. Empowered by the force of the stars, his aura soared to new heights. Bang! In the midst of their repeated confrontations, the ghost-faced demon spider could no longer withstand Xing Wuyang's relentless assault and was sent flying by a single blow of his star fist. Roar! After enduring a strike from Xing Wuyang, the ghost-faced demon spider cast a fearful glance in his direction, letting out a low growl before turning to flee. At that moment, Etioner and Curson exchanged incredulous glances, utterly unable to fathom how a mere third-tier knight could defy the heavens to such an extent. Thinking of escape, it was far from easy. Xing Wuyang employed the divine dragon phantom step, swiftly maneuvering to block the path of the ghost-faced demon spider. Summoning the ethereal artifact, the chains of the stars, he ensnared all 4 pairs of its legs. Subsequently, his right hand, enveloped in a golden dragon claw, struck down upon the creature's visage, resulting in its body being torn asunder. Xing Wuyang extracted the demon core from the ghost-faced demon spider. While the core held little value for his current cultivation, it would prove beneficial when he reached the 7th tier, allowing him to absorb its power and enhance his inner strength. Applause erupted from Old Ming, who remarked, "What a remarkable young man. A 3rd-tier knight with such prowess. One can only imagine the heights you will reach. In the future, even the current emperor may not stand a chance against you." Xing Wuyang humbly replied, "Oh, it is not a matter of comparing oneself with others. Rather, it is about surpassing one's own limits." "Ha ha, well said. With you around, I need not risk my life to gather herbs any longer." Old Ming chuckled. Etioner stepped forward and inquired, "Might I ask if this young hero is named Xing Wuyang?" "Yes, indeed. I am Xing Wuyang," he acknowledged without hesitation. "So you are the renowned prodigy of the dual sacred veins of magic and martial arts, celebrated throughout the Knight's Fortress. It is indeed a privilege to witness your extraordinary talent today. Surely, you have come to Guxin Mountain to hone your skills for the upcoming competition in the Outer Academy?" "Precisely. My strength has recently seen an elevation, and I wish to further refine my abilities here. However, given that Guxin Mountain would not permit a mere 3rd-tier knight to enter, I had no choice but to seek the aid of your mercenary team." Old Ming interjected, "Ah, so you are Xing Wuyang? Humph. Let us hope that you are not merely a flower adorning a pile of dung." Xing Wuyang was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind Old Ming's words. He could not fathom why the old man's demeanor had shifted so dramatically upon learning his identity. At present, Old Ming resembled a father-in-law scrutinizing his son-in-law, growing increasingly discontent with each passing moment. Yet, Xing Wuyang sensed that Old Ming was not simple. It felt as though he was concealing something. Chapter 70. The battle with the demon-winged tiger. Having witnessed Xing Wuyang's abilities, Etioner and Curson no longer regarded him with disdain. The group resumed their journey, this time with Xing Wuyang walking side by side with Etioner and Curson. Without the ghost-faced demon spider trailing them, they encountered numerous magical beasts along the way, each eager to attack. Fortunately, all levels are below the 6th tier. Even without the intervention of Xing Wuyang, Etioner and Curson could easily manage. This truly attests to the prowess of a professional mercenary group. Their chosen route to the Fengyun Cave undeniably proved to be the most optimal, encountering not a single high-tier magical beast along the way. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Fengyun Cave, crouching in the nearby grass to observe 2 7th-tier magical beasts before the cavern. They discovered that both were winged demon tigers. And since tigers are known as the kings of all beasts, the legendary battles between dragons and tigers aptly illustrate just how formidable these feline magical creatures are. It is likely that although both are 7th-tier beasts, their actual strength might be quite comparable to that of an 8th-tier entity. Xing Wuyang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Caves guarded by magical beasts typically harbor treasures. Old Ming, could it be that the herbs you seek are indeed what they are guarding?" Old Ming replied, "Precisely. What I aim to procure is the tiger crystal grass, which can be used to concoct a Saint Tiger pill. This pill, when consumed by those with a tiger affinity in their martial veins, can awaken a martial talent. I wish to present it as a gift to my niece upon our meeting." Upon hearing this, Etioner and Curson exclaimed in astonishment in unison, "A pharmacist? Sir, are you a pharmacist?" Old Ming chuckled lightly. "I wouldn't dare claim the title of pharmacist. I'm merely a solitary old man with a modest understanding of alchemical arts." Xing Wuyang fell silent, gazing at old Ming and realizing that he was increasingly enigmatic. He recalled reading in the library of the Heavenly Path Night Academy that the Saint Tiger Pill is an 8th grade elixir, which implied that the seemingly frail old Ming might indeed be an 8th grade pharmacist, or perhaps even more proficient than that. It is noteworthy that the sacred martial kingdom is renowned not only for its mastery of knightly pursuits, but also for its expertise in alchemy. Like the knightly cultivation system, pharmacists are also ranked, spanning from 1st to 9th grade, with those above 9th grade further categorized into 3 tiers: spirit grade, immortal grade, and saint grade pharmacists. This means that the seemingly fragile old Ming is, at the very least, a high-grade pharmacist. Old Ming continued, Xing Wuyang, I perceive that your strength has reached a level capable of contending with 8th-tier beasts, yet facing 2 simultaneously may pose a challenge. As he spoke, old Ming cast a sly glance at the sisters Etianer and Curson. The sisters were not oblivious to his implications, yet they promptly declined. We are not a match for 8th-tier creatures. Old Ming, however, replied nonchalantly, I am not asking you to slay them, but rather to entangle them. With your combined 6th-tier strength, it should not be overly difficult. Exchanging glances, Etianer and Curson pondered for a moment before responding. We can manage, but the difficulty of this task necessitates an increase in compensation. Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang found himself in a predicament. But, I do not have enough money on me at that moment. Old Ming casually tossed 2 jade vials to Etianer and Curson, saying, These are 2 vials of Foundation Establishment Elixir, sufficient to enhance your physiques, ensuring that within a year, you will attain the cultivation of 7th-tier knights. The 2 sisters, Etianer and Curson, borrowed a jade vial, opened it, and inhaled the fragrant aroma of the medicine, which elicited expressions of delight on their faces. Etianer nodded and remarked, Very well. Let us restrain one of the winged demon tigers. However, Xing Wuyang, you must hasten to our aid, for we cannot hold them for long. Agreed. That is not a problem, Xing Wuyang replied, having already noticed the eager anticipation of the 2 winged demon tigers before them. Come, let us engage together. With a powerful push from his legs, Xing Wuyang propelled himself directly towards one of the winged demon tigers. Witnessing Xing Wuyang's advance, Etianer and Curson unsheathed their swords and followed suit. As the 2 winged demon tigers saw Xing Wuyang and his companions charging towards them, they let out furious roars, one of which immediately targeted Etianer and Curson, lunging at them with claws bared. The other, however, found itself locked onto Xing Wuyang, who delivered a formidable punch devoid of any flashy martial techniques, directly striking the wings of the winged demon tiger. In an instant, the scales on the creature's wings shattered under the force of his blow. Thus, in this confrontation, Xing Wuyang, having unleashed the power of his 3rd tier of sealing, wielded unmatched physical strength, gaining the upper hand. Conversely, the situation for Etianer and Curson appeared dire. They fused their inner energies to form a protective aura in a bid to withstand the onslaught of the winged demon tiger. Yet, this aura was gradually dissipating under the relentless assault, rendering their predicament increasingly precarious. As for Elder Ming, upon witnessing their efforts to impede the winged demon tiger, he paid no heed to their safety and swiftly retreated into the Fengyun cave to gather herbs. Realizing that the current course of action might lead to Etianer and Curson's inability to withstand the onslaught, Xing Wuyang resolved to swiftly eliminate the winged demon tiger he faced before rushing to assist the 2 sisters. Humph! Xing Wuyang grunted, summoning the starry battle body. With the dual enhancement of demonic energy and the starry battle body, his physical strength reached an alarming level. He then unleashed a starry fist, a stunning blow that pierced through the wings of the winged demon tiger, rendering it incapable of flight. However, at that moment, the creature's hue shifted from yellow to a vivid crimson, its aura surging dramatically. Within moments, it reached the pinnacle of an 8th-tier magical beast. It dawned on Xing Wuyang that this beast possessed the bloodline of the legendary white tiger, granting it the innate ability, Berserk. Aware of the danger posed by the Berserk winged demon tiger, Xing Wuyang did not underestimate it. He unleashed a fearsome roar, sending forth a formidable sound wave imbued with overwhelming bloodline suppression, which swept over the winged demon tiger. To his astonishment, the creature trembled under the weight of his sonic might. Seizing the moment of its hesitation, Xing Wuyang executed the divine dragon phantom step, spiraling around the winged demon tiger at high speed, creating multiple illusory images. The beast, in its frenzy, attacked the surrounding phantoms, yet none were corporeal. Beast, I am above you. Suddenly, Xing Wuyang appeared above the winged demon tiger's head and delivered a devastating punch, shattering its skull. After vanquishing the winged demon tiger he faced, Xing Wuyang wasted no time and swiftly joined the fray on the other side. Etianer and Kexen beheld Xing Wuyang approaching to assist them. They felt an immense sense of relief. They had narrowly escaped the brink of collapse, as their energy shields were on the verge of succumbing to the relentless assaults of the demonic winged tiger. Had Xing Wuyang arrived even a moment later, they would have undoubtedly sustained grievous injuries. Chapter 71. The wolf pack strikes confronting the final demonic winged tiger. Xing Wuyang remained vigilant, fully aware of the peril posed by the beast's frenzied state. Employing a series of precise punches and techniques, he adopted a strategy of simultaneous offense and defense, ensuring that the tiger could not afford a moment's distraction and was left at a distinct disadvantage, utterly unable to unleash its bloodline ability of frenzy. With a heart-wrenching howl, the demonic winged tiger found itself violently torn asunder as Xing Wuyang forcefully ripped through its scaled wings. The creature lunged at Xing Wuyang with its gaping maw, intent on biting him. Hmph, vile beast! Unfazed by the desperate onslaught of the tiger, Xing Wuyang deftly tapped the ground with his toes, executing the dragon phantom step, which rendered him as elusive as a wisp of cloud. With such astonishing speed, the demonic winged tiger could not hope to catch him. Golden Dragon Claw. Transforming his right hand into a lethal claw, 5 sharp talons extended forth, and with a firm grip, he unleashed 5 blazing streaks of golden light that sliced through the tiger's abdomen, causing its flesh to rupture and its fur to fly in disarray. It is time to end this. Xing Wuyang summoned the power of the stellar battle body and unleashed a devastating stellar fist, shattering the tiger's skull with a single blow. Thus, the 2 ferocious 7th-tier demonic winged tigers guarding the Wind and Cloud Cave were vanquished by Xing Wuyang alone. Shortly thereafter, Elder Ming emerged from the cave with a broad smile, indicative of having secured the coveted tiger crystal grass. Well then, young man, it is time for us to return. You have sufficiently adapted to your current prowess, and I have obtained the herbs I sought. If we delay any longer, we risk being caught in the dark, which would indeed spell trouble. Upon hearing Elder Ming's words, Etienner and Yaikexen exchanged alarmed glances, realizing that twilight had already descended. If they did not make haste, they would find themselves in grave danger, for the Knights of Gujin Mountain were notorious for the emergence of numerous high-tier magical beasts in search of prey, making their return impossible. Thus, they swiftly consulted their compass and map, selecting the most suitable route for their return to the Knight's fortress, and prepared to set off. However, as they journeyed, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. They encountered no magical beasts attempting to attack them. It was as if they were ensnared in the same bizarre circumstance as when they had been entangled with the ghost-faced demon spider. Surely, it was improbable for such low probabilities to manifest twice in a single day. Xing Wuyang cast a questioning glance at Elder Ming, hoping that the enigmatic elder could discern some underlying clue. Elder Ming furrowed his brow and, with a wry smile, muttered, "Damn it. A flock of wretched creatures has been lured by the herbs I carry." "What flock?" Just as Xing Wuyang posed this inquiry, a chorus of wolf howls echoed in response. A woo! With the haunting howls resonating through the air, the once tranquil surroundings erupted as shadowy demonic wolves sprang forth, revealing the dire predicament they now faced. They were encircled by a horde of wolf-like magical beasts. Surveying the multitude of magical wolves surrounding them, Xing Wuyang understood that this time, they might well meet their end here. With a determined grit of his teeth, Xing Wuyang declared, "Sisters of the mercenary group, take this elderly gentleman and make your way out. I shall carve a path for you." Etienner inquired, "And what about you? What will you do?" Taking a deep breath, Xing Wuyang replied, "Here, I possess the greatest strength and bear the responsibility to fend off this horde of magical beasts. I have the capability to do so, so trust in me. Once you descend the mountain, please summon reinforcements on my behalf. If, by any chance, I do not return, could you extend an apology to a girl named Shi Wei-er at the Tianshou Night Academy?" As Xing Wuyang uttered those words, he himself was perplexed, wondering why he recalled Shi Wei-er in such a perilous moment. Ming Lao nodded, casting a profound gaze at Xing Wuyang, as if having made a significant decision. At that moment, Xing Wuyang solemnly surveyed the surrounding pack of wolves, aware that he must divert the attention of all the magical wolves to ensure the escape of Ming Lao and the others. Thus, he unleashed a thunderous roar, a resounding dragon-esque roar soundwave directed at the encircling magical wolves. The magical wolves, not to be underestimated, retaliated with their own howls in an attempt to counter the sound. Evidently, the collective howling of the pack had some effect, managing to withstand Xing Wuyang's soundwave assault. However, in doing so, the magical wolves were rendered immobile, providing an opportunity for Ming Lao and the others to flee. Consequently, Etienner and her sister hastily led Ming Lao in a specific direction, not daring to look back, fearing that Xing Wuyang's dragon-esque roar soundwave would not hold for long. Moments later, once Xing Wuyang sensed that the 3 of them had distanced themselves, he finally retracted the dragon-esque roar soundwave and prepared for a brutal confrontation. Though these magical wolves were merely of the 3rd to 5th tier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming as he beheld the frenzied pack charging towards him. Xing Wuyang's right hand transformed into a golden dragon claw, His starry battle body was activated, and even the chains of the stars were summoned for protection. Just as the first wave of magical wolves lunged at him, 5 razor-sharp beams of golden light suddenly appeared. Without so much as a blink, Xing Wuyang swung his golden dragon claw, and the anguished cries of the wolves echoed in response. The initial attackers, a few third-tier magical wolves, were swiftly dispatched, their bellies torn open beneath the might of the golden claw. For Xing Wuyang, magical beasts of the same tier were but fodder to be annihilated, and increasingly more third-tier magical wolves fell victim to his merciless assault. Finally, as 4th and 5th-tier beasts began their onslaught, Xing Wuyang felt the strain increasing. His garments were gradually shredded and stained with blood. How painful! Am I truly destined to perish in this desolate wilderness? Just as he was on the verge of collapse, a rugged voice of a middle-aged man echoed, "Little brother, hold on. I, the holy dragon of the underworld, have arrived." The wolves that had encircled Xing Wuyang suddenly seemed to perceive a formidable threat. Retreating from him to face the unexpectedly appeared middle-aged man at this moment, Xing Wuyang was not unscathed. He bore numerous injuries. Yet, his mind remained alert, and what followed was a one-sided massacre. Before the self-proclaimed sage of the underworld dragon, a middle-aged man, could even approach the pack of wolves, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of intersecting sword energies. In that fleeting moment, dozens, if not hundreds, of sword strikes erupted like a white tempest. Blood sprayed forth, and flesh was torn apart, creating a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse before Xing Wuyang's eyes, while the middle-aged man stood at the center, utterly unperturbed. The sword energies seemed to emerge from thin air, mercilessly vanquishing foes without a trace of compassion. How formidable, truly formidable. Aside from Lord Baikisa, he was the strongest individual I have ever encountered. Xing Wuyang muttered in astonishment. He simultaneously pondered the identity of his savior, questioning whether the esteemed Dean Xiuziyu of the Celestial Knight Academy could possess such extraordinary power. Chapter 72. The 7 Apertures Crystal Tower. After dispatching the magical wolf pack, the enigmatic middle-aged man reached out and effortlessly lifted the gravely injured Xing Wuyang. He then unfurled his vast purple inner power wings and soared away from Gujin Mountain, carrying Xing Wuyang with him. As the wounds on Xing Wuyang's body continued to tear apart, his consciousness gradually faded. Yet he faintly sensed the profound depth of the man's inner power, which approached the realm of a divine knight. Perhaps he was a secluded master of unimaginable prowess. When Xing Wuyang awoke once more, it was already the following day. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that his clothes had been changed, and the pain had significantly diminished. To his astonishment, his wounds had miraculously healed. What on earth is happening? Where am I? As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a modest guest room. "Oh, you are awake." The middle-aged man who had rescued him entered, pushing the door open. Xing Wuyang rose from the bed, clasped his hands in gratitude, and said, "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. May I ask your name?" "Just call me the Sage of the Underworld Dragon," the man replied. "Your injuries would typically take a fortnight or more to heal. But since you are to participate in the External Academy's grand competition, I utilized a unique secret medicine of my own to expedite your recovery." "Secret medicine?" Xing Wuyang immediately recalled something and, with a look of disbelief, cautiously inquired, "Could it be that you are the esteemed Elder Ming?" The Sage of the Underworld Dragon did not deny it, laughing heartily. "Ah, young one, you remember that Elder Ming is also skilled in alchemy." "Indeed, I am he." With that, he transformed into the guise of an elderly man, only to revert back to his middle-aged form moments later. This is a transformation technique. What do you think? I see great potential in you. Would you like to learn this skill? Xing Wuyang, fully comprehending the Sage of the Underworld Dragon's intentions, promptly knelt and performed 9 respectful bows, then solemnly declared, "I beseech you, senior, to take me on as your disciple." Very well, the sage replied, "but I have high expectations for my disciples. I require you to excel in the External Academy's grand competition. However, given your current prowess, you should have no trouble sweeping aside many external students." Xing Wuyang, puzzled, asked, "Might you also be an elder of the Celestial Knight Academy?" The Sage of the Dark Dragon shook his head and responded, "No, I'm not. I am merely a solitary cultivator. However, this year, the external competition of your academy will be presided over by His Highness, White Caesar, who will invite many esteemed individuals to witness the event. Furthermore, outstanding students may have the opportunity to be accepted as disciples. I am also among those who have received an invitation." After a brief pause, the Sage of the Dark Dragon continued, "Speaking of which, I share a rather tumultuous history with White Caesar." "Turmoil in the past?" Xing Wuyang inquired with curiosity, glancing at the Sage of the Dark Dragon. Could it be that he once competed against the God of Knights? The sage seemed to sense the thoughts swirling in Xing Wuyang's mind and replied, Many years ago, White Caesar and I clashed fiercely over a woman, the mother of Sophia. I even emerged victorious at that time, yet I still failed to win her heart. Ultimately, the matter faded away. I left the capital of the sacred martial kingdom, White City, forsaking my position as the crown prince. For many years, I wallowed in despair, wandering across various locales of the Solace continent until I gradually came to terms with it all, even forgetting my own name. Thus I took the title of the Sage of the Dark Dragon. Wait, what did you say? The Crown Prince? Yet you were once the Crown Prince of the Sacred Martial Kingdom? Xing Wuyang exclaimed in astonishment. The Sage of the Dark Dragon chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, I am actually the elder brother of the current emperor. I was meant to inherit the throne, but eventually, I succumbed to despair and relinquished my claim, allowing my brother White Caesar to ascend. I see. Xing Wuyang replied, By the way, do not presume that my rivalry with White Caesar means I am indifferent to my niece. I have heard that my brother intends to betroth his daughter to you. So you better treat my niece Sophia well. What? The emperor intends to betroth Sophia to me? Young man, you are not entirely oblivious, are you? Xing Wuyang responded with a wry smile. Senior, have you misunderstood? Sophia has even attempted to take my life. How could we possibly be on good terms? Oh, attempted to take your life? Pray, enlighten me on the matter, so I may understand what truly transpired. Thus, Xing Wuyang recounted the events in the Sunset Forest and the recent competition with the upperclassmen in detail to the Sage of the Dark Dragon. The sage furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, laughing. Ha! It seems my niece has developed a disdain for you and has gone to great lengths to harm you. Nevertheless, it is good for the youth to weather some storms. I shall not intervene in this matter. Just be cautious in the future. Alas, very well. However, I truly do not comprehend matters of romance and simply wish to cultivate diligently. Indeed, your temperament and talent are of exceptional quality. Here, allow me to present you with a token of our meeting, but it will depend on your ability to wield it. With that, the Sage of the Dark Dragon produced an ancient yet elegant crystal tower and handed it to Xing Wuyang, saying, This is the 7-aperture Linglong Tower, possessing formidable auxiliary capabilities that can bestow significant enhancements to your companions in 7 aspects: inner strength, magical power, physical strength, mental fortitude, speed, power, and resilience. However, to utilize it, you must conquer each level of beasts within the tower, each more formidable than the last. Given your strength, you should be able to attempt the first level. Go forth and test your mettle. Xing Wuyang nodded, infusing his consciousness into the 7-aperture Linglong Tower, and stepped into the first level. Roar, roar. As soon as Xing Wuyang entered the first level, a fully armored sword dragon lunged towards him. The sword dragon transformed in midair into a golden wheel, hurtling through the void directly at Xing Wuyang, intent on slicing him into pieces. This is bad. Without hesitation, Xing Wuyang summoned the Chains of the Stars, employing the Star Guardian to block the ferocious beast's assault. However, the Chains of the Stars also suffered significant damage, and the radiant power of the stars that had once illuminated the chains dimmed considerably. Even a celestial artifact found it challenging to withstand a single strike. In an instant, Xing Wuyang understood that its level was at least 9th tier, far beyond what he could contend with at present. He immediately turned to flee the tower, but the sword dragon was determined not to allow his escape. Suddenly, a vortex of fierce winds enveloped the sword dragon, and Xing Wuyang felt himself being ensnared by a formidable force, akin to a small boat caught in a whirlpool, struggling to break free, only to be drawn into the vortex's very center. Chapter 73. Defeating the sword dragon. Cursed be it, I cannot escape. Just as Xing Wuyang was on the verge of being cleaved by the sword dragon, the ice-cold Kirin awakened as if sensing his peril. He spoke, Young one, I shall lend you my soul power for a moment. Once more, wield the chains of the stars and attempt to bind it. I possess a strategy to deal with it. Outside the tower, the dark dragon sage furrowed his brow and remarked, It seems my expectations of him were too lofty. The sword dragon possesses 9th tier strength. Any 8th tier warrior encountering it would typically turn and flee. Indeed, is it true that a 3rd tier knight like him only holds 8th tier power? The dark dragon sage sighed as he gazed at Xing Wuyang, who was about to be cleaved by the sword dragon, and was just about to activate the 7-aperture Linglong Tower to forcibly summon him when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xing Wuyang surprisingly resisted the pull of the vortex and re-summoned the Chains of the Stars, which were now enveloped in a layer of frost. Oh, it appears I underestimated him. The dark dragon sage exclaimed in astonishment, then continued to observe Xing Wuyang's situation with keen interest. Kill. After accepting the ice-cold Kirin's soul power, Xing Wuyang's strength surged dramatically, now rivaling that of a pinnacle 10th tier warrior. This was not surprising, as the ice-cold Kirin inherently possessed 12th tier strength. It lent only a fraction of its power, Wary that Xing Wuyang's current constitution might not endure more at this moment, Xing Wuyang's body swelled with energy, a surge of icy power coursing through him, while the chains of the stars erupted with astonishing sentience. The power of the stars merged with the icy force, and the chains radiated a chilling aura that pierced the very soul. Subsequently, the chains of the stars extended outward, relentlessly assaulting the vortex's center, endeavoring to diminish its potency. At the same moment, the star body, infused with the power of ice, emanated an aura of unparalleled terror. Xing Wuyang unleashed his most formidable attack, the Star Fist. Yet, at this moment, the Star Fist transcended its usual form, radiating like a comet with an extraordinary brilliance, hurtling towards the center of the vortex. The sword dragon was taken aback, its expression reflecting a moment of astonishment. It sensed the devastating energy radiating from the Star Fist, along with the star chains incessantly entwining around its body, causing the demonic energy within to spiral into chaos. As the Star Fist bore down upon it, the sword dragon promptly ceased its rotation, grasping the star chains with one hand while the other extended forward to strike the incoming force of starlight. Bang! Instantly, the sword dragon was repelled by the starlight, staggering backward, its armored spikes shattering in numerous places. The terrifying energy of the stars even seeped into its body, creating a cacophony of explosions within, wreaking havoc on its form. Star Whirlwind Kick. Witnessing the sword dragon being driven back by his assault, Xing Wuyang executed a series of leg techniques he had awakened during his time in the secret realm, unleashing sharp bursts of starlight that struck the sword dragon with ferocity. The sword dragon, bewildered by the sudden surge in Xing Wuyang's strength, could not comprehend the transformation. However, as a creature of the first layer of the Seven Apertures Tower, it possessed its own pride and would not relent against Xing Wuyang. Its body swelled, the golden spines behind it growing sharper, as it spun again like a windmill, sweeping the lake-like currents of air, fracturing the surrounding space and clashing once more against the starlight, managing to withstand the onslaught. Yet, it failed to notice that the star chains had firmly ensnared it. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Wuyang stabilized his stance and unleashed a relentless barrage. His right hand wielding the golden dragon claw to deliver a series of razor-sharp slicing strikes, obliterating the sword dragon's armored spines. Simultaneously, he invoked the Star Fist with his left hand, continuously unleashing starlight that struck the sword dragon's vital points. Targeting its most vulnerable areas, roar! The sword dragon howled in rage, and from behind it emerged a colossal golden phantom that enveloped the entire expanse, lunging directly at Xing Wuyang. Fear not, this is merely its bloodline talent. With me here, watch as I consume it. At that moment, a phantom of the ice Kirin appeared behind Xing Wuyang, its gaping maw swallowing the golden phantom whole. As the ice Kirin devoured the golden specter, it grew increasingly solidified. Subsequently, the ice Kirin turned its attention to the sword dragon, lunging to consume it as well. Upon witnessing this, the sword dragon's face betrayed a clear expression of terror, and it began to tremble violently. Struggling against its bonds, crack, one by one, the star chains snapped, and the sword dragon swiftly escaped the grasp of the ice Kirin. Whoosh! The star chains launched forth again, enveloping the sword dragon entirely, binding it immobile. As the phantom of the ice Kirin simultaneously moved to consume it. After resolving the first layer of the warcraft, Xing Wuyang was directly transported away by the Qiqiao Linglong Tower. At this moment, the expression of the sacred dragon of the underworld beside him was rather grave. The reason was simple. He had witnessed the scene of the ice Qilin devouring the sword dragon. Frowning slightly, he inquired of Xing Wuyang, who had just emerged from the tower. What is the nature of the shadow behind you? I distinctly remember that it is the ice Qilin, the king of sacred beasts, a subordinate of the demon god from years past. How is it that you possess its phantasm? Xing Wuyang was taken aback. Had he been discovered? Not daring to deceive the sacred dragon of the underworld, he could only recount the origins of the ice Qilin, along with his own identity. In earnest truth, a moment of silence ensued, and then the sacred dragon of the underworld inhaled deeply, gravely stating, "You mean to say you are the son of the demon god's daughter, thus the grandson of the demon god? As for the ice Qilin, you are unaware of why it is intertwined with your spiritual essence." After a pause, the sacred dragon of the underworld seemed to have an epiphany. No wonder you possess such formidable capabilities to challenge those beyond your level. It is the inherited power of the demon ancestor, isn't it? By the way, are you not afraid that by sharing this with me, I might slay you on the spot? With a sincere expression, Xing Wuyang replied, "You are my master. Once a teacher, forever a father. I trust that you would not harm me. Very well indeed, I shall spare your life. However, the true reason lies in the peculiarities surrounding the events of 11 years ago. At that time, my nephew was slain by the demoness. Upon my return to investigate, I discovered that the demoness seemed to have been under some influence, causing her to lose control. It was not her intention to kill the prince. What are you suggesting, that the true culprit lies elsewhere? Xing Wuyang exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his mother had been framed back then. Chapter 74. The truth of that year. At that moment, the ice Qilin unexpectedly separated from Xing Wuyang's consciousness, its form becoming increasingly solidified, drawing closer to corporeality. It could not help but interject. What the sacred dragon of the underworld has said is indeed correct. The true perpetrator is someone else entirely, and it could never be our demon princess, for she was genuinely in love with Xing Yaoyang at that time. Xing Wuyang inquired in surprise. Do you know who the true murderer is? And why does your form seem to be approaching material existence? The ice Qilin replied solemnly. I shall divulge the details of my own circumstances shortly, but first, allow me to recount the events of that time. Sacred dragon of the underworld, do you still recall when a group of beast tamers came to celebrate the alliance between your sacred martial kingdom and our demon clan? The sacred dragon of the underworld nodded, acknowledging. Of course, I remember this, but what relevance does it hold to the matter at hand? The ice Qilin responded nonchalantly. It bears significant relevance. When the prince of your nation, in good faith, went to meet our princess to discuss the prospect of generational goodwill, the princess of our demon clan suddenly killed him. I had long since noticed that she had lost her senses, as if she were under hypnosis. At that time, the only individuals present were the elders from your sacred martial kingdom and the Heavenly Path Knight Academy, along with the beast tamers from the Bastorm kingdom. Pausing momentarily, the ice Kirin continued, considering the interests at stake for both parties. I first ruled out individuals from your holy martial kingdom and instead approached the beast tamers. I found them indeed suspicious and thus kept a watchful eye on them. However, I was still unable to prove the innocence of our princess, and consequently, both the princess and I were detained by your holy martial kingdom. As I spoke, I cast a fierce glare at the dark dragon sage, clearly indicating that the one who captured me years ago was also the dark dragon sage. The dark dragon sage, feeling quite helpless, replied, while I too sensed something amiss, many harbor deep-seated prejudices against the demon race, which compelled me to apprehend you. By the way, how did you come to be in your current state? The ice Kirin slowly recounted. After the princess and I were rescued from the 9-tier dungeon by Xing Yaoyang, the princess was already with child, a 10-month fetus. Xing Yaoyang shielded our escape, and we ultimately parted ways at the border. My intention was to wait until the princess gave birth, allowing me to take the child into hiding within the holy martial kingdom and raise him. This was because at that time, the demon ancestor was furious over the matter and would certainly refuse to shelter a child of impure blood. However, after parting with the princess, an unforeseen incident occurred. At this point, a fierce glint flickered in the ice Kirin's eyes as he continued. I arrived at a place near the border known as Leaf-Fall Town, carrying the swaddled Xing Wuyang, intending to live in seclusion. Yet, we were ambushed by the beast tamers. One of them wielded a bell that could manipulate me with remarkable skill. Fortunately, my strength was substantial enough to withstand their onslaught, but there were 4 12th-tier powerhouses attacking me simultaneously. One fist is no match for 4 hands, especially while carrying a child. I was defeated, and Xing Wuyang was slain in the process. However, after they departed, I miraculously clung to life and transferred my own life force to Xing Wuyang, reviving him. In the end, I attached my soul to his consciousness, and before doing so, I entrusted Xing Wuyang to the town's mayor. The dark dragon sage gasped in astonishment. A bell that controls the demon race? Are you implying that the true culprit is likely a beast tamer from the Bastorm kingdom? My heavens! How could I not have considered that one of the 4 allied nations, Bastorm kingdom, could be behind this treachery? Those wretches. Meanwhile, upon learning that he had once perished and that his life was saved by the ice Kirin, Xing Wuyang felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the ice Kirin and silently vowed to find a way to help him restore his physical form. Sensing Xing Wuyang's gaze upon him, the ice Kirin turned to him and said, "Hee, young one. Now you understand the greatness of your ice brother, don't you? I have bestowed upon you the gift of rebirth, and thus I have a request to make of you." Xing Wuyang replied, "Speak, and if it is within my power, I shall do it." The frosty ice Qilin, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Of course, you can accomplish this. It is merely a matter of timing. Since you have pledged yourself to the Dark Dragon Sage, Master Wei, it is only natural that your future alchemical achievements will be commendable. That I, Ice Brother, would like to request your assistance in concocting a 9-turn Xian Sheng pill capable of reviving the deceased. Furthermore, if you possess the strength, it would be splendid if you could venture into the 7 Apertures Linglong Tower to hunt the magical beasts within, in order to nourish my soul. Why resurrection hinges upon your efforts." Star Dance Yang, brimming with confidence, replied, "No problem at all. I shall find a way to ensure your revival." "Haha, I knew you would say that, Ice Brother. I have never assisted you in vain. Rest assured, once I am revived, we shall seek vengeance against the kingdom of Batam together. Indeed, excellent. Star Dance Yang clenched his fists, silently vowing that this grudge would not go unavenged. The kingdom of Batam had driven his father to suicide, caused his mother to be unrecognizable, and had even led to his own demise in infancy. This score must be settled. The Dark Dragon Sage interjected, "Count me in for this revenge. After all, the prince who was slain back then was my own nephew." "Master, you." Star Dance Yang hesitated, pondering the implications of the Dark Dragon Sage being a member of the royal family. Would seeking retribution against the kingdom of Batam not equate to declaring war between two kingdoms? The Dark Dragon Sage, with a hearty pat on Star Dance Yang's shoulder, reassured him, "No need for concern. I have long since distanced myself from royal matters. I now speak solely for myself. By the way, you must never disclose today's events to anyone else. Given the sacred martial kingdom's prejudice against the demon race, it would be quite difficult for me to protect you." Star Dance Yang vowed earnestly, "Rest assured, these matters shall remain strictly between us." Suddenly struck by a thought, Star Dance Yang inquired, "Master, how many days remain until the grand competition between the inner and outer academies?" "Ah, if I am not mistaken, tomorrow should be him, the day of the outer academy's grand contest," he responded. "Oh dear, it is getting late. I must return to the academy at once. Go on, and be cautious along the way. I will be there to witness your match on the day of the finals. Should you emerge victorious, you will truly be my disciple, the Dark Dragon Sage." "Yes, I will definitely win." With that, Star Dance Yang swiftly gathered his belongings and departed in haste. Watching Star Dance Yang's retreating figure, the Dark Dragon Sage mused, "SK. For a third-tier knight to possess such strength is truly remarkable. It seems this world ultimately belongs to the youth. Our generation of seasoned warriors can only strive to protect these saplings." Pausing for a moment, the sage continued with a hint of profound contemplation. "After living in idleness for so many years, it is time I confront my reality. White Caesar, I believe we need to have a serious discussion." Chapter 75. Drawing lots. The following morning, the gymnasium was already meticulously prepared. Students from the 2nd to the 7th grades, selected for the event, had gathered within the gymnasium, obediently forming orderly lines as per their respective instructors' directions. In each grade, there are 35 contestants, each selected from 5 classes, with 7 exceptional students chosen from each. However, due to the relatively weaker capabilities of the 2nd grade, only 1 class will participate, and the competition regulations permit only 6 participants from this grade. Consequently, the grand competition of the Outer Academy features a total of 181 participants. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared as Choziyu swiftly entered the arena. All the observing elders, instructors, and the specially invited guest by Kaiser from the Tiandao Night Academy fixed their gaze solely upon him. Choziyu stepped forward and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Students of the Outer Academy, you are the outstanding representatives of the younger generation of the Tiandao Night Academy. Since its establishment over 1,000 years ago, our academy has nurtured numerous exceptional knights who have valiantly defended the border battlefields against the ever-watchful forces of the demonic army. The disciples of the Inner Academy have served as the backbone of the Shangwu Kingdom. Yet, as the ancients wisely stated, success is rooted in diligence, while idleness leads to decline." They also remarked, "To row against the current is to forge ahead, for stagnation leads to retreat." In order to prepare the most promising students of the younger generation for entry into the Inner Academy, we have instituted this grand competition of the Outer Academy. I hope that each of you can reach the finals on the 4th day of this contest, where esteemed seniors from the Shangwu Kingdom will be present to witness your prowess. You may have the opportunity to be taken under their tutelage for a year. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd of Outer Academy students. They had not anticipated that this year's competition would differ from previous ones by including a mentorship aspect. Choziyu continued, "Given the large number of participants in this competition, we will implement a one-on-one combat matching system, progressing through rounds until only 11 of you remain. The strongest students of the Outer Academy, destined to be taken as disciples by various powerful figures of the Shangwu Kingdom. The matching will be conducted via a lottery system, and due to the number of participants, some fortunate students will advance directly by virtue of a bye." As he spoke, he gestured towards the right side of the gymnasium. The audience turned to see a table with a wooden box resting upon it, square in shape, with a small opening on the top just large enough for an arm to reach inside. Within this box lay 181 numbered balls, each marked with a number ranging from 0 to 180. After the drawing, the battles will be determined according to these numbers. Contestant number 1 will face contestant number 180. Number 2 will take on number 179. Number 3 will compete against number 178, and so forth. The second round will then pit the winner of the match between number 1 and number 180 against the victor of the duel between number 2 and number 179. continuing in this manner until the final showdown. Oh, you understand? Yes. The students of the Outer Academy responded in unison. Suddenly, a sharp-witted student in the audience discerned an inconsistency and quickly inquired, Director, we have a total of 181 participants. Yet the numbered balls only go up to 180. Moreover, why is there a zero? Xiaoziyu chuckled and replied, It seems this student is quite astute and has caught on to an important detail. Therefore, in the first round, there will be one fortunate individual who draws the zero ball, a stroke of immense luck, for they shall have no opponent and will advance automatically to the second round, only beginning to fight in the third. As soon as those words were uttered, a wave of commotion erupted from the audience, as everyone felt that drawing the zero ball was an extraordinary stroke of luck, granting direct entry into the third round of the competition. Xiaoziyu surveyed his surroundings, inwardly reflecting that the youth truly lacked composure. He then continued, If there are no objections, let us proceed to the drawing. Within the gymnasium, all eyes were fixed upon the wooden box, beginning with the 7th grade students who approached in order to draw lots, followed by the 6th grade, and then the 5th. Soon, it was the turn of the 6 contestants from the 2nd grade, namely Ziweier, Xing Miaoer, Xianing, Long Tianyu, Xing Wuyang, and Li Yi. After all, these 6 were the only ones from the 2nd grade capable of competing. Xing Wuyang stepped forward first to draw a number ball, and when he returned, he was momentarily stunned. Hey, boss, what's wrong? You didn't draw the zero ball, did you? Xianing asked, filled with suspicion. Xing Wuyang turned around, a mix of laughter and tears on his face, revealing the number on the ball to them. Indeed, it was marked with a zeroed. Even the eternally stoic Xing Yaoyan couldn't help but be moved at this moment. The child's fortune was truly remarkable. Wow, boss, your luck is absurdly high, Xianing exclaimed, giving Xing Wuyang a thumbs up. Subsequently, Xing Wuyang's companions finished their draws and were about to leave the gymnasium to stretch their limbs, as the competition was scheduled for the afternoon, and they wanted to make the most of their morning training. Just then, a few 7th grade students with ill intentions approached them, led by a figure whose imposing aura revealed him to be an 8th-tier knight. Xing Wuyang positioned himself protectively in front of his companions and cautiously inquired, Is there something you seniors need from us? The leading senior extended a hand toward Xing Wuyang and replied nonchalantly, Hand it over. Hand over what? Xing Wuyang countered, feigning ignorance. Don't play dumb. Kid, I know you drew the zero ball. So hand it over to us for our big brother Yi Shitian. Our brother Yi is the heir of the Yi family, responsible for the western district of the Holy Martial Kingdom. A nearby senior scoffed at Xing Wuyang. Upon hearing this, Xing Miaoer couldn't help but flare up. So what if it's the western district? We from the eastern district, the Xing family, are not to be trifled with. Yi Shitian arrogantly proclaimed, but I must say, I am an 8th-tier powerhouse ranked among the 7th grade, and I am far more suited to the zero ball than you. You are merely at most 3rd tier? Even if you skip 2 rounds, what can you achieve? You will still be eliminated in the 3rd round. Xing Wuyang narrowed his eyes and said, It seems you are quite confident in your abilities. Senior? Naturally. Then why must you resort to snatching the number ball from us lower grades, fearing a potential loss? Yi Shitian was momentarily taken aback by this question, ultimately retorting, Regardless of whether you comply or not, that zero number ball is mine today. Zhang Lingjie, get him. Yi Shitian called upon one of his lackeys to take action, a fellow 7th-tier powerhouse known as Zhang Lingjie, whose name was notorious in the Outer Academy for bullying weaker students. Oh, it seems we must show you today that we from the lower grades are not to be underestimated. In an instant, Xing Wuyang unleashed the full force of his celestial battle body, breaking through the 3 layers of seals, his momentum soaring as he emanated an aura that seemed even more formidable than that of Yi Shitian. Beside him, Xianing, astonished, couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, it's only been a month, and you've grown even stronger. How are we supposed to keep up with this? Chapter 76. The competition begins. Enough of the theatrics. Prepare to face my gale palm. As Zhang Lingjie made his move, his talent from the superior martial veins manifested, summoning a powerful whirlwind that struck fiercely towards Xing Wuyang. Seeking death, Xing Wuyang retorted, eschewing any martial techniques or the prowess of his sacred martial veins. Instead, he met the gale palm with a simple, unadorned punch, relying solely on the sheer strength of his physical form to counter the opponent's skill. Bang! As their fists collided, a wave of hidden force from the gale palm coursed through Xing Wuyang's arm, yet it was effortlessly dissipated by the might of his demonic physique. In stark contrast, Zhang Lingjie's expression shifted, feeling the immense power radiating from Xing Wuyang's fist, forcing him to retreat several steps, each retreat heavier than the last. What a joke! Such overwhelming strength could rival that of an 8th-tier powerhouse. If he didn't retreat to mitigate the impact, he risked sustaining internal injuries. Witnessing Xing Wuyang repel the 7th-tier Zhang Lingjie, Shi Weier's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was the individual she had chosen, a mere third-tier cultivator capable of overcoming a seventh-tier knight. The onlookers, including Xian Ying, could only gape in disbelief. Yi Shitian, brow furrowed, was equally taken aback by Xing Wuyang's remarkable talent, realizing that a third tier could stand toe-to-toe with a seventh tier. He pondered whether he should antagonize Xing Wuyang to curry favor with Princess Sophia. If he were to learn that Xing Wuyang had slain ninth-tier beasts, albeit with the aid of the Ice Kirin's power, he would surely be astounded at the prospect of his true strength being capable of defeating eighth-tier beasts. At that moment, Yi Shitian would undoubtedly recognize the folly of his current course of action. After careful consideration, Yi Shitian resolved that he could not let Xing Wuyang off the hook. Thus, he spoke. Junior, impressive strength indeed, able to contend with a seventh-tier, no wonder that sixth-tier senior fell before you. However, I differ from them. I am a recognized contender for the finals in my 7th year. You are no match for me. Surrender the zero ball, disarm yourself, and withdraw from the competition. Xing Wuyang's gaze sharpened. It seemed he had no choice but to clash with this young master of the Yi family from the West District. Perhaps this was even Princess Sophia's design. Shaking his head, he replied, "Here's the deal. We shall each strike one blow at the other. If you can repel me, I will hand over the zero ball. If I manage to repel you, you shall abandon any thoughts of seizing it." Repel me? Yi Shitian smirked, regarding Xing Wuyang as if he were indulging in a fanciful tale. A third-tier knight believed that an eighth-tier knight could not push him back? It was utterly ludicrous. "Wuyang, do not act rashly. This is far too dangerous," Shi Wei'er urged with genuine concern. Xing Wuyang waved his hand dismissively, uttering 4 simple words. "No worries, trust me," as Yi Shitian coldly laughed. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, deeming the arrogant Xing Wuyang unworthy of life. "Are you prepared? Then let us commence." With that, Yi Shitian clasped his fists at his waist and abruptly unleashed a powerful strike. "Tremble before me, dual piston fist." Xing Wuyang, already enveloped in his celestial battle body for protection, stood resolute, bracing himself against the onslaught of Yi Shitian's fists. Resounding explosion echoed as the terrifying energy radiated outward, demonstrating the formidable might of Yi Shitian's technique. Yet, the celestial battle body of Xing Wuyang blazed with celestial light, continuously channeling its power to withstand the blows, remaining immovable despite the ferocity of the attack. No matter how fervently Yi Shitian exerted himself, Xing Wuyang did not yield an inch. The celestial battle body was indeed a testament to a supreme-grade physical cultivation technique. How is this possible? My dual-piston fist cannot possibly be ineffective against a Tier 3 knight. Yi Shitian shrieked, utterly incredulous at the reality before him. "Have you had enough?" Xing Wuyang replied coldly, "If you have, then prepare yourself. It is my turn now." With that, Xing Wuyang leapt into the air, executing a series of powerful kicks aimed at Yi Shitian. Behold, Celestial Whirlwind Kick. The secret technique of this supreme-grade skill struck Yi Shitian directly, forcing him to stagger back 10 paces, blood spilling from his mouth. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, shooting a venomous glare at Xing Wuyang, wiping the blood from his lips before rising, shaking off his sleeves as he departed. Once they were a distance away, Xing Wuyang could no longer contain himself. Clutching his chest, he retched forth a mouthful of blood. After all, enduring the assault of an 8th-tier powerhouse was no trivial feat. "Wuyang, are you all right?" Xavier hurriedly supported the trembling Xing Wuyang. "I'm fine." It was indeed a struggle to withstand the attack of an 8th-tier cultivator, but in an actual competition, the circumstances would differ. You think you can show off? Sit cross-legged. I shall cast a healing spell to assist you." "All right, thank you." What do we need to thank each other for?" Xing Wuyang smiled lightly and nodded, settling into a cross-legged position. Xavier then began to chant a light-based spell, gathering a substantial amount of luminous elements from her wand, which she refined with her own magical power, transforming it into a radiant healing light that enveloped Xing Wuyang entirely. As Xing Wuyang bathed in this restorative holy light, he entered a meditative state to recuperate from his internal injuries. "Wow, Xavier, you are incredible. Your mastery over light elements is superb," Xian Miaoyue exclaimed from the side. Xian Ying concurred, "Indeed, you truly are a prodigy blessed with a holy magic vein. Your magical prowess is exceptional, a perfect match for our leader." Xian Ying's words resonated with Xavier, causing a subtle blush to grace her cheeks. Only Long Tianyu remained silent, watching Xavier as she continuously channeled holy light for Xing Wuyang, lost in his own thoughts. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Xing Wuyang finally opened his eyes after his injuries had been skillfully treated by Xavier. Rising slowly from his meditative state, he stretched his limbs and addressed the slightly fatigued Xavier, saying, "Xavier, your mastery of magic has reached an extraordinary level. It seems that in this upcoming external competition, you may very well secure a victory." Xavier shyly responded, "Most of the participants are upperclassmen. They do not possess your formidable ability to challenge across levels. Winning even a single match seems rather daunting. By the way, what of the others? Where have they gone? Oh, you are unaware. During your meditation, the competition involving Xianing has already commenced, and they have all gone to support him. Very well, let us also go and see. I hope Xianing emerges victorious. Xing Wuyang harbored doubts about Xianying's chances, for as Ziviel had pointed out, this external competition was primarily designed for upperclassmen, leaving the lowerclassmen merely participating for formality's sake. However, for someone like Xing Wuyang, who could challenge those above his level, it was an opportunity to showcase his abilities. As they made their way to the gymnasium, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Xing Wuyang's heart. If Princess Sophia was capable of orchestrating schemes against him, would she not also target his companions? Chapter 77. The astonishing night. As Xing Wuyang and Ziviel hurried to the gymnasium, Xianying's match against an upperclassman had already intensified on stage. The expressions of Long Tianyu and Xing Miaoyuan, who stood nearby, were grim. Upon witnessing the fierce competition, Xing Wuyang was taken aback, wishing fervently to leap onto the stage and fight in Xianying's stead. Ziviel, unable to bear the sight, covered her eyes in distress. The reason was evident. Xianying was covered in wounds, his face and body bruised, yet the match continued unabated. It seemed the referee had been bribed by Sophia, as he persistently ruled that Xianying was still capable of fighting, never declaring him defeated, resulting in a one-sided brutalization of Xianying. Clenching his fists, Xing Wuyang shouted at the referee, "I demand a protest against this match." The referee, seemingly unfazed, replied coolly, "What exactly do you wish to protest? Is this not a fair contest? Is it not normal for lowerclassmen to struggle against upperclassmen? You." Xing Wuyang was momentarily rendered speechless by the referee's dismissive attitude. Sensing that Xianying's life was in jeopardy if this continued, the upperclassman opposing him, wielding a connected dagger, pierced through all of Xianying's shadow clones. He then delivered a powerful punch to Xianying's real body. At this point, the poor Xianying was already swaying, barely able to remain upright, and the blow sent him crashing out of the competition area. Xing Wuyang swiftly sidestepped to catch the injured Xianying, his brow furrowed in concern. It was evident that his companions had also suffered due to his involvement. Clenching his fists tightly, he solemnly addressed his companions, "Do you all still wish to continue competing?" Everyone shook their heads, deciding to withdraw from the competition. What a farce this match had become. With no chances of victory remaining, they could not even concede defeat, only to be mercilessly toyed with. Long Tianyu inquired in a low voice, "What on earth is going on with Wuyang? I can't shake the feeling that someone is scheming against us." Xing Wuyang nodded in agreement, stating, "You would never expect this individual." Shi Weier had a faint suspicion and asked, "Who is it?" Princess Sophia. A heavy silence fell over the group, as they struggled to believe that the princess would conspire against them, especially since they had not wronged her during their 3 years. Particularly for Shi Weier. Although Xing Wuyang had previously warned her to be cautious of Sophia, she had not anticipated that Sophia had bribed the upperclassmen and the judges. Upon reflection, it seemed only Sophia's cunning could have orchestrated the involvement of the Yi family and the bribery of the judges, but the motive behind this remained a mystery. The group was perplexed as to why Sophia would choose to undermine them. Xing Wuyang remained silent, aware that the emperor's intentions were to unite him with Sophia, which led to her relentless harassment of him. The previous incident in the Sunset Forest had nearly cost him his life, and he had managed to endure the troubles at the Lies stall, as well as the recent incident involving the theft of the Zero Ball. However, he could not tolerate any harm coming to his companions. Suddenly, Xing Wuyang recalled something and asked, "What about Liye?" Xing Miaoyuan quickly responded, "Ah, I remember her match is about to begin. We must find her and persuade her to withdraw. No need to search. I am already here." Liye emerged from the crowd, casually sucking on a lollipop. Upon seeing her, the judge announced, "Next match. Second year Liye, 3rd tier knight, versus 6th year Canaan, 6th tier knight." Xing Wuyang exclaimed, "This is bad. The opponent is a 6th tier, Liye. You?" Liye waved her hand, interrupting Xing Wuyang's words, and coolly stated, "I will continue to compete. Whether I withdraw is your concern, not mine. Moreover, my strength is more than sufficient to dominate the outer academy. This is what my master, Kafai, has told me." But Xing Wuyang wanted to say more, yet Liye paid him no mind and leaped onto the competition stage. Her opponent was a robust upperclassman wielding a massive sword. Upon seeing that her opponent also used a sword, Liye's lips curled into a perfect smile. Who could claim to be more skilled with a sword than the disciple of the sword immortal Kafai? Liye drew her exquisitely crafted black iron sword, pointing it at her opponent. The upperclassman named Canaan swiftly unsheathed his colossal sword, launching an immediate attack on Liye, intent on a quick resolution. 8 leaf sword style, 5th form, crescent moon. Liye adopted a defensive stance with her sword, skillfully dissipating the force of the massive sword while rebounding the impact back to her opponent. Realizing his attack had failed, Kanan recognized that this classmate's swordsmanship likely surpassed his own. Kanan, still eager to test the extent of Lie's sword skills, wielded his massive sword with effortless elegance, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon her. Lie scoffed, "How chaotic and disorganized. Prepare to face the 8-leaf sword style, first form, spiral, in the hands of Li Yi." The mysterious iron sword astonishingly split into two, gracefully dancing in each hand. The blade spun incessantly between his palms, deftly striking against his massive sword, skillfully dissipating its formidable weight. Clang, clang, clang. The swords clashed continuously, and witnessing his techniques being completely thwarted, Jialan decided to unleash his superior martial lineage talent. At that moment, the colossal sword was enveloped in a swirling inferno. Its might significantly amplified. Gripping the gigantic sword tightly, Jialan swung forcefully towards Li Yi. 3 Terrifying flames surged forth, effectively sealing Li Yi's escape routes. However, Li Yi showed no intention of evasion, calmly declaring, 8 leaves 1 sword style. Third form, Iato Slash, infused with the power of the specter. Suddenly, violet-black flames ignited around Li Yi, a force as potent as the demonic energy unleashed by Xing Wuyang. Consequently, Li Yi's aura ascended rapidly, soon reaching the 8th tier of cultivation. The sword in Li Yi's grasp brimmed with overwhelming sword energy, intertwined with the so-called specter power. He let out a fierce shout, swinging towards Jialan, unleashing a dreadful sword energy that extinguished the flames in an instant. The force struck Jialan directly, sending him flying off the stage with a resounding thud, landing beneath the competition platform. The referee stood in stunned silence, repeatedly rubbing his eyes, seemingly unable to accept the reality of a lower-year student triumphing over an upper-year one. Beside him, Xing Mi'er murmured in astonishment, "Heavens, what a prodigy! It's simply extraordinary that she actually won. How confident are you, Wuyang, in withstanding Li Yi's previous strike?" Xing Wuyang gazed gravely at Li Yi on the competition stage and replied, "I cannot say, but the state Li Yi exhibited just now was terrifying. I fear I would struggle to defeat her." Chapter 78. Talent stronger than mine on one side of the stadium stands. Bai Kaiser conversed with Qiu Ziyu. "Your Majesty, look at her. She is a disciple of Kafei, not of our human race, but hailing from an ancient lineage of vampires. Indeed, her talent is remarkable. With her innate specter power, she will inevitably surpass the other disciples of Kafei," Bai Kaiser remarked. After a pause, he continued, "However, the unfair treatment faced by the Su family child earlier makes me suspect that there might be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes." Qiu Ziyu furrowed his brow, stating, "I have a theory. Could it be that Her Highness, in an attempt to challenge Xing Wuyang, deliberately obstructed his companions?" "That is a possibility," Bai Kaiser replied with a wry smile. "My daughter truly is a source of concern. Nevertheless, she has inherited the talent of the White Tiger's sacred lineage and will eventually grow into a formidable force. My hope is for her to unite with Xing Wuyang, simply to foster stronger offspring." Qiu Ziyu nodded noncommittally, secretly thinking, given Sophia's character, she would never look favorably upon Xing Wuyang's background. It seems that many events will unfold in the future. Regardless, as long as no lives are lost, I shall refrain from intervening. Some matters should be experienced by the youth themselves. The night unfolded its grandeur. A pair of resentful eyes fixated intently on Xing Wuyang from a shadowy corner. The owner of these eyes was none other than Princess Sophia, who was listening to Yi Shitian's account of Xing Wuyang. "Is this true? Has he truly become so formidable that even you have faced defeat?" Yi Shitian replied with a grim expression, "This fellow is rather peculiar. He is not of the vampire lineage, so he should not possess any sudden methods of power enhancement. Yet, why is it that his strength continues to grow despite being a mere third-tier knight without any promotion? This baffles me completely." Princess Sophia retorted fiercely, "Rest assured, aside from the few exceptional individuals from the 7th-tier Xing family, I have already spoken to all the 8th-tier powerhouses from the 7th tier, as well as the sole 9th-tier powerhouse from the Outer Academy, instructing them to thoroughly trounce Xing Wuyang should they encounter him." "Are you referring to Bai Feng, the prodigy who has garnered attention and cultivation after Xing Yaoyang?" Yi Shitian gasped, realizing the dire implications. If Xing Wuyang were to face Bai Feng, it could spell trouble, considering he is a 9th-tier powerhouse. In that moment, Yi Shitian secretly reveled, thinking, "Heh, Xing Wuyang, you really should not have provoked the princess. You are in for a rough time now." Meanwhile, after the victory of the night, Xavier, Xing Mi'er, and Long Tianyu all withdrew, conceding defeat without contest. The competition continued until dusk, reducing the original 181 participants to 91. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 3 of the advancing competitors withdrew from the contest, leaving only 88 participants remaining. Upon witnessing this outcome, Xing Wuyang could easily deduce that this was a deliberate arrangement by Princess Sophia. Originally, The zero-numbered ball could have been exempted for 2 rounds, but with this alteration, Xing Wuyang was now destined to compete in the second round. Of course, he felt no fear. He would face whatever came his way. With his current strength, as long as he did not encounter a 9th-tier powerhouse, he could easily triumph. Thus, the next afternoon marked the arrival of the second round of the Outer Academy's grand competition, with Xing Wuyang's match scheduled to precede the night and serving as the very first bout of the round. A considerable audience gathered. Yet despite the knowledge of Xing Wuyang's victory over a 6th-tier knight, many remained skeptical of his chances against his upcoming opponent, Xing Tianyu, a 7th-tier adept from the venerable Xing family. On the competition stage, Xing Wuyang and Xing Tianyu, both hailing from the Xing family, stood opposing each other with hands clasped behind their backs. Xing Tianyu sighed and spoke, "Fortunately, you are facing me this time. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the likely outcome. It has been said that all high-ranking individuals, aside from the Xing family, are gunning for you. Your situation appears quite precarious. Perhaps it would be best for you to stop here." Xing Wuyang replied with a calm smile, "Senior, does that imply you possess great confidence in defeating me?" "Indeed," Xing Tianyu affirmed. "Although I am aware of your capability to vanquish a 6th-tier knight, I am a 7th-tier powerhouse and, moreover, a member of the Xing family." Xing Wuyang shook his head and said, "Do not forget, I hail from the Xing family as well." "Ha ha, very well. Let me see if you can overcome me. If you cannot prevail or find yourself in a grueling struggle, then it would be wise to forfeit the upcoming matches." With that, Xing Tianyu lunged towards Xing Wuyang, unleashing a barrage of strikes imbued with the power of the stars, raining down upon him. Observing the formidable aura surrounding Xing Tianyu, Xing Wuyang merely extended a finger and declared, "With a single move, I shall defeat you." Xing Tianyu shook his head and retorted, "You are far too arrogant. Prepare to face my chaotic celestial dance." However, as the numerous strikes descended upon Xing Wuyang, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Xing Wuyang before Xing Tianyu vanished into thin AI art. It was merely an illusion. When had this happened? In that moment, Xing Wuyang, employing the divine dragon illusionary steps, moved with the swiftness of a dragon, conjuring several phantoms, each exuding an identical aura to his true form, thus confounding Xing Tianyu's attempts to strike. Cursed be this martial pulse talent. How utterly grotesque. How am I to contend with this? Xing Tianyu pondered, fearing that by the time he deciphered this technique, his own internal energy would be entirely depleted. Just as Xing Tianyu anxiously scrutinized every illusion of Xing Wuyang surrounding him, Xing Wuyang made his move. He instantly unsealed 3 layers of his power, causing the aura of each phantom to surge significantly, and all the illusions transformed into colossal dragons, charging towards Xing Tianyu. Though each dragon represented a formidable strike equivalent to that of a 6th-tier warrior, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The scene before them was one of roaring dragons, a multitude of draconic power surging towards Xing Tianyu, leaving him with no possibility of resistance, ultimately sending him off the competition stage. The onlooking students were utterly astounded by the unfolding reality. They could hardly believe that the 7th-tier Xing Tianyu had been dispatched from the stage by a single strike from Xing Wuyang. A 3rd-tier knight defeating a 7th-tier knight. Such a claim would surely be dismissed as the ravings of a madman in the stands of the arena. Bai Kaiser, witnessing the spectacle, remarked to Qiu Ziyu, "What a formidable martial talent! It seems his dragon martial pulse surpasses the royal lineage's white tiger martial pulse. TSK, when I was a 3rd-tier knight, I could only challenge 6th-tier opponents at most. Who would have thought that Xing Wuyang's talent would eclipse even mine?" Chapter 79. The defeat of Liu He. After concluding his match, Xing Wuyang initially intended to return to his training. However, upon discovering Liu He's opponent, he decided to remain and observe. Liu He's adversary was none other than the reputed true champion of the Outer Academy, Bai Feng. Xing Wuyang had heard of him. He was the second prodigy nurtured by the Outer Academy following his father. Merely in the 7th grade, he already possessed the cultivation of a 9th-tier warrior, equivalent to that of instructor Xing Yaoyan when he was unencumbered by the golden armor. One must ask, how many in the Outer Academy could endure a bout with such a formidable opponent? Xing Wuyang himself doubted he would stand a chance against Bai Feng and was keen to see how Liu He would confront this challenge. Xing Wuyang sat in meditation, nurturing his energy, waiting through several matches until it was soon time for Li Yi to take the stage. Li Yi emerged from the crowd with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the prowess of his opponent. Xing Wuyang felt compelled to approach him, cautioning, "Li Yi, be careful. Your opponent this time is Bai Feng, the strongest in the Outer Academy, proficient in blade techniques." Li, dismissive, replied, "Rest assured, I am well aware to him why Master S words are infallible. I am destined to be the strongest in the Outer Academy." Observing Li Ye's overconfidence in his Master S words, Xing Wuyang shook his head, realizing that some lessons can only be learned through experience. Thus, he refrained from further remarks. Upon ascending the competition stage, Li Yi transformed entirely. He did not draw his Xian Tai sword immediately, but instead harnessed the power of ghosts to augment his strength to a pinnacle, albeit only at the 8th rank. Xing Weiyang felt a surge of anxiety for Li Yi. If he remained at such a level, he would surely be defeated by Bai Feng. Bai Feng, sensing the aura emanating from Li Yi, marveled, "It is truly astonishing for a junior to possess such prowess. By the time you reach this age, you might very well contend with the older generation of strong practitioners." Li Yi, with a hint of impatience, retorted, "Enough with the chatter. Draw your sword, or you shan't be worthy of my blade." The reason Li Yi refrained from unsheathing his sword was that he noticed his opponent had yet to draw his blade. Bai Feng, stroking the hilt of his sword, remarked, "It seems you are eager to witness my swordsmanship. I had not intended to use my blade, but your insistence has compelled me to draw it." With that, Bai Feng finally unsheathed his sword. Though it was merely a mundane weapon and not a celestial artifact, its emergence was strikingly unique, bestowing Bai Feng with a significant enhancement. "I understands." Bai Kaiser exclaimed in disbelief. "He has achieved the realm of unification of man and sword. This young man has touched upon the principles of the art." Nearby, Qiu Ziyu added, "Bai Feng possesses a natural affinity for the blade, a rare physique. In terms of rarity, he is on par with the most esteemed bloodlines." On the competition stage, upon witnessing Bai Feng's overwhelming aura after drawing his sword, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, realizing he could indeed be defeated. His opponent had grasped the principles of the art, while he was still merely at the initial level of the 8 leaves sword flow. Logically, he needed to reach the pinnacle of the transmission to unify man and sword. Faced with Bai Feng, who advanced with his sword drawn, Li Yi dared not underestimate him. He remained rooted, drawing his sword from its sheath, unleashing a sweeping arc strike. Bai Feng, sensing the incoming blow, did not falter. He simply raised his sword and effortlessly deflected Li Yi's attack. At that moment, Li Yi had already sidestepped and vanished from his original position. Bai Feng remained composed, fully aware of the agility possessed by practitioners of the 8 leaves sword flow. He began to concentrate, his sword held horizontally as he circled around, summoning a rising wind pressure that drew inward rather than dispersing outward. "Be careful, junior," he called out. Light circular fong eye in the air. Li Yi, influenced by the wind pressure, found his 8 leaves sword flow's gale technique disrupted. He had no choice but to cut against Bai Feng's blade, using the force to retreat, his wrist flickering to dissipate the impact from the light circular fong. After much effort, Li Yi finally steadied himself, only to find Bai Feng already before him, the blade in his hand descending with a devastating force, its energy coiling around the blade, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Merely relying on the residual moon technique to block this extraordinary strike would likely prove futile. However, the prowess of the 8 leaves one sword flow extends beyond just the residual moon. With a deft counter, Li Yi executed an upward thrust, his wrist vibrating with rapid precision, a dazzling bloom of sword flowers unfurling before Bai Feng's eyes. Through several exchanges of strength, he ultimately neutralized Bai Feng's seemingly inevitable blow, employing the 4th form of the 8 leaves one sword flow, the red leaf cut. Even though the attack was mitigated, Bai Feng's defense remained impeccable, with the hilt of his sword acting as an extension of his arm, effortlessly absorbing Li Yi's tempestuous onslaught. The swift, fierce strikes did not cause Bai Feng to yield even an inch. Bai Feng nonchalantly countered all 7 preceding techniques of the 8 leaves one sword flow, demonstrating that even the enhancement of ghostly power could not rattle him. This underscored the formidable strength of Bai Feng, the foremost contender in the Outer Academy. Bai Feng's subsequent counterattack swept across the arena floor, extending nearly 10 meters. Although it inflicted no harm on Li Yi, who had utilized the residual moon, the alteration of the terrain disrupted Li Yi's assault with the 8 leaves one sword flow. The intense exchange of blows had persisted for half an hour, the ground of the arena now marred with deep gashes and ravines. Li Yi had employed countless iterations of the 7 techniques he had mastered: the 1st form spiral, the 2nd form red leaf cut, the 3rd form Iato slash, the 4th form gale, the 5th form residual moon, the 6th form no hand form, and the 7th form arc shadow. Yet, he could not displace Bai Feng in the slightest. Rather, Li Yi's ghostly power was nearing its limit, on the brink of collapse. Onlookers watched in awe, murmuring their admiration for Li Yi. After all, who among the Outer Academy could contest with Bai Feng to such a degree? Despite being thoroughly suppressed by Bai Feng, Li Yi's endurance was commendable. Had it not been for his encounter with Bai Feng, he might have very well reached the finals. From one side of the stands, Bai Caesar remarked, "The ghostly power of the vampire clan imposes a tremendous strain on the body. She will soon be unable to sustain it." Indeed, as Bai Caesar predicted, Li Yi suddenly trembled, his hand losing grip of the Xian Tai sword, which clattered to the ground. With a pained cry, blood gushed from his 7 orifices. The referee, witnessing this spectacle, quickly deduced that the overwhelming burden of overexerted ghostly power had taken its toll on Li Ye's body. Thus, the referee promptly declared Bai Feng the victor and summoned several elders from the Magical Path Division, skilled in healing arts, to attend to Li Yi. Xing Wuyang, having observed the entire match, reflected that he would not perform as well against Bai Feng as Li Yi had. However, according to the draw order, he would not face Bai Feng unless Princess Sophia orchestrated a situation that pitted them against each other. Otherwise, he was confident he would advance to the final match. Chapter 80. The consumption of elixirs. After witnessing Li Ye's duel, Xing Wuyang recognized the exceptional talents within the Outer Academy, be it the breathtaking swordsmanship of Li Yi or the virtually unrivaled prowess of Bai Feng. Both posed a formidable challenge that Xing Wuyang found difficult to overcome. After Li Yi completed his treatment, Xing Wuyang approached him and inquired with concern, "Li Yi, are you all right? It seems that the prolonged exertion of your ghostly powers has placed a significant strain on your body." Li Yi, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, replied in a deep voice, "I never anticipated that there would be such formidable individuals from the Outer Academy. That battle was indeed an excellent training experience." Observing the unwavering fighting spirit in Li Yi, Xing Wuyang nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, there are always stronger beings beyond us, and we must continue to strive for growth." After sharing a few words of camaraderie with Li Yi, Xing Wuyang took his leave, returning to his dormitory to cultivate, mindful of the need for diligence, as his current prowess was only sufficient to contend with an 8th-tier expert. Should he encounter one, he would surely find himself in a challenging battle. Thus, the intense competitions of that afternoon swiftly came to a close, culminating in the advancement of 44 individuals. The following day would determine the final 22 who would proceed to the finals. That night, as Xing Wuyang entered a state of cultivation, the Ice Kirin within his spiritual consciousness unexpectedly summoned his awareness into the sea of consciousness. "Brother Bing, what brings you to summon me at such a late hour?" Xing Wuyang inquired, puzzled. The Ice Kirin smiled slightly and responded, "Of course, it is to provide you with a safety net for successfully navigating the finals." Surprised, Xing Wuyang exclaimed, "Brother Bing, do you have a way?" The Ice Kirin grinned slyly and replied, "Indeed, but it is merely a case of utilizing resources effectively. Do not forget, the sacred dragon bestowed upon you the 7 apertures exquisite tower, did he not? You should attempt to refine it now." Confused, Xing Wuyang asked, "What is the purpose of refining it?" "I can only harness the power of the first layer to augment my inner strength. But that alone cannot guarantee victory over Bai Feng." The Ice Kirin chuckled, "Refining it is not merely about wielding its power. Do not ask too many questions. You will understand once you have refined it." Trusting the Ice Kirin's words implicitly, Xing Wuyang ceased his inquiries and began to channel his inner strength to refine the 7 apertures exquisite tower. By the time he completed the refinement, it was already daylight. To his astonishment, he discovered that his heart had transformed into the 7 apertures exquisite heart, and the tower had melded into his brow. Furthermore, the crimson that had emerged at his brow when the blood of the demon ancestor merged with him in the secret realm of divine Martial Mountain began to flicker, gradually revealing signs of opening, ultimately forming Xing Wuyang's 30 disbelief. Xing Wuyang turned to the Ice Kirin and asked, "What is happening? Why have I undergone such a transformation after refining the 7 apertures exquisite tower?" The Ice Kirin responded with a hearty laugh. "Ah, that is because the 7 apertures exquisite tower is inherently a treasure of the demon clan, merely left behind in the sacred martial kingdom. Now that you have refined it, the benefits are boundless. Do you recall the blood of the demon ancestor you obtained? That drop of essence required the activation of a sacred object from the demon clan to utilize, and the 7 apertures exquisite tower serves as an excellent medium, allowing you to awaken the demon heaven eye. When you open the demon heaven eye, you will be able to attack your opponent's sea of consciousness." "What? The third eye can assault the sea of consciousness? How incredibly powerful!" Xing Wuyang could hardly believe his ears. It is well known that the sea of consciousness is the most crucial yet vulnerable aspect for every knight. Yet, there are no martial skills or magical arts in the world capable of inflicting mental harm, which is why most people do not pay heed to safeguarding their sea of consciousness. If what the Ice Kirin says is true, then I have acquired another means of survival. However, this technique is exceedingly treacherous. If one's sea of consciousness encounters issues, it could very well endanger one's life. Thus, it is best not to resort to it unless absolutely necessary. Sensing Xing Wuyang's thoughts, the Ice Kirin remarked, "Of course, I understand that given your character, you would refrain from using the magic eye on your classmates. But now that you have obtained the 7 orifices exquisite heart, that is your true means of survival. As the saying goes, one must break to establish. The 7 orifices exquisite heart will bestow upon you immense life force, granting you various advantages in battle, which you will come to experience in due course. Now, I shall return to my slumber. Good luck in the competition." Upon witnessing the Ice Kirin once again fall into slumber, Xing Wuyang withdrew from the realm of spiritual awareness. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late and hurried to the gymnasium to participate in the third day of the external academy competition. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, Xing Wuyang found that he was once again the first to compete, as there was no other option for the one designated as contestant 0. To his surprise, however, his opponent was none other than Yi Shitian from the Yi family, a most unfortunate twist of fate. Nevertheless, if it were Yi Shitian, Xing Wuyang need not worry. This would surely lead him to the finals. Before long, Xing Wuyang ascended to the competition stage, followed closely by Yi Shitian, whose expression was rather grim, likely aware that he was no match for Xing Wuyang. With a resounding clang, the referee struck the bronze drum, announcing the commencement of the match. Xing Wuyang immediately activated the starry battle body, and the fierce stellar fluctuations enveloped him, causing Yi Shitian to feel a twinge of trepidation. Though he steeled himself to advance. With a mighty shout, Yi Shitian charged forward with the wind at his heels, attempting to strike down upon Xing Wuyang with a palm. Boom! As Yi Shitian's palm descended, it produced a thunderous sound, reminiscent of boulders crashing down. Yet, Xing Wuyang remained unfazed. He regarded Yi Shitian as merely a defeated foe, not worth his concern. He raised his hand, unleashing a starry fist imbued with the explosive force of the 5 elemental powers, a strike powerful enough to rival the full force of an 8th-tier expert, even surpassing the majority of them. Bang! When their fists clashed, Yi Shitian was sent flying by the force of the stellar energy, nearly tumbling off the competition stage. The students who had been bullied by Yi Shitian in the past could not help but erupt in derisive laughter at his disheveled state. Why, Yi Shitian? Are you even capable? So weak, only able to bully the meek. How embarrassing to be defeated by a lower-year student. The heir of the Yi family. It seems the Yi family is destined for decline. As Yi Shitian listened to the mocking jeers from the crowd below, his face contorted in rage as he glared at Xing Wuyang and declared, "Xing Wuyang, you have forced my hand. Prepare to face your demise." As he spoke, Yi Shitian produced a jade vial and ingested a pill from within, his aura surging as he charged towards Xing Wuyang. That is the giant strength pill. Beneath the arena, an unidentified spectator recognized the elixir that Yi Shitian had consumed. By Kaiser, filled with rage from the stands, bellowed, "Audacious Yi Shitian, withdraw at once. Consumption of elixirs during the match is prohibited." Yet, Yi Shitian disregarded by Kaiser's admonition, relentlessly charging towards Xing Wuyang with unabated speed. Chapter 81. The world beyond the Solace continent. A benevolent senior shouted from the sidelines, "Junior, retreat quickly. Yi Shitian has lost his mind. The consumption of the giant strength pill will augment his strength to an unfathomable degree, far beyond your capacity to withstand." The realization that Yi Shitian had indeed ingested the giant strength pill cast a pall over Xing Wuyang's countenance. The aura emanating from Yi Shitian indicated that his power was perilously close to that of a 10th-rank knight. However, consuming the giant strength pill was tantamount to courting death. For knights below the 10th rank, the consequence would inevitably result in the paralysis of one limb. The audacity of Yi Shitian to resort to such underhanded tactics was truly disgraceful. This was blatant cheating. Xing Wuyang was doomed. The sheer vigor of Yi Shitian, empowered by the giant strength pill, could easily rival that of a 10th-rank knight. I can't bear to watch. Xing Wuyang is surely finished this time. Amidst a cacophony of whispers from the audience, even Xing Wuyang's companions were anxious, doubting his ability to prevail against Yi Shitian at this critical juncture. It seemed unlikely that even Bai Feng could succeed. For Yi Shitian's momentum had surged far beyond the 8th rank, nearing the 10th. Xing Mi'er was anxiously pacing on the sidelines. Should Xing Wuyang meet with any misfortune, their family's elder would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Yi family, leading to an inextricable conflict between the two clans. Beside her, Shi Wei'er watched with bated breath, clearly distressed at the prospect of Xing Wuyang sustaining injury, as they both seemed to harbor little hope for his victory. Only Li Yi, with a casual demeanor, nonchalantly sucked on a lollipop while observing Xing Wuyang, steadfast and unmoving on the stage. She believed that he could not have been rendered speechless by fear, but rather was surely concealing a hidden strategy on the arena. As Xing Wuyang faced the ferocious Yi Shitian barreling towards him, he knew that he had no choice but to employ the demon eye. "If you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," Xing Wuyang murmured to himself. In that moment, the crimson mark upon his forehead blossomed, transforming into his third eye. The instant this enigmatic eye manifested, a wave of chaotic malevolence spread throughout the vicinity, a testament to its origin from the blood of the demon ancestor. With a narrowing gaze directed at Yi Shitian, the otherworldly third eye unleashed a formless mental force, akin to a hammer, striking fiercely against Yi Shitian's forehead. Instantly, the assailant, who had been poised to attack, clutched his head and writhed on the ground, Howling in agony at that precise moment, Bai Kaiser finally leaped from the stands, his icy gaze fixed upon Yi Shitian, while simultaneously regarding the third eye of Xing Wuyang with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. I declare that Xing Wuyang is the victor of this match. Yi Shitian is hereby expelled from the academy. May you tread carefully henceforth. Bai Caesar coldly remarked, expressing his disdain for Yi Shitian's actions. He discerned that after Yi Shitian was struck by that strange mental force, his consciousness had shattered, leaving him utterly defeated, either rendered useless or completely daft. Bai Caesar had intended to further investigate the origins of Xing Wuyang's third eye, yet Xing Wuyang promptly closed it, unwilling to allow Bai Caesar to scrutinize his eye any longer, lest he unveil its secrets. Bai Caesar shrugged, deciding against inquiring further. Everyone harbors their own mysteries, and as long as one remains true to oneself, that suffices. After Xing Wuyang's match concluded, he did not linger to observe the subsequent battles, but hurried back to his dormitory. The reason was simple. At the moment his third eye had released its power, he seemed to have received a cryptic message, too obscure to decipher alone, prompting him to seek the insight of Han Bing-Qilan. "Ice bro, are you there?" he called out. "What's the matter?" Han Bing-Qilan replied languidly. "I obtained some information from the celestial demon eye. Could you take a look?" Xing Wuyang said, handing the message to Han Bing-Qilan for his review. Upon examining it, Han Bing-Qilan recognized it as an ancient language of the demon race. His interest piqued. He delved into interpreting the message. The deeper he probed, the more alarmed he became. The information was profound, revealing only the tip of the iceberg, yet it contained startling revelations. In a grave tone, Han Bing-Qilan stated, "Kid, this message is immensely significant. I can't fully decode it, but it primarily suggests that beyond our Solace continent lies another realm entirely, and even our ancestors, the demon ancestors, are said to have connections to this external world." "What? Are you saying there exists a new world beyond the Solace continent?" Xing Wuyang exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, the message indicates as much. Do you recall those extraterrestrial invaders? They hail from another world," Han Bing-Qilan explained. "Ah, I see. Did it mention anything else?" Xing Wuyang inquired. Han Bing-Qilan then looked at him curiously, saying, "It mentioned that once the seal of the extraterrestrial invaders is broken, a descendant of the demon ancestor will arise to eliminate the evils." "A descendant of the demon ancestor? Does that mean only my mother and I, as the demon gods, qualify?" Xing Wuyang pondered. Han Bing-Qilan clarified, "This descendant appears to be male and quite young." Xing Wuyang, incredulous, remarked, "Could it be me?" "It's highly likely. Indeed, it seems our demon race is on the verge of producing a great hero." Han Bing-Qilan jested. Taking a deep breath, Xing Wuyang thought, "Heavens, could it really be so fortuitous? Am I truly to bear the responsibility of saving the world? I'm merely a third-tier knight. Surely the demon god is more suited for such a task." Han Bing-Qilan shook his head, saying, "There's no point in overthinking it now. It would be wiser to focus on your training. Should the princess continue to make things difficult for you tomorrow, you may very well face your strongest opponent yet, the one named Bai Feng." As Xing Wuyang pondered, he realized that if Sophia indeed intended to make things difficult for him, tomorrow's finals would certainly not be a walk in the park. Moreover, he was reluctant to employ the heavenly demon eye. Although this technique might truly enable him to triumph over Bai Feng, such a victory would lack honor, something Xing Wuyang was not inclined to pursue. With this thought in mind, he began to meditate and cultivate, believing that any progress, no matter how small, was worthwhile. Meanwhile, Princess Sophia was conferring with Bai Feng regarding the upcoming finals. She handed him a numbered ball, saying, "This is the number for Xing Wuyang's opponent tomorrow. Take it. You will face him and ensure he receives a thorough lesson." Bai Feng hesitated, replying, "Wouldn't this clandestine maneuver be somewhat inappropriate? It's quite obvious to anyone that the number balls have been swapped." "Fear not," she retorted, "with my status as a princess, who would dare to voice objections? Besides, if you help me teach Xing Wuyang a lesson, I shall reward you with a celestial spiritual weapon, a battle sword. You will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement in your abilities." Tempted by the allure of the celestial spiritual weapon, Bai Feng acquiesced. "Very well, it is settled then." Chapter 82. The demise of Xing Wuyang today marked the final day of the External Academy competition, featuring 22 participants, of whom only 11 would emerge victorious. The grandstands of the arena were graced by the presence of over a dozen 12th-tier powerhouses, invited by His Majesty, Emperor Baikiza, to witness this prestigious event. Furthermore, various esteemed masters would select promising disciples from this final contest to take under their wings. The ancestor of the Xing family was, of course, in attendance, accompanied by several elders of the Xing clan. He cast a serene gaze towards the arena, particularly at Xing Wuyang and the other Xing family students who had reached the finals, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Approaching him, Baikiza remarked, "Ah, Elder Xing. You have come, at your advanced age, Is it finally time to take on an apprentice? The Xing ancestor stroked his beard, chuckling. This year's external academy competition has seen numerous disciples from our Xing family reach the finals. Naturally, I must come to observe it also provides an opportunity to assess how our younger generation is faring in their cultivation, perhaps to offer guidance in the future. On the opposite side of the stands, several individuals clad in brown-green robes glared darkly at the Xing ancestor, who was engaging in jovial conversation with the emperor. These individuals belonged to the Yi family, and their leader, an elderly patriarch, regarded the Xing ancestor with palpable resentment. The source of their ire was simple. Upon their recent arrival at the knight's fortress, they had received the disheartening news of Yi Shitian's expulsion from the academy, compounded by the fact that he had been rendered a fool by Xing Wuyang's hand. Yi Shitian, the patriarch's great-grandson, had always been the favored one. To see him reduced to such a state was intolerable. Had it not been for Yi Shitian's own violation of the competition rules, the patriarch would have disregarded all decorum and sought out the Xing ancestor for a confrontation. One elder from the Yi family quietly reassured the patriarch. Rest assured, ancestor. Xing Wuyang's opponent is that talented individual named Bai Feng. No matter what, Xing Wuyang will surely be soundly defeated. The Yi patriarch's expression remained grim as he retorted, this is undoubtedly the princess's scheme. I suspect the powerful potion that bolstered Shitian was also provided by her. Humph. How bewildering it is, truly bewildering. It seems I have become mere cannon fodder in the hands of others, alas. The venerable ancestor of the Yi family inhaled deeply and declared, this time, for a span of 10 days, he has brought this upon himself. We shall accept our fate. Remember, after this incident, no one from the Yi family must harbor enmity against Xing Wuyang. I do not wish to witness anyone becoming a pawn for the princess. The elders of the Yi family exchanged glances, nodding in tacit agreement, though their confusion lingered. Given that Bai Feng had intervened, it was certain that Xing Wuyang would either perish or suffer grave injuries. What threat could a crippled Xing Wuyang pose to the Yi family? Did the ancestor truly believe that Xing Wuyang could triumph over Bai Feng? Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure clad in black robes, the sacred dragon of the underworld, concealed his presence in a corner unnoticed by anyone. With his formidable strength, it was effortless for him to remain undetected. His gaze, laden with complexity, fell upon Bai Kaiser, as if he wished to voice something but ultimately remained silent. As all the participating students gathered in the gymnasium, the competition finally commenced. Due to the nature of the zero ball, Xing Wuyang was the first to take the stage, only to be astonished to discover that his opponent was none other than the first-ranked expert of the Outer Academy, Bai Feng. Bai Feng, with a dismissive wave of his hand, remarked, do not blame me. If you must point fingers, direct them towards the princess. After our battle, you shall find yourself devoid of any capabilities. A jolt of alarm coursed through Xing Wuyang's heart. Did Bai Feng intend to render him incapacitated? Should he surrender to avoid such a fate? Though conceding the finals would mean failure, it would spare him from being crippled. Yet, no. The path of a knight is to confront challenges head-on. How could he retreat? Such cowardice would haunt his future progress. Resolute, Xing Wuyang summoned the chains of the stars, instantly unlocking the power of the three-layered seal. His starry battle body erupted forth, his aura surpassing that of an 8th-tier knight. However, even at this level, he remained far inferior to Bai Feng's formidable fusion of man and blade. Why apologies? Bai Feng stated, raising his sword and delivering a fierce strike towards Xing Wuyang. The blow was as swift as lightning and as relentless as a raging torrent, embodying the power of a 9th-tier expert. It shattered the defenses of the chains of the stars as easily as slicing through tofu, aiming directly at Xing Wuyang's forehead. With no alternative, Xing Wuyang grasped the blade with both hands, desperately preventing the strike. Yet, the terrifying blade aura rampaged within his starry battle body, wreaking havoc. Upon witnessing this dire situation, the ancestor of the Xing family could no longer remain seated. Rising, his brow furrowed in astonishment, he exclaimed, this embodies the essence of annihilation. I cannot believe that such a young individual has mastered the intent of the blade. This is dire. Bai Feng seeks to cripple Xing Wuyang. Beside him, Bai Kaiser wore a grim expression, fully aware that his daughter must have bestowed some favor upon Bai Feng, prompting him to disable Xing Wuyang in the arena. Observing Xing Wuyang valiantly resisting Bai Feng's destructive blade intent with his mere flesh, Bai Feng shook his head and coldly uttered a single word. Kneel! Xing Wuyang's countenance abruptly turned pale. Under the overwhelming blade intent of Bai Feng, he resembled a leaf swaying in a tempest, poised to topple at any moment as the destructive force incessantly sliced through him. Soon, torrents of blood began to seep from his skin, and in no time, he was transformed into a figure drenched in crimson. However, Xing Wuyang stood upright like a soaring dagger, refusing to bend even in death. his form seemingly pressed into the ground by the weight of this blade, sinking a full foot deep. Gritting his teeth, Xing Wuyang declared, "I would rather die than kneel." Bai Feng sighed with an expression of reluctant compassion, saying, "Our disparity is indeed vast. Very well, since you remain steadfast in your knightly path, I shall unleash my full strength to grant you a swift end." With a thunderous shout, Bai Feng concentrated all his inner power, coalescing it into his blade, a terrifying intent of destruction permeating through Xing Wuyang's very being, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. After executing this technique, Bai Feng found himself utterly exhausted, his complexion slightly pale. He had not anticipated the formidable resilience of Xing Wuyang's body, and it had compelled him to expend all his energy to finally incapacitate him. Below the arena, Xavier, watching in stunned silence, felt a tempest of emotions swirling within her. Were this not a contest, she would have summoned the spirit of her mother to eliminate Bai Feng without hesitation. "Wuyang, no, you will not die." With a pallid face, Xavier collapsed to the ground, exuding an air of desolation. The others around her were equally incredulous, unable to believe that Xing Wuyang had been defeated in such a manner. Only Li Yi remained contemplative, pondering Bai Feng's strength, muttering to himself, "Is this the true power of the unity of man and blade? It seems Bai Feng has held back considerably in our battle. The essence of the blade point one day. I too shall master my own sword intent." Yet, just as the crowd believed Xing Wuyang to be dead, the hidden figure of the Minglong Saint chuckled quietly to himself. "This lad has actually refined the 7-aperture Linglong Tower. Interesting, it seems the situation has taken a turn." Chapter 83. No break, no establishment on the brink of death. Xing Wuyang's consciousness grew increasingly nebulous. Fragments of past memories dissipating into the ether, ultimately merging into a realm of darkness and silence. Am I to perish? His consciousness flickered like a wavering candle flame, poised to be extinguished at any moment. Yet a flicker of will still clung to life. No, I refused to succumb so easily. Within him, a desperate cry echoed. If he were to die, Xavier would be heartbroken. He could not die if he were to perish. The mother of the demon race would remain unrecognized, forever separated. He could not die. Should he fall, no one would address the crisis plaguing the Solace continent. He could not die. Xing Wuyang fought fiercely against death, yearning to awaken from this abyss of darkness. At that moment, a 7-aperture Linglong flower suddenly appeared before him, settling at his feet. A deep and resonant male voice echoed in his ears. "No break, no establishment. One must break before they can stand. No break, no establishment?" Xing Wuyang murmured. What could this phrase possibly mean? I must escape. I must break free from this dark realm. Just then, to his astonishment, the 7-aperture Linglong flower at his feet began to spread, wildly flourishing in this endless darkness, and in an instant, the once desolate void blossomed with these vibrant flowers. What was once a lifeless abyss was suddenly infused with vitality. In the stands, the expression on by Caesar's face was one of deep distress as he gazed at Sophia in the corner below, his heart burdened with guilt for having indirectly caused Xing Wuyang's demise. Meanwhile, the ancestral figure of the Xing family wore a look of profound regret. After all, this was a contest governed by fairness, and he felt it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. At that moment, however, a powerful surge of life force suddenly manifested on the competition stage. Someone exclaimed, "Look, it seems that Xing Wuyang is not dead. He is enveloped in a vast aura of pink vitality." The crowd turned their attention towards Xing Wuyang, who was now radiating with a brilliant pink light, an immense life force revitalizing his broken body. Suddenly, Xing Wuyang assumed a meditative posture, drawing the elemental energies of heaven and earth into himself with fervor. Good heavens, he is on the verge of a breakthrough. The ancestral figure of the Xing family exclaimed in awe. What a remarkable phenomenon of no destruction, no creation. After destruction comes the establishment. This is the 7-portal Linglong heart. He has refined the legendary artifact of the demon race, the 7-portal Linglong Tower. Caesar was taken aback, his expression shifting as he recalled that this artifact had been seized by the Holy Martial Kingdom from the demon race and was kept in the possession of his elder brother, the Sacred Dragon. When had his brother returned and established contact with Xing Wuyang, presenting him with the 7-portal Linglong Tower? A mixture of thoughts raced through Caesar's mind. In the corner, the Sacred Dragon chuckled, saying, "This lad has now become even more monstrous. Tisk, having absorbed the life force of the 7-portal Linglong heart, I can now impart my Minglong technique to him." On the competition stage, Bai Feng's demeanor fluctuated as he watched Xing Wuyang undergoing his breakthrough. He too was striving to replenish his inner strength. The recent attack had depleted a significant portion of his energy. If Xing Wuyang were to awaken from his breakthrough at this moment, Bai Feng would find himself in dire straits. Bang, bang, bang. A violent explosion of energy erupted within Xing Wuyang as he began to clear the blockages in his meridians caused by his previous injuries. With each meridian that became unblocked, his surging inner strength ultimately broke through, reaching the 4th-tier knight level. Now, his power could undoubtedly rival that of a 9th-tier expert, and with his cunning tactics, he could surely defeat Bai Feng. Xing Wuyang regarded Bai Feng with a knowing smile, noticing that Bai Feng's inner strength had diminished to less than 30% in his attempt to harm him. Thus it was now his turn to suppress Bai Feng. The chains of the stars were summoned forth, initiating the star sealing technique. The chains wrapped around the space between Bai Feng and Xing Wuyang, effectively sealing them both in. Under Xing Wuyang's deft control, the chains of the stars unleashed a series of relentless attacks within this confined space, their power augmented by the demonic energy and 4th-tier knight inner strength. Despite Bai Feng's desperate attempts to sever the chains, they remained unyielding, and his mental defenses began to crumble, his swordplay growing increasingly erratic till last. The weapon in his grasp shattered under the onslaught of the chains of the stars, and in that moment, fear gripped Bai Feng. He feared that Xing Wuyang would retaliate against him, especially since he had just shown no mercy in his previous assault. Bai Feng, devoid of any attachments, knelt before Xing Wuyang, closing his eyes in silent anticipation of an impending, powerful strike. However, to his astonishment, Xing Wuyang merely shook his head in disinterest, retracting the chains of the stars and, through a spatial reversal, unceremoniously dispatched Bai Feng from the competition platform. Upon realizing that the anticipated assault had not materialized, Bai Feng found himself dramatically expelled from the arena by Xing Wuyang. Gazing up at Xing Wuyang from below the platform, Bai Feng's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Mingled with confusion, Xing Wuyang, employing a subtle telepathic technique, conveyed to Bai Feng, "The path of cultivation is arduous for everyone. One must not hastily dismantle another's efforts. As students of the Heavenly Path Knights Academy, we should foster unity and mutual assistance, rather than engage in scheming rivalries. Let this matter be forgotten. You have been defeated." In the wake of these words, Bai Feng's heart was a tumult of conflicting feelings. Overwhelmed with remorse towards Xing Wuyang, he recognized that he should not have endangered his fellow students for personal gain. As Xing Wuyang stated, he had lost, not only the match but also the essence of the knightly way. Following Bai Feng's dramatic ejection from the platform, the judge, momentarily taken aback, promptly declared Xing Wuyang the victor. Without hesitation, Xavier rushed onto the stage, enveloping Xing Wuyang in a tight embrace, whispering in his ear, "I'm so relieved you're unharmed." Xing Wuyang gently patted her back and replied, "Indeed, that was quite perilous, but thankfully, I have emerged victorious." After a brief moment of embrace, Xing Wuyang pushed Xavier back slightly, wiping away the tears from her face and saying, "Do not weep. Tears do not suit you. Let us descend. Many eyes are upon us." Realizing that numerous gazes were fixed upon them, Xavier suddenly reacted, playfully chastising Xing Wuyang. "Why didn't you remind me sooner?" Xing Wuyang chuckled awkwardly, for he could not quite fathom why he relished being with Xavier, as if they were the only two souls in existence. Could this be what it meant to have feelings? He pondered inwardly. With that, Xing Wuyang took Xavier's hand, and they descended from the competition platform, gradually becoming less conspicuous. Chapter 84. The origin of Sophia. After observing the remaining matches from below the platform, the strongest 11 from the Outer Academy were finally determined. With his victory over Bai Feng, Xing Wuyang had undeniably established himself as the foremost contender of the Outer Academy. Once Zhou Ziyu announced the conclusion of the Outer Academy competition, Bai Kaiser stepped forward, accompanied by a cadre of formidable individuals, to select disciples from among the 11. Whoosh. 3 powerful figures descended from the stands, standing before Xing Wuyang, one of whom was naturally the esteemed ancestor of the Xing family. They regarded Xing Wuyang with broad smiles, as if beholding a rare gem. Beside him, Xing Miaoyao quickly recognized the identities of the other 2. They were renowned figures with impressive prowess and a hushed tone. Xing Miaoyao informed Xing Wuyang, "The elegantly dressed individual is the wealthiest man in the Holy Martial Kingdom, a 12th-tier master known as the Ice Saint. The one beside him, bearing an ancient treasure blade, is a reclusive 12th-tier powerhouse known as the Blade Saint. As for the other, he is the esteemed elder of the Xing family. You have only recently joined the Xing household, and I presume you have never encountered him before." The Ice Saint was the first to speak up, exclaiming, "Young one, if you take me as your master, you may select any rare treasures from the world at your leisure. There will be no limit to what you can acquire." Upon hearing this, the Blade Saint was displeased and bluntly retorted, "Ice Saint, aside from your wealth, you possess little ability to nurture disciples. Though I may be impoverished, my unparalleled swordsmanship is worth far more than your countless riches." The Blade Saint scoffed, "Look at your pathetic swordplay. One cannot compare it to the chains wielded by others, for it is not merely about sword techniques. What do you understand? Mastery in one art leads to mastery in all. Humph. I fear that should someone follow you, they would end up as a hermit in the wilderness. With a dismissive tone, he added, What, do you look down upon us hidden masters? Let us settle this with a duel. If a duel is what you desire, then so be it. You think I fear you? The Blade Saint and the Ice Saint engaged in a heated exchange, sleeves rolled up, ready to brawl. Xing Wuyang observed the two 12th-tier powerhouses before him and could not help but chuckle, while the elder of the Xing family quietly watched the spectacle, uttering not a word. It seemed to Xing Wuyang that even among 12th-tier powerhouses, there existed a hierarchy of strength. The Ice Saint exuded a formidable presence, whereas the Blade Saint radiated a sharp brilliance. Their powers appeared closely matched, yet the elder of the Xing family bore no trace of a formidable aura, resembling instead a frail old man, embodying a sense of returning to simplicity. From this, it became evident that the elder's prowess was likely far beyond that of the Blade Saint and the Ice Saint. Xing Wuyang smirked. Although he recognized that choosing the elder of the Xing family was the wisest decision, he had already taken the Grim Dragon Saint as his master. Moreover, the Grim Dragon Saint had once defeated his opponent while still at the 12th tier, suggesting a strength that was equally formidable. Just as Xing Wuyang contemplated declining the three's offer to take him as a disciple, a figure cloaked in black suddenly materialized in front of Bai Kaiser. Bai Kaiser, prepare to meet your end. The black-clad figure struck down upon Bai Kaiser, catching everyone off guard, as none anticipated an assassination attempt amidst so many powerful individuals. Bai Kaiser's expression darkened, and he retaliated with a palm strike of his own, managing to strike the assailant first and sending him flying 10 meters away. The black figure spat out a mouthful of blood and subsequently removed the cloak, revealing his true identity. Bai Kaiser stared in disbelief, murmuring, Brother, have you finally returned? How is it that you are my master? Xing Wuyang quickly supported the injured Grim Dragon Saint. The Grim Dragon Saint waved his hand at Xing Wuyang, signaling that he was unharmed, and then turned to Bai Kaiser, saying, Brother, you have endured much alone over these years. You have indeed succeeded in advancing to the rank of the Divine Rider. It seems I am truly unfit for the position of sovereign. How is Shirley? Bai Kaiser, trembling at the sight of his long-lost brother, replied, All is well, all is well. The family is thriving, except for your absence. After a moment of silence, Bai Kaiser solemnly continued, Do you realize how deeply you wounded Shirley when you defeated and gravely injured me, only to leave without a word, provoking her ire? Upon hearing these words, Xing Wuyang felt a sudden jolt within, sensing that there lay an undisclosed truth behind them. Shirley must be Sophia's mother, the very woman whom both White Caesar and the Dark Dragon Sage have cherished. The Dark Dragon Sage lamented, Regardless, Shirley ultimately chose you, not me. White Caesar, bowing his head in a somber manner, replied, No, elder brother, you are mistaken. In truth, Shirley has always loved you. The reason for her anger back then was solely due to your indiscriminate actions. You injured me simply because I harbored feelings for Shirley. Her ire stemmed from the narrow-mindedness of a kingdom's ruler. Yet, what significance does this discussion hold now, considering you have a daughter? In reality, Sophia is not my biological daughter. She is your flesh and blood, elder brother. With reddened eyes, White Caesar spoke to the Dark Dragon Sage. The Dark Dragon Sage widened his eyes in disbelief and urgently inquired, What did you say? Please repeat that. I say, Sophia is not my biological child, but your own, elder brother. Over the years, I have ascended to the throne while Shirley became queen, merely to provide a home for Sophia. We have both awaited the return of her true father. No, this cannot be true. Father, this cannot be. How could I possibly not be your daughter? In the throng, Sophia, her face streaked with tears, rushed into White Caesar's embrace. Unable to bear the weight of this unforeseen revelation, she could hardly comprehend that this uncle, who had wandered far and occasionally returned bearing gifts, was indeed her biological father. The Dark Dragon Sage, in a state of bewilderment, exclaimed, This is impossible. What of the deceased prince? Moreover, Shirley must have been pregnant before I departed. How can Sophia be of such an age now? White Caesar clarified, The prince was one we adopted for the sake of appearances. After all, the Holy Martial Kingdom requires an heir. As for Sophia's late arrival, it is due to her inheriting the royal bloodline. If you doubt it, place your hand upon her forehead and witness the bloodline response. The Dark Dragon Sage, trembling, gently pressed his accustomed right hand upon the tear-streaked forehead of Sophia. Indeed, a visible pulse of bloodline energy manifested, confirming that Sophia was the Dark Dragon Sage's biological daughter. My daughter, my dear daughter, I have wronged you. The Dark Dragon Sage knelt, tears streaming down his face, lost in the tumult of emotions, uncertain of what to articulate next. Chapter 85. Beginning as an alchemist, this day was destined to be extraordinary, particularly for Princess Sophia, who found it utterly incomprehensible that the king who had raised her was not her biological father. The dark dragon sage, alongside White Caesar, engaged in a quiet conversation, seemingly wishing to shield their words from outsiders, thus employing a soundproofing spell. Meanwhile, the elder ancestor of the Xing family grasped Xing Wuyang's arm and inquired, "Have you truly recognized the dark dragon sage as your master?" Xing Wuyang nodded and replied, "Indeed, elder, I now have a master, and therefore cannot remain your disciple." To the surprise of all, the esteemed ancestor of the Xing family felt not the slightest regret. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter and declared, "Excellent! You have chosen to take the revered Minglong sage as your master, and what a splendid choice it is. His martial vein, the ghost jiao, is nearly akin to that of a true dragon, making him exceptionally suited to mentor you in your own draconic martial vein. I was quite troubled, you see, for although you hail from the Xing family, your martial vein does not align with the celestial constellations, leaving me at a loss as to how I might instruct you. But now, this is fortuitous. To be frank, the Minglong sage possesses slightly greater prowess than I." Upon hearing these words, Xing Wuyang chuckled, taken aback by the ancestor's unexpected remarks. Indeed, his draconic vein did seem to forge a connection with the Minglong sage. One by one, the other formidable experts received their disciples and departed with their respective protégés. It had been previously stated before the grand competition of the Outer Academy that the champions who emerged victorious would earn the right to become the chosen disciples of these illustrious masters, who would then take them away for a year of rigorous training before returning to the academy. After a brief interval, Bai Kaiza and the Minglong sage reached an agreement. The sage, silent and contemplative, walked past Sophia and approached Xing Wuyang, saying, "Disciple, it is time for us to embark on our journey." Xing Wuyang inquired, "Master, do you not wish to speak with Sophia any further?" The Minglong sage offered a bittersweet smile as he gazed at Sophia, who was left bewildered upon learning the truth, unsure of what words to offer. Furthermore, the matter that Bai Kaiza had discussed with the sage was rooted in the fact that due to Sherry's prolonged pregnancy of over 20 years, Sophia was born with a frail constitution, necessitating the consumption of the so-called 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds flower to survive. Otherwise, her future was fraught with peril. Upon learning this, the Minglong sage's heart, already a tumultuous blend of emotions, was further burdened with worry for his daughter. He resolved to dedicate a year to enhancing Xing Wuyang's strength, after which he would embark on a quest to seek the precious flower. Thus, the Minglong sage replied softly, "No need for that. Let us depart." As he spoke, the Minglong sage summoned his martial vein, manifesting it into reality, and a magnificent, vibrant ghost jiao, towering like a dragon, appeared before Xing Wuyang. Xing Wuyang gasped, recognizing the ghost jiao before him as a manifestation of martial veins, a feat only achievable by those of the 12th rank. "Come aboard," beckoned the Minglong sage, seated atop the ghost jiao. With excitement, Xing Wuyang mounted the ghost jiao, while Ziviel cautioned him, "Be careful on your journey. We shall meet again in a year. I too shall strive to cultivate diligently, so as not to be left too far behind. Do not forget, I possess a sacred vein as well. Yes, indeed. Until we meet again in a year." No sooner had Xing Wuyang finished speaking than a thunderous roar echoed, and the ghost jiao took flight, soaring into the boundless sky. "Disciple, our destination is the endless sea of the Solace continent, at a small town nearby, where I once lived in obscurity. Once we arrive, you must not reveal my identity as the Minglong sage. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Thus, the two embarked upon the corporeal ghost jiao, traversing mountains and valleys, ultimately arriving at the border between the Holy Martial Kingdom and the Bastorm Kingdom. There exists a certain locale near the endless sea, where one can dwell by the shore, known as Xinghai Town. The sage of the Dark Dragon instructed the ghost crocodile to remain not far from Xinghai Town, for a direct approach would undoubtedly attract undue attention. This region is characterized by rugged mountains and desolate terrain, where even third-tier powerhouses are seldom encountered, let alone 12th-tier ones. The sage of the Dark Dragon advised Xing Wuyang to refer to him simply as Ming Lao, rather than by his title. Subsequently, the two entered the quaint town, where, due to the daytime, the able-bodied villagers were engaged in agricultural labor in their fields. On the narrow paths of the town, one could observe several women gathered together, washing clothes, while modestly dressed children frolicked about. To avoid drawing attention, both the sage of the Dark Dragon and Xing Wuyang donned the attire of commoners. Before long, a man paused in his labor and approached them, perplexed, inquiring, "You are not locals, are you? What brings you here?" Just as Xing Wuyang was about to respond, the sage of the Dark Dragon interjected nonchalantly, "You are a child of the Wang family, known by the nickname Taiju. Are you not?" The man stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "How do you know my childhood name? No, wait, why do I find your gaze so familiar? You are." The man gazed incredulously at the sage of the Dark Dragon, tentatively asking, "Are you?" Ming Lao? The sage of the dark dragon nodded in affirmation. Good heavens, 20 years ago you were but an old man. How have you transformed into a middle-aged figure? The sage smiled gently, replying, do not forget, I am the finest doctor in town. A few elixirs of rejuvenation suffice to explain my current appearance. He refrained from revealing that this form was his true self, instead offering an explanation rooted in his identity as an alchemist. The simple village man, lacking any suspicion of the sage's words, cheerfully remarked, Ming Lao, you have finally returned. Look at my shoulder. It has become inflamed, and with no doctor in the town, I have not been able to seek treatment. Many here are eagerly anticipating your return to tend to their ailments. Ah, that is easily arranged. I shall head to my residence, which is also my apothecary, and make a few preparations before reopening. The sage replied, very well, I shall gather the townsfolk to visit you. By the way, who is this young lad? The man finally noticed Xing Wuyang beside the sage and curiously pointed at him. The sage of the dark dragon explained, oh, he is my newly accepted disciple, my apprentice in alchemy. Xing Wuyang found himself at a loss for words. When had he become an apprentice in alchemy? He had come here to enhance his abilities, after all. The sage then communicated through a secretive technique, disciple, to master my skills, you must first begin as an alchemist. Do not underestimate the profession of alchemy. Be prepared for hard work once we arrive at the shop. Xing Wuyang thought to himself that this was acceptable, for he needed to assist in the resurrection of the ice Kirin, which required him to concoct a 9-turn mysterious life pill. Thus, learning alchemy was indeed essential. Chapter 86. Imparting the art of alchemy, the sage of the dark dragon tidied up the apothecary, which would serve as his abode for the forthcoming year. With a gaze directed at Xing Wuyang, he remarked, disciple, the villagers predominantly suffer from musculoskeletal issues, likely resulting from prolonged labor. A single first-grade bone-nourishing pill will suffice. Now, I shall instruct you on the method to concoct this pill, so pay close attention. Xing Wuyang, looking utterly bewildered, inquired, shouldn't I memorize the medicinal ingredients before diving into alchemy? And it feels like, Master, are you asking me to heal them? The sacred one of the dark dragon chuckled, of course, you are to heal them. I will observe from the sidelines, and if any other ailments arise, I shall personally attend to them. Why lessons prioritize efficiency? It is not at all inappropriate for an alchemist to commence directly with the crafting of potions. Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang refrained from further queries. Subsequently, the sacred one of the dark dragon produced a pitch-black bronze cauldron and handed it to Xing Wuyang, along with several medicinal ingredients he placed upon the table. This cauldron has accompanied me on my alchemical journey for many years. I entrust it to you today. Its name is Black Qilin, and only alchemists possessing dragon-like martial veins can refine it. Try dripping a drop of your blood upon it. Without hesitation, Xing Wuyang let a drop of blood fall onto the cauldron named Black Qilin, and an astonishing phenomenon occurred. It was as if the cauldron established a bloodline connection with him. With just a thought, he could ignite the cauldron autonomously. Indeed, Xing Wuyang successfully refined the Black Qilin cauldron, prompting a satisfied nod from the sacred one of the dark dragon, who then instructed, from this point onward, you need only follow my directions. After a brief pause, he continued, first, lift the lid of the cauldron and place the bruised grass and 5-leaf lotus inside the Black Qilin cauldron for initial refinement. Regulate your internal energy to incite the cauldron's self-ignition. Remember, the flame should be small, but not too small. If the flame is too weak, it will not refine the ingredients, and if it is too strong, it will harm the essence of the herbs. This step is merely to eliminate impurities and retain the most refined essence of the materials. Listening attentively, Xing Wuyang sequentially added the ingredients into the Black Qilin cauldron and then channeled his internal energy to ignite a black flame, commencing the refinement process. This cluster of black flames represented the precious Qilin fire, indicative of the cauldron's exceptional quality. The sacred one of the dark dragon nodded in approval, observing Xing Wuyang's precise control over the flame with great satisfaction. It seemed his disciple was quite adept at manipulating internal energy. The sacred one then cautioned, do not rush. Maintain your composure and control your internal energy. If you exhaust it, the elixir cannot be produced. Now, add a stalk of blood, activating herb, and a portion of spirit liquid. You cannot visualize the interior of the cauldron, so you must rely on your spiritual perception to observe. This is a skill that cannot be taught. Continuing his guidance, the sacred one of the dark dragon encouraged, and Xing Wuyang, brimming with excitement, utilized his spiritual sense to probe the interior of the cauldron, discovering that the various herbs were merging, seemingly on the verge of forming a pill. Under the continued tutelage of the sacred one, Xing Wuyang gradually became more adept at the process. The sacred one couldn't help but express his admiration, exclaiming in astonishment at Xing Wuyang's remarkable alchemical prowess. It was unexpected that his disciple possessed such high innate talent for cultivation, as well as for pill crafting. Perhaps he truly could ascend to the legendary status of a sacred-grade alchemist. It is worth noting that the Sacred One himself had only achieved the rank of a mortal-grade alchemist. Within the apothecary, as Xing Wuyang incessantly urged the Qilin fire to refine the medicinal materials, the temperature of the entire room rose considerably, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. After the passage of an hour, Xing Wuyang sensed that the sea of consciousness within his mind was rapidly depleting. Indeed, the concoction of elixirs proved to be an exceedingly exhausting endeavor for one's mental faculties. At this moment, having merely transformed all the ingredients into spiritual liquid, he felt himself on the brink of collapse. It was time for a brief respite. Just as Xing Wuyang contemplated informing the Sacred One of the Dark Dragon that he could no longer endure, the Sacred One's voice resonated in his ear. Subsequently, Xing Wuyang ceased the refinement of the materials and, seeking tranquility, began to meditate in order to restore his spiritual strength. Suddenly, the third eye within his brow, with an eerie brilliance, opened wide. The primal energies of the universe were swiftly drawn into his sea of consciousness, replenishing his mental power. This replenishment not only rapidly restored his vigor, but also granted a slight enhancement. The Sacred One, well versed in lore, instantly recognized the origin of this eye, believed to be the demon eye of the Celestial, capable of slaying without a trace. He had not anticipated that Xing Wuyang had cultivated such a sinister artifact. Contemplating further, the Sacred One surmised that, given Xing Wuyang's character, he would not misuse the demon eye. It would likely serve merely as a means of self-preservation, especially since he had refrained from using it during his contest with Bai Feng, a testament to his virtuous nature. With this thought, the Sacred One felt at ease. After all, the malevolent techniques themselves were not inherently flawed. It was the misuse by individuals that was the true error. Observing that Xing Wuyang had restored his spiritual strength, the Sacred One spoke softly. Once you have gathered your focus, we shall proceed. Understood, Xing Wuyang replied, interlocking his fingers, the joints of his bones cracking crisply as he shook his head and once more grasped the black Qilin bronze cauldron. With deliberate calmness, he channeled a robust internal force into the cauldron, which immediately ignited with roaring black flames anew. Your task now is to merge these medicinal energies into an elixir. At this juncture, you must not rest. If you do, the elixir will be ruined, the Sacred One reminded him, standing beside Xing Wuyang. Drawing a deep breath, Xing Wuyang commenced the fusion of the refined spiritual liquids using his internal energy. Under the control of the Qilin fire, the liquids began to meld together gently. Maintain control. This step is the most arduous. Some of the medicinal materials exhibit mutual resistance. A single misstep could obliterate the entire concoction. Xing Wuyang could not afford to be careless. Though it was his first attempt at alchemy and he felt somewhat flustered, he managed to navigate the process adequately. Another hour passed, and subtle changes began to manifest within the black Qilin bronze cauldron. A rich aroma of elixir wafted forth from within, enveloping Xing Wuyang in a sense of tranquility. Clang. The lid of the cauldron opened, and as the potent fragrance of the elixir permeated the air, several thumb-sized pills emerged, encased in a swirling mass of black Qilin fire. Hastily, Xing Wuyang seized a jade vial, using his internal power to draw the elixirs into the vessel. The Sacred One of the Dark Dragon nodded in satisfaction, astonished that Xing Wuyang succeeded in his first attempt at alchemy, a feat that far surpassed his own innate talent from years past. Chapter 87. The Vitality of Life and the 9-Turn Dark Dragon Technique. With the establishment of the Dark Dragon's apothecary, townsfolk came and went in a constant stream, elated to hear that the town's former miraculous healer had returned, bringing hope for their ailments. Xing Wuyang was busy distributing first-grade medicinal pills, the bone-nourishing elixir, when suddenly, a patient was brought in on a stretcher. Upon closer inspection, Xing Wuyang discerned that the patient's condition did not stem from the usual labor-related injuries. His eyelids were dark, indicating possible poisoning. The Sacred One of the Dark Dragon noticed this as well and promptly instructed Xing Wuyang to step aside, taking charge of the examination himself. After feeling the patient's pulse, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "You must have been bitten by something in the endless sea, am I correct?" The patient, pale and weak, looked up at the Sacred One and pleaded, "Please, save me." The Sacred One replied gravely, "Although the creatures of the endless sea possess bizarre and potent toxins beyond my ability to counteract, I can still save you. Disciple, come here." "Understood," Xing Wuyang responded, stepping forward and extending his arm. "Very well. What are you doing?" As Xing Wuyang reached out, the Sacred One swiftly drew a blade and made a small incision on Xing Wuyang's arm, causing blood to flow freely to everyone's astonishment. The blood that streamed forth was a brilliant golden hue, imbued with a rich vitality. Those nearby, upon catching a whiff of this life essence, felt their complexions brighten. "What is this?" Before Xing Wuyang could process the situation, The Sacred One hastily procured a bowl and collected the golden blood. He then urged the patient to drink from the bowl, and a miracle ensued. The patient immediately regained vitality. His pallor replaced with a healthy flush. He rose from the stretcher, invigorated and livelied. A miraculous healer, indeed. Indeed, he can neutralize the toxins of the endless sea. It is nothing short of divine skill. Ha ha, from now on, I shall come to this apothecary for treatment, no longer needing to travel 100 kilometers to the city for care. The townsfolk buzzed with excitement, marveling at the Sacred One's profound abilities, none pondering why Xing Wuyang's blood was golden or how it could counteract poison. Xing Wuyang himself found this curious, yet now was not the time for inquiries. After tending to the patient's needs, he bandaged his own arm and resumed distributing medicinal pills to the townspeople. As evening approached, he finally addressed the long-standing injuries that had plagued the villagers at that moment, while assisting the Sacred One in organizing the apothecary. Preparing to close for the day, the Sacred One approached with a slight smile and remarked, "Would you like to know why your blood is golden? Why it possesses the power to heal?" Xing Wuyang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Yes, why is that?" The Sacred One of the Dark Dragon proclaimed, "You have forgotten that during your battle with Baifeng, you awakened the power of the Seven Aperture's exquisite heart, imbuing your bloodline with a potent life force. You have become impervious to poisons and are, in essence, a living embodiment of the finest medicinal material in existence." Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang nearly dropped the medicine in his hand, bewildered by the notion that he could be considered a medicinal ingredient. Could it be that he was now suitable for alchemical refinement? The Sacred One of the Dark Dragon continued with grave seriousness. "The villagers here possess pure hearts and will not covet the treasures contained within your blood. However, those beyond this realm may not be so innocent. Remember, never disclose the secret of your blood to others." After a brief pause, he elaborated, "I possess a technique that requires an abundance of life energy to master, known as the 9 transformations of the Dark Dragon. It necessitates the cultivation of 99 cycles, culminating in the unity of all. This technique belongs to the celestial tier. While your star battle body emphasizes physical training, the Dark Dragon technique enhances your inner strength. What say you? Do you wish to learn?" Upon reflection, Xing Wuyang realized that his star battle body was indeed an external martial art, and he lacked an inner strength cultivation method. Thus, he promptly replied, "I humbly request your guidance, Master." "Ah, splendid." The Sacred One of the Dark Dragon seated himself cross-legged and gestured for Xing Wuyang to do the same. Closing his eyes, he instructed, "Bear in mind that the Dark Dragon technique involves extracting one's life force to transform and elevate one's inner strength. This practice is fraught with danger, as it requires converting your life energy into inner strength. Should this process falter, or if your life force proves insufficient, it could lead to rapid aging or even death. Are you prepared? Let us join hands." With determination, Xing Wuyang thought to himself that one could not grow stronger without facing peril and embracing greater challenges. Without hesitation, he clasped hands with the Sacred One of the Dark Dragon, both seated in meditation. The instant their hands met, a warm current surged through Xing Wuyang's entire being. The Sacred One intoned solemnly, "Remember, the warmth lingers at specific points throughout your body. These are the acupoints for storing inner strength and the pathways for utilizing the Dark Dragon technique." Xing Wuyang remained vigilant, diligently absorbing and memorizing the intricacies of the Dark Dragon technique. Though it was complex and enigmatic, he persevered in committing the pathways of the technique to memory. Satisfied that Xing Wuyang was adequately prepared, the Sacred One recognized that while he could introduce his disciple to the path, the journey of cultivation lay with the individual. Thus, he withdrew his energy and stood, leaving Xing Wuyang to continue his practice of the Dark Dragon technique in solitude. Recognizing the lengthy duration required for cultivating the Dark Dragon technique, the Sacred One decided to transport Xing Wuyang into his own refined miniature realm. Every 12th tier adept possesses such a personal domain, which proves exceedingly convenient. They no longer require spatial storage rings. Within the Sacred One's miniature realm, Xing Wuyang tirelessly repeated the intricate pathways of the Dark Dragon technique, immersing himself in its profound practice. Soon, the first transformation of the 9 turns of the Underworld Dragon technique commenced, requiring the extraction of one's life force. This process was excruciating. Should any issues arise with the life force, it could spell disaster. Fortunately, Xing Wuyang activated the 7 Aperture's Linglong Heart, resulting in an immensely potent life force. Thus, the first transformation was remarkably effortless, devoid of significant pain. Time swiftly passed, and after 9 days of arduous cultivation within the small world of the Underworld Dragon Sage, Xing Wuyang's internal energy took on a golden hue, a most extraordinary phenomenon, significantly enhancing the quality of his life force. At last, a pivotal moment arrived. The Underworld Dragon technique approached a critical juncture, on the verge of truly breaking through from the first to the second transformation. The underworld dragon sage observed Xing Wuyang's performance with keen interest, expressing incessant admiration. It was unexpected that Xing Wuyang possessed such formidable talent for cultivation. Typically, practitioners of the first transformation face the risk of their life force collapsing. Yet, Xing Wuyang's life characteristics were not only remarkably stable but also exceedingly vibrant, a testament to the influence of the Seven Apertures Linglong Heart. Chapter 88. Breaking the Cocoon and Rebirth. Xing Wuyang's cultivation of the Underworld Dragon technique continued in the Underworld Dragon Sage's small world for a total of 81 days. On the final day, a verdant life force enveloped Xing Wuyang, transforming him into a cocoon. The Underworld Dragon Sage, in the external realm, infiltrated the small world with his spiritual essence, watching in boundless excitement as Xing Wuyang became encased. It had truly succeeded. The moment of rebirth from the cocoon signified the successful cultivation of the Underworld Dragon technique. After a while, the cocoon began to exhibit signs of restlessness, subtly hinting at the impending rupture. The Underworld Dragon Sage watched this scene with bated breath, fully aware that the moment of breaking free would unleash the heavenly thunder, the so-called heavenly punishment. Such punishment was typically encountered when ascending from the 12th to the 13th tier. Yet Xing Wuyang was merely a 4th-tier knight facing this tribulation. This underscored the extraordinary nature of the 9 turns of the Underworld Dragon technique, inciting the jealousy of the heavens. This was precisely why the Underworld Dragon Sage had transferred Xing Wuyang to the small world. Enduring the tribulation in this remote town might attract unwanted attention and trouble. Although relocating to the small world would not diminish the power of the heavenly punishment, it would at least provide some concealment. Furthermore, should Xing Wuyang falter against the heavenly thunder, the Underworld Dragon Sage could manipulate his small world to terminate the tribulation. Soon, a pale golden light pierced through the verdant cocoon. It was emerging. It was emerging. The Underworld Dragon Sage watched in exhilaration. As Xing Wuyang prepared to break free from the cocoon, the sky of the small world became ominously overcast, as though a violent storm of thunder and lightning was imminent. The Underworld Dragon Sage, startled by the dark clouds, muttered to himself, "What a lad! The tribulation he has drawn is even more formidable than my own. I wonder if he can withstand it." Boom! Before the cocoon was fully shattered by the golden light, a bolt of lightning struck down upon it, instantly engulfing the green cocoon in a blaze of electric energy. Bang! It seemed as though a potent force within the cocoon was resisting the impact of the lightning, sending shockwaves throughout the entire small world. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, a manifestation of Xing Wuyang's innate bloodline talent, the dragon's howl sonic wave technique. Even the thunder and lightning must yield, contorting in submission to the fury of the dragon. Subsequently, a majestic golden dragon and a resplendent phoenix shattered the tempest, breaking free from their cocoon, accompanied by a golden silhouette. The dragon and phoenix danced in the air, swirling around the vibrant, life-infused golden figure, shielding it from the relentless onslaught of thunderous roars and flashes of lightning. Each strike of lightning, akin to paper, was effortlessly shredded into fragments by the claws of the phoenix and dragon, rendered utterly ineffective. Soon, the radiance of the golden figure became more subdued, revealing a reborn Xing Wuyang, resplendent in the half-light. A mighty dragon's roar and a melodious phoenix's cry reverberated through the surroundings, lingering in the air, compelling even the dark clouds above to disperse. The Ming Long Sage, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished, murmuring, "How can this be? When I endured the heavenly thunder, it was a harrowing ordeal. Nothing like this eased it. Seems the benefits of the holy pulse are indeed substantial." As the dark clouds dissipated, the dragon and phoenix vanished, and Xing Wuyang plummeted from the sky in an instant. The Ming Long Sage seized Xing Wuyang, pulling him from the small world back into the realm of reality. The reborn Xing Wuyang, exhausted, gazed at the Ming Long Sage and inquired, "Have I successfully cultivated the 9 turns Ming Long technique?" The Ming Long Sage nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you have. Now, take a moment to rest. Shortly, I will impart sword techniques to you." Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang fell silent, settling into a cross-legged position to regulate his breath, and soon, he had fully regained his strength. The Ming Long Sage spoke solemnly, "My expertise lies in sword and palm techniques. Let me teach you now." With that, he produced a dark iron sword and handed it to Xing Wuyang, saying, "Strike me with all your might." Xing Wuyang hesitated, "But I do not know sword techniques." The Ming Long Sage replied coolly, "Enough with the excuses. Make your move." "Very well, master. Do take care," Xing Wuyang exclaimed as he beheld the Ming Long Sage slowly raising the dark iron sword. To his astonishment, he found the Ming Long Sage standing before him like an immovable mountain, devoid of any flaw. Despite his lack of proficiency in swordplay, Xing Wuyang gritted his teeth, channeling his inner strength into the dark iron sword. Instantly, his aura surged, and with a simple downward slash, he aimed at the Ming Long sage. However, as the sword approached within a foot of the Ming Long sage's head, Xing Wuyang suddenly felt an insurmountable force halting his strike. The dark iron sword was firmly obstructed by the life force cultivated by the Ming Long sage. Astonishingly manifesting as a protective barrier against his attack, a flash of green light erupted, followed by a thunderous crash, as the inner strength coalesced in Xing Wuyang's sword was completely dispersed, sending both him and the sword reeling back several steps. Incredible. Xing Wuyang finally comprehended the vast chasm separating him from true mastery. With just a single thought, he could be swiftly vanquished. The Ming Long sage remarked nonchalantly, "This is merely a technique from the Ming Long sword artis this swordplay? Indeed. But this is merely a barrier formed from inner strength. Haha, do you know how this barrier is created?" Xing Wuyang pondered for a moment, still perplexed, and asked, "Indeed. How can inner strength take on a tangible form? It is truly strange." The sacred one of the dark dragon replied, "In truth, this phenomenon can only be achieved with life energy. Moreover, the forms of the dark dragon sword technique are countless. There exists no shape that cannot be conceived. Only those you have yet to imagine observe." The sacred one extended his right hand, and a vibrant green light shimmered from his palm, as a crystalline green energy emanated forth. This energy surged continuously, ultimately coalescing in the sacred one's hand into a resplendent green sword. Xing Wuyang, astonished, exclaimed, "Master, do you also wield magic? How can you conjure an energy sword without incantation?" The sacred one chuckled softly, "Indeed, this is an energy sword, but it is formed from inner strength rather than magic. Its might is comparable to a direct assault on an adversary using your inner power." After a brief pause, the sacred one continued, "This sword is inextricably linked to its master as well. As your prowess deepens, you will be able to alter its form at will, transforming it into an unpredictable weapon. For instance, observe." Before Xing Wuyang's eyes, the green sword in the sacred one's hand began to morph. It shifted into a green shield, then into a long green spear, an astonishing spectacle that left Xing Wuyang in awe. Eagerly, he implored, "Please teach me this technique. I wish to learn." The sacred one responded, "Very well, I shall instruct you. Tomorrow, we shall train by the shores of the endless sea." Chapter 89. The rising storm. Early the next morning, Xing Wuyang and the sacred one of the dark dragon arrived at the coastline of the endless sea. Xing Wuyang had heard whispers of the endless sea during his time at the academy. It was said that its waters were exceedingly heavy, preventing humans from swimming for long durations. Additionally, the sea was home to numerous bizarre creatures, some capable of tearing apart beings of tier 10 and above. Xing Wuyang could not fathom why the sacred one had brought him to such a perilous shore. The sacred one silently approached the water's edge and materialized a green sword in his hand, stating calmly, "Watch closely." Suddenly, a wave surged towards the sacred one, the weight of the water lending it tremendous force. The sacred one bellowed, "Part," and the sharp sword crafted from inner strength effortlessly sliced through the approaching wave. Retrieving the green sword, the sacred one approached Xing Wuyang and said, "The key to any form created from inner strength is to ensure it is solid and powerful. The waves of the endless sea are perfectly suited to hone the solidity of your dark dragon sword technique. Now, attempt to conjure a solid weapon using your life energy." "All right," Xing Wuyang replied. He concentrated intensely, releasing green life energy into his palm. However, the process of forming it took considerable time, and he ended up creating a stick of uneven thickness. The sacred one smiled and remarked, "That is already commendable. To successfully form a stick on your first attempt at channeling life energy is quite impressive. Now, go practice with the waves, but exercise caution and do not venture into the water." Thus, armed with the stick forged from life energy, Xing Wuyang began to strike at the waves. Initially, he was knocked back several times, being sent flying along with his stick by the force of the waves. Eventually, with time, I gradually acclimated. My impulsive leaps became less frequent. Although I could not slice through the waves like the sage of the dark dragon, at the very least, repelling them posed no challenge. Observing the staff in Xing Wuyang's hands becoming increasingly refined, the sage of the dark dragon nodded and departed, leaving Xing Wuyang to practice alone. This relentless training continued for an indeterminate duration until Xing Wuyang sensed an unusual disturbance in the air, accompanied by a subtle agitation in both his dragon and phoenix dual sacred veins, instilling a sense of unease within him. Meanwhile, within the apothecary, the sage of the dark dragon, who was engaged in alchemical pursuits, also sensed that something was amiss and gazed skyward. Typically, at this hour, the sun would be ascending high in the sky. However, today it was shrouded in darkness, large clouds obscuring the sunlight, casting the earth into a peculiar gloom. A chilling wind swept through, prompting even such a formidable being as the sage to shiver involuntarily. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, "What is happening today? Why is the sky so dark?" At that moment, the initially gray-black clouds began to transform into a deep red. Suddenly, the blood-red clouds gradually dissipated, revealing the sun at its zenith, though its once resplendent golden hue had morphed into an eerie bloodlight, staining the land in crimson. The sage of the dark dragon regarded this celestial phenomenon with grave concern, realizing that it surely heralded some ominous portent. Within the ancient fortress of the demon clan, the demon god screeched with urgency, "This is dire. The blood sun is upon us. The seal of the demon ancestor is about to weaken. This is catastrophic. If I had the Fong Tian war halberd, I might barely maintain the seal. Someone, quickly investigate if anything has escaped through the cracks of the seal." The more the demon god pondered, the angrier he became. Were it not for his so-called grandson handing over the divine artifact to Baikaiza, such calamities would not have arisen. It is imperative to remember that the demon ancestor sealed the interlopers in the royal city of the demon clan. Should the seal be broken, the demon clan would be the first to suffer. Blood would surely flow like rivers among the demon offspring, a sight the demon god wished to avoid. Thus, he desired the Fong Tian war halberd to fortify the seal, but to his astonishment, it was taken by Xing Wuyang, his own grandson, and given to Baikaiza. Realizing that Xing Wuyang had completely inherited the bloodline of the demon ancestor, he now stood with humanity. This impending disaster for the demon clan must be eradicated. Summon the withered wood demon saint. I must see him. The demon god's eyes gleamed with a frenzied ferocity, intent on dispatching a demon saint to eliminate Xing Wuyang. On the other side, in the Batam kingdom, within the imperial city, the beast god, the ruler of the land, gazed at the blood sun in the sky, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he mused, "It seems my second brother has emerged. The seal is weakening by the moment. If we can devise a way to breach the national spirit of either the Dwarven Kingdom, the Elven Kingdom, or the Night Kingdom, we can further diminish the power of the seal." At that moment, a figure brimming with malevolence suddenly descended upon the imperial city of the Batam Kingdom. Indeed, it was true what they said. When Cao Cao is mentioned, he appears without delay. My second brother has arrived swiftly. The beast god soared into the sky with excitement, facing the figure with his arms crossed behind his back. "Second brother, you have finally broken through the seal. Splendid. As long as we unite our strengths, even that demon god will be no match for us." The figure spoke. "It is still premature to jointly assault one of the three kingdoms, for the three realms are interconnected like branches of the same tree. Mere reliance on the two of us is insufficient to breach their defenses. We must first leverage the power of the demon race's demon god." Pausing momentarily, the figure continued, "Moreover, the prophesied child is not dead, as stated by our master." "What? How can that be?" exclaimed the other. "I had dispatched several experts to slay the sacred beast king, the Ice Kirin, along with the prophesied child cradled in its embrace. Did you truly witness his corpse?" "Well, not exactly." The figure sighed and remarked, "Alas, our master believes it is quite possible that the Kirin did not perish entirely and still retains a flicker of life, which it may have used to resurrect the prophesied child through secret arts." The beast god furrowed his brow and said, "Then where is the prophesied child hiding now? I shall personally go and eliminate him." "Do you recall the recent rise to fame of the dual elemental prodigy from the sacred martial kingdom?" The beast god's eyes flickered with interest. "You mean Xing Wuyang?" "Precisely." The beast god frowned and said, "It seems we must eliminate him before the demon god discovers that Xing Wuyang is the prophesied child." On the shores of the endless sea, Xing Wuyang sensed an anomaly in the celestial phenomena, and the waves of the endless sea grew increasingly ferocious. Realizing that this was not an opportune moment to practice the dark dragon sword technique, he prepared to return to the apothecary and set aside his training. Just then, a series of desperate cries reached his ears. "Help! Help!" Xing Wuyang's expression sharpened. At this moment, who else could be by the sea? He had not noticed anyone else while practicing the dark dragon sword technique. The voice was unmistakably that of a child in distress. Chapter 90. Rescuing the golden monster fish. Following the sound, Xing Wuyang discovered a golden monster fish with a single horn, calling out for help. He couldn't help but think, this situation is indeed peculiar. First, the sudden appearance of the blood sun, and now this golden monster fish emitting a child's voice. Observing that the golden monster fish's horn was likely trapped in a rock due to the crashing waves, Xing Wuyang condensed his life force into a green staff, preparing to shatter the rock and free the creature. However, just then, the waves grew more violent, and a massive surge threatened to engulf the golden monster fish. "This is bad. I must not allow the waves to strike the golden monster fish, or it will be torn asunder." Without a moment's hesitation, Xing Wuyang positioned himself in front of the impending wave. With a crash, the wave struck him fully. Fortunately, the demon race's natural resilience allowed him to withstand the blow, though he suffered greatly, coughing up blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he saw another wave approaching, and time was of the essence. He had to rescue the golden monster fish quickly. With determination, he swung the green staff, forged from his formidable inner strength, and struck the rock with all his might, shattering it into fragments in a moment of peril. The golden monster fish extricated its horn from the reef and swiftly swam beyond the tumultuous waves of the endless sea. However, Xing Wuyang was not as fortunate. Caught unawares, he was struck by the waves for the second time. Feeling as though his bones were shattering, his body weakened, and darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Disciple, disciple. The sacred dragon of the underworld anxiously searched along the shore for any trace of Xing Wuyang. Yet his efforts yielded no results. Then he discovered a reef shattered by life force and, utilizing his divination skills, he assessed the situation, drawing in a sharp breath as he realized that Xing Wuyang had indeed been swept away by the waves. It is worth noting that this was the endless sea, where even he, as a 12th-tier powerhouse and the foremost among the knights of the sacred martial kingdom, would find it exceedingly challenging to venture. Nevertheless, with Xing Wuyang's life hanging in the balance, the sacred dragon of the underworld resolved to take the risk. First, he activated the 9 turns of the underworld dragon technique, encasing his life force around his body. And then, with a splash, he plunged into the waves. With remarkable prowess, the sacred dragon of the underworld propelled himself off the crests of the waves, discerning the right direction, and thus, he dived deeper into the infinite sea. The 9 turns of the underworld dragon continuously circulating within him. A fleeting moment, the shoreline faded from view. His relentless leaps upon the wave crests were immensely taxing on his life force. And had it not been for the regenerative nature of the 9 turns of the underworld dragon, he would not have been able to endure for long. In the vastness of the endless sea, locating a single individual proved exceedingly arduous. The sacred dragon's life force waned, yet he still could not catch sight of Xing Wuyang. Suddenly, a golden monster fish surfaced, darting about erratically, seemingly conveying a message to the sacred dragon of the underworld before swimming off in a particular direction. A spark of hope ignited within him as he resolutely followed the fish, ultimately spotting Xing Wuyang adrift upon the water's surface. A surge of elation awakened the sacred dragon's latent potential. He bellowed, unleashing a beam of green light toward the impending waves threatening to engulf Xing Wuyang. Dispersing the water with a forceful impact, with a swift motion, he grasped Xing Wuyang in his hand and concentrated the dwindling life force beneath his feet. Skimming over the towering waves like a dragonfly skimming water, finally returning to the shore. The golden monster fish followed closely, clutching an ancient white ring in its mouth, and spoke with human-like articulation. Place this ring upon the hand of your benefactor. It is known as the Celestial Ring and possesses miraculous healing properties. The sacred dragon of the underworld, taken aback by the fish's ability to speak, hurriedly accepted the ring and placed it on Xing Wuyang's finger. For the latter's condition was dire. His bones had been shattered by the waves, and he suffered severe internal injuries. Without prompt treatment, his life would be in jeopardy. Regrettably, the sacred dragon had no healing elixirs at hand, and thus, he had to rely on the celestial ring. Judging by the emanations from the ring, it appeared to be a celestial artifact. Moments later, the celestial ring indeed proved to be extraordinarily effective, as the fractured bones of Xing Wuyang began to mend themselves autonomously. Weary, he opened his eyes and murmured, "Am I dead?" "Huh? Master, what are you doing here?" The sacred one of the dark dragon pinched the thigh of Xing Wuyang and, with a slight smile, inquired, "Does it hurt?" "It does." "Wait, am I not dead?" "Master, did you save me?" The sacred one of the dark dragon shook his head and replied, "No, it was the golden monster fish that rescued you. Look at the ring on your hand." Only then did Xing Wuyang notice an ancient white ring adorning his right hand and, in confusion, asked, "Did that monster fish give this to me? What is it?" "It is an ethereal spiritual artifact, and a rare healing type at that. With it, you now possess an additional means of preserving your life. A healing type ethereal artifact. I sense a trace of stellar fluctuation emanating from it. Indeed, its name is the Star Ring. It seems you have a connection with your Xing family." Upon witnessing Xing Wuyang awaken, the golden monster fish chose not to linger and swam away into the distance. The sacred one of the dark dragons suddenly scrutinized Xing Wuyang from head to toe and remarked, How peculiar. Although you appear fatigued, I sense a slight enhancement in your bloodline power. Could it be that the pressure of the endless sea has awakened the latent potential within your bloodline? TSK, if that is the case, I believe I have a method that will allow you to break through to a 5th-tier knight." Upon hearing that there was a way to further elevate his cultivation, Xing Wuyang eagerly asked, "Master, What is this method? I am willing to give it a try. The Sacred One of the Dark Dragon replied solemnly, this method is somewhat painful. It involves submerging you in the endless sea and utilizing the ocean's pressure to hone your bloodline power. Your demon race is renowned for its physical strength, and this method will better unleash your potential. So, what do you say? Are you willing to try? Yes, I wish to try. Without sweat, how can one grow stronger? Haha, well said. The path of the strong is certainly fraught with challenges. We shall conduct the experiment tomorrow. Today, due to the Blood Sun's emergence, the waves of the endless sea have grown increasingly fierce, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. Come, let us return, Chimem. Be the way, master. I can't shake the feeling that something ominous is about to occur today with the Blood Sun's rise. This weather eludes my insight as well, but as long as our strength increases, we shall face any adversary that comes our way. What is there to fear? With that, the Sacred One of the Dark Dragon supported the still frail Xing Wuyang and walked towards the direction of the small town. Chapter 91. The Body of Dragon and Phoenix. As day turned to night, a new day dawned. This morning, Xing Wuyang was completely absorbed in the art of alchemy. Under the guidance of the Sacred One of the Dark Dragon, he had now reached the ability to concoct second-tier elixirs. However, the 9 turns profound life pill required by the Ice Kirin was a spirit-tier elixir, and Xing Wuyang still had a long journey of practice ahead of him to reach that level. Within the apothecary, Xing Wuyang utilized his unceasing life force to deftly control the roaring black Kirin fire, adjusting its intensity from fierce to gentle, each fluctuation perfectly calibrated. He constantly employed his mental power to observe the formation of the elixir within the black Kirin bronze cauldron. Not daring to let his guard down, Xing Wuyang had come to understand that alchemy was akin to an art form. The finished product was not merely an elixir but a masterpiece. For each tier of elixir possessed a certain degree of purity, and only those with the highest purity yielded the best results. As Xing Wuyang continuously added medicinal herbs, he ultimately achieved perfect control over the flames. With his hands swiftly forming intricate and mystical seals, strands of primordial energy from the heavens and the earth began to converge into the black Qilin copper cauldron. This unique alchemical technique, imparted personally by the venerable sage Ming Lao, harnessed the power of the cosmos to refine elixirs, rendering them remarkably pure. Soon, a rich and fragrant aroma of medicinal essence wafted from the cauldron, filling the entire apothecary. Sage Ming Long, observing the fragrant air, exclaimed in admiration, a second-tier elixir with a 9th-tier purity, already very close to the 10th tier, quite impressive. Xing Wuyang, using his inner strength, extracted the exceptionally heated elixir from the cauldron and placed it into a jade vial. Master, I have successfully refined it. Sage Ming Long nodded in satisfaction and remarked, that concludes today's alchemy lesson. Now, let us practice the Ming Long sword technique. Follow me to the seashore. Yes, master. Xing Wuyang accompanied Sage Ming Long once more to the shores of the endless sea. The tumultuous waves stirred by the ominous blood sun had gradually subsided, with only occasional surges lapping at the shore. Focusing intently, Xing Wuyang spread his palm and continuously released his life energy, ultimately managing to coalesce a somewhat ethereal green sword. Excellent, I can finally manifest the sword. It seems yesterday's efforts were not in vain. Holding the slightly intangible sword in his hand, Xing Wuyang swung it against the approaching waves. With each strike, he lost count of how many times he wielded the sword, but under the relentless onslaught of the waves, the sword, composed entirely of life energy, became increasingly refined. He realized that his mastery of the Ming Long sword technique was indeed advancing. The waves of the endless sea were proving to be beneficial for his training. Sage Ming Long assisted Xing Wuyang in counting his strikes, and it was only after the 99th strike that he called for a break. He then presented Xing Wuyang with a golden elixir, emanating a hint of celestial energy, clearly a potion of significant quality. Upon consuming the elixir, a warm sensation flowed into his abdomen, quickly radiating throughout his limbs, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. Xing Wuyang felt revitalized, the fatigue from his practice of the Ming Long sword technique dissipating entirely, and he sensed a slight enhancement of his strength. Sage Ming Long smiled gently and said, "This elixir was specially crafted for you. It will invigorate your bloodline and unlock your potential. You must take it after each daily practice of the Ming Long sword technique." After a brief pause, he continued, "Since you have regained your energy, let us commence today's special training." Master, what special training? Have you forgotten? It is the method I mentioned yesterday, designed to further awaken the power of your demonic bloodline. Oh, but how exactly will we accomplish that? Quite simply, you must leap into the endless sea. Xing Wuyang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Master, are you truly not jesting? This is the endless sea. Anyone below the 12th tier who jumps in will surely perish." The Sacred One of the Dark Dragon spoke in a deep voice. "Indeed, there exists a certain level of peril. However, I shall employ the dark dragon sword technique to conjure a rope woven from my life force, fastening it around your waist. Should I sense any misfortune befalling you, I will promptly pull you back up. At this moment, Xing Wuyang pondered another pressing concern: how he would manage to breathe in the vast ocean. Thus, he inquired, but how am I to maintain my breath beneath the sea? To his surprise, the sacred one of the dark dragon casually replied, it is not necessary to breathe. Do not forget the eternal nature of the 9 transformations of the dark dragon technique. Even those who cultivate the dark dragon technique can survive without inhaling for an entire day, as long as their life force flows ceaselessly. Xing Wuyang realized this possibility and began to adjust his breathing. Gradually mastering the art of holding his breath, he activated the 9 transformations of the dark dragon technique. He was astonished to discover that he could indeed exist without the need for breath. Very well, I have explained everything. Now you must ascend. Without waiting for Xing Wuyang to respond, the Sacred One executed a sweeping kick, propelling him into the depths of the endless sea. Simultaneously, the Sacred One summoned a rope from his life force, securing it around Xing Wuyang's waist, thus enabling him to sense Xing Wuyang's life signature at all times. Upon plunging into the endless sea, Xing Wuyang was finally confronted with the terrifying reality of the depths. The oppressive weight of the water bore down on him, rendering his limbs nearly immobile. Concurrently, excruciating pain coursed through his entire being, as the formidable pressure of the water squeezed the very essence of his bloodline. It was at this moment that the demonic lineage within him began to awaken in earnest. The surrounding water pressure inflicted upon him a torment akin to being torn asunder, while simultaneously, the demonic energy previously sealed by Xing Yaoyang shattered through 6 layers, beyond his capacity to retract. The demonic energy swirled around him, becoming increasingly refined under the relentless pressure of the sea. Soon, this energy began to infiltrate his internal organs, gradually transforming his corporeal form until he was enveloped by it entirely. In that instant, Xing Wuyang's immense dragon martial pulse was reactivated, as if he had returned to a primordial age. A cryptic inscription, imbued with the essence of ancient times, imprinted itself upon his mind. This was the body of the dragon and phoenix. At this juncture, Xing Wuyang awakened yet another martial lineage talent, one that was extraordinarily formidable. By harnessing the unleashed demonic energy to refine his physical form, he would attain the body of the dragon and phoenix, possessing the strength of a divine beast. Chapter 92. The arrival of the demon sage, the body of the dragon and phoenix. Xing Wuyang fervently contemplated the obscure legacy embedded in his mind, realizing that the cultivation of the body of the dragon and phoenix was exceedingly arduous. Yet, once mastered, even a being of 12th tier strength would find it exceedingly challenging to shatter his physical resilience, which was enhanced by his 4th tier cultivation. This meant that upon achieving the body of the dragon and phoenix, he would no longer fear being obliterated by adversaries he could not defeat, for only a 13th tier entity could extinguish his existence. How splendid! With the body of the dragon and phoenix, he would never again have to endure the harrowing experience he faced against Baifeng. Xing Wuyang's heart was filled with indescribable excitement, to the point that he even forgot the immense pressure of the ocean's depths weighing down upon him, causing his body to become slightly deformed. At this moment, the demonic energy, tempered by the endless sea, was becoming increasingly refined, while simultaneously, this very energy incessantly forged Xing Wuyang's internal organs and limbs, gradually sculpting his physique from within. This transformation was an exceptionally slow process. Meanwhile, the sage of the dark dragon, stationed on the shore, would have suspected that Xing Wuyang was on the verge of collapse due to the prolonged silence, had it not been for the lifeline he had tied around him, allowing him to sense the young man's condition. However, from the sensations transmitted through the tether, it was evident that the bloodline of the demon race within Xing Wuyang was being continually awakened, as a trace of demonic energy was surprisingly entwined within the rope. The sage of the dark dragon smiled gently and remarked, "It appears this young man's talent is indeed enviable. It seems he has awakened an extraordinary martial lineage." Time passed, though its measure was indeterminate, at long last. The demonic energy submerged in the endless sea had thoroughly tempered Xing Wuyang's physical form, causing his body to be adorned with golden scales without the need to invoke the transformation of the divine dragon. This phenomenon was particularly remarkable. The dragon phoenix physique had finally been successfully cultivated. In this state, Xing Wuyang was liberated from the torment of the ocean's relentless pressure, for his body strength now rivaled that of a 12th tier warrior. It seemed the oppressive force of the endless sea could no longer affect him, prompting the sage of the dark dragon to pull the rope sharply, drawing Xing Wuyang back to the shore. Upon reaching the land, Xing Wuyang greedily inhaled the fresh air, while the sage of the dark dragon was astonished to discover that each of Xing Wuyang's breaths resonated with the mighty roar of dragons and phoenixes. Sensing the aura of his bloodline, the sage could not help but exclaim, "Have you transcended to the 5th tier knight?" "No, not quite." Xing Wuyang shook his head, then added, "However, I have awakened a sacred martial lineage talent. The dragon phoenix physique that I believe that combined with the stellar battle body, my physical strength should indeed rival that of a 12th tier warrior." Upon hearing this, the sage of the dark dragon inhaled sharply in disbelief. What a jest! A mere 4th tier knight's physique can rival that of a 12th tier warrior. Keep in mind that 12th tier warriors have refined their bodies through the nurturing of a small world, granting them formidable strength. For Xing Wuyang to cultivate a physique that matches such prowess is truly a frightening martial lineage talent. The sage, incredulous, declared, "I cannot accept this. How about I test your resilience with a controlled strike, to see if the dragon phoenix physique truly possesses such remarkable properties?" Xing Wuyang chuckled lightly. "Go ahead, master. I welcome the challenge." "Very well, brace yourself," the sage replied, as he gently struck Xing Wuyang's chest with his right palm. Though it appeared to be an ordinary blow, it concealed immense power. The impact sent Xing Wuyang flying a considerable distance. Yet, he returned unfazed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as if nothing had occurred. The sacred one of the dark dragon was acutely aware of the extent of his power that he had just exerted, an impressive 70%. Though think that a mere 70% of the strength from a 12th tier warrior could only inflict light injuries upon Xing Wuyang was truly a testament to the terrifying resilience of the dragon and phoenix body. The sacred one presented Xing Wuyang with a healing elixir to tend to his minor wounds and remarked, "Although you have yet to break through to the 5th tier of knighthood, your gains have indeed been significant." Xing Wuyang clasped his fists in gratitude, responding, "I am indebted to Master S' teachings. Indeed, the hour grows late. Let us return," the sacred one replied. As they made their way toward the small town, they were suddenly taken aback upon entering. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive aura of death, accompanied by a chilling scent of blood carried by the wind. Exchanging glances that mirrored their mutual astonishment, both hastened their steps into the town and were confronted with a scene of irrevocable horror that Xing Wuyang would never forget. In the heart of the town, a once lively clearing now lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of over 500 men, women, and children from 100 households, their forms rigid and motionless, reduced to corpses. Blood flowed like a river, and the air was thick with the stench of decay, swarming flies adding to the nightmarish tableau. As Xing Wuyang stood in a state of bewilderment, contemplating whether any soul still survived, the sacred one's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly grasped Xing Wuyang's arm, his voice cold and commanding, "Whoever is responsible, step forward." A sinister voice echoed from the shadows of a nearby dwelling. Well, who would have thought that the renowned sacred one of the dark dragon would take our demon progeny as an apprentice? This complicates matters considerably." An elderly demon, wielding a gnarled wooden staff, emerged, his eyes glinting with malevolence as he faced the sacred one. "So, it is the withered wood demon saint," the sacred one intoned sternly. "If you seek us, then come forth. But why must you harm the innocent?" With that, the sacred one's gaze fell sorrowfully upon the blood-soaked bodies. The withered wood demon saint retorted, "Am I not the embodiment of evil in your eyes? Why should I spare the innocent?" Seizing the moment while the sacred one was still engulfed in grief, he unleashed a powerful blow imbued with dark energy aimed directly at Xing Wuyang, seemingly intent on claiming his life in a single strike. In response, Xing Wuyang countered with his own palm strike. Protected by the might of his dragon and phoenix body, he felt assured that, unless faced with a demon god, he had little to fear from others. Their palms clashed, and to the withered wood demon saint's astonishment, Xing Wuyang staggered back several paces, blood spurting forth. Yet, he remained alive, merely gravely injured. Such formidable resilience. The withered wood demon saint mused. To endure a strike from a 12th tier warrior and survive is nothing short of monstrous. If only you were to serve our demon clan. But alas, you choose to stand against us. To dare injure my apprentice is to court death. The sacred one, now fully alert, positioned himself protectively in front of Xing Wuyang, his expression grave as he regarded the withered wood demon saint. While both were 12th tier warriors, there was a distinction in strength. As the foremost knight beneath the king of sacred martial kingdom, the sacred one believed himself superior. However, should a battle ensue, it promised to be a fierce struggle, and he lamented that the ensuing conflict could very well leave the surroundings devoid of life. Chapter 93. The great battle against the withered wood demon saint. Eradicating evil and upholding justice must come first. To the townsfolk, I vow to avenge you. Suddenly, the saint of the abyssal dragon conjured a cluster of violet flames from his hands, emanating from his very own ghost fire, a manifestation of his demonic bloodline. With a swift motion, he hurled it upon the corpses, incinerating them in an instant. Subsequently, he summoned a resplendent green sword, its tip directed at the withered wood demon saint, declaring, "Come forth. If you seek the life of my disciple, first you must see if you can vanquish me." The withered wood demon saint furrowed his brow, taken aback by the failure of his earlier ambush. He realized he had no choice but to face this foremost champion of the sacred martial kingdom head-on. Grasping his withered staff, he murmured an incantation, causing the earth to shatter and unleash a multitude of wooden dragons. These wooden serpents surged forth towards the saint of the abyssal dragon, with a mighty roar. The saint engulfed himself in violet flames, creating a protective barrier around his form, as his hair elongated, each strand sharp and erect like needles. Thousand needle hair, he proclaimed, as the needle-like strands shot forth towards the wooden dragons, turning the air into a flurry of wooden splinters as the dragons were pierced and pinned to the ground, rendered utterly immobile. Reveal whatever other abilities you possess. Very well, you have forced my hand. Witnessing his previous technique so easily countered by the saint, the withered wood demon saint, resolute, bit his finger and invoked the blood sacrifice forbidden technique of the demon clan. Placing his hand upon the ground, he unleashed several layers of magical circles, as if summoning something formidable. The earth trembled in response, and before them appeared a towering figure, an immense thousand-armed wooden guanyin. The thousand-armed wooden guanyin began to swing its countless arms towards the saint of the abyssal dragon, bearing down upon him. The saint scoffed, "Is this the blood ritual summoning technique of the demon clan?" Hardly impressive, he propelled the green sword from his grasp, channeling potent life energy into it, causing it to multiply into a torrent of swords, raining down upon the thousand-armed guanyin, which was soon reduced to mere splinters. That technique fails. How about this one? Seizing the opportunity while the saint was momentarily distracted, the withered wood demon saint swiftly formed hand seals. The ground around the saint erupted, revealing 5 colossal wooden hands that swiftly ensnared him. "Master!" Starry Dance Yang cried out, attempting to advance, only to be thwarted by a thick branch that barred his path. At that critical juncture, a thunderous roar echoed from within the grasp of the 5 wooden hands, as a ghost-fire dragon soared upward, breaking free from its restraints, with the saint of the abyssal dragon riding atop it. A dragon lineage? The withered wood demon saint's expression fluctuated as he gazed skyward, disheartened by the sight of his opponent, a 12th-tier powerhouse, which posed an immense challenge. Kill! At the saint's command, the ghost-fire dragon dove toward the withered wood demon saint. The wooden staff in the demon saint's hand transformed into a wooden sword, meeting the dragon's charge. He leaped into the air, brandishing the wooden sword in a titanic clash against the saint of the abyssal dragon, who wielded the life-imbued green sword. With each collision, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, leaving the surrounding edifices in utter ruin. The aftermath of the battle had decimated nearly half of the small town in the blink of an eye. Observing the fierce clash between the saint of the underworld dragon and the saint of the withered wood, it was apparent that the former held a slight advantage, though the outcome remained uncertain. However, it was evident that should the battle persist, the saint of the underworld dragon would undoubtedly pay a significant price for victory. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Xing Wuyang. He recalled how he had once confronted the 11th Order Demon Lord, Blood Demon, by unleashing demonic energy and suppressing the foe with the pure bloodline of the royal demon lineage. Now, after being refined by the Endless Sea, his demonic energy had become even more concentrated. Perhaps his pure royal demon bloodline could also subdue the saint of the withered wood. Disregarding the risks, Xing Wuyang fervently unleashed his seals, 1, 2, 3, consecutively breaking through 8 seals. His aura became terrifyingly potent. Even a 12th Order powerhouse would have to momentarily retreat from his brilliance. With only a fragment of rationality remaining, he temporarily suppressed his frenzied malevolent thoughts and bellowed at the saint of the withered wood. "You vermin, why do you not hasten to submit and bow before me?" His voice, infused with the rich, pure demonic energy, echoed like a dragon roaring at mere ants. The saint of the withered would felt a tremor course through his bloodline, causing a disruption in his magical techniques and a slight deviation in his strikes. Damn it! How can this brat be so formidable? Isn't he a half-breed of human and demon? How can his bloodline be so pure, surpassing even that of a demon god? In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the saint of the underworld dragon seized the opportunity to strike, plunging his sword downwards. The saint of the withered would let out a pained scream, retaliating with a palm strike that forced the saint of the underworld dragon back, before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and escaping, injured. Though the saint of the underworld dragon had triumphed over the saint of the withered wood, he turned to regard Xing Wuyang, who was now being consumed by malevolent thoughts, with a furrowed brow. "Ah, is this the consequence of unleashing full demonic energy?" The saint of the underworld dragon shook his head with a bitter smile. After a moment, With the infusion of his life force and inner strength, the chaotic demonic energy within Xing Wuyang finally began to stabilize. Once his eyes regained clarity, he resealed the 8 seals he had previously broken. The Saint of the Underworld Dragon spoke solemnly. The quality of your demonic energy likely surpasses that of a demon god. With your aptitude combined with your demon bloodline, given time, you may be able to challenge 13th Order powerhouses and create legends across the continent. By the time you reach the 13th Order, who knows how formidable you will become? You will undoubtedly be stronger than any demon god. Xing Wuyang, panting heavily, replied, Yes, but I cannot fully harness this power at present. I can only break 3 seals at most. The more I release, the more I risk losing myself. The Saint of the Underworld Dragon, upon hearing this, expressed his regret. What a pity if you could wield this power. It would be a tremendous asset. Even when you released your strength just now, it was enough to make me wary. You may have already reached the level of a 12th Order being when you unleashed your demonic energy without restraint. Ah? Am I truly that formidable already? Xing Wuyang could hardly believe his own strength. He had unwittingly reached such a level, although he currently found himself unable to harness the dark energy. The Sage of the Underworld Dragon suddenly recalled something and said to Xing Wuyang, Quickly get up. Let us erect a tombstone for the townsfolk, so they may find peace in the afterlife. Yes, Master. Chapter 94. Departure. Return to the academy in the capital of the demon race, the demon fortress. An enraged voice roared within the palace hall. Useless. Truly a waste. You, a 12th-tier demon saint, attempted to ambush a mere 4th-tier night child and failed to deliver a single lethal blow, only to be suppressed and nearly killed by another 12th-tier knight. The demon god expressed his irritation, having meticulously observed the entire process of the assassination mission against Xing Wuyang through the sacred crystal ball of the demon race. Kneeling in the hall was the withered wood demon saint, whose aura was evidently unstable, clearly wounded at his core by the blow from the Sage of the Underworld Dragon. The wood demon saint, feeling humiliated, remarked, Had it not been for that little rascal of our demon race possessing an overwhelmingly potent bloodline, causing me to lose my focus with his roar, I would not have faltered. That was merely your own oversight. A 4th-tier knight, lacking demonic training, using dark energy would inevitably lose control of his mind. If only you and the Sage of the Underworld Dragon had held on a little longer, perhaps you could have seized the opportunity to slay the rampaging Xing Wuyang. It is my failure in the mission, deserving of death 1,000 times over, for allowing a grave threat to our demon race to escape. I implore the demon god to pass judgment. The demon god, holding the sacred crystal ball, seemed lost in thought. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, Very well, it is the will of heaven. I was too hasty. Our demon race's ancestor of demons has long prophesied that his descendants will surely slay the invaders from beyond. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to seclusion and cultivation, striving to break through to the next realm, thereby gaining a fighting chance against the invaders. The wood demon saint cautiously inquired. Then, Xing Wuyang? The demon god replied in a grave tone. No need to mention him further. His identity in the Holy Martial Kingdom cannot be concealed for a lifetime and will eventually be discovered, at that time. Whether he lives or dies shall be left to fate. Moreover, under no circumstances must you reveal Xing Wuyang's identity to Princess Lai Yaoji. I fear my daughter may act foolishly. Understood, my lord demon god, I shall take my leave. Meanwhile, Xing Wuyang and the Sage of the Underworld Dragon set ablaze the entire town along with the sage's own apothecary, serving as a pyre for the tormented souls who had suffered. After completing this solemn task, they erected a large tombstone on the hillside, upon which the sage, relying on his memory, inscribed the names of the townsfolk. Bowing deeply before the tombstone, a 12th-tier powerhouse shed tears. Indeed, this small town was filled with memories of his own past despair. Yet today, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for having brought calamity upon them. If only they had not lingered in this town, those innocent lives would not have perished. Beside him, Xing Wuyang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, for this calamity had primarily been summoned by him. The malevolent deity sought his demise. Consequently, he knelt beside the sacred dragon of the underworld, bowing several times towards the tombstone and offering a few incense sticks. The sacred dragon of the underworld gazed silently at the tombstone, seemingly lost in thought, as visions of the humble townsfolk who perished at the hands of the ruthless wood demon saint flashed before him. In that moment, the sacred dragon appeared to age significantly. Master, let us rise. Those who have departed shall never return. The living must strive to live well, Xing Wuyang urged, gently tugging at the silent sacred dragon. Turning his head to face Xing Wuyang, the sacred dragon replied, Allow me this solitude for a while longer. You, at the foot of that mountain, create a cave using your life force shockwave. We shall reside there for the time being. Very well, Xing Wuyang acquiesced. Yet, unbeknownst to the master and disciple, while one wave of peril had just receded, another threat was stealthily encroaching upon them from the direction of the Beast Tamer Kingdom. In the ensuing days of training, Xing Wuyang dedicated himself diligently. Mornings were spent concocting potions, afternoons were devoted to practicing the sacred dragon sword technique, and evenings were reserved for meditating on the 9-turn sacred dragon technique, leading to a remarkably structured routine. Time flew swiftly, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Although he could not fathom the reason, Xing Wuyang still had not advanced to the 5th-tier knight. However, he had made considerable progress. Now, with his 4th-tier knight prowess fully displayed, he could easily defeat a 10th-tier knight. Furthermore, his mastery of alchemy had also deepened significantly. He was now capable of crafting 9th-tier elixirs, and it was believed that soon he would be able to concoct celestial-grade elixirs, offering hope for the revival of the Ice Kirin. One day, as Xing Wuyang prepared to depart for the academy, he reflected on his companions whom he had not seen for a year, wondering how they were faring. Before his journey, the sacred dragon of the underworld cautioned, "Disciple, I have imparted to you all my essential teachings. In the future, your cultivation will surely surpass that of the night deity. However, your demonic lineage will eventually be revealed. At that moment, it is imperative to remain righteous. Do not stray onto the path of wickedness, lest I be compelled to take matters into my own hands." Xing Wuyang clasped his fists and replied, "Yes, master. Your disciple shall heed your teachings. Even if my identity is exposed one day, I shall remain Xing Wuyang of the Holy Martial Kingdom, and I will never apply my lifelong learning to malevolent pursuits." The sacred dragon nodded in satisfaction, producing a parchment scroll from his robe. "This is the map to the Heavenly Path Knight Academy. Keep it safe and return along the indicated route. I shall not accompany you, so tread carefully. Traveling on foot will take you several months." Curiously, Xing Wuyang inquired, "Master, will you not return to see Princess Sophia? She is your own daughter." The sacred dragon sighed, "I feel unworthy of her. Let her continue living as the little princess of the Holy Martial Kingdom. I shall not disturb her life. Moreover, I must seek the fabled eternal blossom that can extend her life. Thus, I shall not return to the Holy Martial Kingdom." "Very well, then. Take care, master. I shall set forth," Xing Wuyang responded. Having spoken, Xing Wuyang shouldered his belongings and strode into the distance. Shortly after his departure, a faint smile graced the lips of the Minglong sage, who murmured to himself, "It seems that my disciple's journey back to the academy will not be a simple one." In truth, not long after they had repelled the withered wood demon, the Minglong sage had already sensed the presence of an individual lurking nearby, poised to strike at Xing Wuyang. However, it appeared that this individual was deterred by the sage's protective aura surrounding his disciple. Now that Xing Wuyang had left, the Minglong sage noticed that the stranger's presence had vanished, presumably following the young man. Well, the path of youth is one they must tread alone. Enduring trials will serve them well. As for this old body of mine, it is high time for a respite. Besides, my disciples are not so easily vanquished," he chuckled heartily. Chapter 95. You're following the map entrusted to him by the Minglong sage. Xing Wuyang embarked on his journey, which lasted over a month, until at last, he beheld a city. He sought to procure a horse for the remainder of his travels and replenish his supplies, leading him into the city. Upon entering, he discovered that it was a city of the Yama tribe, a minority group within the sacred martial kingdom, characterized by their naturally dark skin and striking red hair. The streets teemed with individuals clad in mercenary attire. Xing Wuyang recalled from his studies at the Tiandao Knight Academy that the Yama tribe was the birthplace of the mercenary profession, which they had originally conceived, later evolving into the inclusion of those cast out from the Tiandao Knight Court. As the cradle of mercenary guilds, it was certain that this city would house both mercenary and alchemist guilds. Xing Wuyang's objective was to locate the alchemist guild to undergo a vocational assessment, hoping to earn some funds through alchemy for his journey. The city bustled with life, far grander than the leaf town of his childhood. After walking a short distance, the aroma of steamed buns wafted towards him, causing his stomach to growl in response. Steamed buns, delicious and sweet steamed buns. The vendor's enthusiastic calls drew Xing Wuyang closer. Upon approach, he beheld a stout man in his 40s, his robust physique complemented by a head of red hair that had thinned to a mere fringe resembling barbed wire. Xing Wuyang inquired, "Good sir, how much for 3 steamed buns?" "Ah, just 2 copper coins for all 3. "Very well. Here you are." Xing Wuyang extended 2 copper coins to the vendor. An opportunistic hand stealthily reached out and snatched 2 buns while the vendor's attention was diverted. "Strange. Why do I have only 1 bun?" the vendor exclaimed, finally realizing the theft after handing the 3 buns to Xing Wuyang. In haste, he turned to the corner, where he found a thief gnawing on the stolen buns. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, sending the thief sprawling across the ground. Just as he was about to deliver another blow, Xing Wuyang stepped in front of the thief, halting the vendor. He then offered the vendor another 2 copper coins and calmly stated, "I have covered his debt." The proprietor cast a fleeting glance at the thief with the copper coin in his hand and remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should you dare to steal again, I shall ensure that your hands and feet are rendered useless in our esteemed Yama clan. Theft is met with the most severe of punishments." Xing Wuyang, maintaining an impassive demeanor, approached the thief and helped her to her feet. It was only when the thief lifted her head that he realized she was, in fact, a young girl. With a frail voice, she addressed Xing Wuyang, saying, "Thank you, benefactor. I am willing to serve you as a maid or a servant." Xing Wuyang shook his head and, with a gentle smile, replied, "What need do I have for a servant? I merely wish for you to live well." As he regarded the girl before him, a flicker of compassion welled up within him. After all, he too had once been among the lowest echelons of society. During his days as a lowly inhabitant of Luoye town, he had endured a life of hunger and cold. The girl gazed at Xing Wuyang's warm smile, momentarily taken aback, as a torrent of emotions surged within her. Tears of grievance cascaded down her cheeks, as if she had finally found a shore upon which to unload her sorrow, and she wept openly in Xing Wuyang's embrace. He gently patted her back and said, "Do not cry. Let us find a tavern where you can wash up and change into fresh clothes." The girl nodded through her sobs, and Xing Wuyang led her to a nearby inn. Securing a room for her, he entrusted the innkeeper to prepare a garment for her, and had her soak in a concoction of his own, making as an alchemist in no time. The restorative effects were fully absorbed, rendering her past wounds invisible. Once she donned the attire prepared by Xing Wuyang, her beauty was astonishing. She was no longer the filthy thief, but a vision to behold. Xing Wuyang inquired, "What is your name?" "Yar, do you not have a surname?" Very well, Yar. Take this pill. I wish to assess your condition further." He handed Yar a yellow pill, which she swallowed without hesitation, unperturbed by any concerns regarding its nature. Xing Wuyang narrowed his eyes as he observed Yar, and indeed, a transformation occurred. Her previously lustrous black hair shifted to a delicate shade of blue, and even her eyes transformed into sapphires of exquisite beauty. The aura surrounding the girl surged dramatically, and a spectral blue dragon appeared above her, accompanied by the distant sound of crashing waves. Indeed, this was no mere coincidence. It was a sea dragon, an inferior dragon, yet still a high-grade martial vein. Xing Wuyang marveled to himself in disbelief. Yar, bewildered by the changes unfolding within her, looked at Xing Wuyang, seeking his explanation. Regaining his composure, Xing Wuyang calmly stated, "Do you wish to accompany me to the Celestial Knight Academy? With your current aptitude, you would undoubtedly excel among the first-year students." Though Yar was unfamiliar with the Celestial Knight Academy, she readily nodded in agreement, saying, "Yar is willing to go to the Celestial Knight Academy. Very well, I shall protect you within the academy. None shall dare to bully you." "What manner of place is the academy?" Yar inquired, filled with anticipation. "It is a magnificent realm, where you shall undergo a profound transformation." How Yar intends to take a look? Xing Wuyang gently patted How Yar's head and kindly remarked, "When I was your age, I knew nothing and held a lowly status. It was there that I encountered many fascinating companions who brought about a profound transformation in my life. Wait for me. After I complete the assessment at the Alchemist Guild, we shall set forth back to the academy." "All right." Once Haoyar was settled, Xing Wuyang departed from the inn and made his way to the Alchemist Guild nestled within the town of the Yama tribe. Upon arriving at the entrance of the guild, an elderly gatekeeper, appearing rather lethargic, addressed Xing Wuyang, "Young man, I observe remarkable potential in your physique. You must be a martial artist. However, you have come to the wrong place. This is the Alchemist Guild, not the Mercenary Guild, which is just around the corner to the right. No, I am indeed seeking the Alchemist Guild. I am a 9th rank alchemist." "9th rank alchemist?" The old man, taken aback by the mention of such a rank, sprang up from his recliner and inquired, "Young man, I perceive you are quite young. Lying is not a commendable habit and could render you unpopular among the Yama tribe. I am not deceiving you. I truly am a 9th rank alchemist. My master is the celestial rank alchemist, Saint Minglong. Here, take a look at this testing certificate he provided me." Xing Wuyang retrieved a document from his chest and presented it to the gatekeeper. Upon examining the certificate, the old man quickly retracted his astonishment and, with a friendly demeanor, replied, "Ah, so you are a disciple of a renowned master. My sincerest apologies. Please, do come in. We shall conduct your alchemical assessment immediately." Chapter 96. Alchemy. Xing Wuyang followed the elderly gatekeeper into the Alchemist Guild, where a rich aroma of herbs enveloped him. He couldn't help but marvel at the guild, recognizing that even by scent, some herbs were indeed invaluable. To assess the level of an alchemist, one must enter a specialized alchemical chamber for the appropriate grade of concoction. We must proceed to the 3rd underground level, so follow me. The old man guided Xing Wuyang to a side of the guild's main hall, where a door awaited, a magical elevator. Xing Wuyang immediately identified the nature of the door. Quite perceptive. Indeed, in recent years, magical technology has begun to proliferate in the Holy Martial Kingdom. However, it must be said that in this regard, we lag far behind the Windadas Kingdom and the Agatiles Kingdom. The old man pressed a button beside the door, which promptly opened, gesturing for Xing Wuyang to enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xing Wuyang stepped into the magical elevator. With a resounding thud, the elevator closed automatically, transporting them to the third underground level. Ding! The elevator halted at the third underground level, and the doors opened. Xing Wuyang's first impression of the surroundings was that the walls were adorned with silvery metal, while the ceiling and floor were pristine white, exuding cleanliness and orderliness. Exiting the elevator into the corridor, which was lined with numerous doors, the old man led Xing Wuyang to the central reception desk. Addressing the staff, "Please prepare a testing room for me and have an evaluator come over." The staff members cast curious glances at the 12-year-old boy before them, pondering what kind of alchemist prowess could possibly be expected from someone so young. Even the most talented among them would scarcely achieve the rank of a first-tier alchemist. One of the staff handed a form to Xing Wuyang, instructing him, "Please fill out this form and provide your basic information." After a brief moment, Xing Wuyang diligently completed the entire form. As the staff member read aloud the details inscribed upon it, he exclaimed, "Xing Wuyang, 12 years old, a provisional third-year student of the Heavenly Dao Knight Academy, mentored by the celestial great alchemist, Sacred One Minglong." "What? You are a disciple of our Alchemist Guild's Grand Elder? Grand Elder?" Xing Wuyang was taken aback by the revelation of Sacred One Minglong's esteemed status within the Alchemist Guild, but he soon understood, considering the man's celestial great expertise. The elderly gentleman quickly produced the proof Xing Wuyang had given him and presented it to the staff member. After a thorough examination, the staff confirmed that it was indeed a valid document issued by Sacred One Minglong. With a grave demeanor, the staff inquired, "May I ask what tier of alchemist you wish to be tested for?" "Ninth tier," Xing Wuyang replied without the slightest hesitation. The staff member involuntarily gasped in shock. A ninth-tier alchemist at just 12 years old. Generally, a 12-year-old possessing second-tier abilities would already be regarded as an extraordinary genius. What, then, could one call this remarkable young man? An anomaly? The staff member stammered, "You are saying you are a ninth-tier alchemist at 12? Surely, one cannot cultivate alchemical skills in the womb at such a pace." Ahem. The elderly gentleman coughed lightly, offering a subtle reminder. Realizing his lapse in composure, the staff member apologized, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Room 213 is still available. You may proceed there. The evaluators are already inside." "Very well." The elderly man took the key from the staff and guided Xing Wuyang to room 213. Upon entering the testing chamber, which doubled as an alchemical workshop, Xing Wuyang felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. The evaluator, a middle-aged man, appeared to be acquainted with the elderly gentleman. "What's this? Old Chui, have you brought another novice to undertake the first-tier alchemy test?" Old Chui chuckled, "You are mistaken. This young man seeks to undergo the ninth-tier alchemy assessment." "Ninth tier? Young man, do not aim too high." The middle-aged man kindly cautioned Xing Wuyang, clearly skeptical of the boy's ability to concoct ninth-tier elixirs. However, Xing Wuyang paid no heed to the middle-aged man's words. He approached the alchemist's platform, retrieved the black Qilin copper cauldron, and commenced his alchemical endeavor. This time, Xing Wuyang intended to refine a ninth-tier pure dew pill, meant for body tempering. He placed all the prepared ingredients into the black Qilin copper cauldron and began the heating process. The middle-aged man couldn't help but scoff. What is he doing? Alchemy. It seems more like he is incinerating the ingredients. Alchemy requires a methodical approach. How can he just toss everything into the cauldron and heat it indiscriminately? Yet, the ensuing spectacle rendered the middle-aged man speechless. To his astonishment, Xing Wuyang swiftly formed intricate hand seals, and suddenly, the black Qilin copper cauldron erupted with bursts of black flames, each flame enveloping a portion of the ingredients. Xing Wuyang was simultaneously heating and purifying the materials. The elderly man, Chui, could not help but exclaim, "Is this not the long-lost art of differentiation and purification?" The consumption of spiritual energy required for such a feat is indeed substantial. It appears he is far from an inexperienced novice, having honed his spiritual prowess to the extent that it suffices to support the crafting of ninth-grade elixirs. Just as the two were engulfed in astonishment, the black Qilin bronze cauldron unexpectedly emitted a roar reminiscent of the mythical beast. With a mighty roar, each cluster of black flames manifested a diminutive shadow of a black Qilin. The fiery apparition of the black Qilin opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing the materials inside for purification. It then expelled the materials, only to inhale them once more, each cycle enhancing the purity of the alchemical ingredients by a degree. Witnessing this spectacle, The middle-aged man and elder Chui could scarcely believe their eyes. This is the legendary divine beast cauldron hand. The sole requirement for this technique is that the bronze cauldron must possess the fire of a divine beast, and its master must be qualified to harness the power of such a creature. Truly remarkable. At such a tender age, he possesses the bloodline power to command a bronze cauldron capable of refining divine beast fire. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality, scrutinizing the obsidian bronze cauldron held by Xing Wuyang. Seemingly struck by a thought, he incredulously remarked, "Could it be that the alchemical cauldron in his possession is the black Qilin bronze cauldron? Is that not the cauldron owned by the elusive Grand Elder? Ah, you are unaware, but this young lad is indeed the direct disciple of our Alchemist Guild's Grand Elder," replied Cuis. "That truly the case?" "Absolutely, good gracious. No wonder his alchemical skills are so formidable. A master indeed cultivates exceptional disciples." The two marveled at Xing Wuyang's infernal technique. He had already purified the medicinal materials to a certain degree of purity. Once more, he formed seals with his hands and commanded, "Merge." Before their eyes, each flame above the black Qilin bronze cauldron carried a droplet of medicinal essence, converging together. Those essences devoured one another, ultimately coalescing into a pale blue elixir, the rich aroma wafting throughout the entire testing chamber. Chapter 97. A strange phenomenon. Upon inhaling the fragrance of the elixir, the middle-aged man and elder Chui were rendered speechless with astonishment. Chui, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "It is the 9th grade elixir, clear dew elixir, and of 9th tier purity, goodness." To reach the level of a 9th grade alchemist at such a young age, he may very well ascend to a realm of divine alchemists, unmatched in our profession. The middle-aged man mused with awe. Xing Wuyang approached the two, holding the elixir, and inquired, "May I sell this elixir?" Elder Chui paused for a moment before promptly responding, "Certainly, of course. Although the materials were provided by the guild, the elixir is your creation. You are entitled to at least 80% of the profits. For further details, please consult the staff at the front desk." Xing Wuyang nodded. "All right, I happen to need funds for my journey to the Knights of the Heavenly Path Academy. I shall concoct a few more 9th grade elixirs to sell." That moment, the middle-aged man suddenly interjected, "Let us discuss the sale of the elixirs later. I have something to hand over to you now." As he spoke, the middle-aged man retrieved a magnificent robe from his ring, which was adorned with 9 intricately carved stars on its chest. He then said, "This is the uniform of our Alchemist Guild. Please don it and see how it fits." Xing Wuyang accepted the robe and immediately donned it, discovering that it fit remarkably well. It was exceptionally comfortable, and it seemed that the garment was crafted from a special material. The middle-aged man proudly proclaimed, "Our Alchemist Guild uniforms are fashioned by the renowned tailors of the capital city, White City, using materials sourced from high-tier magical beasts. Hence, the defensive capabilities of this uniform can rival those of ethereal artifacts, and it possesses an automatic repair function." Defensive capabilities that rival ethereal artifacts? Upon hearing this, Xing Wuyang felt a surge of excitement. Although his physical form was comparable to that of a divine beast, he still lacked a defensive ethereal artifact. Now, with this alchemist robe, he could finally possess a protective item. With his divine beast physique combined with the robe from the Alchemist Guild, Xing Wuyang felt utterly confident that, even if he couldn't defeat an 11th tier powerhouse, he could certainly hold his ground for 100 moves. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed, causing the ground to tremble violently. The Alchemist Guild, primarily constructed underground, shook even more intensely. Xing Wuyang had to grasp the nearby railing to steady himself. Frowning, he inquired, "What is happening? An earthquake?" "No, our Yama tribe's territory has not experienced an earthquake in a long time. Rest assured, even if it were a true earthquake, our Alchemist Guild structure is robust enough to withstand it." However, just as the old man, Chui, finished speaking, a creaking sound emerged, and cracks suddenly appeared above the testing room. "Oh my, are we truly doomed here today?" With a thunderous crash, a massive stone plummeted directly towards Chui. "Watch out!" Without hesitation, Xing Wuyang leaped toward Chui, channeling his life energy to conjure a green shield, raising it just in time to block the falling stone. Shatter! The shield, imbued with Xing Wuyang's life energy, radiated a brilliant green light, unleashing a powerful force that shattered the stone into fragments. "Phew, that was close. Are you all right?" Xing Wuyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and smiled faintly at Chui. "I'm fine, thank you." Chui gazed at Xing Wuyang in astonishment. From his earlier display, it seemed that Xing Wuyang had already attained 10th tier strength. He could hardly fathom that this young alchemist possessed such formidable skills and profound cultivation. Truly a worthy disciple of the sacred dragon of the abyss. Fortunately, the intense tremors did not last long, but they inflicted considerable damage upon the Alchemist Guild. Even the magical elevator was rendered inoperable. Thankfully, the guild had an emergency escape route. Following this passage, Xing Wuyang emerged from the Alchemist Guild in a rather disheveled state. It was only then that he realized the city had descended into chaos. Carriages were halted on the streets, horses sat trembling on the ground, and vendors lay sprawled in disarray, entirely disregarded by passers-by. Numerous buildings have sunken into the ground, and many areas of the city are marred by fissures. Surrounding them are the anguished cries of those who have been struck down, unable to rise from the ground. Xing Wuyang lifted his gaze and beheld the most magnificent sight of his life. Not far from the city, a towering mountain, easily visible, suddenly crumbled with a thunderous roar, revealing that the epicenter of this quake lay within that very mountain. As the great mountain fractured, it unexpectedly unveiled a massive palace, long buried within the shattered terrain. Xing Wuyang immediately sensed the palace's suspicious nature, as if it had been concealed for countless eons. Why was it hidden within the mountain, and why had it surfaced at this moment? Contemplating these questions overwhelmed him, and at that moment, several members of the Alchemist Guild who had emerged alongside him gazed in disbelief at the colossal mountain that had collapsed. An elder alchemist, clad in a 9-star alchemist robe like Xing Wuyang, murmured, "Is the legacy of Heibation manifesting before us?" Xing Wuyang, puzzled, inquired, "Esteemed senior, may I ask who Heibation is?" The elder alchemist glanced at Xing Wuyang, his eyes widening in astonishment as he noticed the 9-star alchemist robe adorning him. He exclaimed, "At such a young age, you possess such remarkable alchemical skills. Truly extraordinary. You must not be a local, young one." Xing Wuyang nodded and said, "I beseech you, esteemed elder, to enlighten me regarding the nature of this phenomenon." The elder alchemist replied, "Heibation is said to originate from a world far removed from ours, a mysterious realm. Eons ago, during an ancient era, invaders from beyond the heavens descended upon this land, slaughtering countless members of the Yama tribe. Just as annihilation loomed, Heibation emerged to vanquish these extraterrestrial assailants, sacrificing his own strength in the process. It is said that Haikong Mountain is the embodiment of his essence." Xing Wuyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Are you saying that the mountain that has collapsed before us is Haikong Mountain?" "Indeed," the elder confirmed. "This palace must be the legacy left by our guardian deity, Heibation, of the Yama tribe." Once again, the mention of extraterrestrial invaders stirred Xing Wuyang's thoughts. He had previously believed that only the demon ancestor had sealed these invaders, unaware that in ancient times, there were others, such as the formidable Heibation, who hailed from another world. Chapter 98. Joining the expedition team at that moment, Xing Wuyang suddenly recalled how the city had been ravaged in the blink of an eye, prompting concern for Ye, who remained in the inn. The wave of dread washed over him. Hastily, he made his way toward the inn, only to encounter yet another perplexing situation upon arrival. The surrounding buildings lay in ruins, utterly devastated by the tremors, yet this seemingly ordinary inn remained completely unscathed. Could it be that this inn was constructed from some extraordinary material? Xing Wuyang shook his head in disbelief. It was merely a regular inn, after all. Subsequently, Xing Wuyang entered the inn, only to be taken aback by the throng of people crowding the ground floor, presumably seeking refuge due to the inexplicable safety the establishment seemed to offer. Though a tinge of confusion lingered in his mind, he chose not to dwell on it and ascended to the upper floor, arriving at his room and pushing the door open. To his surprise, Ye was still peacefully slumbering on the bed, blissfully unaware of the extraordinary events that had just transpired. With utmost care, Xing Wuyang draped a blanket over Ye, anxious not to disturb her repose. He mused silently, "There are far too many peculiar occurrences here. I shall embark on the journey back to the Celestial Night Academy with Ye at dawn." As Xing Wuyang contemplated their departure the following morning, Ye abruptly awoke with a startled cry. Her sapphire-like eyes fluttered open, revealing a trance-like state. In that moment, an image projected forth, depicting the lives of the Yama people in this very place. Xing Wuyang was astounded, scrutinizing the scene that had erupted from Ye's gaze, recognizing it as the enigmatic ancient era he had glimpsed within the sacred Martial Mountain's secret realm. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the lifestyle of the Yama people portrayed in the vision markedly contrasted with that of their contemporary counterparts. Focusing his mental energy, Xing Wuyang attentively observed every nuance of the unfolding scene, leaving no detail overlooked. Gradually, the timeline within the vision began to shift, revealing a day when the tranquility of the Yama people's existence was violently interrupted. A band of invaders from Solace continent, the so-called outsiders, descended upon them, unleashing a torrent of destruction, driving the Yama people to the brink of annihilation. Just as their extinction seemed imminent, a formidable warrior clad in golden armor, wielding a golden trident and adorned with cascading blue hair, descended from the heavens, bringing hope to the beleaguered Yama folk. Armed with his trident, he vanquished countless souls of the invaders, safeguarding the remnants of the Yama people. Ultimately, he engaged in a cataclysmic battle with an overwhelmingly powerful outsider, triumphing at a staggering cost, yet at the expense of his own life, transforming into what later generations would name the Sea Emperor Mountain. As the vision drew to a close, a few ancient characters materialized, and though archaic, Xing Wuyang strained his mental prowess to decipher the message. Bring my descendants to the Sea Emperor Palace to receive the legacy. Xing Wuyang softly repeated this revelation, his heart a tempest of emotions. It was astonishing to discover that the young maiden he had casually rescued was, in fact, a descendant of the legendary sea overlord, left behind on Solace continent. A wry smile crossed his lips as he thought, it seems a pilgrimage to the Sea Emperor Mountain is now unavoidable. Regardless of the circumstances, the sea overlord had once saved a race on Solace continent, sacrificing himself in the process. Thus, out of both duty and sentiment, Xing Wuyang felt compelled to aid his descendant, in reaching the Sea Emperor Palace to inherit this legacy. With that resolve, he roused and conveyed their forthcoming journey to the Sea Emperor Palace atop the Sea Emperor Mountain. Somewhat perplexed by Xing Wuyang's sudden change of plans and the implication that she was to accompany him, chose not to question his motives, trusting that he had his reasons and would not lead her astray. Thus, she agreed to join him. Following this, Xing Wuyang, with in tow, departed from the inn and set forth towards the direction of the mercenary guild. After all, being an outsider, it is essential to have a local familiar with the Sea Emperor Mountain to guide me, which would undoubtedly alleviate a considerable amount of trouble. Fortunately, despite the town's utter devastation, the mercenary guild is still operating in an orderly manner. Xing Wuyang, accompanied by entered the mercenary guild and approached the front desk. Addressing the staff, please arrange for a mercenary to accompany me to the Sea Emperor Palace. The staff member, with a look of sincere apology, replied, I'm afraid we cannot accept missions to the Sea Emperor Mountain at this time. As you know, the emergence of the Sea Emperor Palace holds great significance for our Yama tribe, and we wish to personally organize an expedition to investigate certain secrets. Therefore, we have currently sealed off all access routes to the Sea Emperor Mountain. Xing Wuyang, anxious, exclaimed, but I am a 9th-rank alchemist. Surely, there must be some way for me to join this expedition. What? You are a 9th-rank alchemist? The staff member responded in astonishment. Xing Wuyang then produced his alchemist guild uniform, donning it with pride and stated, indeed, I am a 9th-rank alchemist. I believe the expedition could benefit from having an alchemist on board. Just as the staff was about to respond, a robust mercenary appeared at the door, declaring, a 9th-rank alchemist? How intriguing, very well, you shall join our expedition. Turning to face the mercenary, Xing Wuyang realized he was a 9th-grade knight, a level of cultivation he had never encountered before in a mercenary. Greetings, young alchemist, I am Xianjia, a 9th-grade knight and the captain of this expedition. May I inquire your name? Noticing the friendly hand extended towards him, Xing Wuyang grasped it firmly and replied with a slight smile. I am Xing Wuyang, a 4th-grade knight and a 9th-rank alchemist. This is my apprentice, Yar. I hope she can accompany us as well. Xianjia scrutinized Yar from head to toe, furrowing his brow as he remarked, having someone who neither practices alchemy nor possesses any cultivation joining the expedition seems a bit. Xing Wuyang bowed respectfully, urging, I beg you. Xianjia waved his hand dismissively, saying, very well, as long as you keep a close eye on the young lady. I shall permit her to join our expedition. Thank you, brother Xian, Xing Wuyang expressed gratefully. Not at all, Xianjia replied modestly. When shall we depart? No need to rush. We are still in the process of recruiting more skilled members. After all, no one knows what awaits us inside the Sea Emperor Palace, so it would be prudent to have a few more powerful mercenaries. Xing Wuyang nodded in agreement and, along with Yar, rested quietly within the mercenary guild, patiently awaiting the completion of the recruitment. After a short while, the recruitment was finally confirmed, and Xianjia called upon Xing Wuyang and Yar to join him in a room where they could meet the other members who would be embarking on the journey to the Sea Emperor Palace.